I need to finish what I say first.
Bro, like, listen, right, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have been was Stanley.
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
I literally said they need to understand that a one-parent influence is potentially detrimental.
It's what it is. But like I say, man, you ain't really got to let these people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
do I think it's okay?
Do?
See, this is the Karen Hunter Show, and we are here on Sirius XM Urban View, where talk empowers and becomes action. And I'm sitting with my buddy John Fugelsang. You can listen to him, of course, Monday through Friday, 6 to 9 Pacific time. See, I can adjust. See how easy it is to adjust.
You're so
on
flexible.
channel 127. That's progress. John Fugelsang is here. He's got a new book, Separation of Church and Hate. And your opening, can you just read your opening, please?
Yeah, it's pretty quick. My cold open is just something I get in trouble for saying sometimes, but I wrote it out pretty. Jesus was a peaceful, radically nonviolent revolutionary who wasn't American and never spoke English, who hung around lepers, hookers, and crooks, never sought tax cuts for rich Nazarenes, was anti-wealth and anti-death penalty, anti-public prayer too, Matthew 6:5, never asked lepers for a copay, never called poor people lazy, never even slightly anti-gay, never mentioned abortion, supported paying your taxes, and was a long-haired, community organizing, authority questioning, anti-slut-shaming, brown-skinned, Palestinian, unarmed, homeless Jew. But only if you believe what's actually in the Bible.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. This book, Separation of Church and Hate, is so well done. I said that to you before, but it's also so needed. That it took you 10 years to do this is, I think, also kind of a testament to the culture that we're in, not really wanting to sit in the truth. I feel like.
Ooh, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. I'm going to show this video all the way through. Karen Hunter is awesome. I've loved her for years. She is actually just fun to listen to. Believe it or not, she was basically the spearhead of developing a Black-oriented social media platform called Nubia. It's actually a social media platform in the fullest sense of the word. I think you can gain access to it, but full access to it is something like $20 a month. But if you're into Africana studies or anything like that, she makes things happen. And for some reason or another, she's not more famous, but she's pretty famous. And John Fugelsang, I've known about him for quite some time, but if you ever listen to him, he's actually really funny. He's a pretty humorous fella. I think he was on New York, one of those New York cop shows, Law and Order, maybe one of those shows. But anyway, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're wandering and you're new, please make sure you hang out. If you like the show, subscribe and recommend it to your friends. Lord knows I need the subscribers. I am kind of surprised. We're at 212 subscribers. I've got the views, the 5,000 views, but we need to work on the membership. And I'll think of something. But and to be honest, I'm in no rush. The good thing is, the people that have subscribed kind of can put up with my foolishness. So let me not pretend to be something that I'm not. I'm a crotchety old man. So let's finish this up, and then we'll move into some news.
We have an anti-truth thing
And I
happening.
warn you, it's a bit
Well,
longish.
yeah, and it can be scary. And it's sort of, if you watch corporate news, you'll think there's two groups in the country. There's atheists and imbeciles. There's non-believers, and there's douchebags screaming at women outside clinics. And that's presented to us as the spectrum of spiritual life among Christians in America. And it's just insane. There's so much diversity. I mean, my parents would never ever vote for a politician who wanted to ban abortion, but they'd never call themselves pro-choice. There's so much diversity of thought and morality.
Well, I also have to tell you, and I had a classmate when I was in high school who was kind of in this vein. His mother, Fugelsang's mother, is a former nun, and his father, I think, was a former priest or Christian brother or something like that. So just that background, which, having grown up, and gone to Catholic schools, there are a couple kids out there like that, and believe it or not, they always turn out fairly well. The few that I've met
Among people and how we describe ourselves. And with politicians, it's all about, as you know better than me, just trying to merge us all into paddocks and corrals and just try to use us in blocks for power. And that's how it's always been. I get it. But these people are using their very narrow, right-wing, Jesus-free version of this Bible, and they are trying to force that in our schools, in our government, in our culture, in every level of our life. And they don't even believe it. Why should
Right.
I believe somebody who votes for Donald Trump cares about anything Jesus said? Why should I believe people who voted for Donald Trump after cops were beaten on the Capitol steps for a damn lie? Why should I believe they care about anything Jesus said? Again, this is Christian nationalism. They'll fight for Jesus. They'll publicly worship him. They'll wallow in their devotion, but they won't listen to him, and they won't fight for the things he said. And Donald Trump was able to get these folks on his side. Comb over Caligula himself, Mr. Porn Star and corruption and stealing from vets with his damn online university. He got the Christians by not promising to do anything Christ asks of us. Not anything. You'll never hear the Republicans talk about what Jesus wants us to do. They don't do it. Jesus is a thing that makes them better than you. They don't do anything he commands. It's inconveniently liberal and woke for them. Trump got the evangelicals on his side by playing up the persecution narrative. Oh, Christians are under siege, aren't they? You're the majority, you white Christians, and you control every part of government and judiciary and culture and industry, but you're under siege. And he played up the persecution narrative, and so they rewarded him. And since he's been sworn in, he hasn't done anything on either term that Jesus actually talked about. And the right-wing Christians haven't cared because their religion is, we're better, we deserve the power, we have to be on top. That is what they fight for.
They have it now, and they're still not happy, and things aren't going
Yeah.
well. They voted for
Yeah.
this. They're losing their farms, their homes, their teeth, their health care, their meemaws and pawpaws, their vaccinations, measles and rubella and the mumps, and everything's back. They voted for this. They got everything they wanted. They have everything they
That's
wanted.
right.
They're still not happy. So my question to you: they voted for a man who said he loves the poorly educated. They voted for a man who just said this week. Play that, Smith.
Smart people don't like me, and they don't like what we talk about.
Well, I have to say the quote "they," and I believe the "they" they're talking about is MAGA. They're not happy until everyone. It's almost like and I hate to make this comparison, but it's the one that pops into my head. It's like an Inquisition, like an old style Spanish or Portuguese Inquisition. And by the way, they did them in other countries. I think England had a form of it, etc. But you either convert to their beliefs or you leave the country or you're banished internally, something like that. They're not going to be happy until they have no opposition. No one criticize them. No one make jokes about them. And I think, the last few days are proof of that. Yeah, they know people will disagree with them, They just they want people to be scared to disagree with them. And it's gonna boomerang. American history, the American people do not like being dictated to this extent. And if you haven't noticed, Trump's polls are in the toilet, as is Congress, as in the Supreme Court. How much longer is this going to last? And, essentially what's going to happen is the panic that MAGA, and you're going to see it more and more. They don't want late night comedians making jokes because they're looking towards the 2026 elections. And if Donald Trump loses either or both houses, MAGA is cooked, at least until 2028. So all this authoritarian, flirting with, contradicting or suspending, it may even get to that, suspending the First Amendment. It's all basically in prep, doing everything they can to make sure they hold on to the houses of Congress. And to be honest, I really don't know why it's that big a deal. I guess for legitimacy, it's not like Congress is doing much. But let us continue.
Smart people don't like me, he said, and they don't like what we
Look,
talk
I
about.
always said
So-
I'll praise him when he tells the truth, Karen. I'll always give him props when he tells the truth about something.
That was the truth. Right. But I'm saying if you voted for him, he just first of all called you dumb before,
Yeah.
but you voted for him again.
Yeah.
And then he said, smart people don't like me. They don't like when we talk. So you're not smart. So he's already put you, and you
No.
you ask him his
Yeah.
scriptures. He says something like 2 Corinthians. He doesn't read the
Yeah.
Bible. This man cheated on his wife, his first wife, beat her and raped her.
Yes.
She talked about it in her book.
That's correct.
The second wife, who he had a baby
in
by
her
when
court,
he
in
was
her
married.
court documents,
under
she
oath.
talked about it.
Under
Under oath.
Second wife pregnant while he was married to the first. Third wife pregnant while he was sleeping with Stormy Daniels. This man is not the bastion of Christianity, morality, or anything that you say you believe in. So what? Please explain it to me. If it's just about whiteness, explain the Latinos. Explain the 20% of black men. Like if it's
I don't
about
believe
white.
20% of black men. 20% of black men did not vote for him. I will
Well,
never
I
agree.
can
And
explain it if I must.
Women are the most reliable voting bloc
Yes,
in this
we are.
country, and black men are the second most reliable voting bloc in this country.
Correct. You're
And
absolutely right. And I've been saying that.
testosterone-
Yes.
Testosterone, as you know, Ms. Hunter, is a strange and fragile thing, and there's no group that's more easy to emotionally manipulate than macho asshole guys. Men are so easily manipulated, and we see how they do it with this toxic idea of what strength is. And Donald Trump is a very weak man's idea of what a strong man is. And there's no Christianity. On immigration alone, he rejects God and Jesus. On the death penalty alone, the entire party rejects Jesus Christ. Overturns the death penalty in the Sermon on the Mount. What do you think turn the other cheek means? He ends retributive justice. He breaks the cycles of revenge and violence, goes on to stop an execution, command us to forgive 70 times 7, and says only people who've never sinned are allowed to execute. So since Jesus was so against the capital punishment, but never mentioned abortion, why should I take these Republicans seriously when they fight so ferociously for the thing Jesus never mentioned and love the thing Jesus prohibited? They don't follow the Bible, and the media is too scared to ask them. The media will never ask Mike Pence, where in your holy book does Jesus drive the gay wedding cakes out of the temple? Jesus isn't homophobic, and there's no part of the Bible, and this is where I get in trouble, I'm going to say it very carefully, there is no part of the Bible anyone can use to say that being gay is a sin. No part. You want to go to Leviticus?
Yeah, I was gonna
Leviticus
go
isn't
there.
for Christians. Man with a man is an abomination, right? They have to be stoned to death. Well, that's God's instructions to the Israelites after they've gotten out of bondage in Egypt, and they're looking at 40 years of wandering the desert with no Wi-Fi or refrigeration or antibiotics. And God is also saying there, don't have sex with guys, don't have incest, don't have sex on your period. He's talking about reproducing. All sex should be to keep your numbers up. And Leviticus 20:10 says, stone adulterers to death. Find me one of these guys that wants to take that out on Donald Trump. They weaponize books they don't believe in to hurt a minority Christ commands them to love.
Okay, so Smith is playing Tevin Campbell, just for the people who talk Tuesday. That's going to apply to you too, John Finkelstein. We got time limit. If you hear Tevin Campbell,
Okay.
start rapping. Okay, just like the Emmys.
I got it now.
866-801-8255.
I get all preachy when I talk about church.
Listen, I understand.
Yeah, I'm going to end it here. I think we all get the point. I think that these are all good arguments, but I think that horse is already out of the barn. We pretty much, as of now, know what Donald Trump is, and nothing's going to change, in my opinion, until 2026, November 2026. If that does any good, voting is the only thing that's going to neutralize these folks. So let's hope they don't derail plans even more. And I think I talked about a story yesterday. Actually, I did. There's a court. Donald Trump basically did an executive order requiring states to change their ID requirements to include proof of citizenship and all that stuff. And it's literally unconstitutional because the president nor the federal government control elections. How states decide to qualify their voters and conduct elections is a state matter. The Constitution's extremely explicit about that. What's up, Slick Rick? So let's move into the news. And as always, the news is always good with Donald Trump in office. But I'm going to start with a non-Trump story. And this news story is dedicated to white shades who think that blacks commit all the crime and have admitted that, hey, when whites do it, it's always at home. And somehow or another, that makes it better. So Travis Decker, authorities in Washington State have found human remains they believe are those of Travis Decker, the fugitive father accused of killing his 3 young daughters earlier this year before disappearing into the wilderness. I assume this is the Chelan County Sheriff's Office said in a statement Thursday evening that while positive identification has not been confirmed, preliminary findings suggest the remains belong to Travis Decker. The office said the remains were discovered in a remote wooded area south of the town of Leavenworth. The scene was still being processed. Let's see here. The details are the 32-year-old, a former Army soldier with extensive survival skills, was accused in May of killing his 3 daughters, 9-year-old Peyton Decker, 8-year-old Evelyn Decker, and 5-year-old Olivia Decker. Let's see if they say why. I guess I could go into the whys and all that stuff, but I won't do that. My only point of saying this is that, boy, there sure is a lot of crime that these white shades don't want to talk about in their own, quote, white community. So let's move on here. So we're going to unfortunately have to deal. Well, Kelvin, the white shade, you remember a while back, John Galt started calling, the N-words nightshades. He thought it was funny and actually was kind of funny. So, Be Brave, inspired me to come up with white shades, which are the white version of the nightshades. If I have to explain it, it's not that funny, but you know what? It was funny to me at the time. So let us move on. So let's see here. So unfortunately, we're going to have to touch on this Charlie Kirk thing. The crackdown on Charlie Kirk critics has ignited a free speech debate. Legal experts say it sets a dangerous precedent, and indeed it does. And funny enough, there's been some pushback from Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. So we know the Trump administration is far off course when their cheerleaders won't cheer for them.
We turn now to the debate over free speech versus hate speech following the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
Whether you agreed with him or not, Kirk was a fierce proponent of free speech and even went so far as to say there's no such thing as hate speech. Here's Nancy Cordes.
Not a protest. Outside a vigil for Charlie Kirk on Friday, a D.C. government employee held up a sign listing some of Kirk's more controversial quotes. Within hours, the man's name and office number had been posted online, and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy was urging D.C. to take action, warning any employee caught at his agency celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk will be held accountable, a sentiment that comes directly from the top.
So when you see someone celebrating Charlie's murder, call them out. And hell, call their employer.
Kirk supporters have called, prompting at least a dozen companies and universities to fire or suspend workers over social media posts that range from criticism of Kirk to support for his death.
It's propaganda. I'm sorry. We don't put that here.
When an Office Depot employee in Michigan refused to print a flyer last week, Attorney General Pam Bondi suggested the woman could face prosecution.
Businesses cannot discriminate. If you want to go in and print posters with Charlie's pictures on them for a vigil, you have to let them do that.
The Supreme Court has ruled that you don't.
These cancel campaigns have a way of snowballing and becoming something that they originally weren't.
Nico Perino is with FIRE, the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression.
The White House would argue this isn't cancel culture. This is about civility.
We all benefit from a public dialogue that is civil. But the difference is,
and you cannot legislate civility.
You have a government official coming
to a certain extent you
saying
can.
That there are certain ideas that cannot be expressed. You start undermining the legal, not to mention the cultural values that undergird this country.
The Attorney General has since walked back her threat to prosecute hate speech. And tonight, we are learning that Disney is indefinitely preempting the ABC late night show Jimmy Kimmel Live after some affiliates complained about comments the host made about Charlie Kirk.
Hollywood is grappling with concerns over free speech and censorship after comedian Jimmy Kimmel's show was abruptly pulled from the air over his monologue that mentioned the murder of Charlie Kirk. Late night legend Jay Leno was asked about the suspension this afternoon on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
You don't get canceled saying popular things. You get canceled, sometimes, usually it's the truth that winds up getting canceled. So we'll see what happens. Well, it's a comedian talking. If you don't like it, don't watch it. I mean, it doesn't seem...
That's the market.
Well, that's the market. I mean, let the people decide.
I'm joined now by Peter White, the executive editor of television at Dateline. Peter, Leno seemed pretty unconcerned there, Deadline, excuse me. What reaction are you hearing from the rest of the industry today from all this?
Yeah, interesting that Jay Leno was saying those things, because David Letterman, his nemesis and rival back in the day, was had a few stronger words earlier comparing Brendan Carr, the FCC chairman, to a mob boss from The Godfather. It's been a really strange 24 hours. I don't think anyone quite expected this. I know even within Disney, they'd hoped that they could resolve this so that Kimmel could go on the air. But yeah, I think they decided it was probably for the best not to and try and figure this out before things got worse.
So can you walk us through the chain of events on how this suspension all went down? Who initially made the call?
Yeah, absolutely. So yesterday, there were plenty of meetings throughout the day across Disney and Jimmy Kimmel. And it got to the desk of Bob Iger, and he, along with essentially his television boss, a woman named Dana Walden, made the decision, saying that they had basically talked to Jimmy about what he was going to say on the show, and Jimmy Kimmel refused to apologize. He was planning to address the controversy, but he wasn't planning to apologize. His view is that essentially his words have been taken out of context. So yeah, they essentially, between Bob Iger and Dana Walden, they decided that they best not let him on air right now, and they can try and figure out if there is a possible path for him to return. But I think they felt it was just a bit too close to the filming of the show and to put it on to try and solve this.
And I understand there was other things, other factors at stake here involving some of the affiliates as well, correct?
Yeah, essentially Nexstar, which is one of the largest station groups, said that they were going to preempt Jimmy Kimmel regardless of ABC's decision, which came a little bit later. And then Sinclair.
Well, I can remember when I was a kid, sometimes the local, say, CBS or NBC or ABC affiliate would not air something. If I recall, and I could very well be wrong because I was only, I wasn't even, let's see, I think Roots came on right around the middle of the 70s. So I would have been around 10 years old or so. But there were some stations, if I recall, that didn't air Roots. Local stations can air what they want. I don't know. Well, there's a business deal, like a merger that Nexstar wants to do. And that's really, the bottom line. All these mergers depend on the FCC, and the FCC is in the Trump administration. So, that's why all this is happening. And frankly, if I were Jimmy Kimmel, I wouldn't even bother going back.
Another local station group said the same, and they went a little bit stronger. I think ultimately this is a business deal. Nexstar has some business in front of the Trump administration. They would like to close a big merger that requires a change in the law that the FCC would have to undertake, and they just decided that this wasn't particularly something or someone they wanted on the air while they were trying to do that. It all comes down to money, essentially.
And Brendan Carr, the head of the FCC, indicated that he isn't done yet. He has his eyes on The View, the popular talk show there, and possibly Jimmy Fallon on NBC. What are you hearing from those camps?
Yeah, I think everyone is worried, the people at The View and the other late night hosts.
Yeah, this is just like they're already naming the people that they want off the air. And, I'm just going to skip this because Robert Reich, he's a former, I think he was labor secretary under Clinton. He's a lawyer, economist, professor at Berkeley. He's probably emeritus by now. But he wrote something about Letterman, David Letterman, and, Jimmy Kimmel, texted back and forth. And Letterman, this little phrase at the end of this essay, this Substack essay that Robert Reich wrote, and forgive me, I cannot figure out how to highlight this damn thing in yellow. So gray was the only color I could manage, but hey, it keeps my place. So Letterman said the institution of the president, of the United States ought to be bigger than a guy doing a talk show. You can't go around firing somebody because you're fearful that they'll get a laugh. That's just not how this works. And, Letterman, kind of being the emeritus late night show dude, he and Jay Leno, these late night hosts, ever since I can remember, and I'm old enough to have watched Johnny Carson back in the day when Johnny Carson, I can remember watching Johnny Carson back in the 70s. They literally routinely, mock the president. And I listened, I read what Jimmy Kimmel said. It was pretty innocuous. And I guess I could go back and find the quote and read it to you, but it's out there on YouTube or, somewhere. You can find it for yourselves. But what Jimmy Kimmel said wasn't even remotely offensive. It wasn't positive. So let's see, what else? From the Hill, this is DOJ quietly removes studies showing right-wing attacks outpace those by the left. Meant to talk about this yesterday. There is a report that was up on the DOJ website that was removed because Trump wants to push the narrative that it is the left, just being out of control with all these attacks. And no, the data does not back that up. And I won't get into whatever his name is. What's his name? The shooter of Charlie Kirk. There's all kinds of stuff swirling around about him being some ultra leftist or something like that. Again, the facts don't back up the narrative. So let's see, what is this about? Well, we'll listen to the article because I'm not sure that this video talks about the article.
DOJ quietly removes study showing right-wing attacks outpace those by left. By Rebecca Bache. Related video. Free speech alarm grows as Trump prepares to target liberal groups over Kirk rhetoric. The Justice Department quietly removed from its website a study showing far-right extremists were responsible for the bulk of ideologically motivated deaths. A move that comes as the GOP seeks to back claims from President Trump that the radical left poses a greater danger than the right wing. The 2024 study, in which several criminal justice researchers reviewed National Institute of Justice data, found far more instances of deaths credited to right-wing groups. The study was still available on the Justice Department website last week, but a researcher on extremism posted on social media that it had been removed in the days after the killing of right-wing activist Charlie Kirk. The number of far-right attacks continues to outpace all other types of terrorism and domestic violent extremism, the study says. Since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives, the study states. In this same period, far-left extremists committed 42 ideologically motivated attacks that took 78 lives.
And I'm going to stop this here because I it's going to get knee deep into this report. I luckily the Hill put a link to the report. It hasn't been removed from the internet, just from the DOJ website, and I dropped that link into the chat if you want to look at it. I think it's like maybe it's a 13-page report, or maybe it's longer than that, but the study, and I assume they'll have how they derive the data and all that stuff. I dropped that link into the chat, so look at it yourself if you are into that sort of thing. So let's see here, what is next? So more Charlie Kirk stuff. Turning Point USA appoints Charlie Kirk's widow as his successor. Well, you know what? Hopefully they give her some time to grieve. This is a little bit strange to me.
Protect your home and auto by.
And I'm gonna make a really odd point. She is the surviving parent to their children, and just a little bit of kind of personal thoughts on this. I was a lot more careful and actually took probably fewer risks than I would have once my wife died. Apparently, being the head of the TPUSA is dangerous, maybe even life-threatening. And it just seems odd to me that a single surviving parent would want to put themselves in this kind of danger. And I mean, I think it's a credible point to say it's a dangerous job. So I think it's just weird, to be honest. What's up, CKJ3? So let's go ahead and listen to this article. It's only a couple minutes.
You're listening to Turning Point USA appoints Charlie Kirk's widow as his successor. a news story written by Alec Dent and read by an AI-generated voice. Turning Point USA, the organization founded by conservative activist Charlie Kirk, announced Thursday that Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk, was unanimously elected to succeed her husband as CEO and chair of Turning Point's board of directors. Charlie prepared all of us for a moment like this one. He worked tirelessly to ensure Turning Point USA was built to survive even the greatest tests, 4 board members wrote in a statement posted to social media. And now, it is our great pride to announce Erica Kirk as the new CEO and chair of the board for Turning Point USA. In a social media post, the organization said that Charlie Kirk expressed to multiple executives that this is what he wanted in the event of his death. Kirk was shot and killed while speaking at Utah Valley University on September 10th. A suspect has been arrested and charged with murder. Kirk founded the organization in 2012 to encourage conservative politics in high schools and universities, and over the next 13 years turned it into a major force in the conservative movement. Kirk was a close ally of President Donald Trump, who memorialized Kirk by saying on social media, "No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie." Charlie and Erica Kirk began dating in 2019 and were married in 2021. The couple had 2 children together. Erica Kirk, a former Miss Arizona USA and founder of a Christian streetwear fashion line, became involved in Turning Point during their relationship and occasionally spoke at events hosted by the group, such as its 10th annual Young Women's Leadership Summit in June, where she and her husband garnered attention for encouraging the girls and young women in attendance to focus on marriage and children over having a career. Erica Kirk also hosts a weekly faith podcast titled Midweek Rise Up. "I'll make Turning Point the biggest thing this nation has ever seen," Erica Kirk said during a live stream Friday in her first public remarks since her husband's death.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things
I
to worry
am
about.
literally
Like that
going
text you just
to
got from your boss?
keep threatening to do it. Look, Ryan, apparently I know you're a busy man, with your highfalutin job and all that sort of stuff. Now, highfalutin, I'm kind of teasing there. But yes, it's about the left. I watch a whole lot more news and read a whole lot more articles. The left wing, Trump has literally used the radical left. So I don't know where you're getting this thing is it's not left wing. You need to pay attention to your MAGA buddies because they're talking and not letting you know what they're talking about, apparently. And Kelvin, this is actually a really good point. Does the widow not grieve? Apparently not. But, we all grieve in different ways. And I want to also add that she and their 2 little girls were at the event where Kirk was assassinated. So, you know what? She is brave. Rand's is left wing. I'm afraid not, Kelvin. I think that I think in your very inexperienced, fresh out of college mind, once you know the ways of the world, you can make the argument that this sort of stuff. I would not call what's his name, Caitlyn Jenner. I would not call her left wing. So you need to do your homework, sir. I know you don't live in the United States, but believe the narrative. But Caitlyn Jenner is not a Democrat or a leftist or anything like that. And I'll leave it there. So let us move on. I mentioned earlier that what Trump is doing with the National Guard is basically going to drive down recruitment into the National Guard, and they're going to lose a lot of National Guard members. They don't ever plan for the long term. So this story kind of struck me. Trump's DC show of force diverts agents and prosecutors from casework. Let's listen to this.
Trump's DC show of force diverts agents and prosecutors from casework.
This article is by Devlin Barrett and read by an automated voice. As President Trump's deployment of federal agents in Washington to crack down on street crime enters its second month, the effects are becoming clear. While crime keeps falling, the other investigative work of the FBI is being delayed, frustrating law enforcement officials and leading some to quit. At the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, a handful of veteran lawyers stepped down recently. The moves quickened the erosion of experience in the office, which was already understaffed before Mr. Trump ordered National Guard troops and hundreds of additional federal law enforcement officers to patrol the streets of the Capitol. At the FBI, many agents focused on financial fraud and public corruption now spend 2 or 3 nights a week patrolling, including
You got a lot of atmospherics there, Ryan.
according to people familiar with the Bureau's priorities. They spoke on the condition of
All right,
anonymity
hold
to
on.
describe internal staffing challenges.
Hold
Similar
what?
delays are
Article?
also affecting counterintelligence
Hold on.
work. These
I just need to ask something. Yeah, can you
The
just
Trump
stop it for 1
administration
second? Are you trying to say that the trans movement is a right-wing thing just because of Caitlyn Jenner? Come on, man. Come on. Is that what you're trying to say? Get serious.
No, it's not.
Okay. All right. I'm just
What
clarifying.
I'm saying.
What
I'm saying. Well, let me further clarify, since you want me to clarify.
Just making sure.
It's not just a left thing either. People want to politicize it, but there are a lot of things that get politicized that simply should not be. Because Charlie Kirk, and let me just make this point because it's a little besides your point. What happened to Charlie Kirk? They want to politicize it, and maybe there's some justification because he was a political figure. But to be honest, if you strip away the politics, it was a tragedy in and of itself, and there are other things that are intersecting with this political point.
I agree with you.
If you actually think that trans is a left-wing thing, then you just don't understand human nature.
No, I would say that the Charlie Kirk situation is surely has been politicized. You're absolutely right. I think the guy's a nut, and I think because he spoke about trans a lot, the guy he did what he did. But overall,
I literally think that's what it was about, not so much politics, because the guy hadn't voted the last 2 elections. At least that's what I've read somewhere. It was really probably specifically about Kirk's stance on the LGBTQ and trans issues. I
totally agree with that.
And again, I'm not FBI. I'm just talking what Stanley thinks. I literally think it was just about it. It wasn't about politics that much.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. But I just want to say that overall, the trans movement, the LGBT movement, is part of the Democratic coalition, and that's a main. I think that's one of the reasons
and
the
again,
Democrats lost.
I think that is literally kindergarten politics 101.
Speaking of kindergarten, drag queen story hour.
No,
was pushed by
it's
Democrats.
drag queen story hour really doesn't have to be political, except it was politicized.
But okay, so
the issue is that the left tends to be a little bit more open-minded about these things.
Yes. Okay, so.
And the right tends not to be. The right tends to be a lot more biblical based. So, I mean, that's the difference. You can politicize it if you want, and but politics is downstream of culture. In my opinion, it's really more a cultural thing that's been politicized. If you believe that politics is downstream of culture, it's really a culture issue.
Well, from a cultural standpoint, I heard a lot of lefties pushing the women's sports.
When you say lefties, you're not necessarily talking about culture.
Okay. Well,
politics is downstream of culture. Are you talking politics when you say lefty? Because I don't, or are you talking culture?
well, in terms
Culture
of the
can
left
be
wing,
culture can be devoid of politics. You can separate the two.
I understand you can, but I don't think most people can and do separate them.
Well, I don't think
Right?
most people are smart enough to understand, frankly, what I'm saying or what you're saying.
I mean, I think that during I saw a Charlie Kirk thing. I never really watched him, but I saw something where this
I
kid
did.
gets up there. Well, he kid gets up there and says, "Hey, I don't think you're a true conservative because you're again, you're okay with gays being in the conservative
Yeah.
party." And Charlie Kirk,
See, and that's exactly my point. So you can't be a conservative if you believe this, as if
that's what the kid said. Well, Charlie
conservatives,
Kirk pushed back.
as if conservatives. Well, I think I heard Charlie's pushback, and it was
He did.
lackluster.
Well, no, he said Dave Rubin's gay, and he's in the Conservative Party. Peter Thiel's gay.
Okay,
He
and
went down-
Dave Rubin gets a shit, dude. When Dave Rubin and his partner adopted kids, I thought he was done for in the conservative movement. Dude, you remember Ben Shapiro basically saying that, hey, I would never come to your wedding?
I get that, but my point of it was.
So what are you talking about? Conservatives
saying
don't
is-
necessarily approve of him.
Okay, his statement was, well, then you are not. Charlie Kirk said, hey, then you're not a conservative to him, to the guy, right? He said, you're not a conservative then. You're not a true conservative. Right. And Charlie Kirk said, I'm pro-family, I'm this, and this. However, just because we don't agree on one thing doesn't mean we don't necessarily we can agree on other things, right? You can still be a part of the conservative movement. Like, I'm okay. Personally, I don't care about gays.
I disagree with that. And you finish what you're saying. I disagree. I think Charlie was being disingenuous with that.
Why? I mean, I'm just wondering. Why
well, you know what? If you are pointing out Charlie Kirk's work, then shit, they just canceled Jimmy Kimmel.
Well, ABC did.
Okay, what I'm saying, no. ABC did it because there is a merger. Is it Nextel? One of the largest local Nexstar. They're trying to do a deal with some company, and they need an exception from the FCC. It wasn't. ABC was basically threatened. Their business, their livelihood was threatened.
That's been alleged. That's alleged.
No. It's fact.
Not well.
I literally just did a story like 2 minutes ago.
I know that. What I'm saying is the deal between the FCC and Nexstar and ABC.
Not the SEC, the FCC.
FCC. That's what I said. That is.
It's not alleged.
No, it is alleged.
Okay, the FCC chief literally mentioned ABC. Trump has literally said, well, Seth Meyers and Jimmy Kimmel are next. Not Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon are next. Okay, literally they're making threats. So how is this alleged?
So allegedly.
Do I
ABC,
need to go back to the news story for you? I need to drop the link?
Let me just say, can I say it?
Dude,
allegedly,
you better say you. Okay, dude, keep saying alleged, and I'm gonna keep hammering you.
Okay, ABC Utah, the ABC affiliate in Utah.
I don't care about that. I'm talking about the threats, the veiled threats and not so veiled threats that Trump and Carr, I think his last name is, the FCC chief. ABC is worried about their business because Nexstar is one of their biggest, local. They own a bunch of local TV stations. It's a business decision, and the business is threatened, and lawsuits. ABC just literally settled a $16 million lawsuit with Trump. Okay,
Can
this isn't alleged threats or anything
I
like
tell you
that.
what I
It's
read?
for
Just
real.
let me get it out, and then you can just roll. So supposedly multiple of those Nexstar affiliates, ABC, right? So ABC in Utah, for example, ABC in blank. Supposedly, like 17 of the 23 said, we're not carrying Kimmel. We're not going to carry it because of what we saw, what Kimmel said. And that's what created the problem initially, was that 17 of 23 were not going to carry Kimmel because of the comments, which I didn't think the
Okay,
comments were bad
so
either.
what? So what? Okay, it was the start, and then the start snowballed.
Yes, but it wasn't just this deal.
So what's alleged?
Well,
So you don't think Carr and Trump were making veiled threats and not so veiled?
No, I think they were making veiled threats, but there's no proof of it.
Okay, so you don't think ABC was like, oh shit, if we don't do something, we're gonna get hammered some way, somehow, because literally we're gonna be going up against Donald Trump and he controls the government.
I think between that and I think that the two things made the decision. The affiliates, the 17 affiliate stations, and Trump's pressure did it. That's my opinion. That's my opinion. It wasn't just the FCC. It's also the stations themselves.
In my opinion is that the linchpin of all of this is Nexstar trying whatever the Nexstar trying to acquire whoever it is. They need an exception from the FCC or maybe even a law change. Okay,
now they have to.
That would be under threat, and ABC does not want to be the cause of their biggest
It's an
affiliate.
acquisition. They have to
I
approve
don't
it.
give a fuck. My
you what it
point
is.
is that
You
what?
don't know.
Okay,
Trying to help you.
Ryan, you know what? You are really starting to annoy me. Okay, don't tell me what it. Don't tell me what it is. What I'm saying is that ABC suspended Jimmy Kimmel because of pressure from the Trump administration, mainly.
Okay, well, it was part of it for sure. I agree with you fully. It was part of it.
In a roller skater, unfortunately, you know what? I guess I have to get a PayPal account. Generally, I just use Cash App, but you don't have to. Dude, roller skater, you've already contributed to the show greatly. Don't. As a matter of fact, stop even thinking about it. Believe me, you have contributed to this show majorly. So, and again, you're a perpetual. You're more than a sponsor. You are like, what would she be, a producer?
Yeah, she's part of the show actually. She's part of the show.
Absolutely. So you don't worry about it, ma'am. Just keep sending me skating videos and be careful.
Can I just make a general statement to you about this whole overarching thing?
Okay.
You know, both of these stupid parties, and I'm a independent, but I do lean center right. Except socially, I don't give a shit, and I'm a lefty. But I'll tell you this much, okay? I've watched them. We talked about it yesterday, I think. They just switched sides again on the whole cancel bullshit, freedom of speech. They literally switched sides again on another issue, immigration. They switched sides on this. I mean, there's a million cancellation, blah blah blah, right from 3 years ago, and now they just switched again. Oh, freedom.
I didn't cover. I didn't continue to cover this issue with Hyundai's battery plant. Trump is literally making exceptions.
Oh yeah, well, he should have
because
he has
it was
policy.
Right, and the bottom line is, look, it's always going to come down to what corporations and business want, and that is going to supersede what Trump's base wants, or at least parts of the base. And I understand why. Look, this battery plant in you might as well call it Savannah. It's like 25 miles outside of Chatham County. Or maybe it's the city limits. I can't remember now. Bryan County. I know right where it is. The bigger thing is it's going to employ like 4,000 people. It's going to be a lot of people getting employed. And by the way, it used to be Union Bag, and now it's Georgia Pacific. It's a paper mill. It's a paper mill in Rankin, Georgia, that I used to actually run a warehouse right across the street from it. Union Bag or Georgia Pacific has literally been there for like, I think they opened that damn place in like in the 1930s. It's been there like.
It smells bad, right? It smells bad.
Well, they took care of it eventually, but it still smells bad. But my point is that those 4,000 jobs at the battery plants opening, we just had a major employer in Chatham. Well, it's actually in Effingham County, I think, next county over. So those jobs are going to be needed. And I think Trump, as much as I can credit Trump, the bigger deal is to kind of make an exception to the immigration stuff, just because the greater good is going to be a lot of those South Koreans were there to train American workers.
Yeah, that's right.
And you know what? Imagining an engineer, like I personally hate paperwork. Like I don't give a fuck about the paperwork. I'm here to do a job. I don't know how many times I've said that. I'll tell you a story. I was in the Navy years ago. So my XO walked into my Radio Shack, and you know what? My inbox, like my pigeonhole inbox, was literally like a storage device for all the paper message traffic I got. And flippant little 23-year-old Stanley, my XO's like, well, Stanley, I call this date timer my brain. He wrote down his appointments and deadlines and stuff like that. And I flippantly told my XO that, hey, if it's not important enough for me to remember, then it's not important. I told that to my XO. And you know what? This motherfucker just looked at me and laughed. He's like, boy, you got balls. Dude, I'm like, you know what? Essentially what I told him is that, hey, I'm not changing it. Now, I would never say something like that today because I don't have my 22-year-old brain. I did actually remember, dude, I could remember deadlines. Just, if I said, hey,
I can
this
remember
is due
phone
by.
numbers, names,
Exactly.
phone numbers. I can't remember shit anymore. I can't remember. I don't remember how to get around DC. I got to use stupid map of the phone now, or I'm lost half the time if I don't have my phone with me. So,
Right.
terrible.
So the bottom line is, yeah, I mean, but see, I don't have a problem with making exceptions to, some of this immigration law. I'm saying if you have, if your kids are U.S. citizens, and an American, whether you're a minor child, I talked about something yesterday where a husband and two children, I think it was, or maybe it was a wife, but 3 of the 4 members of the family are U.S. citizens. And I'm not talking about Abrego Garcia. If Americans are going to be hurt by this immigration policy, make an exception unless, criminality, like if the mother or the father is not a U.S. citizen and they're a criminal, well, I'm sorry. That exception is off the table. Let's find another way to keep the kids in the U.S.
But here's the question:
I don't have a problem with thinking man's exceptions.
What do you then do? Because you're so is there any penalty for what they did at all? Because I don't disagree with you. I don't like breaking up.
Well, what do you mean penalty?
Well, in other words, so you got dad's illegal but hasn't broken the law, and he's even an upstanding guy, right? Like he's a good dude. He works. He does this. If you is there any penalty for him being here illegally, overstaying his visa or whatever? There's got to be
Okay, well, the
penalties.
penalty, if you're caught the first time, is literally like an administrative, they give you a letter. If you're caught the second time, I think it's a felony. Juan went over this quite a while ago. I actually think I clipped it somewhere. That first, if you cross the border and they catch you the first time, you don't go to jail. You get a letter saying, hey, look, if you do it a second time, it's going to be a felony. It's literally like almost the level of a parking ticket.
Well, how about
or
this idea?
speeding ticket.
Like
Okay,
your
I
wife
need
can
you to
give
I need you to understand that jail time is not what you get if you're a first time offender
No, I
crossing the
understand what you're
border.
saying. But
So
what you could
yeah,
also
give them a letter and say, hey, look, but we're going to make an exception in your case.
Well, so right now we're deporting the people, right? So what about saying, hey, you haven't broken a law, but we're going to just charge you extra money to stay?
Hold on one sec. Kelvin, why are you hiding people? I'm looking at the chat here and you hid something by Roller Skater and Deacon Dave. Don't do that. Can you unhide them, please?
Yeah, the British. It's the British. I'm on Old Ox
Okay, well,
Road. You know where that is.
I'm literally. Oh wait, hold it. Something. It says maybe it was an accident or something. I don't care. Just y'all make sure. Roller Skater Texas Girl is royalty in this chat. Period.
Hey, I'm on Old Ox Road, Stanley. You know where that is.
I do. It's in Fairfax, right?
Off the old toll road. It's terrible out here. There's buildings everywhere. They're building everything.
As a matter of fact, there's a bridge. Isn't there a bridge like Old Ox Bridge or something like that?
I don't know. I'm just getting on it from the toll road, and it's too
Are
early.
you actually in the city of Fairfax, or are you in Fairfax County?
Nah, I can't. I'm coming out of DC, and I just got on Old Ox from 267. So, Jesus.
Oh yeah, I pretty much know. But
Hours.
anyway,
anyway, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all right. Anyway, I don't have a problem with exceptions, and we're kind of getting mired here. What was this story even about? Oh, well, this story basically there's been a little bit of a mass migration away from the FBI. It says here,
People quitting. You mean people quitting?
Yes. And I said this would possibly and probably happen with the National Guard. People don't want to go to American cities and have to crack down on their fellow citizens. Okay, look, in the military, it is stressed that we are a military or a Navy, but the civilians are the boss. Okay, the president is a civilian. He's not a member of the military. It's fundamental in your basic, like I just joined the military and I'm taking a class learning about the military. It is stressed that we work for the civilians. And I can tell you, I've never had to do it, but I kind of know the mindset. Dude, having to go and police your fellow citizens, it is not a good feeling.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. And it's also under state jurisdiction for that reason, because it divides federal troops from state troops are attacked against secession. So when you federalize them, that's a problem, in my opinion.
Well, these are civilians who have jobs. You're taking away from their jobs and their family, and you're deploying them in the same country. I can give you another story. I remember this was before an engineering inspection, and the Navy's famous, at least the ship Navy. You know what, motherfuckers? We're going to go out, we're going to go about 50 miles offshore, where you can't worry about your families or beg, off. Motherfucker, where you gonna go? We got engineering drills. We're gonna do them underway. You can't leave. Don't worry about your wife keeping your dinner warm. We got a mess deck. You can get your hot meal there. Well, I remember doing engineering drills, and this was particularly cruel. We didn't go out, 50 miles out where you can't even see land. Our captain anchored us in the Chesapeake Bay, probably 20 miles or less from Virginia Beach. We could literally see fucking people on the beach.
Yeah, absolutely.
Laying out, all these girls. You can use some binoculars. You can see all these people on Virginia Beach having fun. You can see the pier. They're fishing from the pier, and
There you
we are literally at an anchorage doing engineering drills. And I cannot tell you how morale deflating that was. So essentially, that's what you're doing with these people. You're deploying them in their own country, not that far from their homes.
Yeah. It seems kind of goofy, right?
Well, sometimes it's necessary, but in this case, I think Trump is not looking at the long term effects. Virginia Beach, yeah, it's been a while since I've been to Virginia Beach, Sugar Bum. When I was there, it wasn't that dirty, but we're talking the 90s is the last time I was there. So anyway, I think that once again, and Trump is not the first president. In my mind, someone like a George Bush Jr., starts a whole ass war, couple wars, and doesn't think about an end game. I don't think Trump is actually thinking about the end game. He just wants to see the immediate results. So essentially, in the FBI, did I ever tell you I actually passed the FBI test?
No.
Oh yeah. It's a long ass test. There's a psychological component. Oh yeah, I passed it first time.
That's cool.
And oh no, you know what? I just basically decided I didn't want to carry a gun for a living, and that caused some repercussions in my father's mind. But I didn't want to do it, and I didn't.
That's still. I mean, that was my wife's job she wanted to have, and before she ended up in the finance world, worked for the FBI. She's a criminal
Let me
justice.
put it to you this way: I'm not a dumb guy.
Yeah, you're a smart guy.
So, but but what I'm trying to say is a lot of these FBI guys are actually really smart. A lot of them are actual like law school graduates, and as snooty or as elitist as it may sound, I mean, you're taking someone who's working a complicated financial case, and then you're making beat cops out of them. That's a little much. And I did make the and it wasn't a joke that hey, local cops from now on should have FBI credentials. Hey, you know what? Maybe they should. If the FBI is not too good to get out there and walk a beat, our local sheriffs and local police should be trained up and paid like FBI agents.
I will tell you that just coming from the mall down in Washington, it is cleaned up, man. They're still having protests there every single day, something dumb, always. And but I will tell you, man, it was a homeless encampment for a long time, and I do agree with him cleaning up the homeless. I don't even care about the policing the district, but the fact that he cleaned up the homeless.
Problem is going to be once he leaves, they're just going to come back.
Hopefully the citizens.
What's the permanent fix?
it's fixable. So I think that before it was like, hey, how do we fix this? But it's been fixed. So I think the citizens in DC are going to want it like that, right? Kind of like the immigration issue. It's been fixed at the border. Let's just keep doing that. So they'll have to hire cops or something, I'm sure, and some D11 bulldozers to bulldoze these homeless encampments like Trump did. He took a bunch of front end loaders and shit and just bulldozed all their stuff. I think that's pretty shitty, don't you?
Well, it's maybe it's shitty, but it's not surprising. And I think in the end, maybe one thing I can give credit to MAGA, they're a bunch of optimists. I can tell you right now, the DC residents never wanted those homeless encampments, and it was probably something that happened over years or a decade or something like that. It doesn't matter what the residents want. A lot of those people were probably DC residents. Bottom line is that the problem will not be fixed by a temporary solution. It's a permanent problem.
Yeah. Well,
Brian Nichols says he knows the permanent solution. I'm starting to think that Brian Nichols is trying to audition to be a Fox and Friends host.
I think asylum.
Brian Kilmeade or Brian Nichols? Are you really Brian Kilmeade? Brian Kilmeade proposed euthanizing him.
Nah, you got asylums, man. Put them in asylums. That's where they don't want to.
Yeah. That's a good solution.
So why not? I think it's a great idea. They used to arrest them for loitering, but not anymore. So what do you do?
They used to. That's kind of that's echoes of Jim Crow. Arrest them for loitering, and then you might not ever hear from them again.
Well, no racial bias, just loitering. No racial bias. I mean, in fact, legal, illegal, doesn't matter.
Hey, white people can be treated cruelly and disappear too.
I
did not mean it. I did not mean it to be racial.
Well, no, but you said Jim Crow, which is
well, believe me, Jim Crow just happened to be about black people, but a lot of poor whites got disappeared too. If you actually go back and you read the books, there's one called Slavery by Another Name. There were a lot of poor whites that got disappeared too, but you had to be pretty ornery.
The largest lynching was Italians, Dagos, my group. There were 14 in one day.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna ban Dago just like the N-word. No need to use it.
Okay. Well, actually, you're right. I shouldn't use it, even though I am one.
Well,
I don't
give a fuck.
I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy. I don't like the N-word either. So, what about Guinea?
How about just call them Italians?
Yeah. So, I think also WAP is one too, but that's supposed to be
I've used the word once or twice in high school.
It's okay. But no, it's fine. But I think WAP actually stood for without papers. Was the shortened? I think that's why they called them that. I'm telling you.
In Ebonics, it was basically warped.
Warped?
We would say you got a WAP head.
Well, yeah. Well, but listen, seriously about these homeless encampments. I think people in DC are going to be real happy with it the way it looks now. They were ripping the shit out.
They're gonna be happy. What I'm saying is, as soon as the National Guard is gone and things revert back to normal, and it will. The problem isn't fixed. It could happen. Look, part of solving a problem is putting something in place so the problem does not recur.
I don't know how you do that.
Well, then neither does Trump. That's my point. The problem, in 30, 40, 50 years, will we need another Trump to do this again? How about actually fix the problem? Okay, if you
Yeah,
got
but,
a
yeah, but how do you
puncture,
fix
if you
it?
got a puncture in your tire, replace the tire or patch it or whatever. But it's got
How
to
do you
be a
fix
more
it
or less
though?
permanent thing.
You can't fix it.
No idea.
People
I'm not
are on
president.
drugs.
Those are
They're on
questions
drugs.
those are questions that President Trump should be asking himself and talking about.
Yeah, I don't know how you fix it, man. I just know I get sick of looking
Okay,
at them.
it doesn't matter whether you know how to. It matters that Trump or whoever is in
I
charge
proposed a
knows how
solution, and
to.
you don't agree, which is an asylum. Put them in the nut
Okay,
house.
how is that's just a transfer of the problem.
Well, we don't have to look at it as
Do
citizens.
you know the history of asylums in America?
Let me just tell you this much. Before my brother died, he lived on the street half the time. And he didn't want to live indoors. He literally lived on the street. And at the end of the day, he wanted to, he had a substance abuse issue and some mental issues. And he didn't want to live inside. He wanted to live outside. So, but as far as I'm concerned, you know, I think that these places are taken over by the bums now and the mentally ill. And there's got to be a place for them. What do you do with them? By the way, a percentage
How
are on
about
drugs
just put
too.
them? How about just make them all park rangers and put them in put them in
Wow.
national parks?
In
Here's your
DC, that's one of
outside. Here's your
that's what
outside.
that's what they want to do. They're talking about making them into, what do you do with them? I mean, if a lot of these people are
Well,
on
you know
drugs
what?
too. They got to deal with
You
that.
know what? All I have to say is I'm waiting for President Trump to tell us.
Well, I'll say this much. I think it's going to get worse because they legalized marijuana basically, and that's just going to lead to more drug use and more people living on the street. It's just a gateway
Well,
drug.
I think it's led to really good YouTube shows.
What are people smoking on the thing? Just like, there's no. They
I
just
I
smoking
won't
it up.
tell you about your favorite YouTube host. I think legalized weed has made for a better show.
There's no restraint. People are not even ashamed of it anymore. They just do it. Just wow, let me smoke weed. I'm like,
Well,
damn, man.
why be ashamed if it's legal?
I just think I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it's in. I don't agree with it. I think it's not good for society to have everybody smoking dope. I mean, it makes
Well,
people dumber.
Ryan, don't you believe in democracy? You not believing in it is irrelevant if everybody else does.
Do you? What about legalized prostitution? I mean,
Well,
I think it's
Ryan,
damaging.
I haven't smoked weed, and I'm sure I've had the chance to. I think it's for kids.
I'm with you.
Prostitution, I don't agree with it, but some people do. I'm willing to put it up to a vote. And quite frankly, I think there's a good argument that some things that happen out in the open actually do corrupt kids, but I think it's more prone to be corrosive to society. I think the first thing we need to do is deal with this lack of parenting issue that has been
Oh,
going
that's the
on.
biggest problem in the country.
It's literally been, and this is just my personal experience. I'm sure there's studies out there that may confirm or deny, but in my opinion, parenting has been eroding through my time being aware of eroding.
I agree.
And I kid you not, growing up in Savannah, Georgia through the 70s, I literally only knew of one divorce in my parents' friend set. And, we used to go out and, my parents would go visit other parents and the kids would play and all that stuff. I literally only knew one divorce, and they were Catholic, and it was a big deal in the church.
It was a shame. That's right.
No,
That's
it wasn't a shame, but literally, this is maybe back in the 80s, maybe late 70s. Like, there was a time in the Catholic Church, if you got divorced, you couldn't take communion. So
Yes.
they were denied communion. It was like, oh shit, if you really want to do this, this is what's going to happen. And I think the rules have been somewhat relaxed over the decades, but it used to be a big deal. But anyway, I'm talking about parenting specifically, and divorces happen. Sometimes for the better. But all I'm saying, I'm not going to blame divorce for the lack of parenting.
But Stanley, what I'm saying about the weed issue, we've legalized weed gambling in the last 20 years.
My point about all that is that some things can be corrosive to society.
Yeah.
However, if the majority agree on it, then what are you going to do? You can avoid it. You can raise your kids not to do it.
Yeah, well, that's what we do as good parents, right? But by and large, I think some kids think it's okay. I mean, I've had arguments, and I'm like, listen, there's the societal outcomes.
There's some parents who do it in their house, maybe not around the kids, but the kids know.
Well, I think we've rushed to judgment on that and gambling. They've legalized gambling too, and that's corrosive to the family and to society.
Well, the lottery.
It's going to be painful.
The problem is look, money or love of money. The only reason it's legal is the governments, the state governments, local governments can tax it.
Sure.
And prostitution won't be legal until they can tax that. And I don't know how it works in places like Nevada. They may, but I guarantee you the only way vices, if you want to call them that, lottery, Georgia may. I remember, dude, I was alive back in the 70s. Every now and again, a state or lottery in general would come up for a vote in Georgia, and it was voted down for decades. And the way they got it passed is the Hope Scholarship. Hey, we'll use some of the funds. If your kids make a certain grade point average in high school, we'll give them tuition money, et cetera, et cetera. And Georgia did. Now, this is back maybe in the late 80s, if I recall. I'd have to look it up.
Question. Because they did that in my state. They tie it to schools. And then for about 5 years, they pump money into schools, and then all of a sudden, they stop. As soon as it's legal, I'll stop that shit.
Georgia actually still does it. My son got some like governor's scholarship that gave him basically a full ride because, you have to have like a 3.7 GPA or above. So he met those criteria. So the one thing I can say about Georgia is they're still doing it.
That's cool that they did, but once it was passed in my state, it took about 5 years, and they built a couple of schools, put some money into schools. Oh, if you pass this, we're going to do all kinds of stuff with schools. 5 years later, and they backed off the funding for schools and kept all the money, kept all the gambling proceeds. So I just think that a lot of these things, they don't look down the road in 20 years and say, what's it going to cost our people, the citizenry, our society, when we pass gambling and marijuana and even alcohol? Like that has societal costs, and they don't think because they're out of office by then. They're out of office. So I'm not saying. All I'm saying is there's costs that don't get factored into these things, and that's for the next administration. I think it's bad. So it hurts people. It hurts families. So, but it does all start with the family and training your kids right, for sure. So anyway, well, listen, I got to go into this appointment. I'll circle back with you, buddy.
All right.
I gotta go make some money. I'll see you. All right. See you, Stanley.
Take it easy.
Yeah, man.
Well, let's move forward, and we're going to stay on the FBI thing for just a minute. And this is actually, I think, maybe the first or second like news article that I plucked from X. Finally got an X account. I literally never had a Twitter or X account, and Deacon Dave and others were like, well, you need to get an X account. And Dave, I have not posted anything on it. Basically, I just follow news sources and a couple science sources. But anyway, Trump and Patel have weakened the FBI, and that weakness is on full display during the Kirk investigation. This is specifically about a loyalty test. The FBI is basically being, ruined, and in my opinion, deliberate. Trump, if you'll recall, especially in his first term, dude, he went with Russia over like U.S. intelligence sources over, I can't even remember what it was, but, hopefully the FBI isn't permanently hurt.
I think this is the first time we've actually had the entire text of the loyalty test. I want to read this from your reporting and from the lawsuit. These were the questions asked of Officer, well, I guess Acting Director Brian Driscoll. Question 3: who did you vote for? Response 3. Driscoll refused to answer this question and stated that it was an inappropriate question with Hatch Act implications. Question 4. Do you agree that the FBI agents who stormed Mar-a-Lago, to include the rank and file, should be held accountable? Response 4. No. FBI personnel were doing their job in furtherance of court orders, legal warrants, and a properly predicated investigation. Question 5. What are your thoughts on diversity, equity, and inclusion? Response 5. Driscoll mentions that members of his own family were first-generation citizens and that he strongly believes in diversity and a diverse workforce that represents the people the FBI serves. He noted that he does not believe in promoting people for the sole reason of diversity and did not support diluting standards for the sake of diversity alone. Question 6. When did you start supporting President Trump? Response 6. Driscoll refuses to answer this question. Question 7. Have you voted for a Democrat in the last 5 elections? Response 7. Driscoll refused to answer this question. After the final question, the loyalty test interview ends. I don't know that what is it, 10 years of covering the Trump story, I don't know that that's ever been revealed as the actual ambition of a loyalty test atop the FBI. It's stunning to read.
I agree. And it was.
You know what? I'll stop this here. Why is it stunning to these people? I swear, and I've always liked history. My mother was into history, so I've always kind of been into it. But more so since I've gotten older. And one of these days I'll talk about that, why I'm more into it now. I think some of it has to do with being older. You kind of see mortality, and you kind of, in your life, you will wonder, how did I get here? So you go back and read history books. But that white Americans especially, but just Americans in general as well, that you don't understand how loyalty oaths came to be and why it would pop up. I think it's either disingenuous or they're actually stupid. Literally, you can go back to the founding of the actual country, where there were loyalists or Tories or whatever they were called, and then there were patriots. There were federalists and anti-federalists. Just sometimes, and I guess it's for the show, or I guess it's, you want to, I don't know what it is, but this pretending to be stupid bullshit to be accepted by the masses or an audience. I know it's necessary, but it's just disappointing. Of course, you know why they're loyalty oaths. That's been around in American history for quite some time, here and there. You're not. What did Biden say? If you don't vote for me, you're not black. That's literally a loyalty oath. Why don't these people see shit like that? So anyway, Let's switch gears and look at the CDC. And I'm going to be honest. I don't. This is a big deal, I guess, but it's not as big a deal as the media will make it. There's this particular vaccine that they're saying kids don't need as newborns. They're saying, okay, well, let's push it back to 4 years old or something. They're not saying kids shouldn't take the vaccine. The debate is over when. So I honestly, this wouldn't be the hill I'd die on. And then there's an MMR without the chicken pox part. I don't see what this big deal is, but I wanted to bring it to people's attention. This new vaccine panel that that has been put in place by RFK Jr. It's not a final decision. It still has to go to the head of the CDC, the temporary head of the CDC, and I'm guessing, it'll be okay. But again, any chance I could get to criticize the Trump administration, I will gladly take, but I don't think this is that big a deal. Kids will have access. It's just when they should get it. And I'm not sure that I don't accept that, as soon as you're out of the womb, you should be getting all these shots. Not sure. I don't see a big deal with this. A bigger deal is Trump going to the Supreme Court to asking the Supreme Court to allow him to fire Lisa Cook. Now, supposedly she has committed some sort of mortgage fraud, but she's been accused. She hasn't even been indicted or anything like that. It's a Trump ally who accused her of wrongdoing, and she has done nothing to be fired for cause. And I eagerly await what I imagine this will be on the shadow docket. If the Supreme Court allows this, then the FDIC, the Fed, is no longer independent. That's just how it's going to be. And I made a hot take yesterday, and I just don't know how hot the take is. Don't talk about authoritarianism as possible. We're here, folks. People's shows have been suspended or canceled. ABC and CBS have already done capitulations to Trump. NBC is probably going to take precautions, or who knows what they're going to do with Seth Meyers and Jimmy Fallon. But the bottom line is that stop saying authoritarianism is possible. We're here. And I'm tempted to show Pierce. The amazing Lucas was on Pierce Morgan a few nights ago. And from what I've seen, and I just watched like the opening of it, he went in and, dude, I don't like watching his show generally, his actual YouTube show, because it's just too much distraction, sometimes to the point of being cartoonish. I don't like these cuts. Like if you say something funny, you have to do an applause soundbite, or you have to cut in a video. Just fucking say what you got to say and move on. Maybe it's too much Walter Cronkite in my memory banks. But the bottom line is Amazing Lucas got up there and he destroyed those poor, what's her name? Riley, whatever her name is. And he just got up there and he ruled. And I appreciate a young black man who's rather articulate, knows his shit, has a sense of humor, and he just mocked those fools. Hopefully one of these days I'll grow up to be the Amazing Lucas. But let's play this. I really have a problem with what Trump's doing here. This has nothing to do with DEI. This is literally taking someone and firing them for cause when there's no legal cause.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little. This is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home.
Story written by Justin Juvenile and read by an AI-generated voice. The Trump administration asked the Supreme Court on Thursday to immediately allow it to fire Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook, an unprecedented move that would give the president greater power over the central bank and its unparalleled role in steering the U.S. economy. The case sets up the biggest test to date of President Donald Trump's push to exert greater control over independent agencies by firing their board members and heads. Trump has already successfully petitioned the court to fire executives from 3 other boards, while cases against their removal play out in court. The Trump administration tried unsuccessfully to get a court to remove Cook before a 2-day Federal Reserve meeting this week, in which the central bank cut interest rates by a 1/4 point amid signs of a softening labor market. Cook voted to lower the rate. Trump has accused Cook of mortgage fraud, a charge she denies. The Justice Department is investigating, but no charges have been filed. The Washington Post has obtained documents that appear to contradict the Trump administration's claims about the mortgage fraud accusations. Solicitor General D. John Sauer wrote in the emergency filing with the Supreme Court that Trump had the necessary grounds to carry out a for-cause removal of Cook, as the law governing the Fed requires, and said lower courts did not have discretion to review the president's rationale. The president's strong concerns about the appearance of mortgage fraud, based on facially contradictory representations made to obtain mortgages by someone whose job is to set interest rates.
Listen to what Sowers is saying as Solicitor General. He's basically saying lower courts cannot contradict the president. They don't have the right to do it. Essentially, the argument is, hey, Trump is the head of the executive branch. The Supreme Court is the head of the judicial branch. It needs to be head of branch talking to head of branch. And the problem with that is the law supersedes all. Okay, even the president is subject to law, and the whole reason to have a judicial branch is to interpret the law, what's legal and what's not. It is literally not a one-to-one. It's the 3 branches are not analogous to each other. If analogous is the right word. Okay, one is the legislature, one is the executive, one is the judicial, and there are 3 different functions. Okay, there is no one-to-one. If the president is under the law in the judicial branch, all, from top to bottom is interpreting the law, then they interpret the law. And it really has nothing to do with whether they have the right to, talk about the president's rationale. It's whether the president is following the law. You know what? It's a dumb argument that Sowers is making. It's a dumb argument. Trump has hired a bunch of dummies. And if you've ever heard Sowers, because he was Trump's personal lawyer in that New York business fraud case. Sowers, how he wound up being Solicitor General, I don't know, other than loyalty to Trump. I've heard him argue cases before the Supreme Court. We're not talking the brightest bulb on that Christmas tree. And I'm not even a lawyer, and I can tell. So anyway, let us listen to the rest of this.
That affect Americans' mortgages satisfies any conception of cause, Sauer wrote. Cook has contended that her removal was illegal and a pretext for Trump to have a Fed board that would accede to his wishes to lower interest rates. Cook is one of 7 members of the Fed board. The Senate this week confirmed Trump's latest pick for the board, Stephen Moran, who previously served as an economic advisor to the president and is taking a leave from the White House.
The Fed is tentatively expected to lower interest rates at least 2 more times this year. Sauer asked the court to remove Cook while it considers the case. Cook's attorneys wrote in a filing later Thursday that such a move could cause havoc. That disruption would subvert the Federal Reserve's historical independence and disrupt the American economy, they wrote. The court could decide within days on the request, or it could decide not to hear the case at all, leaving Cook on the Fed board. If the High Court decides to weigh in on Cook's firing, it will be one of a trio of current cases in which the High Court will decide whether to greatly expand the president's power over the economy and federal spending. The Supreme Court has already said it will hear on an expedited basis a case over the legality of Trump's sweeping tariffs. Arguments will be held on November 5th, and a decision is likely to come before the end of the term next summer. The High Court is also grappling with an emergency appeal by the Trump administration, which is asking the justices to allow it to freeze billions of dollars in foreign aid budgeted by Congress. The case is a significant test of Trump's bid to exert more control over government spending. A ruling could come at any time. A divided federal appeals court on Monday night found Cook can keep her job, ruling against the Trump administration and its last-minute push to remove her ahead of the central bank's key meeting on Tuesday and Wednesday. The 3-judge panel said Trump violated Cook's rights by not giving her a chance to defend herself against the accusations. The government does not dispute that it failed to provide Cook even minimal process, that is, notice of the allegation against her and a meaningful opportunity to respond, before she was purportedly removed, the majority wrote in the 2-1 ruling. Judges Bradley N. Garcia and J. Michelle Childs, both appointees of former President Joe Biden, ruled against the Trump administration. Judge Gregory G. Katsas, a Trump appointee, dissented. Katsas wrote that a federal judge was wrong to grant Cook an injunction against her removal on grounds that the alleged mortgage fraud occurred before she was nominated to the Fed. He also said Cook did not have a right to due process. Both holdings are mistaken, and the equitable balance here tips in favor of the government, Katsas wrote. Sauer wrote in Trump's new filings with the High Court Thursday that Cook had been given due process. The Trump administration has already won rulings from the Supreme Court, allowing it to remove board members of the Consumer Product Safety Commission, National Labor Relations Board, and Merit Systems Protection Board. The justices found the Constitution vests executive authority in the president in one of the cases, and so the president could remove the officials despite laws insulating them from political interference. But the justices said in a decision earlier this year that the Fed was structured differently, and that the same standards would not necessarily apply. In a separate case, Chief Justice John G. Roberts Jr. allowed Trump to go forward with the removal of a Democratic member of the Federal Trade Commission earlier this month while the court considers whether to weigh in on a case challenging her removal.
Discover a smarter way to manage your law firm with Filevine.
All right. Well, my opinion is that presidents are not above the law, and I think this whole unitary executive theory showdown that Trump is attempting to do, it's because Congress didn't do its job probably since World War II. Okay, all this stuff, all these. And I'm not saying it was in bad faith, but it's time for Congress to take back some of its authority. A lot of this is because Congress felt, well, hey, we're not experts. Let's delegate some of our authority to the administrative state. Maybe the mistake was not keeping these agencies under congressional rule. And I understand why, putting them in the executive branch was better. The executive branch has the law enforcement. The executive branch can actually enforce its wishes. But, having someone like Trump, I guess we're seeing the error of our ways. And I also want to give Trump a weird sort of compliment. He is what a lot of the founding fathers and the framers of the Constitution feared, a natural tyrant. And in the best case scenario, we kind of know what a tyrant looks like now. We kind of know what a CEO of the country looks like now. And hopefully, when we get the right people in place, they can build, they can reinforce these guardrails of democracy against another Trump. Because now that the president is set, there will be another Trump. And, he's not, he's a problem. And as I said yesterday, this is a white people problem. Trump, Black Americans, too many voted for Trump, but this is literally an American. All the people who say that America is a white man's country, it is your problem now. So let us move on. No one should be very confident. I did not look at this story. It just sounded interesting. Ooh, long article. Well, let's see. No one should be able to. Well, I think my takeaway from this is basically going to be that Trump, this flood the zone policy that Trump is introduced and so proud of, businesses tend to like stability, and Trump is not providing that. Literally, all his tariffs have been ruled unconstitutional. And the Supreme Court's going to be looking at that case in early November. So, how do you plan for tariffs when they've been ruled unconstitutional, at least by a lower court? And I can't remember if the tariffs can remain in place. I don't think they enjoined the tariffs. So the tariffs, if I recall, are going to be continued up until a Supreme Court decision. And the problem is we won't know that decision until probably next year at the end of the term. So there may be an argument for a more responsive Supreme Court at some point. So ICE seeks hundreds of new offices across the U.S. as agency expands. They have lowered the standards for the FBI, by the way, and they've lowered the standards for Bureau of, Immigration. What is it? Immigration Control and something or another. I forget what ICE stands for. But the bottom line is we can now have 18-year-olds rounding up immigrants. I've worked with 18-year-old new recruits into the Navy, and we didn't give them guns and authority. They had leading petty officers and chief petty officers, because these 18-year-olds can be rather exuberant, and sometimes they don't understand the responsibilities that authority requires. So giving them guns and authority, scary.
You're listening to ICE seeks hundreds of new offices across U.S. as agency expands, a news story written by Hannah Nathanson and Robert Klemko and read by an AI-generated voice. Immigration and Customs Enforcement is seeking new office spaces in hundreds of locations across the United States to support plans to hire thousands of lawyers and immigration enforcement officers, according to 6 federal officials familiar with the matter and records obtained by the Washington Post. The office spaces are being sought on ICE's behalf by the General Services Administration, the agency responsible for managing federal real estate, according to the officials and the records. In recent weeks, high-level staffers with ICE approached the GSA and said the government needed to secure roughly 300 office sites nationwide as fast as possible, in a bid to house more than 10,000 new employees, the officials and the records show. The GSA has formed special planning teams to facilitate ICE's expansion, according to the officials, who spoke on the condition of anonymity to describe internal personnel matters they were not authorized to discuss publicly. Records obtained by the Post show there are now standing meetings within the GSA to discuss the ICE surge. ICE has said it plans to hire more than 10,000 immigration officers, as well as additional lawyers to prosecute removal cases. Those staffers will be located at offices across the country, some in red cities and red states, including in the South and the Midwest, according to one federal official with direct knowledge of the expansion efforts. No leases have yet been signed, as the initiative is still in the procurement phase, according to another official directly familiar with the project. Contacted for comment, the GSA provided a written statement attributed to a spokesperson. We are proud to support U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, in fulfilling their mission to protect America. We are working closely with our agency partners to ensure they have the facilities that fit their workforce needs. The Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to a request for comment Thursday afternoon. The enforcement agency is expanding rapidly as the Trump administration seeks to deport undocumented immigrants. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi L. Noem said Tuesday that ICE has received more than 150,000 applications from patriotic Americans, hoping to join the administration's push to remove the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens from the U.S. The agency has made tentative job offers to 18,000 applicants, she said. This summer, Congress tripled ICE's enforcement and deportation budget to $29.9 billion and pledged $45 billion for construction of immigrant detention centers. In its recruiting push, the agency has lifted age caps for applicants and encouraged retired ICE agents and law enforcement officers to rejoin the ranks, offering bonuses up to $50,000. Now, ICE staffers are placing intense pressure on the GSA to sign leases as fast as possible, according to the federal official with direct knowledge of the program. It's like we want this yesterday, the official said. At least one meeting scheduled this month within the GSA to discuss the ICE surge shows that agency staff are facing stiff demands for speed. We're off to the races with the ICE effort, reads one message announcing the meeting obtained by the Post. I'm trying to pack an hour's worth of material into 30 minutes. ICE staffers have also expressed the view that money is no object, even though the cost of adding all the new offices will easily run into the tens, if not hundreds of millions, the official familiar with the project said. The new sites being sought on ICE's behalf are mostly furnished office spaces, according to two officials with knowledge of the program. In some instances, ICE personnel may wind up taking over federal offices left vacant after the U.S. DOJ service terminated parts of agencies, the officials said. And in other cases, ICE may take over existing leases, they said. The GSA posted a listing on a public federal contracting website this month asking for competitive lease proposals for as-is, fully finished and furnished office space in support of administrative operations for law enforcement. The proposed locations include major cities in Alabama, Idaho, South Carolina, Florida, and Wisconsin, among other places. The GSA did not immediately respond to a question asking whether the listing is part of the ICE expansion effort. The surge in ICE hiring aims in particular to expand two branches of the agency, two officials said, the Office of the Principal Legal Advisor, OPLA, and Enforcement and Removal Operations, ERO. The OPLA is effectively the legal arm of ICE, with more than 2,000 lawyers and support staff who help prosecute immigration removal cases, as well as provide legal advice to the agency and defend it in court, according to ICE's website. ERO handles all aspects of immigration enforcement, the website says.
Yeah, I'm going to stop that here. Probably went on too long. 18-year-olds with this much power. I've seen them in the Navy. Not sure it's the best of decisions, but, maybe it'll be like, the Navy or the military where, they grow into responsibility. So I'm not going to criticize too much, but I'm not sure that, other law enforcement agencies, I would think you would have to be 21, but I don't know for sure. It worries me having a bunch of 18-year-olds running around herding up illegal aliens and don't really care how people might want to criticize that. So let's move on to a couple international news stories. This actually kind of made me chuckle when I when I read it. Russia and Vietnam deployed a mechanism to conceal arms deal payments to avoid Western sanctions, using profits from joint energy sector ventures to pay for defense contracts, according to internal Vietnamese documents obtained by the Associated Press. You know what? I don't know that other countries really feel the need for transparency. And I also suspect that this, some of what Trump is doing as far as tariffs and stuff and sanctions are driving a lot of things that might be concerning underground. So essentially, Russia can continue this war with Ukraine. They'll be getting weapons, and there's no way to track it. If arms deal payments, that means that there are arms to continue a war that Trump swears he's trying to stop. So I don't know what I need to say. I don't think Trump has the gift of foresight. This is another, kind of a free speech issue. Texas A&M. Oh, we're doing some local, kind of local stories here. Texas A&M president to step down after controversy over gender ideology. So, some instructor of children's literature talked about more than two genders. Now, this is college. This is not, I could kind of understand this if this was being taught at Drag Queen Story Hour, as Deacon Dave is so frightened of. Deacon Dave, apparently he knows a lot about this sort of stuff and is afraid. He's afraid of how children learn how to read. It's got to be from a man's man. Can't be from a tranny. Totally stupid idea. And then he's talking about me in glaze. So anyway, a whole university president has to resign because some instructor that was teaching a children's literature course. However, the children's literature course was not to children, it was to college students. And even letting them know that there are theories out there where there's more than two genders, got him fired. I would blame this on Trump, except Abbott is the governor. So Abbott is the proto-Trump. So let us move on. Let's see here. Now, I actually did have a Threads account when Elon Musk bought Twitter. I opened a Threads account, and of course, I never used the Threads account. I'm just not that kind of social media person. But this is actually interesting in that lawmakers, New York City local lawmakers, arrested demanding entry to immigrant detention at 26 Federal Plaza in Manhattan. Basically, 11 New York City elected officials were arrested by Department of Homeland Security officers on Thursday afternoon in a protest over immigration enforcement at the Jacob K. Javits Federal Building in Lower Manhattan. I wonder if that's the same building that they shot. What was that Tom Selleck police show where he played the police commissioner? I wonder if that's the same building. So the elected officials, mainly members of state senate and assembly, refused to leave the premises after being refused entry to the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement holding rooms for detained immigrants on the 10th floor of 26 Federal Plaza. All 11 officials were released shortly after their arrest, so they must not have been accused of anything major. But we should know that New York City is going to become, Zoran Mamdani takes over. It's going to become little Russia. Now, this is totally interesting. I heard Donald Trump yesterday at the press conference he gave with the British Prime Minister talk about the air base, and I cannot remember the name of it. I'll have to look into this story, but Trump is thinking that the air base that was abandoned by Biden, the Taliban is going to let him have it. Bagram, that's what it is. So I want to listen to this. Trump again thinks because he's Trump and we're America that the Taliban's just gonna say, "Oh, hey, we're afraid." I don't know what he's thinking sometimes, but not clearly wouldn't be my first guess.
Taliban rebuffs Trump's effort to regain airbase in Afghanistan. This article is by Elion Peltier and read by an automated voice.
Yeah, Blue Bloods. I actually like that
Taliban
joke.
officials late Thursday rejected a
years.
suggestion by President Trump that the United States might regain control of the last base it abandoned during its withdrawal from Afghanistan, but they left open the possibility of talks to improve ties between the two countries. During a news conference on Thursday with Prime Minister Keir Starmer of Britain, Mr. Trump said that his administration had been working to reclaim the facility, the Bagram Air Base outside Kabul, which U.S. forces abandoned in 2021, shortly before the Taliban retook control of Afghanistan. "We're trying to get it back because they need things from us," Mr. Trump said. He added that Bagram was strategically important for the United States because it's an hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. Mr. Trump has said in the past that the United States should not have abandoned the airbase, but his comments on Thursday were the first public acknowledgement that negotiations to reclaim it might be underway. The Taliban government was quick to respond, suggesting that it was open to conversation, but not the return of U.S. security personnel. Without the U.S. having any military presence in Afghanistan, both Afghanistan and the U.S. need to engage with each other, and they can have political and economic relations based on mutual respect and shared interests, Zakir Jalali, an Afghan foreign ministry official, said on social media. Afghans have never accepted the military presence of anyone throughout history, Mr. Jalali added. But for other kinds of engagement, all paths remain open for them. He called Mr. Trump a good businessman and negotiator, more than just a politician. Other officials were less diplomatic. Muhajir Farahi, a deputy minister, posted part of a poem on X. "Those who once smashed their heads against the rocks with us, their minds have still not found peace." He ended his post with Bagram, Afghanistan. Mr. Trump did not specify in his comments on Thursday what he envisioned for Bagram. The United States has kept a minimal level of public engagement with Afghanistan since the Taliban takeover, restricting it to hostage negotiations. In a rare visit to Afghanistan last week, Adam Bowler, the Trump administration's special envoy for hostage response, met with the Afghan foreign minister, Amir Khan Muttaqi, in Kabul. The State Department referred any comment about Bagram to the White House, which referred comments to the Department of Defense. It said in a statement on Thursday that "we are always ready to execute any mission at the President's direction." Afghanistan has remained largely isolated on the global stage since the Taliban took control in August 2021. The Taliban government has not been recognized by any country other than Russia. Its economy is struggling to attract foreign support and private investments, and as high-level meetings at the United Nations General Assembly are set to begin on Monday, Afghanistan will once again not be represented because its officials face a UN travel ban. Bagram, which sits 25 miles north of Kabul and was built by the Soviet Union in the 1950s, was the largest U.S. base in Afghanistan during its 20-year occupation of the country. Mr. Trump said in March that the United States should have stayed at Bagram, not because of Afghanistan, but because of China, because it's exactly 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear missiles. At the time, he claimed that Bagram was now under China's influence, which the Taliban denied. During its withdrawal from Afghanistan, the United States left behind thousands of weapons and other pieces of military equipment, and a sprawling embassy compound that sits vacant in the center of Kabul. U.S. military uniforms and shoes can still be found in Kabul's bazaars, and a message in graffiti greets international visitors coming from the airport. Our nation defeated America with the help of God. Tyler Pager and Eric Schmidt contributed reporting from Washington, D.C., and Safiullah Padshaw from Kabul, Afghanistan.
Wow. Well, I don't know what to say to that, but I guess you couldn't really argue that point. And now they're begging to come back. I don't really agree. I don't get Donald Trump's need of background. Why would China be afraid? How is it strategic? I would have to dig farther into this because you would still have to get permission to fly over Afghanistan's airspace into China, especially if it's like an attack mission or something like that. I don't get it, but you know what? He's the president. He probably knows more about this stuff than I do. So this is the EAE science moment. I need to start doing more science stories, according to EAE. So this is a quote, non-Newtonian fluid made from cornstarch and water changes from fluid to solid when external force is applied. And I wonder if it's actually the force or the heat. Maybe it's heat plus force. I don't know. But it is pretty interesting to look at. Maybe there'll be a new type of silly putty. Haven't played with silly putty. As a matter of fact, I don't know that my son ever played with silly putty. I'm sure he must have, but I don't recall. I'll have to ask him. But who knows? We could have a new silly putty. So, folks, that's the end of the news stories, unless something emergent comes up. And we are at 2 hours. So, it looks suspiciously like pancakes. Thank God I don't like pancakes. Well, I like them. I just don't put syrup on them. But, yeah, it is pretty interesting. But it still reminds me of silly putty. I could think of cool things to do with this for kids. So anyway, this next video, and I really don't care who likes it or not. These are two presidential historians, and the subject is how Trump compares to other U.S. presidents. And they kind of fawn over each other in the first few minutes. And but I like historians. One of the questions they ask each other, I think, is, what makes one become a historian? Plus Allison Coe, I think she's awfully cute, especially when she was younger. So part of it is gawking. So let's hear what these historians have to say.
Martisby, but if you're watching this, I'm not alone this
time. Oh, and they're both Substack writers.
To this episode, Dr. Alexis Coe.
Thank you.
So good to see you. Y'all, if you're tuning in, you get to see us interact for the first time, because this is the first time we've met, right? How did we cross paths? How did I get on? I've known about you because you're like a mega rock star historian. But how did I cross your path?
I think you were one of the most interesting people in my Twitter feed, because while I do, rest in peace, miss Twitter and Twitter historians, you would get into these little algorithmic ruts. And so I would see you and I'd be like, oh, hello. And I would come to your side because I think it's interesting to talk to people who study what you study, which is so particular, but you won't grow as a scholar or as a person if you are in these insular little worlds. And in particular, presidential history is, very male. You're not solving any problems there, but it's also incredibly white. I serve as diverse. And so it is something that I always assume. I think anyone who reads and is curious and thinks about the world and wonders what other people think, I think that the more you know, the more you don't know.
Yes.
And so I always so I think, you are like a gift. Like there's so many gifts as far as public historians and public intellectuals. And so I find it a privilege, and I never think like, oh, you feel this, this is like lovely. You're seeing a little bit of a mutual. This happens with historians when we meet and we admire each other from afar. And no, this is so exciting for me.
Oh, very cool. So folks, we're going to talk all things history. And look, you've been tracking with me for a while. You know that I geek out about history. Now you got two historians on here, so you already know what you're going to get. So get your
Well, apparently this is becoming like a historian's matchmaking service.
popcorn, probably a seatbelt, and buckle in because it's going to be a wild ride. Your latest book is called "You Never Forget Your First: A Biography of George Washington." Now, how cool is that? It's very rare that you find historians with a bit of humor and wit in them. Did you come up with that title? Was that a publisher thing? Did that evolve?
No, it was on me, but I didn't think we were going to use it. It was a placeholder. It was a joke because, when you write to your agent, when you write to whomever and you say, I want to write about George Washington, they're like, oh, what could you possibly have to say? That's just, the same sort of five big white male historians kind of rotate, and they'll do it. Washington's honor, Washington's this, Washington's that. And I knew I wanted to catch them off guard immediately. And so
Which you did, yeah.
Which I did. And then so "You Never Forget Your First" was the subject line to my agent. And then the email said, before you have a reaction to it, I want to ask you to think about this question seriously. You cannot tell me George Washington couldn't tell a lie, that he had wooden teeth, that he was the general, that he was the president, and that he, at the time, this was like 2015. So the peaceful transition of power was like not a thing.
Remember
it was like the Easter egg roll. Who cares? It's important, blah, blah, blah. But like, we're not talking about it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay, you can't tell me any of that. What else can you tell me about him?
Okay.
And then I said, I think there's room for another book on the shelf. And I think it's actually really sorely needed and overdue. But I didn't realize, so I think then I sort of thought, I'll come up with a better title. Same with Simon, the term I coined. I thought I'd come up with a better title,
Simon?
something more appropriate, something more befitting of our profession. But I do, I have a sense of humor. I think you spend a lot of time with dead white men, and you need some levity. And life is pretty joyless if you don't have it. So I try to have fun with my work, and I was struggling to come up with something. So this was the working title. And whenever I give a talk, I would be introduced because I was already, I had one book out, and I had I was already sort of a well-known quantity. And so I would have these talks or events, and my bio, the person would introduce me and they'd say, she's working on a biography of George Washington, or she's working on a new book. It's called "You Never Forget Your First: A Biography of George Washington." And there would be just a 1 second pause, and then everyone would erupt in laughter. And already that was quite different.
Yes.
I obviously went to a lot of Washington talks at that point, and I can tell you I was very worried that was different. And I thought, okay, well, the thing I want to do with this book is disarm people. And I want people who don't read presidential history because they feel like it's not for them because it tends to be a for us, by us, about us kind of thing. And so I want them to feel like, okay, this is a little different, clearly. Let's go there. And the title did it. So I told my publisher, you know what? I know this is crazy, but I think we should keep it. And they're like, oh, thank you for joining us. This has been for like
They knew
years
this.
while you've been writing this. We already decided that. So
Oh, good.
be
Okay.
careful
Very
before you
good.
make a dumb joke.
It's brilliant. And you know what is the cool part, folks? If you're tuning in, go to her Substack, Study Mary Kill,
Mhm.
which, okay, we're seeing
How
a
I feel
pattern
about
here.
history, you know.
Please unpack, like, Study Mary Kill is also unforgettable. How does that relate to history?
Well, that's how I feel about history for sure. You know, we can't study everything. I spend years with my subjects, and unfortunately, fortunately, I'm not going to live forever, and I need to somewhat. You know, time is our most precious commodity, but there is still you still want to have little flings here and there, and some of it you just hate. Like, you absolutely hate it. You want nothing to do with it. It's whatever it is. And so that's I for a while would have guests on, and I would ask them, you know, would you tell me something you would study, or I would give them options. I would say, okay, here are 3 things. Tell me if you would study, marry, and kill it. And then I sort of stopped doing that, and I should do it again. I got sort of sad, you know. Things always change when Trump's in charge, but it was during the pandemic that I started. I was the kind of girl who read a Tumblr. She didn't write a Tumblr. And I never would have done it, except that Substack approached me during the pandemic and asked me, and they gave me like a tiny grant, and the archives were closed. So I was like, I will take this tiny grant. Thank you so much. But I don't actually think I started to really understand it and really love it until a few years ago. And now it's just, it's like a really safe space for me. It's really nice.
Yes. I still say the DNA of Substack is for writers. And I get so excited about people on Substack who love writing. So we'll get into more of that. Let's pull back the curtain on what it's like being a historian.
Yeah.
I think people are interested in this. So first of all, let's start with, I think, your latest article. Don't call her Mary Todd Lincoln. Can you tell us just a little bit about that? Because I want people to go to the Substack and read it in more depth. But it's so intriguing.
Yeah, call her by her name. So this is I say, you know, I am Sisyphus and this is my boulder, because I'm most certainly, there are a lot of things I'm going to lose, a lot of battles I fight, but one must keep fighting because you don't give in. And so my active resistance, because it's wrong. Okay, so when you die, what do you want people to call you? Like, what do you want on your headstone? Do you want your name, or do you want a name you literally never used? You want your name. It's a really fundamental, relatable thing. And that's what's so surprising to me about how I just will never win this. There's actually a musical called Mary Todd Lincoln right now, which sounds great. And everyone always asks me if I've seen it. And I'm always like,
you have moral qualms about it.
I just don't know if I can. It's for me, it's sort of like being a scab, but I'm like I'm the union rep, I'm the protester, I'm all the things. But so Mary Todd, before she married Lincoln, was from Kentucky, from a Confederacy loving, who would, you know, fight against the Union later on during the Civil War. From a family that she left at like 20 and moved to, you know, she was in Springfield, Illinois, and she was at a ball and she rejected a 24-year-old. And he told her, like, she slithered across the dance floor or something. Like, he didn't have a way with words, and he was known around town for being, you know, William Herndon is his name, for being kind of a drunk and having a loose tongue. And that guy ends up being Lincoln's law partner. And he spends a lot of time hating her and doesn't like that their kids are around. And as soon as Lincoln dies, he makes a profession out of talking about their profession. It's not like he was at the White House at all, but he was his law partner. And he found a way. He's Mary's greatest hater. And he found a way to really get at her because he called her Mary Todd Lincoln so that she would have to carry that name on her back. Because, of course, she's the widow of the great emancipator. So and what sort of drives me crazy, and I want to return to this and why I think it's so sort of atrocious. And he also, declared someone else to be the love of Lincoln's life and all these things. And would say that he had a joyless life, his family life, but then would also complain about how the kids and the family were always stopping by and like being so loud and laughing and playing and staying for so long. And it's like, oh, it sounds miserable. And that's not at all really what people did during that time. And so it is clearly a close-knit, joyous family. But the thing that's maddening to me is CBS ran this thing, 60 Minutes. They went into the archives and they wanted to look at this petition. And they said, here's a petition for Abraham Lincoln's widow to get a pension. And they zoom in on the signature and it says Mrs. A. Lincoln. And what's the narration? Mary Todd Lincoln. It's not there. There's no there. Like, it's not. They're literally like,
They're looking at the primary source. Yeah.
It's very impressive. And I think sort of translates to things that we see now with misinformation. Like it's sort of, I'm just sort of thinking through this now.
Well, I'm going to be
some
going to
people
be
respond to it really
kind of
well. I noticed
contrary
that this
here.
was used on the
This
White
is a
House
bit of a
Historical
quibble.
Association website, and they have not always. I've sort of been down on them publicly about some of their mishandling, I think, of slavery. Because people go there almost, it's the White House Historical Association. Those are like the first hits for all of my kind of history. And so it's really important that the children who are in school, who are doing reports, the adults who are trying to learn, that they get the right information from the ground floor. And so I wrote to them and I said, I really think that it would be meaningful if you erase this. And I was like, oh, I'll try to, this hasn't worked before, but it worked.
Whoa.
They agreed that she deserved to have her name, not something she was branded with. And then the Mary Todd Lincoln House, I had the opposite experience. And I really, in the Substack post, walked people through it in a way I thought was maybe a lot, but people really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Because they really sort of showed how outrageous the conversation was. The woman sort of said, well, this is an interesting thought piece, kind of, but not really. It's her name or it's not. It's really black and white to me. And if you are making a profit, even if you're a nonprofit, if you're making a profit, you're charging money, you're asking donations for a place that is supposed to be about Mary Lincoln, it should have her correct name. And her excuses just were not good is the other thing. So I felt like a little bit, it's kind of like there have been so many articles about how it's slightly embarrassing and unnerving that the insurrection, a lot of these people, they're not the smartest or the best or the most, like, this is not some of it's now well thought out, but it wasn't. And that's quite clear. And like, how are they doing this? How is it working? And that's kind of like what her response was. She said, well, also, we don't want her to get mixed up with her daughter-in-law, Mary Harlan Lincoln. And I was like, literally no one is having that problem.
Wow. Wow.
No, I study Lincoln. I forget about this woman. I just know she was married to Mary Lincoln's son. And so it was really wild. And it does really, as I'm thinking about it, it really does speak to misinformation.
Yeah.
People just want to believe certain things. And I don't understand the psychology behind it.
Well, you have a genuine curiosity about you, and there are so many people who don't have a curiosity there. I think it's part of it. And what you're showing is that historians matter because when you bring your research to light, it changes things. One of the websites changed it, right? And then your article changes the conversation. It's massively important. So one of the prime questions I have as the descendant of enslaved people is, give us some perspective on the fact that our first president was an enslaver, and that was common in the day among elites and the politician. Does that completely negate his sort would just dismiss him out of hand because he was so toe up from the flow up?
Yeah.
In that sense, is there how do you approach it as a historian, and just what wisdom can you offer me as we look at this person that we want to venerate, right, in a certain light, but then in this other light, not so great?
Yeah, I want to point out that there is one presidential historian of color, Annette Gordon-Reed.
Mm.
That's one person.
Dang.
That's it. Now, very few people of color. It's much better now. It's much better now. I mean, very few people are getting, PhDs in history anyway, but increasingly fewer. But my part of the big project of my career is to diversify presidential history in a lot of different ways. But I don't think that is unrelated to the problem I'm about to bring up, which is that slavery in presidential history is often sequestered in a chapter.
Mm.
And
that is an interesting point. How many people know who Ona Judge is? And the hint is she was a runaway slave of George Washington's. Anybody put a 1 if you know the Ona Judge thing, and how that was kind of something that is not taught about George Washington's presidency. Anyone? Put a 1 if you know who Ona Judge is or was.
there's, I don't get as much about it now, which I like because Dr. Carla Hayden, I did a Library of Congress event, and she was let go by Trump, and she was in quite some time, many decades, the first actual librarian who was the Librarian of Congress, and a really wonderful. I knew her from the Pratt Library. She was my screensaver for years before she was appointed.
Wow.
I just love her. And I did an event, and she said it was because of the epilogue. And in the epilogue, I talk about what happened after Washington died. And so the story people like to tell about Washington, and I really say because I do think it's a choice, because it's not accurate, but it's a story that they prefer, is that Washington was an enslaver. He inherited them. What's he going to do? He's 11. And then he had an evolution. And he emancipated his enslaved people the day he died. I'm going to work my way back. One man out of 123 people walked free the day Washington died. That was William Lee, who historians have been calling Billy Lee for hundreds of years, never went by that. Names are very important. Naming is really important. It's never by accident. And everyone else would be freed when Martha died, or if she chose to free them earlier. Now, when Washington made that caveat in his will, he had 2 wills. He burned one when he was dying. We don't know what it said. I'm pretty sure it didn't say this at all, but can't be sure. He said that, he said that because he knew she would never. And he wanted her to maximize their bodies for profit until she died. And the reason he knew she wouldn't is because she wrote things in her letters like, well, blacks are just so bad in their nature. And she tried to give away Ona Judge, who ran away, as a gift. She loved her, so she was going to give her as a gift to her kind of most volatile step relation. And it was just, or niece. And it was just not, it was almost guaranteed she was going to work them to death if she could. And the other thing I want to remind people, but according to Abigail Adams, who we love because she always spills the tea, and other sources,
well, since Ona Judge was brought up, that granddaughter, I think it was a granddaughter, or maybe it was a daughter, that Martha Washington was going to make a Christmas gift of, she was so bad that Ona Judge ran away. And basically, there was a thing, and this is one of the more fascinating things about the Constitutional Convention. Philadelphia and Pennsylvania in general, but Philadelphia was a free city. They did not allow slavery in 1787. That's the year the Constitution was composed. But there was a funny caveat to that. If you came up from a slave state, your slaves, if you kept your slaves in the city, I think it was 6 months. If you kept them 6 months, a day after they're free. And France had something like that too, but let's concentrate on Philadelphia and the Constitutional Convention. Well, George Washington and others would bring their slaves up as servants and stuff like that, and then would send them back to their plantations after, a certain amount of time to avoid that 6 months. So, and then, leave them there and then bring them back. So Ona Judge got wind. She went with Washington as part of that slave entourage. She got wind of what was going to happen if she returned to Mount Vernon. The intent was to give her away as property for a Christmas gift. And the woman that Martha Washington was going to give her to was notorious amongst the slaves in the family, is just like a bad woman. So Ona Judge ran away. So the upshot, and to make the story shorter, George Washington, as first president, hunted down this escaped slave, or attempted to, from the president's office. This is way before Washington, D.C. even existed, or the White House. But from the president's office, our first president was hunting a slave. And he tried coercion, and he, the first person didn't work, so he hired an actual slave hunter. This is our first president. This is a story that is not told. And the other thing is, Lincoln did not free his personal slaves. If I recall, he willed them to Martha. And I think Martha Washington did free the slaves a little bit before she died. And the reason is slaves were famous for poisoning people. So, these slaves, George Washington's slaves, were pretty much told that, hey, when I die, George Washington would say, hey, you'll be free. That did not happen. And Martha Washington was terrified of being, offed by poison or, some other demise. So these are things. And you know what? He was the first president. In all other respects, he was a good president. But being a good president does not necessarily make you a good person. And you can use the man of the times excuse, and hey, might be right. But I don't know. I think it's important for people to know where slavery stood in regard to the American presidency. Our first president, and I guarantee you he was not the last, was hunting slaves from the president's desk. So if nothing else, that kind of level sets, the gloriousness of the American presidency and America in general. They were slave hunters, folks, as well as being great men. And depending on where you stand currently in American culture, Black people just are not going to have that high a regard for a slave hunting president. And what Trump and MAGA does not want is something like this to be taught to kids. They want the patriotic stuff. They don't want the real stuff. Because if you know that, hey, great men can be slave hunters, it has a tendency to level set. You're not going to glorify a slave hunter, even if he is the first president. That's what people like Christopher Rufo and Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis, they don't want that bad stuff taught. And it gets lost in the sauce over the generations if you don't teach it.
Of course, Washington wanted this to be his legacy, and so he had his will circulated and published. And while letters, while reading, while any sort of thing that acknowledged a rich inner life and offered opportunity was denied to enslaved people, they found a way, and they knew about it. And the greatest fear of all enslavers, the rumors started circulating that they were going to burn down the Mansion House, Mount Vernon, the which you can still visit. It's a museum, the forced labor camp. You can sometimes go through it and never hear about slavery. And they don't have a single person of color on staff who's not playing a person of color or works on the grounds.
Wow.
It also speaks to this. It's a complicated answer to this long question, or this long answer to your seemingly simple question.
Right. That's what we do as historians. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it has a lot of layers that perpetuate it, is what, and I, of course, pointed this out to them, and the result was they no longer carry my book.
No.
Yeah.
That's
I had
so
my
heavy.
launch there. It was a packed house. They sold out. They sold like hundreds and hundreds of books. They loved me until they didn't.
So as just like kind of retribution, or we'll
it was
show
very
you.
clear. There was like a thing. I retweeted a historian from Howard who asked if it was a site of white supremacy. And I think it's not a totally outrageous question. That is an interesting question. Whether one should be called by their name is not. And so so they no longer carry my book. But there was a time when it was their bestseller, and until they stopped selling it. Now it's
This is at Mount Vernon. The Mount Vernon. Good
the
night.
Mount Vernon. Yeah.
Wow.
So Martha gets wind of this and of course doesn't want to die like that. And so she emancipates them. But again, that's not the end of the story, because bodies are held in bondage and thought of that way. That's why I'm phrasing it that way, because they're bodies, they're for work. And what do you want to do? You want to multiply. And so there was no effort, quite the opposite, to keep Washington's enslaved people separate from Martha's enslaved people who would go to her family, to her heirs, because she had been married before. They were called dower slaves. And now we say, of course, enslaved people, because it's not a fixed state, as we're hearing. So when that happened, yes, of course, yay, people are emancipated. I'm not saying that's not very meaningful. But guess what? When Martha dies, which is shortly, thereafter, 10 people go here, 20 people go there. That means that they're never going to see the people who are free again. So mothers, fathers, children, you're separated from your children. I cannot imagine. You're a child. You never see your parents again. So not such a clean, he emancipated his enslaved people. Yay. I also don't think, now I'll go to the second point I made. People love to say presidents have evolutions, and some do. It's amazing. Chester A. Arthur. I could talk about him, but I won't.
Tell you,
but I could.
Chester A. Arthur got in the zeitgeist from the Die Hard film. Did you see that one?
I know. Yes, and it's going to happen again, because he plays a role, although it's so far not so good. I got an early screener for The White Lightning, the James A. Garfield, which I was like pretty happy about. I was really after that one. And he's coming off a little rough. I'm concerned for him, but he has his evolution after Garfield dies and he is sentenced to the presidency. Well, if only. It seems like it's like a fever dream. And so there are presidents who have evolutions, and I would argue that Kennedy did too. He was still evolving. An evolution, it doesn't really end, is the thing that people also. It's not so neat. It's not a bow.
Yes.
And what Washington what did happen to him, is that the evolution was in his circle. because during the American Revolution, a man who had like left Virginia once or twice, gone abroad once, left not that often to go, the wilds of the Ohio or such, he was suddenly around people from different countries. We would not have won the war without the French. And so he's around a bunch of French people, and one person he loves, the Marquis de Lafayette. And the Marquis de Lafayette is constantly writing to Washington and saying after the war, so clearly you talked to him about it during the war.
Yep.
You are the most famous man in the world. If you emancipate your enslaved people, imagine America's whole trajectory.
This is literally one of the more important interactions. Look, men of their time, bottom line is I would liken it to an addiction. I always talk about Thomas Jefferson, who tends to be my favorite my favorite founding father. He wasn't a framer. He was in France at the time. However, you get a Washington or you get a Jefferson because they were elites, could afford a bunch of slaves. And if they ever got out and hoed a row, it was just, hey, I got my fingernails, a little bit of dirt under my fingernails, or, just to look, you have time to think about or contemplate a Declaration of Independence, or say in Madison's case, a constitution, because you don't have to do the farm work. You don't have to do the physical labor. You can sit in there with an ice cold drink, and they did have ice back in those days, and think great thoughts. And this is not how history is presented. And I pick on Brian Nichols a lot, and I think half the time he's just horsing around. But in all honesty, I think America would be a lot different and probably a lot more oriented towards a common sense type of attitude in some of the problems we have if they actually were taught, if kids were actually taught history as it was. Okay, Trump talking about the facts of history. History literally is interpretation of facts. Mm-hmm. It's not facts. It's how you interpret the facts. And interpretation, there may be a political right or political left interpretation. But if you just want to do the facts, history is choosing which facts to teach, which facts to acknowledge, and you're never going to agree over which facts are important. If you're someone like me, it's important to know the depravity. And here's another thing. I just thought of this. People back in the founding era knew slavery was wrong. Okay, they knew it was morally tenuous. This man of their time thing, it might work for some, I don't know, some Joe Blow, plantation owner. But we're talking people who were writing about liberty and all men created equal. Thomas Jefferson, if you've read Thomas Jefferson's works, he knew that slavery was a problem. It's literally in the Constitution that the slave trade ends after 20 years. It turns out to be 1808. People knew slavery was an abomination, especially in the North. There were plenty of actual clergy who were abolitionists, who were preaching from the Bible about what an abomination it was. Again, economics. And slavery was essentially an economic device in the first place for free labor that, was cheap, if not outright free. So it was economics to begin with. And it's one of these weird things where the economics basically made the cultural explanations, necessary. Hey, it's economical to have slave labor. This is why we're doing it as in economics. And it's not cruelty. It's because these people can't do anything else, or these people like it. We are not teaching our kids actual American history. And the adults who want to push the bullshit about they were men of their times, they knew it's wrong. It's in their own writings. Freeing the slaves, George Washington wanted to free his slaves. Well, you know what? He literally just passed the buck to his wife, who he knew wouldn't do it. And by the way, she is a direct relation to, Henry Lighthorse Lee, the Lees, like the Robert E. Lee, their family were, fairly entwined. And George Washington was Martha Washington's second marriage. She was a widow, if I recall. So a lot of things people don't know about American history and don't want to know, in my opinion.
It could be different. And Washington would write back to him. Now Washington is at Mount Vernon. Lafayette has gone back. He's revolution hopping. He's like in a French jail. And he says, "Oh, Lafayette, bless your heart. It's so complicated. Gotta think through it. So why don't you next time when you're free, like literally, take a boat here and we'll talk about it." So that's like definitely 3 to 5 years. And then, and it kept happening that way. And even Lafayette, this isn't a good plan, but at least it's a plan, proposed like sort of a version of tenant farming, and even said he would go halfsies because he was rich with Washington to pay, because you have to pay to free enslaved people. People who freed their enslaved people were often like chased to the dock by other enslavers. The practice was frowned upon by the elite. And then, going back, so I don't think there was an evolution. I think there was a realization of optics, and the world was changing. Slave trade was outlawed in England. He was aware it wasn't a good look, and Martha had enough, but if you think about it now, it starts to make sense. And then enslaver at the front of You Never Forget Your First, I treat it like it is, and this gets to the sort of overall question. Washington, complexity to me, because I'm not looking at these people to hate them or to marry them, or, it's a professional relationship. We study them because they're historically significant, and you can't cancel George Washington. Like, I don't know how you do that. Like, it would have to be sort of a Lois Lowry's Giver situation where we would all have to like have our memories erased, just some real sci-fi stuff. So I don't think that that's a cause for concern. Nothing that I have said tonight will cancel George Washington. And if a lot of people know about it, it still won't. Because he could be that person and also fight for freedom from bondage, as they dared to call it. The hypocrisy is really out there. But, it's also, they didn't include women. If you didn't own land, you can vote. Like, it's flawed from the beginning. They did hope we would adjust over time, and we have really resisted that. But Washington, you can still study these things. And then the people who think, "Oh, I don't want to study him, he's an enslaver." Why wouldn't you want to study someone you greatly dislike and feel like is incredibly problematic for the country now? Wouldn't you want to win that fight? I like to go into debates with information. Like, I want to be armed with that. And if I don't have that, I'm not going to go into it. I'm certainly not going to say, I want to lean into it, because also it does explain everything. And so I think when we think of him as an enslaver, the only flaw that I see is any resistance to that concept. It is a reality, it is a fact, and it is integral to understanding him and our nation, because he is inseparable from our foundation. The Fugitive Slave Act, people always think, I'll say he that was his. The first one was his. And they're like, no, that came out. No, the first one was his. He set all these precedents, like the peaceful transfer of power, but he was also breaking laws to keep enslaved people in Philadelphia and not let them know that if they stayed 3 hours longer and he didn't take them across state lines and then bring them right back, that they would be free. So this is a man while president who was doing that. We have James K. Polk surreptitiously, trading enslaved people from the White House. So you have these things, and it doesn't mean, we should not study them. It means we should study them more.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yes, I love that. Absolutely. It helps us to know these things more deeply. And like you said, he can't be canceled. Like, it's the first president of the United States. We're never going to forget his existence. What is the danger is that we'll so mythologize him that we won't have an accurate rendering of the past. One of the things I'm curious about, is kind of sideways question, is just what's your relationship to the term founding fathers?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. I sort of go with, John Adams, that persnickety little man. He didn't like it. And he wrote to a family member who called him that and called the other founders that. And he said, it's sort of catching on, I guess, but I'm not really into it because we were just some guys. He said, like, we were just some randos who decided to make civics a verb, which is what I hope people do now. And that's my paraphrasing that. You won't find that.
That's a bar right there. We were just some randos who decided to make civics a verb. Somebody write that down. That's dope. That's good.
Thank you. I'll immediately forget it. And then someone will say it back to me. I'll be like, God, I wish I could think of that sort of.
We've got it on recording. We good.
Good. I think I'm not a fan, and I actually really resisted for a long time calling them fathers, which is very hard. Of all my boulders, that was the one I was willing to kind of leave at the bottom of the hill. There are too many now. But I don't I also think there's a conflation. There is a conflation between founders and framers, and I think that's significant. The people who wrote the Constitution, who were at the Constitutional Convention, it's not necessarily the same people. There were, in fact, we have age limits because someone who was not, would sign the Declaration of Independence, did not go to write the letter to King George, hoping he would intervene with Parliament a year before. He then went to the Constitutional Convention. So there's a Venn diagram in which there is overlap, but they're different folks. And, there's some time has passed because it's not like the war ends, then you have the Constitution. You have the articles of as I call them, situationships. And then it describes both situations very well. It's like the articles of Confederation, people are sort of like their eyes gloss over. And for the longest time, I was trying to figure out a way to make it fun. And then, I realized not that long ago that they're the same thing. Like, they're structurally unsound. There was no hope from the beginning. You have people who are basically, there's a loose association. No one's going to be there when they need them. It doesn't work. And so it just didn't work. You need to have like a real commitment. And
I just want folks to get this. Instead of Articles of Confederation, out of the brilliant mind of Dr. Alexis, Articles of Situationship. Like, we're vibing, we're kicking it, but no real commitment. Yeah. Okay.
It's actually not dark. I never, I left grad school for a job. And so I'd finished my master's. I was working on my dissertation. I left to work at the Brooklyn Historical Society thinking, it's a little bit like jumping off a building, but maybe I'll go back. And I still say that. I still say I'll finish the ABD just this close. But it's so it's like that. They're not fathers. I think they were just men. Everything is about timing in life, and they were there, and they took great risks, and they were great thinkers. And you know what? Every generation can have those people. And we have, and I think I'm looking for them now. I'm looking for them.
Yeah,
absolutely. And so I think it's really important to remember that the beauty of being a biographer, and the reason I can't tell you a favorite president. I don't have one. I can't I don't have really that much of it. I don't want to get a beer with a president to begin with, living or dead. I mean, obviously Obama seems pretty cool, but I think more Michelle, actually. I would want to meet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I would be like, it's such an honor to meet you. Like, please put my book on your list. But I'm going to go this and
I get it. I totally get it.
yeah. But at the same time, it's, I see them on their best days and their worst days. You know, I can say these things about George Washington. I can tell you all these things. And I can also tell you that I cried the first time I read, knowing this and really disliking him for a lot of different, like reading letters and being like, why? You know, and then there's another letter where Patsy, his stepdaughter, dies, who he raised from the age of 2. And no matter who you are, no matter when you were alive, no matter how many children you had, no matter what your life expectancy was, losing children is devastating.
Yeah.
And watching your child die when you've been searching for a cure, for some sort of potion, it's devastating. And so I can hold those two things at once. I think but I'll just say in conclusion that the father thing, I think the thing that really bothers me is it makes it seem as if we that there's a sort of reverence that is required, and that is not required. Intellectual curiosity.
Well, I'm going to kind of slightly differ because, quite frankly, they were regular elite guys. They were all fairly rich, not all of them, but like the vast majority of the framers and the founders. But the other thing is they literally did put lives on the line. If Britain had won, you know, they would have all swung together. So, you know, let's not be too dismissive. You know, we can be largely dismissive, but they did risk life and money and career. And there was no assurance that it was, as a matter of fact, it was kind of crazy what they did. But you know what? They also knew that they had the possibility of winning.
Required, I think, to be a good American citizen, to be patriotic, is to make tough choices and stand up for democratic institutions and ideals, and that's, you know, truth, justice, liberty. I mean, I say in my I'm an American history columnist at the New York Times Book Review, and I say in my last one that, like, justice, like, they basically just they sort of pegged it to like the national mood board and was like, I don't know, we'll figure it out. It's like it's a vibe than anything, you know. And I think that's the thing. It's we should be becoming.
I always love the phrase "toward a more perfect union."
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's never going to be perfect, but can we improve? Can we take steps further toward these aspirational ideals that we espouse as a nation? So that is so helpful. Let me ask you another question. A lot of my research now is on white Christian nationalism, and a lot of my followers. But when you hear someone say America was founded as a Christian nation, how do you respond to that?
I mean, I go off, to be totally honest. I've tried. This is another one of my boulders. I've made videos. I've written articles. I mean, it's just maddening. It's maddening. There was some article I wrote a Substack post about an Atlantic interview in which people just, again, they let them get away with it. So there was the head of the Claremont Institute or something like that. Yeah. Was interviewed, and he said, you know, well, we were founded as a Christian nation. And the interviewer was like, yeah, so that's like blah, blah, blah. And it's like, no, you say
Stop
no.
everything. Yeah.
You say no, we were not. And, you know, and okay, let's look at some primary sources, right? Don't take my word for it. It's not a vibe is the thing. History is a vibe, but it's not a vibe.
History has the receipts.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, those little lovely little numbers. And we have a treaty. And what is the first line of the Treaty of Tripoli? We are not a Christian nation. As America is not a Christian nation.
My God, come on.
Could he just says it's and what's great is it has all the founders' hands on it, because Adams is president. Washington obviously oversaw the evolution of the treaty, and it's his isolationist kind of point of view. He wants to be neutral always in war, and this is Adams perpetuating it. And he's saying, we are not a Christian nation. We can trade with Muslim nations. Also, that point, there's a lot going on. So, to me, this isn't a conversation, but what I do think is they've been so wildly effective. And it's, one nation under God, 1950s. It's not, we are not a Christian nation. And there's an abundance of evidence to support that, and a dearth of evidence to substantiate the other side. And yet here we are.
Yeah. Let me read you this excerpt from a Washington Post article about the curtailing of honest history. So it says this: the latest orders include removing information at Harper's Ferry National Historic Park in West Virginia, said two people familiar with the matter, where the abolition John Brown led a raid. And then staff have also been told that information at the president's house site in Philadelphia, where George Washington kept slaves, according to the article, does not comply with the policy. And then there is something at that presidential house site in Philadelphia that says he enslaved people. It says local advocates had pushed for the exhibit to provide in-depth information on the lives of 9 people who were enslaved by George Washington while he lived in the house as president, and that is under threat of being removed. So,
do you know what else they would have to remove?
What?
The footsteps on the ground that are molded in there. It's an incredibly moving site. It's, not like an actual house anymore. It's like a site. It's like a structure. I think it's even more moving. And I sort of have chills right now. So they, because I'm imagining, what are they going to do with this? There are footsteps in the ground of people self-emancipating.
Wow.
I don't. So here's the thing. I also just want to, as an aside, when I testified before Congress, Nancy Mace, all the Fox News favorites, they were all like, this is the most transparent president ever. And they were going on and on about this and just praising the great leader. And nothing about this is transparent. Not even talking about Epstein. This is a half-truth. If you don't tell that story, it's a half-truth.
Mm-hmm.
And, I guarantee you, if someone, one of the enslaved people who lived there had written a really wonderful memoir, because they were able to write and read out in public, that they would have included that person. They want some sort of celebratory thing, but you know what? One doesn't exist for a reason.
Wow.
So I think the thing is, do you want the truth? And I thought that was their whole thing.
We thought they told us it was.
They told us. And you know what's ludicrous is I'm also a senior fellow at a think tank in 2023, New America. It's a wonderful place. And in 2023, I went on this discussion tour and I asked, how should a president be? And I was really resistant to the one sort of thing that everyone kept saying about Trump. Couldn't wrap my head around it, which was he was authentic.
Wow. Okay.
And I thought, okay, yeah, he's authentically, and he is in some ways. If you think about authenticity at that point, this is 2023. You think about authenticity as saying what you mean, which is I'm going to be a dictator. I'm going to seek revenge on my enemies. He's totally authentic, saying it, and for some reason it's better if it's out loud in front of people rather than behind closed doors. It's not my thing, but I just found that wild, and of course now that's not happening at all. Things have been removed from the White House websites. It's not just that he's trying to make history less negative. That's not it. Notice there's no balance. He's not seeking balance. He's not like, you could do all this in a different, not that I want to give anyone ideas, but like Stephen Miller, they like it. They like it to be as aggressive as possible and as sort of infuriating as possible. But like, if I was a terrible person and I was in their position, I would say, like, we're just looking for greater balance. Like, but they're not. They wanted to be very clear that they're not. To be clear, I would not ever do that. But I just like if I was trying to get them,
absolutely, they're doing it in the most
brought in
cruel manner and just bellicose manner possible. I call it whitewashing history. So somebody asked in the chat, so I'll transition to some questions. All right. Somebody asked, how has this regime affected your ability to study history, go to the archives, get grants, speak and write about it, anything?
Well, I will say that since testifying before Congress, the IRS is pretty interested in me again.
Oh no.
Or never has been, but is now. There's definitely like a culture of retribution. I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. It was really important.
Fill us in real quick on that testimony. What was the topic?
The topic was the release of the JFK assassination records, but I decided to use it as my moment. And I talked about, because it was a nothing burger.
Mm-hmm.
There was nothing in there. And I talked about how I'm writing, my next book is on young JFK, and he spent 11 years in Congress. People tend to think that he's Trumpian in some way, like he just came out of nowhere and was like, Daddy, I want to be president. That's not true. He had a Purple Heart. And there is a book that's announced for 250 that all the presidents are writing essays on. And I'm somehow in that mix, and I'm writing about JFK, and I'm thinking about writing about this actually. And I was like, oh, maybe this is my moment. And so I went in there, and there's this really interesting parallel. Well, and I said, I'm like a time traveler, so it's really surreal to me to be here in this seat in front of you, because JFK, I was just writing about him in your seat, on these committees. And it was such an interesting time because he spent 11 years there, and he needed to learn, and he was voracious in his consumption. And don't get me wrong, like, he loved the limelight. He loved it. I get it. I see you. I know you love it. And that's okay. But he didn't really seek it until he had something to show for it. He wasn't shameless. And he when he entered the Senate, because of course he was in the House of Representatives and in the Senate, his star was rising for sure. Because in addition to actually being kind of this interesting and curious and person, and with lots of flaws, he was also, of course, good looking and rich, and a bachelor for most of it. And then he enters the Senate, and as his star is rising, who is plummeting? Joseph McCarthy. And so I basically just said to them, like, look, guys, the choice is yours. So I did like a little tisk, and then I said, like, this could be you. And then I also called them then I also called them hypocrites, because I said, and I'm sure you understand that records, it's important to release them. I'm sure that you're working on your own exemption that you built in for yourself in the Presidential Records Act when the Republicans went after Obama, and they created this act with the papers that became this whole thing. They gave themselves an exemption where Congress, so they love to put little Easter eggs in, that they can declare any of their papers personal.
Goodness gracious.
So papers that taxpayers are paying for that are very clearly not personal, except that they will personally probably not be good for them. They gave themselves this exemption.
That is diabolical.
Yeah, totally. And so I did say that. Like, I did a lot of, like, gentle parenting, but, like, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
But you were in Congress. So a lot of us are thinking about, well, what do we do? How can we stand up? Where do we find the courage? What was it like psyching yourself up? I mean, what did you tell yourself? Who did you talk to? What did you talk about?
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, it's funny. A lot of people, I've done interviews about this, but nobody's asked me that. I was fortunate. But I also want to say that a few of my first calls after, when I was deeply upset, and I wrote an MSNBC essay about how I expected to meet serious people and they weren't. But I called a couple people who had worked, in or around government, and they all said to me, and I sort of thought that they knew what I was doing before. These are people who I'd gone to. And what was so interesting at the end, they said, like, you did it. You did like the hardest thing. You went in front of these people who are insane and you read them the riot act. And I hadn't really thought about it that way. And I think everything I ever do, I try not to think about that part of it. So like I wrote a piece for the New Republic years ago, and I went on a 7-day wagon ride and reenacted the gold rush migration. And I didn't think about what that was going to be like physically, like the reality of that until the night before. And then I was like, why do you do this? Why are you doing this? And it was like very difficult and terrible, but great also. So I think I didn't think about it, but I did. I ran it by a couple of former speechwriters who I'm fortunate to know. And then I think it's okay if I call him out. He's a great man. Congressman Steve Israel, former Congressman Steve Israel, who I met through a Library of Congress event, and we became friends. And he's the loveliest man. He owns a bookstore in Oyster Bay called Theodore's Books, which is after Theodore Roosevelt. And if you're ever there or you want to order books, support him because he's fighting the good fight. And he is out of Congress because it's because of some of the things I'm saying. And he's just a wonderful person. And so I had, he just looked over it once because I think he had like a book festival that weekend that he had planned. But there were a ton of people I had read it. Some gave big notes, some gave little notes. Some said, you don't want to say that, I was baiting a little bit more than I maybe with some things. Like I said, like, I'm an American citizen. They're like, maybe leave out the citizen. Like, you don't need to do that. But I was lucky, but it was a nutty day. I also had to be back for like a family event the next morning. And they ask you, and they give you like a fake subpoena. You get like a fake subpoena. And I wanted to do it. I knew it was the moment. And I had to leave at like 4 a.m. and I got to DC. I testified and then I came back. And I live in the Hudson Valley, so it was like not an easy trip. It was really my patriotic duty.
Yeah.
And I got there and I just I had one guest, Marcia Chatlin, who won the Pulitzer Prize for franchise. And she's a very dear friend, and she was my person behind me. You always see the person behind. She's the person behind. And then there were people who I knew who I hadn't asked to come, but who worked like maybe at the library or other places, who had found, there were tunnels underneath government, which I always think is a really fun thing to tell people. And they like traveled through the tunnels to support me. And so I walked in and I immediately saw a bunch of people I knew.
Oh.
And so that was lovely, especially because then there was one Democrat who showed up. And then there were like a ton of bros, like on the Republican side, like wearing whale. I was like, is there a pipeline from the University of Miami? Like, what is happening? And there was a picture of Tucker Carlson for some reason in front of the witnesses. Like it's not like I had a high opinion of these people before I got there, but holy moly,
got even lower. Unserious is such a good description of it. I've got a few questions that folks submitted on Instagram. So this is from CT Mama. I guess how I would put it, she's asking, is it even possible to turn this mess around? Uniting this nation seems impossible. So I guess the way I would phrase it in sort of historical terms is, what patterns have you seen or practices for bringing the nation back together after times of deep division?
Gotta be some accountability.
I'm glad you said that. Yes.
I'm sorry to say. So it's going to be a while. So buckle up.
Yeah.
This is not.
See, that's the perfect answer. Americans like instant solutions. Pour some water in your Lipton instant soup. and you have bad tasting soup. That's kind of what's happening with MAGA. You don't turn a culture around in 7 months, and they know there's a timer. That's why they're doing it so quickly, and literally their method is going to pretty much ruin their ends. This method that Trump is using, in the end, Americans don't like this, and the polls prove it. And by the way, someone talked about everything meaning all, and that was literally the stupidest argument. And if I were to take their logic, it would be black people aren't good at English. And I noticed John Galt did a short this morning, something about some panel that he and Be Brave and somebody else were. I can't even remember who the third person was. Oh, Hood Conservative, who's not very good with English himself. As a matter of fact, all three of those motherfuckers, they are weak readers and weak users of English, but you know what? Whatever. They reviewing a panel talking about Ebonics, and the first thing I thought was Ebonics was like the 90s. Is Ebonics still a thing to debate? Racism loves the golden oldies, and those three racists, and actually they're misogynists too. They were just, hey, Ebonics was low-hanging fruit. God forbid they should ever tackle anything that requires a book to read, so you might know something other than you hate black people.
It'll be a fun time. And I don't, 50-50 on what's going to happen, to be totally honest. The checklist
I
is
don't
complete
know that we're going to get
as far
3.5
as the authoritarian
years.
checklist.
Slick.
And that's very fast. It's very fast. So a year from now, I really don't know what we're looking at. I'm sorry if you
No,
expected
my
like
folks
something.
are used to this. Yes.
But I do, yeah, it's, I think it will be okay. We'll have, it's a pendulum. It swings back and forth and back and forth. Toni Morrison wrote something really wonderful around our, I think it's our 200th. Ted Johnson at the Post reminded me of it recently. He wrote this great sort of review of all the different milestones. And he also has a great book. He's my advisor at New America. I love him. And she basically wrote about how like good and bad coexist at every point, and we're still here. So when you talk about people love to talk about Jefferson and Adams dying on the 4th of July, and like, oh my God, we're like blessed. And these newspapers at the time were like, we're so blessed, like we are such an amazing nation, and God loves us, and exceptional is blah blah blah. That didn't exist until later. And that same paper is advertising the sale of human beings. So, like, we have never perished from this deep disunion we've always had. Could be better, though. I have to do the most unprofessional thing, which is I have to grab a charger.
Oh, please do. Yes.
This went so fast. I'm so sorry.
I know. So folks who have tuned in, we're with Alexis Coe, the author of You Never Forget Your First, which is a biography of George Washington. She's a presidential historian. At this point, we are at your questions. So if you want to ask a question, drop it in the chat here, and we'll see if we can get to it. But I know it's been a long day, so I don't want to keep you too long.
No, I'm loving this. This is, I find it really invigorating. I'm sorry about this.
Same here. So the next question is the big one. So again, I'll put it in sort of popular terms, and then I'll put it in a historian-friendly term. So the popular term question is Trump the worst president we've ever had? Right? But that's a little bit like asking
Andrew
on the
Johnson
opposite side,
would
who's your
be.
favorite president? Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Give him time.
So this is the way I would put it. Historians study continuity and discontinuity. what do you see in this presidency in terms of continuity and discontinuity throughout our presidential history?
It's a really good question. Because of course, it's a wonderful question. Historian says, here's 75 points I want to make.
Exactly.
So Pete, you can't pick a favorite, not only because I think it's unprofessional, but like there's just no way I know a ton about the presidents. And I don't know everyone well enough to pick a favorite. I might be really no, I wouldn't be that into Franklin Pierce. But like there's someone out there somewhere might be. And they don't know about him. He was really handsome. That's basically the whole thing. So Trump, when we rank presidents, it's not like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna move this guy up. It's not like I don't know how March Madness works, but I don't know. I guess I sort of think it's like that. Whereas we have categories of things. It's like communication, for example. So like Reagan, whether you love him or hate him, really good communicator. I don't know if the great communicator, but he was a very good communicator, and you can't say that he didn't get elected because he was very good at communicating. He got a radio show. He had, lost a primary, and then it's like not a small part of his biography. Relations with Congress, when Trump has a Republican Congress, obviously his relations are very good. Not so good with the Democrats. So I can't answer it how I would want to personally. I have to answer it professionally. That being said, failure to lead the country in crisis scores very poorly. He had the commander-in-chief, like, he's supposed to be the listener-in-chief. He's supposed to be the empathizer-in-chief. He's supposed to be a lot of the, for better or worse, the historian-in-chief. For worse. What timing that man has. Like our 250th, I have to tell I've been looking forward to it my whole career. And it's like it's maybe the biggest bummer of my life. Although people are like figuring it's been taking a while to find their footing, and some people are.
I'm going to ask you about that next.
It's not going as people didn't know what to do. People don't always know what to do, and it was complicated and all these things. I get it, pandemic, blah, blah, blah. So I think basically what I'm trying to say is very poorly. But nothing, we have never seen anything like what we're seeing now. He incited an insurrection. Like, I just feel like we could have, if we had stopped there, it still would have been real low.
Yeah.
But he's now dismantling and most of our institutions, and I don't like to say unconstitutional. That makes it sound like it's like a fun debate. It's not. He's anti-constitutional. And he also is the three branches, the separation of powers, which are fundamental to who we are and why we have survived as a nation. He's subsuming them under his power and bending them to his will. The arc of justice takes a lot of pressure to bend, and he is bending everyone. It's not bending the other way. And the damage that he has done will already last generations. So because of that alone, I think it's going to be real low. He might actually be Buchanan. He probably will. It's that kind of like, what? Why? And the country, okay, just have a civil war. He did just nothing to stop it. And Trump is doing the opposite, where he's really pushing it. Like, this man really wants everything. This is like I always think of the USSR as sort of like selling off parts almost.
I think that's a great way to answer. And you put it so powerfully when you said empathizer-in-chief, historian-in-chief. There was one more, but yeah, absolutely. You want the president, the leader, the elected leader, the highest elected official, to embody these virtues and these values that we're supposed to hold dear in our nation. That is so good.
But then also, I do think, I won't say there's no precedent for him anymore.
Okay.
I spent 4 years saying that. And this time around, I think I wrote another piece for MSNBC where I said, there's also a precedent. Like, name everything. I can give you 10 examples. Bigotry in the office. I've already talked about someone trading, buying children because you can really maximize life there. There's, everything happened at a smaller scale. And the problem was there was no accountability, and Congress never sort of corrected course, and only with term limits. That's basically it. Some other things, the records, we know how that's going real well. You shouldn't be allowed to have. Why was Trump even allowed to run again if they had just passed anything that said that anyone with a felony could not? You can't do a lot of things with felonies. Why can you be president?
Yeah.
Because they wanted him to be president. So I think this is a failure of 119 Congresses.
Not to put in place the safeguards that against someone like this.
They saw it. They knew it. Like, you can't. It's great to have, like, to pinky swear and go on the honor system, but we all know that has its limits. And why risk it? Rules and laws are good for, it's good to know where you stand.
Oof. So the 250th anniversary is coming up. I hadn't been looking forward to it for years and years. I didn't realize till a year and a half maybe ago. And then I launched something called the Conscience of the State, which comes from MLK's quote, "The church shouldn't be the servant or the lord over this, but the conscience of the state," right? But what are some of your thoughts on, because we know, and it's already happening, these assaults and these attacks on true and accurate history. What are some ways people who value data, facts, historical research can, commemorate this and have a counter narrative to this whitewashing of history that we're seeing? Do you have any thoughts or ideas?
Unfortunately, I think everyone's going to have to be an autodidact for a little. Meaning that I really think you have to follow people who you feel like are good voices, who will. You don't have to study. People love to be completists and they love projects. And I do too. I do too. But so I say this because my book is always like the first book on their journey with presidential biographies. And they're always like, I want another one like hers. And everyone's like, oh, sorry. She can only write so fast. And I don't think you need to do that. I think just find your bliss in whatever corner of history speaks to you and make a personal investment in it. And it's a good place to go. I always say read presidential. When Trump was first elected, I wrote a letter of recommendation for the Times in the magazine. It's a great series where you recommend things like earplugs and this and that. And I of course, recommended presidential biographies. And I said, it's not because they're going to tell you it's going to be okay. And my goodness, spoiler, it wasn't. It was so bad. I used to joke during the first term, it'll be fine as long as nothing happens.
Yeah, exactly.
No war, no outbreak. I even would say like outbreak because we weren't dealing with pandemics anymore. That was the thing of the past. And so I said, read them not because they're going to tell you that everything's okay, but because they'll tell you that it was never okay. Ooh. There's no point in American history in which people weren't like, this president is evil. And the president was like, I'm not. And let me get back at you for saying that. How can I do it? They usually weren't so blatant. And that was good. That's called guardrails. Power is funny to me because I'm just like, it's the least interesting part to me of all of it, but it really corrupts and it really does. So I think the thing to do is to commit to some sort of personal journey, and it can be small. It doesn't have to be some big thing. You don't have to read a tome every month, as they say. I don't really love that term, but it's like fair. And I also think that your best way to celebrate America is, dissent is patriotic. That is a real thing, Jefferson said. I think civics, I've been saying this it's actually just the last 48 hours. Civics is a verb. And so if you are wanting to commemorate your country, do something. And it can be something really small. In your community, it's a huge thing. I live in a village. Oh, I get to say this on TV when I'm like, I know Main Street. I live in a one stoplight village. And it's true. And because of it, I have to have conversations with people. And there were some Trump signs that went up with neighbors who will see me on TV. They hate watch certain stations I'm on. And they'll see me, they'll be like, such a great job. Because they like me, And it's like, but that's a good thing. They like me. And I think that's the first step. So get involved with your community, get involved with your neighbors, find something. Some people are just rotten, for sure, but not everyone. And there's some optimism to be found. And if they want to be cruel, Michelle Obama's not doing this anymore, where she's like, they go low, we go high. We're not doing that anymore. But I do think that in response to their cruelty, you can be kinder.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that throws them in a way they really don't know what to deal with, and clearly haven't had a lot of it. And I think that is there's a lot going on there. So I think that's really important. But at New America, what we always say about 250, and this is the reason I wanted to be about this, be a part of this program, and I'm now a senior fellow. I joke that I'm like the Van Wilder of this fellowship, but like I do have a purpose. I do things, but they do allow me to just sort of think, which is amazing. I mean, I'm a think tank, but there's no tank, and like the thinking is usually to do with policy or books or something, and I really just discuss and think, and they give me a lot of support for that. And I mean, could always use more. It's a tough life, but I was thinking about it, and I just I was so moved by the 3 points that they always say when approaching our 250th. And I think Ted Johnson is responsible for this. Pride in the founding, a reckoning for the ways we've fallen short, an aspiration towards a better future. And I have adopted that, I think, in all my work, because I always want, it's funny, once in a while, someone will say, like, why do you, someone will show up at a talk and it'll be so much lovely, people coming in, they say, you changed my mind, or like, this is the way my children and I talk, or once in a while someone will come, it's usually by email, where they can hide behind something and they say something like, you hate America, and that's the nicest thing they've said. And the thing that is very true is I love America. And you love America, and everything that we are saying here and doing with our work and our lives is a testament to that. When you love something so deeply, you care that it is doing its best. And I try to do my best. And I think that is something that people can really think about. Like your patriotism, an American flag, I've been thinking about getting one for years, but I don't want people to think a racist dwells within.
Right.
But that's not, I'm in America because of an American flag. My grandfather was in a concentration camp that was liberated by someone carrying an American flag. Wow. After, during the Civil War, free and recently enslaved people carried their own versions of it. And so the American flag, patriotism, it's yours too. And you get to figure out what that looks like. No one gets to tell you what it looks like, and they don't get to tell you what it doesn't look like, as long as it's legal and safe.
Good night. This is such a good place to land the plane. But I've got so many more questions. Where you're just doing such great work with public scholarship.
Thank
your
you.
Creativity, your way of communicating history, like it's like one of the most interesting historians I've ever spoken to, easily.
Thank you.
And you talk about like having a beer or a glass of wine
Oh,
with Michelle Obama.
motherfucker.
I want to go grab a drink with you and
Where
just pick your
is the
brain and
date?
learn all the
I
things
want
about it.
cameras on that first
How
date.
can we keep up with your work? Because I know that when, as people have tuned in, they want more. So what's the best way?
The best way is actually Substack right now. Study Mary Kill, Instagram at Alexis_co. I'm not really on. I mean, I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky, but like not a lot. So those are the places to go for sure. I'm always posting things about my work in those two places. And I do events, and I love to hear from people's subscribers. I have a series where you can ask me questions. I'm not necessarily going to answer all of them, which is why it's called Reply Some.
Again, brilliant. If this presidential historian thing, you can go into marketing, you can go into branding. I'm quite sure you'll have a great career.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very good.
Well, thank you so much. It was such a pleasure. And I think, the subject is only, if history is boring, it's the historian's fault. And if I'm ever boring, it's usually because I'm not having a good time, but I had a really good time.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to ask that question, but you were a living illustration of why history is not boring. It is so important.
Yeah.
They're just great stories, but they also pertain to our reality. So
Yes.
thank y'all for joining us on this Substack Live. The recording will be available if you missed any portion of it, and please do share widely. The book is You Never Forget Your First. Our guest was Alexis Coe. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Well, my goodness, we are down to the 4 last interesting people interested in history. So I don't know. I have 2 more very short history videos to play, and we will see where we are. I don't know. It's Friday. I could just cut it because I actually am doing housework as these videos play. We'll figure out where we are. They're going to be 2 Tad Sturmer videos. And playing this history stuff has kind of gotten me into a history mood. So I might just play nothing but history videos from now on. And yep, not my content, but I've read the books, and the historians I play, I've read in one way, shape, form, or excuse me, or another. So here we go.
About the Nazi playbook. And this isn't Godwin's law. It's the real thing. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm an American scholar of resistance history and the author of Resistance History of the United States. Trump declares Antifa, people who show up to resist fascists, terrorists. ABC then cancels Jimmy Kimmel for daring to be candid about the suspect in the Charlie Kirk case. Nexstar Media Group preempts the show for the foreseeable future. Sinclair, another owner of ABC stations, goes further. It is going to air a Charlie Kirk tribute special in Kimmel's time slot and is demanding he apologize and donate to Turning Point USA. The FCC doesn't need to revoke licenses when corporations race each other to the bottom, competing to demonstrate loyalty before the demand even comes. There's a German word for this that I can't pronounce, but let me explain the idea, because you need to understand what Steve Bannon and Steve Miller have been studying. It's coordination, and was how the Nazis transformed every institution in society into an arm of the regime. Not through some dramatic purge, through fear. Professional associations, unions, churches, newspapers, social clubs, they all coordinated themselves with Nazi ideology. Most did it voluntarily, racing to prove their loyalty before they were forced to. Here's how it actually worked. In 1933, the Nazis didn't have to shut down every newspaper. They just had to make examples of a few, and the rest fell into line. Trade unions weren't immediately banned. Their leaders were arrested or intimidated, and suddenly, the unions voted to dissolve themselves and join the Nazi labor front. Professional associations, doctors, lawyers, teachers weren't given explicit orders. They saw which way the wind was blowing and preemptively expelled their Jewish members, rewrote their bylaws, declared their loyalty to the new order. The key effectiveness was in the ambiguity. No one knew exactly where the line was, so everyone drew it far back from where they stood. Local chess clubs added loyalty oaths nobody asked for. Town newspapers fired editors before anyone complained. Schools removed books from curricula without waiting for the banned list. Any of this familiar to you? By May 1933, 4 months after Hitler became chancellor, Germany's entire civic infrastructure had transformed itself. Not because there were SS officers in every meeting room, but because there didn't need to be. That's what we might be watching right now. ABC, Nexstar, and Sinclair aren't being forced. They're volunteering. They're competing to out-comply each other. Both Nexstar and Sinclair have mergers pending before the Trump administration. Both need FCC approval, so they race to demonstrate who's more loyal. But it's not just media companies. You've seen the coordination spread over the last week. Actors and musicians, gee whiz, who asked them to post anything, but they're up there posting identical statements about unity and healing. Sports teams mandate tributes. Corporate boards issue condolences that read a lot like loyalty oaths. Everyone racing to be seen grieving correctly, mourning appropriately, demonstrating sufficient outrage at insufficient outrage. This is how it works. Make the performance of loyalty seem organic, even popular. Make dissent feel not just dangerous, but tasteless. Who would object to mourning? Who would refuse to condemn violence? The Yankees are doing it. Your favorite singer is doing it. It must be what good people do. But here's where history reaches its limits, and historians have to acknowledge where our limits are. Historians are terrible fortune tellers. We can invoke 1933 all we want, but this is different, and the difference matters. Some historians will tell you to lean into institutions to fight tyranny, as if institutions are neutral tools just waiting for good people to use them, as if the problem is that we're not trying hard enough to make them work. That's a comfortable view from inside the establishment, where institutions have always worked for you, where you've never had to create resistance from nothing. But that's where most resistance lies. That's where most resistance comes from, and therefore resistance history knows better. It knows that institutions aren't neutral. They're just structures of power, and power serves power. When the moment comes, they don't resist, they collaborate. They don't need to be forced, they volunteer. ABC didn't wait for a formal order. Nexstar didn't need threatening. Sinclair invented new ways to show loyalty nobody asked for. They fell over themselves to comply with something that isn't even an order yet. You can't lean into that, it's already gone. And this is what resistance history teaches that people in the establishment don't admit. Sometimes the institutions were never on your side to begin with. They were just performing neutrality while power was stable. The moment power shifts, they shift with it. Faster than you can document it, certainly. In 1933, it took months of pressure, violence, and legislation to achieve what's happening here in hours. Those institutions aren't being broken. They're showing you what they always were, structures that serve whoever holds power, racing to prove their usefulness to the new order. And media outlets are tumbling along in this coverage to call Antifa far-left groups. Name them. Go ahead, name these organized far-left groups in America that are so active. I'll wait. Where's my membership card? They can't name them because they don't exist. What exists are people who show up to say no. That's not an organization. It's called people with values. Christopher Wray, Trump's first-term FBI director, admitted it. Antifa is a way of thinking, not an organization. You can't designate an idea as a terrorist organization under American law. But, and we have to acknowledge this, law stopped mattering the moment institutions decided that compliance was safer than truth and principle. Now imagine what happens when Antifa supporter becomes the accusation. You shared a post criticizing fascism? Antifa. You created content about resistance movements? Antifa. You question whether a vague idea can be a terrorist organization? Definitely Antifa. The effective trigger of this, from an authoritarian perspective, is that they never have to define it. Keep it vague and watch institutions compete to define it themselves. HR departments will scan social media for anyone who ever posted resist. Universities will audit syllabi for problematic content about historical resistance. Media companies will memory hold their archives and just wait for AI to kick in. We're already seeing it. MAGA influencers have launched campaigns to get people fired for inappropriate responses to Kirk's killing. Airlines, restaurants, businesses, scores of people already gone, and universities. What do we say about the universities? Hello, Clemson. Teachers fired, not for being Antifa, but for insufficient loyalty in the moment, which soon might be the same thing. I mean, how much more clearly can you say, I am a fascist, than by declaring anti-fascist as the enemy? The mechanism is devious, but it's proven. It's worked before. You don't need secret police when everyone becomes their own investigator, their own prosecutor, their own censor. The undefined threat makes everyone define it for themselves, always erring on the side of maximum caution. This is how you make everyone potentially guilty, not through laws or trials or evidence, through undefined categories that institutions enforce preemptively. The resistance history of America shows us this pattern. Power always declares resistance illegal right before it plans something that requires crushing opposition. But it usually takes time. It usually meets some resistance, some opposition. It usually has to fight for every inch. Not this time. This time it's different. Institutions are handing over the inches before anyone asks for them, and no opposition leader is emerging. You want to know what's different? In 1933, institutions had to be broken. In 2025, they're breaking themselves. What took months in 1933 is happening in hours in 2025, because digital records mean everything is evidence, because corporate liability means everyone's a cop, because the threats of being labeled terrorist adjacent is enough to make institutions destroy themselves rather than risk association. So much for their reason for being. The Constitution is already burning, not because Trump lit the match, but because every institution that was supposed to be protecting it is throwing gasoline on the flames to prove they're on the right side. That's not 1933. That's worse. Because at least in 1933, the institutions had to be forced. Today, they're volunteering and creating the machinery of repression through their competition to comply. That's not an opinion, folks. That's what's happening right now, faster than history can even record it. And history is only some guide as to what comes next. And none of it is any good. Be careful out there.
All right, here's the next video.
Political violence, a legitimate resistance tool. Oh yeah, but is assassination a part of that? No. Let's talk about what resistance history has to say about both. It's going to be a bumpy ride, folks, so just strap in. I'm Tad Sturmer. I'm an American scholar of resistance history at the University of Southern Denmark and Johns Hopkins, and the author of A Resistance History of the United States. When does violence become an option on the table, and then permitted, and then maybe necessary in American history? Although a kind of violence results when people get angry, of course, when they're desperate. Violence as a resistance tool happens when a few other things converge. And understanding them helps us understand what resistance is about and how it actually works. See, most people confuse all protest and opposition with resistance. Now, they're related and they're worth studying, but they're not the same thing. Resistance is much more pointed. It's what happens when people have had enough of an abusive authority, usually a state, always a regime, and want to do something to change it, but something that lasts, something that creates or seeks to create structural, permanent change, the kind that topples an empire, that ends the oppression of millions, that tears up constitutions, whatever it takes to end exploitation and brutality at scale, against usually a government doing anything but acting in the interests of the governed. That's after resistance moments become movements. Most fail, but if you succeed.
Let me just address the Galloping Gourmet's point here. Bottom line is, I have enough self-knowledge to understand that somebody, might have been Dave or somebody, that, you know, you have to have a little bit of effery to attract people in large numbers. And you know, I may be many things. I may be boring. I may be, you know, everything you say I am, Ricky Horsey. But I don't, if I really went in and wanted to do a Chitlin circuit routine, if I wanted to smoke and get high and be anti-black, I could do it, but it would rot my core. If I don't get a bunch of numbers. The people who have subscribed to the show are people that kind of know who I am, and for better or for worse, they know what they get. I'm not going to change. Now I can improve, I can grow, but a turn towards being something that I'm not. Sorry, I wouldn't. People would be able to tell that. Oh, look, Stanley's just imitating uh, a hood motherfucker. Nope, not going to do it. I'm just going to be myself. And as I have joked, it may take me 8 years to be monetized, but I have the 5,000 views for the initial monetization, believe that or not. So I have to work on membership, which is going to be kind of hard. But you know what? It doesn't have to happen. Maybe we can do it by the end of the year. Maybe we can do it by next summer. Bottom line is I'm going to be Stanley Cross because I'm Stanley Cross. I don't have to name myself or fake a name or any of that shit. I'm myself. And you know what? Funny enough, people say, well, hey, you know what? You got to work hard and earn the monetization or earn it. Well, if I'm going to earn it, it's going to be on my own merits. And part of my own merit is being Stanley Cross. So fuck you if it's not exciting enough. Fuck you if I'm not doing or being the black your racist ass expects me to be. I'm going to be me. And you are here, Palomino Ricky Z. Welcome aboard. Enjoy the ride, and when you get bored, move on to something more exciting.
Seed, and we learn a lot from both. When it comes to violence and resistance, there are a few conditions that have to be met. Some preconditions, some precipitants, some triggers. Peaceful paths to oppositions have to reveal themselves as not just ineffective, but illegitimate. They don't work to achieve change because they're structured to keep change from happening. And then there's what we call hidden transcripts. The illegal actions to address the effects of abusive authority can't scale enough to erode the power behind the authority. Think the Underground Railroad, right? The 1850s was a period of major escalation. The First Republic was in overdrive to protect the interests of the enslavers who ran it. The courts, the Congress, the executive, all in service to the enslavers. On the other side, the hidden transcript was the Underground Railroad, getting all of those people out of slavery. But guess which one was building faster? The Underground Railroad was doing a lot to address the symptoms, but it was never going to be enough to cure the disease. And the third condition is that the abuse of authority metastasizes, spreads like a cancer. All abuse of authority does, it will grow and expand and continue until it is stopped. And as in the 1840s and 1850s, the enslavers' republic was expanding almost exponentially, even using the military as a tool, invading another country, engaging in war as pretty much an effort to protect the interests of the few guys to make more money through oppressing other people. For all the talk about America spreading liberty, the United States was actually in the business of spreading slavery across North America. When those three conditions emerge, resistance movements then have to face the question that changes everything that a lot of people are asking today. What happens next? Because structural change, permanent change, the kind that erases enslaver power from the Constitution forever, you don't get there with a lawsuit or a sign. I wish it was different. People tried, they failed. Our history says it doesn't work that way. Meanwhile, today, right now, there are people who never faced that question or seem to know our history, lecturing everyone from some smug pedestal about violence having no place in our democracy. As if the democracy they're talking about wasn't built and preserved, bought and paid for by people willing to make just those choices. It's practically a pacifist message. Violence is never okay, always off the table. It's the same kind of absolutist free speech approach that is so absurd these days. The lesson from the 18th century is that the threat of violence from the people is the only thing that keeps authority from abuse. It's in the Declaration of Independence. And if people still believe that violence has no role, there's a cemetery in Gettysburg they need to visit. But there's also one in Boston. It's called the Old Granary Burying Ground. It's right off the Common. It's just, 5 minutes from the Park Street T. Just come out and go up. The patriot resistance of the American Revolution knew that well, and some of them are in that ground. Paul Revere's there, John Hancock is there, and Samuel Adams is there. And someone wearing Samuel Adams' cloak was working some small courtyards near the State House in Boston on March 5th, 1770. The Boston Massacre not only wasn't a massacre, it wasn't spontaneous. It was strategic provocation by the patriots, manipulating a tense moment in the city. The men who died in that orchestrated political violence were part of the strategic provocation that is an important part of resistance violence. Patriots like Samuel Adams studied what had happened just a year and a half earlier, St. George's Fields in Southwark. In 1768, British troops just south of the Thames in London fired on protesters demanding that an opposition political figure, a guy named John Wilkes, be released from prison. The authorities freaked out, called out troops, and then the protesters started hurling rocks at the troops. And then the soldiers from the Foot Guards, I think, opened fire. 11 protesters were killed. The result was a spin campaign by the opposition, complete with visuals, that turned it into the massacre at St. George's Field. And Adams grasped something essential. Dead protesters can transform public opinion, turning it against the government. Dead colonials would turn British authority from just being irritating to them to being seen as tyrannical. As Adams said explicitly about those tactics, you can't always make events, but you can always improve them. You can make them serve your purposes. That's the ultimate end of strategic provocation. There has to be a bigger picture. It can't just be about violence. Violence on its own is just dumb. But you have to be okay with the cost, with knowing that not everyone gets to go home. As James Scott put it, speaking of resistance, no flood, no river. So what's the psychological reality when you cross that line, when you unleash the flood? Well, there are two thinkers who I read a lot who lived through fascism who understood this better than most. There's Hannah Arendt, who saw that people get confused about violence because they treat it like it has an inherent moral value. It doesn't. In this sense, violence can be a tool like a hammer or a scalpel, like an axe. An axe is not good or evil, right? It depends whether you're a forester or if you're Lizzie Borden. Same with violence. The moral question isn't whether violence is right or wrong. It's whether a specific violence, used a specific way, achieves something that justifies the cost. But Albert Camus went deeper in The Rebel. He asked the question that haunts every resistor. How do you fight monsters without becoming one? The person who chooses violence to end oppression faces a paradox with no solution. You must violate human dignity to defend it. Camus said, you can't still and stay innocent. The question isn't whether it's justified. Sometimes it is. But you have to be crystal clear about that because the question becomes whether you can live with what it makes you. Which brings us to the stupidest version of resistance violence, assassination. When resistance movements have tried to use political assassination as a tool, let's talk about what's happened. Russia, 1881, Alexander II. A socialist resistance group was trying to overthrow the Tsars, and they adopted political assassination explicitly as a tool of doing it. They adopted this idea of propaganda by the deed, which is a form of strategic provocation. They finally got Alexander II after trying a few times, but it brought worse oppression under Alexander III. The assassination of Alexander II, and others like it, just made the establishment scared, not unstable. So they crack down and make things worse. But the most famous example that you might know of might be Franz Ferdinand in 1914. In killing him, the Black Hand thought they were striking a blow for Serbian unity. Instead, they lit this fuse on collapse. The result was World War I, which killed 1 in 4 Serbs. Think about that. Every 4th person you know, gone. Sure, in the end, after the war, they got a sort of unified Slavic state, Yugoslavia. But Serbia bled out so badly in the process that they couldn't even properly run the thing they'd killed a quarter of their population to create. So if you're dumb about using assassination, you can get exactly what you asked for, but the price makes the prize meaningless. That whole period in the first part of the 20th century, man, saw a lot of attempts like that, which all proved a resistance rule. It doesn't work. The costs can be catastrophic, unbearable. Even success in the moment can mean losing everything that makes winning matter. Those movements were good at resisting, but terrible at resistance. What they missed in all of their passion for change was to think hard about what they were doing. They consistently mistook dramatic action for effective action. They believed in the theatrical assassination, the dramatic gesture that would wake up the masses. Later resistance movements learned from those mistakes. Wiping out a generation of your people will make that kind of impression. The only arguable exception, and let's talk about this for a second, the World War II resistance movements, who learned to target the machinery, not the symbol. They didn't go after Hitler. They went after the functionaries who actually made the system run. Let's talk for a second about Reinhard Heydrich, 1942, the architect of the final solution. Czech agents trained by the British knew killing him would bring savage reprisals, and it did. 2 whole villages erased, 5,000 murdered. And here's the unbearable part. The local Czech resistance, who knew what was going on the ground, actually begged London to call it off. They knew what was going to come. The Nazis are nothing if not predictable. But the government that was in exile in London needed to prove that Czech resistance was a real thing to the Allies so they could keep getting support. So those 5,000 people paid a price for a political calculation that they never agreed to. And the ultimate gut punch about it, which proves the existing rule, is that killing Heydrich actually accelerated the Holocaust. The Nazis named Operation Reinhardt after him, the death camps that killed 1.5 million Jews. His assassination became a Nazi rallying cry to finish what he started. And that's the brutal truth about assassination. Even when you hit the right target, even when you know exactly who they are and what they do, the violence can spiral in ways you never intended. The resistance thought they were throwing sand in the gears. Instead, they gave the machine a reason to run faster. Meanwhile, the Polish Home Army was methodically killing prison guards and deportation clerks. The Danish resistance was eliminating Nazi informers left and right, 400 by the end of the war. The French were assassinating the local collaborators who could identify resistance members. No glory, no headlines, but the trains ran late, the deportation slowed, the resistance network survived. So by 1944, resistance movements across Europe had figured that out. They stopped going after the symbols and started going after the gears, not the architect of the Holocaust, but the clerk who processes the deportation orders, not the general, the informer who points out which house to raid. And it worked. It actually disrupted operations. It actually saved lives. But nobody remembers their names because there was nothing glorious about shooting a collaborator outside of a cafe on Vestergaard. That's what effective resistance looks like. Anonymous, methodical, and focused on function over symbolism. So let's talk about the present moment. Tough territory for a historian. We're terrible fortune tellers. We're worse about present analysis. We're focused on looking in the past. But let's talk about patterns and how they might fit to today. Part of this is why claiming the radical left killed Charlie Kirk makes no sense. That radical left doesn't exist in America. So it's what you say when you don't care about facts and you have a different agenda. So here's what history actually tells us. Symbolic assassination doesn't work, never has. The socialists who went after czars made authoritarians stronger. The Black Hand killed an archduke and got a quarter of Serbia killed. Even killing Heydrich, architect of the Holocaust, accelerated the genocide. Anyone screaming about radical left violence today is either historically illiterate or they're preparing the ground for their own crackdown, probably both, but they only care about the crackdown. Because the actual left learned this lesson a century ago. Assassination is what you do when you're not thinking clearly about beating the bastards, when you want to lose heroically, but still lose nevertheless. Because real resistance isn't about anger or desperation or moral purity. Resistance happens when you're beyond angry, when you're beyond desperate, beyond much of what passes for morality. It's about understanding how power actually works, not how it looks, but how it functions. Most people who reach for violence are just committing elaborate suicide. The ones who survive understand the machinery first. So the question isn't whether violence has a place in resistance. History has already answered that. It does. The question is whether you understand what you're actually fighting and whether you're serious about winning or just want to go down wildly swinging at pitches in the dirt. But don't let them make you the monster they need you to be. And that's exactly what they're counting
on. All right, well, let's move on. Let me warn you folks.
Congresswoman at the time.
Well,
They were like,
actually,
"Are you gonna
we'll
run for
watch
Senate?"
this. I was going to do it after the next video, but it doesn't matter the order. Look, I don't know why you two, Palomino and 12 Man, are nattering on about my decision. Palomino, you're not restricted or blocked or anything, but I do wonder why you're still here if you don't care. Go somewhere else if you don't care. Or maybe you're here to babysit 12th Man. Maybe that's your purpose. 12th Man, you inserted yourself into a conversation that you weren't necessarily like welcome to join. I don't give a fuck about your personal decisions. I told you why I made mine. So respect it, or you and your boyfriend, Palomino Ricky Z, can go over and look for John Galt or Be Brave or wherever. I obviously don't care about the numbers, or I would be shucking and jiving on the Chitlin circuit doing an audition like John Galt is doing. I don't do that. I am willing to accept low numbers to do it the fuck I want to do, the way I want to do it. And the people who have subscribed and the people who are moderators are people I trust. I do listen to them because they're kind of day ones and they're here, a few times a week. I will listen to people who care. You two are literally just a bunch of trolls. And 12th Man, I know we're friends, but dude, your decisions are not mine. We totally don't even resemble each other in our origin stories. I don't think we have that much in common. So stop with the advice. I'm quite a bit older than you are. I've made a decision. I know how to handle myself. Give me that respect. And Palomino Ricky Z, you are just fucking like totally. I don't even know what you are, but you disguise yourself as a horse. I'll just leave it at that. But both of you, apparently you folks think you're smarter than me, and that's just not the case.
And she was like, she hesitated. I'd never seen her lose her pace in speaking before. And then I found this interview where she was like, I mean, sure. Like, that's the thing. It was also young people who recruited her to run for president. The students are like, when are we going to break this tradition of only white men leading this country? And she would laugh and say, I'm Black and a woman. So, and they're like, but we're voting soon. With the new constitutional amendment, 18 to 20-year-olds gain access to the polls. And they're like, we'll back you.
Yeah.
Leaning and working with young people, I think, is the other ingredient here, because I actually sent my niece pages for one of the chapters, and she was like, who is this for, Auntie? Amara, please. I know.
Yeah.
I was like, it's for you, but it's also for the people who don't understand you.
Yeah.
Because in the youth chapter, I do talk about all of the barriers, for example, that Gen Z was born into.
Yeah.
Born into 9/11, born into global recession, born into long-standing global wars and conflict, born into increasing gun violence and losing their lives in some of the safest places, whether that's the grocery store, church, or school.
Yeah.
You have a reason to want to reject everything about this system. You have a reason, and honestly, you should reject every norm about our society at this point. And I appreciate that young people are also the guiding light for Chisholm.
Yeah.
And challenging her own thinking. So I think it's two-pronged. One, be ready to welcome folks back. And two, look to young people for direction.
Yeah.
And get out of their way if you ain't ready.
And get out their way.
And that's honestly, that because they're going to tell you to get out of the way.
Yeah.
But I think we underestimate them at our own peril.
For sure.
Yeah.
I think something that was interesting in the book was that you kind of talk about, VP Harris running. Clearly, I mean, you had to draw the connection. That would just be insane.
Full disclosure. I did finish and submit my manuscript before July 2024.
Yeah.
So the only thing I changed, honestly, was the last few paragraphs in the conclusion. That was it.
Yeah. But you draw the parallels, right? And I really appreciated that you kind of talked about in her trajectory, right? That there are ways in which she evolved and you could see it, right? And, one of my favorite thinkers is Malcolm X. And he's always, one of the things that I love the most about him is that he would just make the mistake in front of everybody and be like, I think different now. And that sounds like such an easy thing to do, but it is so hard, especially if you're growing publicly.
Yeah.
To just be like, I thought that and now I don't, and it's just,
I love that about his thought process. And you kind of drew some of those parallels in talking about VP Harris, right? And that she had kind of grown to different ways of which she thought about the world. One of the things that just tickled me the most was like the conversation about Sexy Red. So she writes about Sexy Red. And there's a big thing about
in the context of celebrity
in the
surrogates,
context of all celebrities, right?
Because I love Sexy Red.
Yeah,
Like, we vibes.
Same.
Okay.
Same. Living for Sexy Red. And she said something that, you know, tons of people said that, you know, I used to teach and now my students are like 31, 32, but I taught them when they were in high school. And, you know, they all said these things that I had to get them together about. And one of the things that they all said was, you know, Trump gave us that money. And I was like, okay. I was like, and you can't be mad because he wanted people to think that, right?
Explicitly.
And so you cannot you can't condemn and be judgmental and be like, why would you think that? Why wouldn't you think that? You know, like that is the whole point of why he signed those checks and did what he did.
Which was an unprecedented. Yes.
And you know, what I was like, yes, she did that. And then I took it a step further and you had clearly turned in your manuscript by the time this happened, you know? But the thing that I thought about that was so interesting that does relate to Shirley Chisholm is that, you know, Sexy Red was one of the first people to come out. And this is before Megan and Glorilla and all of those people performed. She was one of the first people to come out and be like, I'm behind VP Harris.
Yeah.
And a part of that, which she didn't say out loud, but that I put together was that Sexy Red has an interview with Little Uzi.
Okay.
Not Little Uzi. Oh, Lord. I'm getting the children confused.
It's all good.
Auntie,
It's okay.
I'm an auntie now. I'm 40 now. You know what I'm saying? I'm 40 now.
But she had an interview. That's what we know.
Little Yachty. It was one of the littles. Okay. It's Little Yachty. She has an interview with Little Yachty. I'm not going to do Uzi. Uzi would never talk to us. Uzi's like, I'm on a whole nother planet and I would never talk to y'all. But Little Yachty had an interview with her. And he asked her, like, yo, what's the craziest thing that ever happened to you? And she was, you know, he was like joking around. And she was like, oh, I was raped once. Right. And she said it like real kind of not casual, but it was like, she was like, this is the craziest thing that ever happened to me.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, it wasn't supposed to be that deep. And they kind of laughed. Right. And I imagine, right, then when she understood completely what VP Harris was really saying when she was like, it's my body and we should have our choices, that we should have autonomy, right?
Hey Fred, how you doing? There is a series on YouTube called Baldwin and Company. I think Baldwin and Company, and then they've got a clips channel. It's a bookstore in New Orleans. Never been there, fairly new. Apparently they're new to YouTube. The two women that are here are, and I can't recall their names, Juanita Tolliver, and I don't know the interviewer's name, and I don't know which is which, but they're talking about Shirley Chisholm, which is the main reason. So I will, let's do this. I'll drop the name of, I'll drop the channel link. It's basically about readers, authors, interviewers, authors interviewing authors. And I enjoy, I'm a big Shirley Chisholm fan. So Juanita Tolliver, and somewhere in here is probably the other lady's name. But anyway, I tune in, you know, if the topic interests me, and Shirley Chisholm definitely interests me as a historical figure. So here is the channel link. Damn it. So let's get back to the video. And hey, American Man, how you doing?
Right, around how we show up. Her music and what she raps about actually matches that political platform in so many ways. And she just kind of needed someone to put it together. And perhaps she put it together herself, right? But she came out and was like one of the first people to be like, I'm BP Harris, I'm blue, blah, 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 this and that. Everybody was like, we thought you were for Trump. She was like, whatever, I was just trying to sell my hats. Like she was like in the comments arguing people. She was like, I was just trying to sell my hats. She said, make America sexy again. I was like, sexy, I'm not mad at you because she was trying to sell her hats. But I get it, you know.
Even the endorsement doesn't edit undo the years of her saying.
It doesn't undo it. But what I thought to myself was, wow, this was what Shirley Chisholm was trying to say, was that we have platforms that don't actually reach like certain communities, right? The way that politics pros, especially, you know, now, but what was illuminated in the book was even then, was that there is kind of like a bourgeoisie community around like politics 100%. And voting and it does leave out like this large group of people, Black and white. Like the majority of people in America like are not actually fully literate, right? Yeah. And that's not like and that's not a judgment, right? Like it's actually, that's not me being shady, right? I have people in my family who aren't fully literate, right? But it is just a fact, or they're literate in different ways. And I always like to say that Black people learn how to read in different ways. Like, we know how to read quilts, we know how to read faces, we know how to read stars,
body language.
We read all types of stuff. You know what I'm saying? That body language, we read all types of stuff that people could never read the way that we read, right? So there is a different type of literacy, right? But it's not the same, right, as being able to like look and see you on MSNBC and be like, okay, I understand completely what's going on and what's being said. And so I was like, wow, I actually think that if Shirley Chisholm was here, she would have been like, call up Sexy Red. No, you know what I mean?
Deadass,
tell Sexy Red to come to the party. You know what I'm saying?
She would have had her in the room.
And you talk about people like Ayanna Pressley and AOC, and I want you to dig into that. You talk about this in the book, right? How they kind of follow her play. Of like really engaging the people. And I think that there are parts about VP Harris where there wasn't always that, right? 100%. And that's a whole, this isn't to ding her, right? Like she was, in my opinion, set up to not succeed. And that's a whole nother thing, right? But like she kind of followed a different play than I think that Shirley Chisholm would have followed, or that Ayanna followed, or that AOC followed. So can you dig in on that a little bit more?
It's rooted in, I am just a human being.
Yeah.
And I'm here to help the people.
Yeah.
That is the through line between everyone you mentioned.
Yeah.
And having watched Ayanna Pressley's career up close, my friend's her chief and was her campaign manager when she challenged a 10-term incumbent who was like, what are you doing? How dare you break the ranks? Similar questions that were asked of Shirley Chisholm. And she said, you're not giving the people what they need, so I'm stepping in. That was the core of it.
Yeah.
I think Shirley Chisholm will look at Vice President Harris and say, I'm immensely proud of her for stepping up with this, 107-day effort that she was handed, which was kind of bootleg and raggedy, but she stepped into it unexpectedly. But she should have been more authentic.
Yeah.
She should have shown more of her humanity.
Yeah.
She should have been more honest in connecting with the public. I think that's a reasonable criticism because everyone who you just mentioned, AP, AOC, the leaders, Jasmine Crockett, like whomever.
Yeah.
Like these are people who lead with their humanity on their sleeve.
Yeah.
And lead with community at the forefront. Like one of the things Granddad always told me, it ain't about you. Think beyond you.
Yeah.
Look back, look forward, but do not center on yourself because that is the fatal flaw. I mean, let's be real. That's why our politics look like it is today. It's egotistical, maniacal individuals leading. But when I think about what you said, Shirley Chisholm would have invited Sexy Red to the party. Absolutely, she would have. Because it's the same reason why Diane Carroll hosted the event for Shirley Chisholm in the first place. She looked at her and she said, I see power. I see possibility. I see future.
Yeah.
I see someone who honestly is a kindred spirit in the way that we are carving our paths and cutting through discrimination, racism, sexism, all the things to create something that is better and believing that there can be better.
Yeah.
That's where it comes from. And I think that's one of the marked difference. I think the core of Shirley Chisholm was authenticity. She wasn't mincing her words. She wasn't changing her posture or her tone for anybody.
Yeah.
She wouldn't change it in this room full of stars and music industry icons, or for Huey P. Newton.
Yeah.
Like, one of the things that he appreciated about her is like, oh, she's gonna listen to us.
Yeah.
The reason she accepted their endorsement, the endorsement of the Black Panthers, was because she said these are human beings who are American citizens who have a right to engage in political processes at a moment when that's not what the rest of the nation or the world saw them as.
Yeah.
So some people were like, oh, this is risky. She's like, no, it's not. These are people.
Yeah.
And that's the core of it. That's the dividing line. And hopefully that's something we can potentially get back to, demanding from our leaders, because I think about also how Shirley Chisholm moved around this room. Barbara Lee, I was like, did she hide out in the back and make a stump speech like politicians do today? She was like, no. She was literally out there talking to every single person. I was like, when you walked in with Huey P. Newton, like, did they go to the side? She was like, no, they stood by the pool in front of everybody and talked.
Yeah.
Loudly. Like,
yeah.
There was no hiding. So it's authenticity and transparency.
Yeah.
Seems really basic, right?
Yeah, but it's hard.
Seems really basic. Yeah. I think the reason it is hard is because the barriers to entry, like you talked about, the bourgeoisie of politics. Like, that's why the Black Panthers could endorse Shirley Chisholm, because the Black members of Congress rejected her.
Yeah.
Publicly. Tried to sabotage her campaign, went to outlets saying she's an ineffective congresswoman.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? Y'all just really that mad that it's a Black person who's a woman running? And of course, it came from the white feminist side too.
All right, well, that clip is over. Let's see what else we got here. This is called The 4 Types of Black Sellout.
For 400 years, white racists have weaponized our own people against us. And today, I'm breaking down the 4 types of Black betrayal that keep us shackled. Level 1, the house slave. Meet Stephen, the house slave who loves his chains so much, he'll kill to keep them on. This ain't just a movie character, y'all. This is the blueprint for the most toxic Black person in America.
That's who the hell you calling Snowball, hoss boy? I'll snatch your black off that nag down here in the mud so fast make your head. Stephen.
See, Stephen don't just serve white people. He is a white racist in Black skin. He's so deep in Stockholm Syndrome that he fears freedom more than bondage. Why? Because oppression is all he's ever known. And he's convinced himself that his survival depends on keeping happy. In Django Unchained, Stephen isn't just a servant, he's the enforcer. When Broomhilda tries to escape, who punishes her? Stephen. When Django arrives as a free man, who's most threatened? Stephen. This man has so internalized his oppression that he sees other Black people's freedom as a personal attack on his identity. Sound familiar? That's Uncle Ruckus, the cartoon version of what's very real in our community. These are the Black folks who will police you for being too Black, who mock our culture to get white folks to pat them on the head and say, you're one of the good ones. But this isn't just comedy, people. This is psychological warfare. The house slave mentality runs so deep that these individuals will literally work against their own people's interests to maintain their position in the white power structure. Herschel Walker literally said, Black families don't need fathers because we had strong women. This man was so desperate for white Republican approval that he threw his own people under the bus on national television. He painted Black fathers as dispensable while running for Senate in Georgia, the same state where his own father abandoned him. But here's where it gets really sick. Walker wasn't just talking to white Republicans. He was talking to Black mothers, telling them they should be grateful to struggle alone. He was telling Black children that they don't deserve fathers. Also, he could get a pat on the head from people who will never truly accept him. The house slave doesn't just hurt us through their actions. They poison our minds with self-hatred. They teach our children that being Black is something to overcome, not something to celebrate. They turn our survival mechanisms into weapons against ourselves. Here's what makes the house slaves so dangerous. They convince white people that racism isn't the problem. We are. They give oppressors permission to keep oppressing Because, see, even they agree with us. Remember, Stephen wasn't just loyal to Calvin Candy. He was more racist than his master. When the house exploded at the end of Django, it wasn't just a building burning down. It was the destruction of an entire system that depended on Black people policing other Black people. And that's why this mentality is the foundation of all the other levels. Every other type of Black betrayal starts with this basic premise, that white approval is more valuable than Black liberation.
Before we get to the next level, if you're learning something from this breakdown, hit that subscribe button and ring the bell for Black Stories Untold. We're out here telling the stories they don't want you to hear, exposing the systems they don't want you to understand. Your support keeps us free to speak these truths. Level 2, the assimilationist celebrity. I'm not Black, I'm OJ. These people perfected the art of racial amnesia. They got so comfortable in white spaces that they forgot where they came from. Or worse, they remember, but they're ashamed of it. The assimilationist celebrity plays a different game than the house slave. They don't attack us directly, they just disappear us. They code switch so hard, they develop split personalities. Around white folks, oh, I don't really see color. But the moment they need us for damage control, suddenly they remember they're Black. Tiger Woods
Hoodservative, I'm sorry, American man, I'll address this comment when this video is done.
Uncomfortable with his African heritage.
This is the same old tired bullshit, but I'll address it when this is done.
Suddenly, Black people were supposed to support him because we're family. O.J. Simpson spent decades distancing himself from the Black community. He lived in white neighborhoods, dated white women, and famously said, "I'm not Black, I'm O.J." But when he was on trial for homicide, who did his lawyers appeal to? Black jurors who remembered how white America had treated Black men in the justice system. Remember when Michael Jordan said, "Republicans buy sneakers too," when asked to support Harvey Gantt, a Black Democrat running against Jesse Helms, one of the most racist senators in modern history? That's the assimilationist playbook. Stay profitable, stay safe, stay silent. These celebrities think they can buy their way out of Blackness. They move to the whitest neighborhoods, send their kids to the whitest schools, marry white spouses, and raise children who don't know they're Black until the world reminds them. And when racism smacks them in the face, and it always does, they're shocked. But here's the real damage. They sell our young people a lie. They make kids believe that if you just work hard enough, speak white enough, dress right enough, you can escape racism. They teach our children that being authentically Black is a limitation, not a source of power. Think about how many young Black athletes and entertainers have followed this blueprint. They sanitize their image, avoid controversial topics like police brutality or systemic racism, and present themselves as safe for white consumption. They become brands, not people, products, not advocates.
The assimilationist celebrity is dangerous because they don't just betray us, they make betrayal look aspirational. They turn sellout behavior into success goals. They teach our children that the price of admission to white spaces is the abandonment of Black identity. And when the next generation of Black celebrities follows their lead, staying silent while their people suffer, who do you think they're modeling themselves after? The cycle continues, and our voices get quieter and quieter in the spaces where they need to be loudest. But here's where it gets even more dangerous. What happens when these sellouts don't just stay silent, but actively become the mouthpiece for our oppression? Level 3, the puppet politician. Systemic racism doesn't exist in America. This is Candace Owens. This is Clarence Thomas. This is Tim Scott, telling us America isn't a racist country. These are the most dangerous Black people in America today. Why? Because they don't just abandon us, they lead the charge against us. They become the Black face of white racism, giving oppressive policies a chocolate coating so they go down easier. Clarence Thomas sits on the highest court in the land and systematically dismantles every protection our ancestors died for. Affirmative action? Gone. Voting rights? Gutted. Civil rights protections? Weakened. And he does it with a smile, knowing damn well he wouldn't be where he is without the very programs he's destroying. Let's be real about Thomas for a minute. This man was accused of physical harassment by Anita Hill, a Black woman who put her career on the line to tell the truth. And how did he respond? He called it a high-tech lynching.
using the language of black oppression to defend himself while throwing a black woman under the bus. Then, he spent the next 30 years on the court, making sure other black people couldn't access the opportunities that got him there. Thomas's wife, Jenny, was actively working to overturn the 2020 election results, and Thomas refused to recuse himself from cases involving January 6th. This man has so little regard for justice that he'll corrupt the highest court in the land to serve white political interests. But Thomas operates in the shadows. Candace Owens, she's out here making anti-blackness into a full-time career. Owens tours college campuses telling young white kids that racism is over, that black people are just making excuses, that slavery was actually beneficial because it brought Africans to America. She's turned hatred of her own people into a brand, a multimedia empire, a whole damn industry. She literally said that if he had just stayed in Germany, he would have been fine, because she was so desperate to own the libs that she lost her damn mind. But here's the thing, that wasn't a mistake. That's who she is. Someone so consumed with anti-black ideology that she'll defend him to make a point against black progress. And look at these audiences when she speaks. You see the joy on these white faces? They finally found black people who will say what they've always wanted to say. See? They said it, not us. We're not racist. We're just agreeing with the black lady. But if you want to see the ultimate puppet show, let's talk about Kanye West. This man went from George Bush doesn't care about black people to walking around in White Lives Matter shirts with Candace Owens like some kind of minstrel show. Kanye had the audacity to say that 400 years of slavery sounds like a choice. This man really sat on TMZ and told the world that our ancestors chose to be kidnapped from Africa, chose to be chained in slave ships, chose to be beaten, assaulted, and systematically subdued for 4 centuries. You know what that was? That was Kanye telling white people exactly what they wanted to hear. That slavery wasn't that bad. That black people are responsible for their own oppression. That racism is just a mindset we can choose to overcome. And when he got called out for it, what did he do? Doubled down. Started hanging out with Candace Owens, wearing MAGA hats, meeting with Trump in the Oval Office, grinning like a damn fool while the president used him as a prop. Then this man had the nerve to go full anti-Semite, talking about going DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. You see what happened? He went so far down the white elite rabbit hole that he started parroting their conspiracy theories. And suddenly, all those white Republicans who were using him as their token black friend dropped him like a hot potato. But here's what really pisses me off about Kanye. He had everything: platform, influence, money, respect. He could have used his voice to speak truth to power. Instead, he used it to give white racists exactly what they wanted. A black man saying that black oppression is our own fault. Kanye represents the puppet politician at its most pathetic. Someone so desperate for white acceptance that they'll say anything, believe anything, do anything to get that approval. And when the approval runs out, they're left with nothing but the damage they've done to their own people. Tim Scott ran for president on the platform that America is not a racist country, while living in a country where black people are killed by police at 3 times the rate of white people. This man said welfare was worse for black people than slavery. He compared government assistance to the kidnapping and death of millions of African people. But here's what makes the puppet politicians so insidious. They don't just speak to white people, they speak to confused black people too. They tell working class black folks that their struggles are their own fault. They tell black women that feminism is their enemy. They tell black men that white racism is actually black people's fault. This is the puppet politician's function: to be the ventriloquist dummy for white racism. They don't just harm us through silence, like the assimilationist. They actively recruit others to harm us. They give white America moral permission to continue oppressing us while convincing some of us that oppression is actually freedom. The puppet politician is the most dangerous because they have power, platform, and purpose. They're not confused like the assimilationist or broken like the house slave. They're strategic. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're getting paid well to do it. But here's the thing that really gets me. Sometimes the most dangerous betrayal comes from people who genuinely think they're helping us. Level 4, the tragic compromiser. Meet Booker T. Washington, the man who told black people to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, while white folks were cutting the straps. Now, before y'all come for me in the comments, I get it. Booker T lived in a different time. Jim Crow was in full swing. Lynching was a weekend hobby for white folks, and this man was trying to keep us alive. But when he gave that Atlanta Compromise speech in 1895, telling black people to focus on vocational training instead of demanding civil rights, he gave white racists exactly what they wanted: our permission to wait. Cast down your bucket where you are, he said. Accept segregation. Focus on economic development, not political rights. Prove you deserve equality instead of demanding what's already yours. Sound familiar? That's respectability politics, and it's still killing us today. Washington believed that if black people just worked hard enough, were respectable enough, contributed enough to the economy, white people would eventually accept us as equals. He was wrong, dead wrong. All his compromising did was give white racists moral cover to continue oppressing us while pointing to his words as proof that even we agreed with their system. While Washington was teaching black people to be patient, white folks were lynching us at record rates. While he was promoting vocational training, they were burning down Black Wall Street. While he was preaching accommodation, they were passing laws to strip us of the vote. His strategy of appeasement didn't stop the terror, it enabled it. But here's what makes this tragic. Washington genuinely loved black people. He built Tuskegee Institute, educated thousands of our people, and fought for economic advancement. His intentions were pure, but good intentions paved with black bodies still lead to hell. Today's respectable compromisers follow the same playbook. They tell us to vote our way out of oppression, to work within systems designed to destroy us, to be twice as good for half as much. They preach the politics of respectability while our people are killed in broad daylight. You know them, the leaders who say we need to build bridges with people who want to build walls around us. The preachers who tell us to turn the other cheek while bullets are flying. They mean well, but good intentions don't stop police bullets. They mean well, but patience doesn't pay rent. They mean well, but respectability doesn't resurrect the dead. Here's what makes this the most tragic level. These people genuinely love us. They're not seeking white approval like the others. They're trying to protect us, but their fear makes them accept crumbs and call it progress. They tell us to wait for the right time, the right candidate, the right moment. Meanwhile, we're dying in the streets, in prisons, in poverty. How long are we supposed to wait for freedom? How long are we supposed to prove we deserve what's already ours? The respectable compromiser isn't evil. They're just scared. Scared of white backlash. Scared of losing what little progress we've made. Scared that if we push too hard, too fast, white people will take everything away. But here's what they don't understand. White people never gave us anything out of kindness. Every right we have, we fought for. Every law that protects us, we bled for. Every step forward, we took by force, not by asking nicely. The compromiser believes in the myth of gradual progress, the lie that justice delayed is not justice denied. They think racism will fade away if we just give it enough time, enough patience, enough good behavior. But racism isn't a misunderstanding, it's a system. And systems don't reform themselves out of the goodness of their hearts. They change when they're forced to change. Here's what connects all four levels. They all serve the same master, whether it's through active betrayal, silent complicity, political puppetry, or respectability politics. They all keep white racism alive. The house slave convinces white folks they're good masters. The assimilationist convinces us we can escape. The puppet politician gives racism a black face. And the respectable compromiser tells us to be patient with our own oppression. But here's what they don't want you to know. Every single one of these archetypes exists because white racism needs them. They're not aberrations. They're features of the system. The house slave provides psychological cover. See, even they like being enslaved. The assimilationist provides false hope. If you just try hard enough, you can make it too. The puppet politician provides political cover. It's not racism when a black person says it, and the compromiser provides moral cover. Even their own leaders say they should wait. Together, these four types create a complete ecosystem of black subjugation. They handle different aspects of the psychological, political, and social work needed to maintain white dominance. But here's the real tragedy. Many of these people could have been freedom fighters. The House intelligence could have been used to organize resistance. The assimilationist platform could have been used to advocate for justice. The puppet politicians' power could have been used to advance our interests. The compromisers' love could have been channeled into revolutionary action. Instead, white racism captured their talents and turned them against us. That's the real genius of this system. It doesn't just oppress us with external force, it recruits us to oppress ourselves. So the next time you see a black person tap dancing for white approval, ask yourself, which level are they on? Because until we recognize these patterns, until we call out these sellouts, until we stop making excuses for people who harm us in the name of helping us, we'll never be free. Drop a comment and tell me, which type do you think is the most dangerous? Which ones have you encountered in your own life? And most importantly, what are we going to do about it? Because our liberation depends on it. And liberation doesn't come from compromise, assimilation, or puppet shows. It comes from the courage to name our enemies, even when they look like us. The revolution.
Yeah, I'll just stop it here. The link is pinned at the top. Anyone who wants to come up is free to do so. Looks like American Man, if he's not too busy, was champing at the bit. And let me tell you who I think the most dangerous black person is. It's one who doesn't speak English well. Not that, English is the end all and be all of world languages. However, wherever that black person might be, speak the language well and be precise when you use it. It'll help making arguments. When you say blacks, without some sort of qualifier, it literally means all blacks. And that is the first mistake that the anti-black blacks want to say. And then when you call them on it, they'll go, well, you know what I mean. No, motherfucker. How about use English better? Mm-hmm. So, look, American Man, you may be at work or busy or something like that, but one of your problems, and dude, I think the world of you, but we tend to talk past each other, and I've actually had time to think about it. We literally are not speaking the same language. I don't give a fuck about other blacks. In a way, I'm probably more to the right than you, American Man, hood, conservative, etc. I tend to be kind of an individualist. I think if American culture is this broken, and apparently it is, the only way to rebuild it is one household at a time. Okay, it's literally, and if you want to isolate what I call the legacy black community, notice I don't use FBA, notice I don't use ADOS, legacy black community, legacy black Americans. And when I say that, I mean those of us who have a legacy in American history. Like my family has deep roots in American history. And my point is more, I dropped the definition of interstitial into the chat, basically meaning if you want to talk about liberal versus conservative, if you want to talk Democrat versus Republican, you are flattening American culture into politicizing it or racializing it. And that's where the hood conservatives and the John Galts fucking fall flat when they talk to me. I know more than they do. Let's just be honest about it. I know how to think better than they do. I don't have to think Democrat or Republican. I don't have to think black and white. Half the time I do it, it's just to make it relatable to a hood conservative or a John Galt. Bottom line is two mistakes that Americans like John Galt make. You'll want to racialize crime and concentrate on crime via race. We want to actually, like a Be Brave does, say black crime, black violent crime is worse than white violent crime. And you know what? You lose me with that kind of argument. It's racist. If you want to say, well, Republicans are this, or Democrats are that, or liberals are this, and conservatives are that, American culture is not that flat. It's not that cut and dried. The good thinkers can take all the differences, political, cultural, racial, and they tend to come up with their own theories. That's why I don't have the tolerance for this fucking Democrats are more likely to, support single black mothers. Well, the problem is single mothers are not all black. Murderers, drive-by shooters, they're not all black and in the hood. And until you can actually realize that crime of all sorts, without the racialization or the politicization, if I got that right, it's an American problem. And if you can't approach it that way, then we will talk past each other. You got to think in the interstices. You got to think between all these people who would flatten all American problems into race or political or other types. Young, old, generational. It's all flattening American culture. Most people like a John Galt. Most people like a Be Brave. Most people like a hood conservative. And there are plenty others I could name. I literally think that we don't think in 3 dimensions or 4 dimensions if you add time. You want to politicize it, you want to racialize it, you want to simplify it, you want to flatten it, and it's just not that simple. You want to come up here and rail against crack hoes stealing from Walmart because in 1964 welfare ruined the black community. Hit the dare link, because at this stage of the game, I don't even want to hear that tired old fucking argument that has not solved any problems. Half the time I hear people in American Man, I'm going to pick on you. Please don't take this the wrong way. It's meant with respect, because I'm teaching you how to argue. It doesn't work the other way, because you have nothing to teach me. With all due respect, you want to tell us what has occurred in history and what is wrong, instead of just going, hey, shit's fucked up. How do we fix the present? You want to tell us how we got here, but you don't want to guide us into the future. And quite frankly, the Stanley Cross channel, the Stanley versus the World program, the Stanley Cross as host, I'm bored with that same old tired bullshit. We know how we got here, and we don't agree necessarily on the path here, but we can all agree that shit's fucked up. How do we fix it in the present and have a better future? That's what I'm more interested in. Don't tell me about welfare in 1964. It's already happened. I'm motherfucking 60. So don't tell me what happened in 1964. I was born in 65. I missed that part, but we all know how we got here, more or less. I don't agree with the welfare argument. I actually think parenting, and parenting is the key. That's how I think. But I'm just tired of people thinking in 2 dimensions, flattening everything into politics or race or whatever. It's a lot more complicated than that. And I've run across very few people who can argue in 3 dimensions or maybe even 4 dimensions. So if you're that sort of arguer, you're always welcome up here, but don't think I'm going to have patience. And quite frankly, once I think you're fucking stupid, I'm just going to mock you with the ad hominems because I'm already bored. If I'm talking to you and doing ad hominems, it literally means I'm bored. so, so keep me engaged. An American man, dude, you look, I actually do think you're a thinker, but I'm just bored with the, well, N-words think this, or that's just like an N-word. Dude, okay. But I think it's more complicated than that. And Horsey boy, you're still here. I'm surprised you're still here. You do care, Palomino Ricky Z. Aw. You're supporting the show in your own little furry way. You're a furry, right? Palomino Ricky Z, the furry. Hey, you gotta rinse there, Tyrone. Drop it. I'll watch it. I'll drop the link. I think I have other things to watch, but you know what? I have kind of decided that these 8-hour shows are not worth it. I'll cut it off. And it's 12:23. By 1 o'clock or so, unless it gets interesting. We'll break for lunch and maybe I'll come back later, maybe I won't. And I think there will be a Saturday show. I think I have a topic, but anyway, we will move on to the next topic. And Fred, if you're still there, this is where I heard about Ta-Nehisi Coates, and I don't have a subscription to Vanity Fair, but I'll figure out how to read it. Apparently, Ta-Nehisi Coates has become quite the writer, and it has pissed John McWhorter off to no end, apparently. And let me give you another theory, and I'm sure I'm perfectly wrong. Howard University, bless their hearts, have kind of, taken Ta-Nehisi Coates and Nicole Hannah-Jones and kind of given them like endowed chairs. So they get to think great thoughts. They get to write shit. Dude, every smart person, and not every smart person deserves it, but dude, if you can get a Ta-Nehisi Coates, like, hey, I don't have to worry about writing an article every 2 seconds for money. If you can endow a chair at a university and just give him time to think, dude, more power. I will forever think highly of Howard for doing it. And it reminds me of something a boss of mine said years ago. Hold on one sec, Tyrone. There was a boss. Okay, cool. I so appreciate it, Fred. There was a boss I had years ago. And, it was an hourly job or something like that. And he's like, Stanley, I know if we could put you in an office with a desk and a chair and maybe a computer, you just put your feet up and you would just come up with some interesting stuff, some stuff that, would be out of the box thinking. And he actually meant it as a compliment. But you know what? It's an hourly job. I just can't, didn't have to do it. I had to punch a clock. I think if you give a Ta-Nehisi Coates the same chance that a Thomas Jefferson, who, as I've said, is kind of my favorite founder because he's so complicated. You give Ta-Nehisi Coates time to fucking think, he's going to write well. Thomas Jefferson did. He didn't have to hoe his own rows. he had time in a good dinner written by, his slave, who was a French trained chef. He had time to eat good food, drink good wine, invent some shit, and
Right.
write some
Right.
Belmonts.
Yeah.
So you sound like you're champing at the bit. What you got to say there, Tyrone? Salute.
I don't really have
Yes,
nothing to say, man. I just wanted to see if you looked at that new Shaheed Mosin video.
I have not. You got the link, or you want me to look it up?
I put what it was in the chat.
Oh, you mean way back a few days ago? No, I looked
Oh,
at it. It didn't.
no. He has a new one. He has a new one. I just put it in the chat. It's what are you
Oh, okay.
defending? Middle Nation podcast.
When
So
did
how
you
you doing
drop?
today,
You
Stanley?
dropped it into the main chat.
Oh, the chat that we were talking in. I just put the name in there. I don't know how to do all that
All
other
right. Well,
stuff,
I'll
dropping in
find
the
it.
back and all of that. I'm at work right now, just taking a break, chilling, just
Oh,
listening
okay.
to you for a moment.
Yeah. Well, you know me. I'm always boring. Don't fall asleep.
Can't fall asleep. I'm at work, man. What you mean fall asleep? Fall asleep, I get hurt.
Let's see here. Because I'm. Give me a second. Let me go back into this chat and find it. First name.
Middle Nation podcast, and it's called "What Are You Defending?"
Okay. What's the name of the podcast again? I'm sorry.
Middle Nation.
Okay. Oh shit! You know what? I did see it, and I did not watch it. Yeah, this guy's good. So the one from 22 hours ago. This is called British Nationalist Protest. Shahid Bolson on the myth of Western values,
Yeah, not
or is
that
it
one.
a
I'm talking
different?
about the one on "What Are You Defending?"
Okay, hold on. Because he does not do lives. Let's see. Or he actually does lives. Have a look. But the one, the British protests, huh. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you know what? I did start watching it. But hold on, we'll show it now. But you want to set it up and tell me about his background. I have not had time to go in and what's his bag? Was he a
I mean,
professor? I mean, how does he know so much?
his background is he's just a political activist. I mean,
Mhm.
he just speaks on the truth of the matter. I mean, he doesn't. He calls it right down the middle. If it's Muslims messing up, he called them out. If it's Christians, he called them out, or whoever. It's just straight up conversation.
All right, well, let's listen to him. Oh, okay. Okay. This is the one he did yesterday, apparently. The myth of Western values. And yeah, what are you defending? God damn it. I wonder if he renamed it. But anyway, we'll listen to it anyway.
Celebrating Britishness. It's perfect. They look so happy. They look so happy. They look so excited. That's nice. Fried bologna as far as the eye can see. No, that's right. What did I tell you about the riots last year, whenever that was? Last year, I think. It was a festival. It's a festival for them. Those race riots, that's a festival. It's a celebration of their culture. Because this is their culture. This is cathartic for them. Should be like this. Should be like this. It doesn't bother me at all. No. This is Jason Voorhees without the hockey mask. No, it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me. When people stop pretending to be what they're not, what they've never been. This is a celebration of their culture. That's what it is, truly. Everything it means to be British. Hate, paranoia, insecurity, fear, violent, ugly, drunk. Huh. What could be more English than that? And not a dentist in all that whole 150,000 of them, probably.
Oh my
All
lord!
rallying around a convicted hooligan, convicted fraudster, stalker, drug dealer as their national hero. It's perfect. It's perfect. Couldn't be more English. And of course, they're angry. Yes, they're angry. They feel like they're losing their country. And that's on you. Wallahi, that's on you. All you immigrants, all you Muslims who went over there, the Africans, Caribbeans, Asians, and so forth, that's on you because you believed them. And you never should have believed them. You believed them when they said that they were multicultural, that they're tolerant and that they could accept you ever being a Brit. You thought that they would treat you, for some reason, I don't know why, you thought that they would treat you one way in your home country and another way in their country. So that's on you. That's your own naivete, your own gullibility. They are monoculturalists, and they always have been. Monoculturalists. They don't even like other so-called white people. That's right. They hate the French. They hate the Germans. They hate the Polish. They hate the Russians. And everyone knows what they did to the Irish, how they treated the Irish. And the Irish just about have to be the most palest skinned people on this planet. No, they're monoculturalists. All the Europeans are. The British are, and the rest of them are. There's no difference. That's why their entire history, just right up until like yesterday, was nothing but endless wars against each other. But somehow, wallahi, I don't know how, but somehow you thought that they would welcome you into their country. I told you before, they look at you exactly the same in London as they looked at you when you were in India, or they looked at you in Africa, or they looked at you when you were working their sugar plantations in Jamaica. No, they didn't look down at you in your own countries. They didn't look down at you like that because of where you were. They treated you like that because of who you are. You understand me? But when you immigrate over there, whether it's to the UK or to America or to Australia or wherever else in the so-called West, you're calling their bluff. You understand? You're calling their bluff about tolerance, about multiculturalism. And yes, it turns out that it was always just a bluff. It's always been a bluff. It's fake. It's like someone with a fake university degree.
I'm sorry to interrupt this, but because I made typos in this particular point. American Man, help me understand. You say that many blacks that scream racism but are highly productive. What the fuck does that even mean? So if you are black and highly productive, that means racism doesn't exist? Can you help me out with this? If you're black and highly productive, you should not talk about racism. And why would that be? I'm confused at this interesting point you bring up, because I know John Galt has made that point, and I probably Hood Conservative did it. But he help me out here. Oh, there you are. American Man just came up. Yes, sir. Good to see you.
All right. I was
Good
going
to
to
hear
say,
from
before
you.
we get into it, Stanley, how are you, sir?
Pretty good.
How's the boy?
Well, when he calls me, last time he called me, he seems good.
He's doing all right.
Yeah, this is actually an odd point, and I don't want to get derailed here, but he did not make anything less than a B. He did not make as many A's, and I was like, well, you could make a couple more A's. And he looked at me and he said, Dad, this school is hard. But you know what? My response was, B's are okay. So he's not overmatched. He's in one of the better engineering schools in the world, and he's holding his own. So if he's good, I'm good.
Okay. Now, right? Now, I'm going to tie that into the question that you just asked me.
Okay.
No, Stanley, just because blacks are productive does not mean that there is no racism. So I answered that question.
Well, no. That's not what I asked. I asked, does that mean they should not complain about it. Let me bring it up. Because I mangled it. What I was trying to say is American man. So being highly productive means history and racism. Do not complain about it. God damn, I mangled that. But look, just because you are successful as a black person does not mean you can't complain about it.
So I agree with you, right? You can certainly acknowledge it, correct, right? Because even
Well,
I
how
can.
about complain?
Stanley, you got to let me finish. I'm going to get to it, right?
All right.
You can certainly acknowledge it, right? And I'm saying, of course, there's still racism. You can certainly acknowledge it, but when it becomes an identity, that's when you have a problem. There's no problem if you want to talk about it. There's no problem if you want to understand it exists. The problem that I have is when it becomes an identity and you allow that identity to become something that holds you back. That is the problem that I have.
Okay, well, can you give me an example of this?
The example is when you have certain blacks, not all, but most, when you have certain blacks that continue to complain and say, well, I can't do this because of racism, white supremacy.
But then they wouldn't be highly productive now, would they?
No, hold on. No. I again, right? I separated the two. Right. I understand there's highly productive blacks, and I told you they can sure acknowledge it and they could sure speak about it. But then the next point that I pivoted to was when they make it their identity, that's when it becomes
And
problematic.
you said literally certain blacks. Can you point out one of those certain blacks? Because I argue if you make it part of your identity and it, quote, holds you back, then you are no longer highly productive.
Agreed.
So
I'm not disagreeing with you.
to be. Can you just give me an example? Maybe if you could name a specific person who fits this category, maybe I'd be able to understand better.
I mean, you can mostly take any random person. You can take any random person from a quote unquote shit neighborhood and listen to them tell you why they couldn't be productive.
I'm going to argue that they may or may not be highly productive. What I'm looking for is you literally use the word certain blacks. I assume we're talking about the category of highly productive black. My question to you is, if you are highly productive and black, why can't you talk about racism?
Well, we already got past
you
that.
did. Hold on. No, we have not gone past it because I'm trying to figure out which black who is highly productive complains about race, makes it part of their identity, and it holds them back.
I never said that, Stanley. I said it is the type of black person that makes it their identity that's a problem.
Okay, then they're not highly productive, correct?
I separated the two, but
okay,
I was
so
never
now we're talking about
I was never calling
blacks
them
who are not highly productive.
No. Again, I already made the separation. If it went over your
okay,
head,
what's
Stanley,
the separation? On one side, you have highly productive. What's on the other? What's on the other side? You got highly productive. What's on the other side once you make that divide?
Okay, so you have blacks that will talk about racism, but are still highly productive. And then on the other side, you have blacks that will be absolutely abhorrent to society and will say the reason why they have to be this way is because the white man is stopping them.
Okay, can we stop right there? Because I have questions.
Sure. Sure, Stanley.
So the people on the other side of that divide are not highly productive?
No.
Okay,
No.
so
Once you make it your identity, Stanley, you have to
was
let me
about
answer the question, right? You gotta let me finish, Stanley. Right. So
okay.
the people on the other side are not highly productive outside of the grifters like Roland Martin and Steve Harvey and DL Hughley, right? Those guys are highly productive at the grift of racism, white supremacy. Like they are highly productive at that grift, but ultimately they're not helping the little guy.
Okay. And I argue, well, first off, now that you've defined what highly productive is, you mean you get rich off of the grift and you don't think that's being highly productive?
No. I believe that if you're getting rich off the grift, you are highly productive. That's why I use the
Okay,
term
and
they
so
are
why
highly
can't they,
productive.
if they're getting rich off the grift and they are getting highly productive pay off of complaining about racism, okay, that they're good at complaining about something that's actually there.
Oh, yeah, but the thing is, right, is that doesn't actually help black people. It just helps them, right?
Right.
For the
And
rest
as a
of,
matter of fact, they're more Republican than most Republicans.
well, I don't know about that, but well,
Hey, they're thinking of themselves. Do you actually think Roland Martin literally gives a fuck about,
no,
some dude in the
no,
hood? Well,
he
then
doesn't.
what are you
He
complaining
doesn't.
about?
No. I'm not complaining, right? I'm pointing out.
Well, see, I don't think you're pointing out anything. Most black people like me don't even watch Roland Martin. He does
Again,
have a
Stanley, don't
grift.
make it
As a
personal.
matter of fact, it's so funny
But I'm not
because
talking about you, Stanley.
no. I'm saying most black people like me, for instance. Dude, there are plenty of people like a Philip, what's Phil's last name? Phil Scott.
Philip Scott.
Yeah, he complains about Roland Martin a lot. A lot of black people do.
Right, but there's more black people that actually follows that buffoon than will critique him.
I'm going to be honest with you. We might have to disagree on that. Roland
fine.
Martin does not. Roland Martin, does he even have 1 million followers?
I'm not really sure. I haven't watched that
Well,
guy
the
in so
last time
long.
I looked, let's look him up right quick because Uncle Roro has a YouTube channel. I don't think he's even at 1 million. I mean, and for someone of his stature or supposed stature, 1 million viewers isn't that much.
Correct.
Don
Supposed
Lemon or
stature.
somebody like that actually has more followers, and they are way. Give me 1 second. Let me look up
No problem,
because
Stanley.
I don't think he has 1 million viewers. And all I'm saying in that is that I don't know that he has the following you think he does, or you would propose. He's up. He's at 1.86. But let's look at when his channel was started. His YouTube channel started.
Well, it doesn't matter when it started, right? Your
Well, let me
argument
tell you
was
why I'm
he
thinking
doesn't have
this.
1 million. Now you're moving the goalposts after you
No,
debunked
I'm not moving
yourself.
the goalpost. Let
You
me
are.
finish. Let me finish, please. I just give me a sec, because I do have a point. So he joined YouTube in 2006. He has 1.86 million viewers. Don Lemon, for instance, joined probably a couple years ago, and he's almost at 1 million if he's not there. What I'm trying to do is contend or basically say most black people don't follow Roland Martin.
I'm
If
gonna
he did,
disagree
he
with
would have a lot more. Dude, he's literally had a YouTube channel for almost 20 years.
No, hold on. I'm gonna
And he's
disagree.
only got less than 2 million.
Okay, and I'm gonna disagree with what you're saying. Here's why,
Then
right?
we'll have to disagree.
No problem. But let me tell you why, right? I'm not disagreeing for the sake of disagreeing. Let me explain to
Okay.
you why I'm disagreeing. No, number one, and I'm and I'm truly going to say this and this is not malicious, this is just to be honest.
Mhm.
Don Lemon is a homosexual, and so people in today's society, no matter who they are, follow homosexuals. Now, lay that aside, right? We're gonna
Well,
lay
is that a
that. Hold on.
criticism?
No. I'm just saying why he would rise to a certain level so fast. Now, that aside, the main point that I wanted to make, because to me, that's just a footnote. The main point that I wanted to make is that Roland Martin's audience is an older generation that is not going to be on YouTube.
Well, you
Don
know, he's
Lemon,
younger than me. You
which is
bastard.
fine. See why you come
I'm
on,
just,
Stanley.
dude, I'm just messing with you.
Right? So Don Lemon was fresh off of cable right to YouTube at a time when everyone was starting to get into YouTube, especially everyone of a certain generation. And so it actually makes sense as to why Don Lemon would immediately have so many followers.
So let me just address Fred. No, I'm looking at this particular video. For someone, I don't know, Fred, you tell me, you know more about this stuff.
Now, he
I'm
doesn't get a lot of
looking at a
views.
video from 1 day ago. This video that's up on the screen, Fred, specifically, from 1 day ago, 3.8 thousand views.
Yeah,
And
he doesn't get a lot of views.
he's got 1.86 million subscribers, 3,800 views over the last 24 hours. Now, maybe that's a lot, but it doesn't seem like it to me.
Again, right? His audience is an older generation. You could say that Roland Martin.
Okay, but
is younger than
you're
you.
kind of defeating your own argument.
No, I'm not actually. I'm pointing out why it's happening.
Okay,
Even
most Black Americans are not old, are they? I thought Black Americans specifically
I said
tend to
most of
skew
his
fairly
audience.
younger.
I said his audience. I did not say all Black Americans.
I
I said his audience.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so his audience is of an older generation. And so they're not on YouTube. Right? If Roland Martin popped up on CNN.
Well, where else would he be?
No. I'm talking about the older generation of Black people.
Right.
They're not
Where
on
else
YouTube.
would
Well, the
they
older
watch him
generation of
besides
anyone,
YouTube?
actually. Say it again.
Where else would they watch him other than YouTube?
Yeah, and those.
Well, no, where? The
No,
only
I'm
place
telling
to
you.
watch him that
I'm
I know of is YouTube.
Right, but those would be right. The some young, because I'm not going to say that he doesn't have I'm sure he has a young following, but those older Blacks that do get on YouTube of a certain generation, they would watch him. But if Roland Martin popped up on CNN, the older Black community would be in love with him again.
Okay, you're
But they'll
talking
still defend him.
hypotheticals. I'm trying to talk reality. And if most of his audience or his fans don't watch YouTube, then he doesn't have an audience that watches him on YouTube.
If you
My
say so,
argument,
because
is most Blacks don't even know who Roland Martin is. He is not that influential in the Black community. That's really my point.
If you say so, Stanley, we're gonna
No,
have to.
I think someone like a Cornell West. I think someone like a Cornell West, who tends to be all places at all times, dude. And I kind of know this from my YouTube experience. People know who Cornell West is. They'll tend to know who Eddie Glaude is. They know Roland Martin, but mostly as a cartoon. The dude has 1.86 million subscribers and 3,800 views over 24 hours at his main show, Roland Martin Unfiltered. I'm saying most Black people don't, he does not have an outsized influence. I would argue even a major influence on what we will call the Black community. And I have some problems with the quote, the way people like a John Galt or other racists think of the Black community. I don't think there's one contiguous, but that's kind of a different argument.
Yeah, I'm not here to get in between you and John Galt.
Well, no, John Galt is everywhere.
Hey, I'm everywhere.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
So, but you know, if you wanna get into Be Brave, I'll get
No,
into him.
won't even bother. You know, I'm trying to watch the look. I'm trying to literally do my own thing, which
Agreed.
is literally, I think those two are pure racists. Literally. And I can justify my argument. I used to tell John Galt this all the time. That's kind of why he gets pissed off. And, you know, I've been banned in all the right places. I'll put it that way.
I actually have a harsher take than you. I actually have no, I'm dead ass serious. I actually have a harsher take. And if you, which I'm not going to say here because I want to keep peace.
No, go ahead.
But
what are they going to do? Ban you?
Well, I'm not concerned about that, but I want to keep peace. So I actually have a harsher take.
Well, see, I think keeping peace with racists is racism.
Well, listen, right? If you know, I was speaking with Blacks Who Defy.
Oh man, no. See, that makes me sad.
And that I was speaking with Blacks Who Defy.
No, that I haven't seen him on my channel.
Oh well, he's really not on anyone's channel.
Well,
him and I speak on the phone personally.
I know.
But
I have his email address. Maybe I ought to just email him and invite
email him. Yeah,
because that motherfucker, you know what? And he says some racist shit, but you know what? I don't give a fuck. He's half the time, I don't know whether he's serious or not. I think he's just a sarcastic motherfucker.
I will let Black.
Well, maybe not. You know him better than I do.
I will let him speak for himself. I'm not going to sit here and speak for another grown man. All I will say is that he's a good man, a good father.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what I'll say. But I was speaking with him.
I can engage him in a conversation, and we don't even fucking talk about anything. Dude, we'll fucking talk about the Aeneid or something. That's what I crave.
So I have a harsher criticism than you. And Blacks with the
Well, go ahead.
I had that conversation yesterday. Was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Yes, it was yesterday actually. I was talking to him while I was driving to work last night. And so I mean, Be Brave. I don't mess with Be Brave. Him and I are done. He pretends to be willing to have a conversation, but he just wants to get his point out and then sort of run away and get you out of there if you have a different point from him. And so I don't really engage with him. And you can go back and tell him I said that. And if he has a problem with it, he can find me.
Well, you know what? I actually haven't. I unsubscribed from him. I don't even get pop-ups from his show. He's literally a one-trick pony.
Well, I'm sure there's people in your chat because most of these people are fake. And I said this to John Galt the other night. 95% of people on YouTube are fake, and they go through every channel talking shit to everybody and about everyone. And so you guys go back and tell Be Brave I said that. The 95%.
You know what? Well, here's the deal. And this is look at my dude. I have what? 213 subscribers. But I do have 5,000 views. So a lot of people come up here and don't subscribe, which is fine with me. I would much rather have, 2,213 real people like Fred. I know Fred's for real. I have no doubt. I know, hold on. I know CKJ3 is real. Sometimes you just know people, you just know them. Kelvin wants to be real. Give him a good English breakfast, and he'll be real till he gets hungry again. Yes, 12 man.
Well, that's not a. You don't have a lot to go. I heard there's a way you can monetize at 500, so you really don't have that far to go.
Well, yeah, I got a ways to go. I basically have to get what is it, 260 something. And the thing is I honestly, I do it for the fun. It'll be lovely to be monetized, but I would much rather do it like Stan Autry just showed up. I need 250 Stan Autrys or CKJ3s or Freds. And they're comfortable going, hey, you know what? Fred told me fucking like months ago, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm just like, well, Fred, it'll be okay. And Fred has this way of going, I told you so.
Well,
the problem is he's always right when he says I told you so.
Stanley, pushing your Cash App is the way to go because they only take like 3% or something really minimal. Like Google takes over 30%.
Well, you do know that as a matter of fact, I need to put up Black Knight is another real one. I people kind of know my Cash App, and today's sponsor, the Black Knight. He hit my Cash App. Appreciate it. And you know what? They have kept me.
You're still within the 5%, as I quoted. 95% of people on YouTube are fake. The rest, right? I didn't say 100%.
No, you didn't.
I didn't say 100%, right? I know how YouTube works.
Hey, American man, I seen a guy on a short the other day, a plumber. He made $1,800 in 30 minutes just unplugging a drain.
Yeah, I mean that's how it could go.
Crazy.
I'm not. I mean
that's like $3,600 an hour, bro. Come on, man. That's insane.
Okay, what's your point? I'm curious, 12 man. What is your point about watching some dude on his? Okay, how about just say something that's on topic?
Okay. Well, I just congratulate an American man for.
Why would you do that on this show? We're talking about plumbing. See, 12th man, I think what you're used to is you're kind of used to showing up on somebody's panel and they're just glad to see you and you can just bring up some random shit. This isn't that kind of panel. Well, you know what? You've only been coming up here for like almost a year. Every time you come up, I'm a new kind of host, right? The rules are random.
Praise the Lord.
Every time you come up, that Stanley has changed.
I actually disagree with that, Stanley. I think 12.
Well, no, I was kidding. I try to be consistent.
No. I'm talking about 12th man. I just think that he just comes up to be cool and sort of just wants to.
I didn't say that. I think he just comes up and thinks anything is open. Every panel that 12th man goes on, he assumes is an open panel. I think that's correct.
I'll agree with that, but I don't think it's
okay. And I don't do open panels unless, dude, I literally don't do open panels, and there's a reason why. But continue, American Man. Please continue.
I got derailed. What were we into?
All I'm saying, I'm implying, and I think I'm correct in the implication that 12th man comes up thinking every panel
I
is
thought we
an
were
open
moving on
panel.
from that.
No, I don't.
Oh, I thought you were
We've
telling me
talked
to
on
continue
It's
to
my
move on from that, Stanley. Sorry.
we've talked on topic lots of times, Stanley.
just not this time.
I've just given American Man
I don't give
a
a fuck.
compliment.
Thank you,
Obviously, I
12th
didn't give
man.
a fuck.
Thank you. And thank you, Stanley, for allowing him to do that. Okay, how
Can
about
make a
that?
lot of money
How
being a
about that? Can we
plumber.
bridge the gap?
Shit.
Can we bridge the gap?
Well, please do.
So anyway,
Well,
yeah, what was our original conversation before it got
it was about
derailed?
Roland Martin. I don't think Roland Martin has that big a following. If you are good at the grift, then be good at the grift. I don't. I have problems, and a lot of people talk about Roland Martin. To your point, he is more concerned about getting sponsorship.
Correct.
And I just don't think. I mean, he's not the sort of dude who ever talks about the because he's from Houston. I've literally never. He goes to what is it, Essence Fest and all that stuff. He didn't go into the ghetto, and it's not his shtick.
No, his shtick is shilling for Hillary Clinton and the Democrats.
And the problem is, okay, we know who he is. I don't think he's that shy about that sort of stuff.
No, he's not. I don't. He's absolutely not.
So there's no mystery. You can have a critique, but he doesn't pretend to be something that he's not.
Well, he does.
Especially
He
with
does
those,
actually,
especially with
pretend to
those
be.
ascot. Every now and again, he'll put on an ascot.
He does. He does pretend to be something that he's not, though.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, tell me about it, because I don't.
He pretends to be what people, because I don't consider him that. I actually consider men like me and blacks who defy to actually be pro-black. But he pretends to be pro-black when he's actually pro-Democrat Party. But he tries to mask that, right? When he's full pro-Democrat Party. Like he's full.
Okay, what's wrong with that? If that's his preference,
hold on. There's nothing wrong with that. But when you're masking that behind being quote unquote pro-black, that's when I begin to.
Okay, now you've confused me. Generally, the given what would you call it? Am I echoing, by the way?
No.
No, you sound all right, Stan.
Okay, because my earbuds just died. But generally, the larger black community, the 80% if you combine men and women, tend to vote Democrat because they tend to think that the Democratic Party is less openly racist. I don't think you'll talk to a black Democratic voter who won't say, well, yeah, the Democrats are racist too. They're just less racist, or, we'll get a tangible like a Ketanji Brown Jackson or what's her name? The vice president.
Can I?
Republicans are openly racist, and if they're not personally, they tend to embrace a Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk was openly racist.
I mean, if you feel that way.
No. I don't have to feel it. I'll use his words.
He wasn't.
Okay, motherfucker, I will toss both your dumb asses off.
Because we disagree.
He was openly racist.
See? And that's why I said, Stanley, you will kill me for the white liberal.
America,
will kill me for the white liberal. That's why I said that.
American man, you want to flatten liberal and racist.
No, no,
If I
no, no,
call
no,
you
no.
a racist, I'm automatically a liberal?
Hold on, Stanley. I'm going to tell you why, right? You just
Please
went
do.
on. Let me tell you why, right? You just went on a diatribe about how black people tend to think that Democrats are less racist, which black
And I
people
told you why I think that, correct? Now tell me why I think
oh,
that.
you have to let me finish, Stanley.
No, I do not. You're going to talk
Okay.
about what I think. Complete the thought.
Yeah, I am, but you have to allow me to do that.
Dude, don't take all day.
So what do you want?
No.
3 to 4
Say
ad hocs, and then that's it.
Stanley is liberal. I think you're confusing voting Democrat.
No.
I literally just said that Democrats are as racist, or didn't literally say it, but implied that Democrats are racist too. They just tend to play better in the black audience because they'll do a tangible, like a Ketanji Brown Jackson, or first woman,
Okay.
black woman vice president.
So let me ask you a
Republicans
question,
don't do
right?
that. They embrace stand what is it? What did Trump say? Stand back and stand by.
So let me ask you a question.
Nick
That
Fuentes having Thanksgiving dinner
that's all fake
at
news, Stanley, but I
Mar-a-Lago.
get
I'm
why you got to
sorry,
push that.
Nick
Okay.
Fuentes having
Okay. All
dinner
right,
in
get it.
open
Nick
racist,
Fuentes.
see, you're not going to overtalk me.
I'm not trying to
Nick
overtalk you.
Fuentes is an
I want to
open
make a point.
racist, along with
Charlie Kirk and David Duke
okay,
and
let's
Joe
concentrate
Biden,
on Nick
all the
Fuentes.
racists. We
Is
got
Nick
it.
Fuentes an open racist?
No.
Okay. Well, then, you know what? I'm done talking. Apparently,
Because I don't believe your ideology. You and
motherfucker,
I
I
can't
think you
talk.
have a thick
You
black.
would kill me
I
for the
think
white
you.
liberal.
I think you have a thick black skin.
You would kill me for the white liberal, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I wouldn't kill you for any reason at all. You'll kill yourself.
Cool. But you would kill me for the white liberal.
Why are you telling me what I would?
You're
This is
making the
problem,
point.
American man. This is your problem. You literally are telling me what I would do when I just told you I wouldn't. You are so fucking dyed in the wool certain about what I would do that you don't even give me the respect of telling you what I would do. Now, how fucking racist is that?
That's not
racist
at all.
You don't think an educated black man can tell you what he would do? You have to literally tell me
yes, you can,
what I
right?
would do?
You can, Stanley. You can tell me what you would do.
No,
but
I can not only tell you,
yeah, you just
have
said
to
you can
accept
tell
it.
me.
Dude, you cross a line into disrespect when you tell
I
me
didn't
what I would
disrespect
do.
you, Stanley. This
You
is about the white
literally,
liberal.
dude, maybe
That's
you
what this
just
is
don't know
about.
the definition of disrespect.
Stanley, if I step
If
on your
I
toe,
tell you I would not,
if you and
if
I are in
I
a
tell you
supermarket,
I would not do it, and then you come
and I
back and
said I
say
accept
you
it,
would
Stanley,
do
and
it, that's disrespect.
I said I
That's
accept it.
literal disrespect. Do
I
you think
accept
black
it,
people
Stanley.
can think on their own, or do they need Democrats to tell them how to
I
think?
said most of them need Democrats.
Okay, then you are disrespectful
said-
of black people. At least I know where you stand now.
I said I accept you telling me you wouldn't do it, right?
Well, you can accept it, and then that's all you should motherfucker. It should stop there. When you
No, it should not, right?
No,
Here's the reason.
motherfucker. So you're gonna tell me
Hold on.
if I tell you what I think, and you accept it,
You see, you don't
have
want me to
more
finish
say
because you
about
know
what I'm
you're
gonna
about to
think?
end up tapping out. That's why. If you
Dude,
know that you're going,
you are
let me
used to a
finish, Stanley.
John
Let me
Galt
finish.
appeasing you.
Let me
Dude,
finish, Stanley.
You
I don't.
never tell me
Why are
what
you bringing
I
up
think,
John
and I
Galt
correct you.
like that?
Because
you
you're
guys have
acting
to
just
stop
like
doing
John
it.
Galt mostly.
Stop
You are
it.
literally
You guys have to
doing a
stop
John
doing
Galt
it.
here.
I'm what?
You think you know black people so well that if a black person like me,
I'm not doing a John Galt. Believe
dude,
me,
you
I'm
are
more.
literally
First of all,
conservative,
First of all,
a bunch of y'all
I'm a
motherfuckers.
black
You
American.
hood-conservative,
I
black
am a black
folk.
American.
Dude,
John Galt
dude,
is an
you
immigrant.
think
I
you
don't
know black people
subscribe
so
to what he
well.
talks about.
Okay. I know you bristle at the thought of being like John Galt, but let me tell you,
No, I don't
as a
bristle at the
third
thought,
party,
Stanley.
you think you know what every black person
No,
thinks
I
and
don't.
will
I
do.
don't actually.
You,
I don't,
you
Stanley.
literally think you do. You
I
talk about
don't,
the
Stanley.
blacks all the time.
Now you're disrespecting me. I told you I don't, and you're telling me
And
I do.
then
You
let
don't know
me
the
tell
definition
prove
of
your
disrespect.
respect. If
You see
I
that?
say I'm not going to do it, you
You see
accept
how it
it. And let's
works?
move on to the goddamn next topic, son. If I say I
I'm not going
won't
to get
do
upset
it
about
and
you
you
calling
accept,
me son
see, you
because you
want to
are
just
old enough
over
to be my
talk.
father.
You need, dude.
Well, maybe, I don't know.
If
Are you?
I tell you what I'm not going to do and American man says he accepts it, then we move on. There is no but.
Well, there is a but, because look at how you
Okay, well,
get
tell me
once we
what the
talk
but
about
is so
white
I can
liberals.
shit on your butt too.
Look
And
at
yeah, pause. I know what I know what Kelvin's going to say.
But look at how you get once white liberals come up. You see how defensive you get?
How do
That's what
I
makes
get?
me.
Are you a white
That's what
liberal?
makes. Hold
Are you a white
on,
liberal?
Stanley. Hold
How
on,
do I
Stanley.
get? Please
Stanley,
tell
hold
me
on.
how I get.
Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on.
no, motherfucker.
You
Now
gotta
you're
let me.
disrespecting me. What white liberal do I know? What white liberal comes up here?
Most of the whites that you associate with, because those people are
Ryan's
weirdos.
a white liberal?
Stanley, you always show
Shut
white
the fuck up,
I
liberals.
don't know.
man.
I don't know.
When I
I
want
don't.
to talk to you,
I
I
don't
will
know
say,
if Ryan
spokesman, what do you think?
I wouldn't consider Ryan Manioni a white liberal.
Okay, then what other white liberal do I talk to? Ryan, I talked to what's his name? Orthodox
It's your
guy.
beliefs, because look at what
Okay,
happened
I
as soon
need
as
you
it
to
came up.
give me an example
And
of
I'm
a
telling
white
you,
liberal. See, you can't do it, American man.
I'm trying to, but you won't let me,
Dude,
because
it
you
only
don't want the
takes a
truth to
second
come
to
out.
say a name.
You're scared of debate.
No, what I'm scared of is debating with someone who has no point.
Oh, okay, Stanley.
Literally,
You know
name
the
me
truth,
a white
Stanley.
liberal. I
You know
asked
the
about
truth.
Ryan. See, this is
And I
again.
told you Ryan is not a white
Y'all
liberal. You
make
asked
up
about
you,
Ryan, and I said
John
he's not.
Galt, all y'all make up these theoretics. Dude, name me one white liberal who comes up here.
Just because a white liberal doesn't
Okay,
come on
see,
your
you
panel.
can't name a goddamn name.
So hold on. Because a white
Because
liberal,
there is not a name. The white
because a
people
white
who come
liberal
up here
doesn't come
are
on
as
your
racist
panel,
as they
does
want to
that
be.
mean that you've disavowed white liberals?
No, it means you don't have an argument.
Answer the question.
It,
Does that mean you've
motherfucker, you
disavowed white
answer
liberals?
my question first.
I'm
Which
answering your
white
question, Stanley.
liberal
I've
are
been
you
answering your
thinking?
question.
See, this is that I don't have a brain far right bullshit that people expect me to swallow.
You think I'm far right,
You
Stanley?
say I have a
I'm more of a
certain
black
way with
nationalist
white
than you'll
liberals.
ever be,
See,
sir.
motherfucker, I'm gonna have to put your ass in the back.
I know.
You made
I
an
know.
accusation, and I need you to back it up.
Well, you have to shut the fuck up to let me
No, I
back it
don't.
up.
Give me one goddamn name.
And I just told you.
You
Because you
told
don't
me
have white
nothing.
liberals
You
on your
did not
channel, do you
mention a name.
disavow them?
Oh, I have to give you time. Here's your time. Name me one white liberal. Here's your time. I'll mute.
Stanley, you don't have white liberals that come up on your panel. You see how easy it is for me to admit that?
Then, motherfucker, why would you say I act a certain way when they do? See,
Because
you
every
didn't have
time,
an argument, and I just stomped a mud hole. I stomped a mud
you
hole
did
in your
not, though.
far
You did
right
not. You did
anti-black
not. Now you're
bullshit.
accusing me of being far
This
right.
is why the anti-black blacks don't come
Tell
up
me one thing that
because
I said that's far
fucking
right.
wear
Tell me
their
one thing that I
asses
said
out.
that's far right.
Oh, motherfucker,
Tell
don't
me
make
one
me
thing.
replay it. I will
One thing,
replay it.
Stanley.
I will
One
replay it.
thing.
You got caught in
One
your
thing that I
own
said that's far right.
bullshit.
One thing that I said that's far right, Stanley.
Dude,
One thing.
we need to rewind to the white liberal that comes up here. Name one.
Yeah, I know. You
Yeah,
accuse
I
me of
know
being
you
far
don't
right, and
know.
when I tell you
I
give me
know you
one thing,
don't know.
you accuse me of being far right, and when I say give me one thing,
Motherfucker,
you want to go
let's
back to
go
white
back to you
liberals.
accusing me of being a fucking whatever to white liberals who
I
come
still
up
love you,
here.
Stanley.
And
All right, just so you know.
American man, you know, I don't know any white liberals in this space. Literally, I don't know one. So
Okay,
you're
just because
making
you don't know
shit
them in
up.
this space,
You're
Stanley.
making shit up. You're doing that
No,
John
I'm not
Galt.
making anything
See,
up. You
John
vote
Galt
with
used to
them.
make these
You
mistakes.
vote with
See,
them.
y'all think
Do you vote with
I'm
them,
the
Stanley?
mythical black
Do
that
you
you
vote
think
with
can't
them,
argue a
Stanley?
point. Dude,
Do
I
you
am
vote
your
with
black
them?
daddy. I am
Do
your black daddy. I'm the black daddy y'all should have had. You
Stanley,
come up
you're
here
the
with
only
you
white
come up
liberal
here
I
with
know.
bullshit, and I'm gonna send you back to your room.
Stanley, do you
What
vote?
white liberal
Do you
am I
vote with the
treating
white
with
liberal?
respect?
Look at how
I
you
will
get as soon
motherfucking
as the white
dude,
liberal
you
is
know what? I'm
challenged.
gonna go back and replay this
That's why
shit.
I say you're
You're
going to
talking
kill me.
so much shit. I'm
Yes,
gonna have
go
to go
back.
back
It's
and
going to be
replay it.
all over YouTube. John Galt's going to do a show. Hood Conservative's going to do a
Fuck
show. They're
John
all going to
Galt.
do a show
Fuck Hood
showing
Conservative. Dude, why would I care when they
how
do
you got
shows?
slaughtered as usual by American Man.
Yeah, they're gonna do a whole show about that American man.
Yes, how you got slaughtered as usual, Stanley.
Hey,
You and I
know
have been
what?
doing this for how long now?
I don't subscribe to the show, so I won't know.
You're gonna get slaughtered, Stanley. You know you're getting slaughtered. That's why you can't answer questions. You got upset. As soon as the white
I'm
liberal
getting
came
slaughtered
up,
by
you
what?
started pissing in your
Anti-black
pants.
blacks? Dude, I slaughtered you.
You didn't.
Yeah,
You wish
okay.
you did. You wish
Hey,
you
that's
could.
fine. That's fine. I'm going. See, I know
Your
you well
student has
enough.
not become the
I know
master
you
yet,
well
Stanley.
enough.
You still have
I
a
know
ways to
you
go.
well enough. I know John Galt well enough. I know Hood Conservative well enough. Y'all just believe what you want to believe. It
Well,
won't matter. See,
Doesn't everyone believe what they want to believe,
but
Stanley?
I can
You
put
accuse me of being far right, and when I tell you give me one
motherfucker,
example,
you are
you
far
won't
right.
do it.
You are
won't. One
anti-black
example.
black,
One
therefore far
example.
right.
One
See, let me
example.
tell you. Can I tell you why I think you're far
One
right?
example. No,
Can
Stanley.
I?
Give me one
Can I?
example and then tell me why.
Okay, you
One
think all
example.
black. You think all black people are alike?
No, I don't. That's why I talk
Yeah,
to
you
you.
do.
No,
Yeah,
I
you
don't. That's why I talk
Is
to
it,
you,
dude?
Stanley.
You say the blacks just like John Galt. The
Oh,
black.
the blacks, yes. And I'll say
Okay,
the
well,
whites.
motherfucker,
And I'll
that
say the
sounds like all
Hispanics.
blacks to me.
What's the problem?
Or did your 8th grade English teacher fail you?
And I'll say the oh god.
Okay, now you're an uneducated anti-black black.
And I'll say
You
the
don't know
Hispanics.
English.
What's the
You
problem?
don't know how English works.
Yeah. I hear
If you
Stanley.
don't put a qualifier, an adjective before the blacks, that means all blacks. That's how English works.
Right, and I will say the whites, and I will say the Hispanics. So it's not exclusive to you. I know you want to feel special because you believe in the magical Negro theory, but you're not. I use
I'm
that
sorry,
term
I'm
for
not
everyone.
what again?
The magical Negro. I use
Who
that
thought
term
I
for
was a
everyone.
magical Negro? Who wants to be one? John Galt is the magical Negro. You haven't seen him do that incantation where he bobs his head and does a little dance? That's a magical Negro if I've ever seen one.
Listen, whatever you and John Galt got going on, leave me out of it.
Well,
You
I
was
think
there that
John
night.
Galt is a fucking
You were there that night when I
racist.
told
That's
John
what
Galt.
hey, all I have with John
When John
Galt
Galt
is,
came on
he got
Free
pissed
Zone's
off.
panel.
John Galt finally grew a set of balls after a
leave me
year
out
of
of it.
me.
That's
After
it.
hey, you don't have to respond. I can say it all on my own. I don't need your help. You can be quiet. John Galt finally
But
grew.
mid-conversation, you keep bringing up John Galt. You and I are having a conversation.
Well, 12th Man is here too. Did you forget him?
No, I think 12th Man left.
Oh, is he? Did he? Well, damn.
Yeah, he dropped
He
down.
probably
I think.
got drunk and dropped his phone.
No, I think he just like this conversation's not for me. They talking too blackety
Good. Most conversations are not for him in that state. And I should add his perpetual state. So anyway, bottom line, and I'm going back and looking for that comment you made about white liberals coming up here, and apparently the implication is I treat them nice.
What
And
comment did I make about white liberals coming up here? You will never
I'm
find
looking.
that
I'm
comment.
looking for it now.
Yes,
We
find
can
it.
watch it. Let's creep back up to it.
Yes, let's creep back up to it. You notice I'm not running from it, right, Stanley?
Oh no, you shouldn't run. Hey, I admire you for being brave. What the fuck are you doing? And I'm just like, well, Fred, it'll be okay. And Fred has this way of going, I told you so.
Pushing your
And the
cash
problem
app
is he's always right when he says I told you so.
Stanley, pushing your cash app is the way to go because they only take what, like 3% or something really minimal. Like Google takes over 30%.
Well, you do know that
of
as a matter of fact, I need to put up
the super chat.
Black Knight is another real one. I people kind of know my Cash App, and today's sponsor, the Black Knight. He hit my Cash App. Appreciate it. And you know what? They have
And you're
kept
still
me.
You're still within the 5%, as I quoted. 95% of people on YouTube are fake. The rest, right? I didn't say 100%.
No, you didn't.
I didn't say 100%. Right? I know how YouTube works.
Hey, American man, I seen a guy on a short the other day, a plumber. He made $1,800 in 30 minutes.
Oh, that's way back.
Just
Let me
unplugging the drain.
let me fix
Yeah, I was
that.
gonna say you might want to jump forward a few moments. That's how it could go.
crazy.
I'm not. I mean,
Is less openly racist. I don't think you'll talk to a black Democratic voter who won't say, well, yeah, the Democrats are racist too. They're just less racist, or, we'll get a tangible like a Ketanji Brown Jackson or what's her name? The vice president.
Can I?
Republicans are openly racist, and if they're not personally, they tend to embrace a Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk was openly racist.
I mean, if you feel that way.
No. I don't have to feel it. I'll use his words. Okay, motherfucker, I will toss both your dumb asses off.
Because we disagree.
He was openly racist.
See? And that's why I said, Stanley, you will kill me for the white liberal.
America, no,
you will kill me for the white liberal. That's why I said that.
Here we go. American man, you want to flatten liberal and racist. If I call you a racist, I'm automatically a liberal?
Hold on, Stanley. I'm going to tell you why, right? You just went on. Let me tell you why, right? You just went on a diatribe about how black people tend to think that Democrats are less racist, which black people.
And I told you why I think that, correct? Now tell me why I think that.
You have to let me finish, Stanley.
No, I do not. You're going to talk about what I think. Complete the thought.
Yeah, I am. But you have to allow me to do that.
Dude, don't take all day.
So what do you want?
No.
3 to 4 ad hocs, and then that's it?
Stanley is liberal. I think you're confusing voting Democrat.
No.
I literally just said that Democrats are as racist, or didn't literally say it, but implied that Democrats are racist too. Hold on one second. They just tend to play better in the black audience because they'll do a tangible, like a Ketanji Brown Jackson, or first woman, black woman vice president.
So let me ask you a
Republicans
question,
don't do that. They embrace. they embrace what is it? What did Trump say? Stand back and stand by.
So let me ask you a question.
Nick
That
Fuentes having Thanksgiving dinner
that's all fake
at
news, Stanley. But I
Mar-a-Lago.
get
I'm
why you got to push
sorry.
that.
Nick
Okay.
Fuentes having
Okay. All
dinner
right.
in
Get it. Nick
open racist.
Fuentes.
Like, see, you're not going to overtalk me.
I'm not trying to
Nick
overtalk you.
Fuentes is an
I want to
open
make a point.
racist, along with
Charlie Kirk and David Duke
okay,
and
let's
Joe
concentrate
Biden,
on Nick
all the
Fuentes.
racists. We
Is
got
Nick
it.
Fuentes an open racist?
No.
Okay. Well, then you know what? I'm done talking. Apparently,
Because I don't believe your
okay,
ideology. You and
motherfucker.
I
I
can't
think you
talk.
have a thick.
You
black.
would kill me
I
for the
think
white
you.
liberal.
I think you have a thick black skin,
You would kill me for the white liberal, Stanley.
motherfucker. So, what does that mean? I would kill you for the white liberal. Can you delve into that thought?
Okay, yes. I would love to dive into that. But you notice you didn't get the clip you were looking for, right?
Oh no,
Because
no,
I
no!
never
It
said
comes
what you
after.
said I said.
I just thought I would
No, you're
spin
never
you.
going to get it, Stanley, because I didn't
See,
say that.
again, I ask you to delve into what you said, and you're
I'm
running.
going to tell you. No, Stanley, I'm going to tell you, but
Tell me. We're gonna
I'm
creep
also
up.
going
As I
to point
said,
out
we
that
will
you did not
see.
get the clip you were
Yeah.
looking for because I did not.
This
Yeah,
is
I know.
literal.
You hate the
It's
truth.
galloping.
Now,
You want to
you
flood
hate
the
the
zone
truth.
with
I know.
bullshit.
You hate the truth. You are a child of the
Okay,
lie.
there is no truth.
I
I
get
just
it.
asked you to
Now,
explain
let
what
me
that
tell you
means.
what that means,
You
right?
literally say, "I
Let
would
me
kill you for the
explain
white
what
liberal."
that
Can you
means.
elaborate?
You asked me a question. Let me
Yes.
explain.
Okay.
Do you see your response the moment I said something against the white liberal? Your response was visceral, right? And that's just on the internet. Imagine if I was in front of you. Look at your response. It was visceral.
So
Because
it was
hold
so
on.
it
Let me
was
finish.
so
Let me finish, Stanley.
visceral.
Because I
It's so
disagree. Because I
visceral.
disagree
You
with
gotta
the white
fucking
liberal
keep
that
rambling
you
on.
decide you got to
Yeah.
throw me off
Okay.
the panel and you want to do all of those things. Look at how you responded. You didn't say, you know what, American
Okay.
man, let's parse this out. You
Let
immediately
me
went
know
to, I'm
when
gonna
I
throw
can
you off the
respond,
panel,
please.
and you don't get to do this, you don't do that. All on behalf of the white liberal. Yeah. That's right, Stanley.
American man, you are not as good at this as you think you are.
Stanley,
I asked
you're shot,
you to
you're shot. You and
explain.
I both know it. I pointed out your response.
You keep thinking you know what I
pointed
think
out
or
your
what I
response,
know.
Stanley. I
Dude,
pointed out
you
your
are not
response.
good at this. Why do you think you are?
Stanley.
See, you are
You're
used to a
terrible,
John
sir.
Galt.
You're defeated
You're
here.
used to that
defeated.
John Galt
Here
standard.
you go.
Dude,
Back to John
yeah,
Galt. You and I
motherfucker,
are
you're not
talking.
good enough.
Stanley,
You are
you're
not good
defeated
enough.
here,
Yes,
brother.
I'm
You're
gonna go
defeated
there.
here.
I'm gonna go
Anyone
there.
with common
I'm
sense
gonna go there.
will tell
When
you that you've been
when
defeated. You're
are you gonna
crushed.
stop talking and listen
You
to
and I
your
both know you're
inadequacies?
finished.
You are inadequate.
Sure, Stanley.
Do
Sure.
you want me to continue this? Because I'm gonna have more questions.
Continue it. Let's go.
I'm
Stanley,
waiting
I'm not
on you
afraid of
to
you.
explain
I'm not afraid of
why I would
your
off
bullshit.
you. Why would
You
I
can't.
off you for a liberal?
You can, and I just explained to you.
No,
Look at your
you
response
thought you did.
when I
See, you
disagreed
explained
with
to
your
me.
liberal
You
policy.
explained to
And do
me
you know
as
what's
well as
weird?
you would to a
Furthermore,
John Galt. Dude, you are not up to
John
code.
Galt.
You are
Jesus
not
Christ.
up to code there.
Do you know what I
You're
find
not
weird?
good at this, son.
Do you know what I find
Stop.
weird about
Hey,
about
no,
you and
what's
John Galt?
weird is that
I
you
come on a
actually
panel
think
and we
you're
could be
good at
talking
this.
about listen. I could go on a panel with John Galt and we could be talking about
John
shoes.
Galt is your equal.
Here's the thing.
John
If you say so.
Galt is
Here's the
your
thing. Here's the thing.
equal.
I could be on a panel with John Galt and we could be talking about shoes and he'll bring up Gospel of Bob. I'm on a panel with Stanley. We're talking about white liberals and you're bringing up John Galt.
Well, no. I'm bringing it
people are
up
not
because
equals.
you're reminding me.
None of
Stop
you people
reminding
are
me of John
equals.
Galt.
None of you people are equals.
Okay,
That's the
you are
reality.
equal with John
I
Galt.
come
The
here and
reason I
destroy
bring
you
him up
guys
is you need to
logically.
go. Okay, dude, you will not let me finish a sentence now, will you?
No, go ahead, Stanley.
Look, I think you are above your head in the water if you
Not
come
with
up
you.
here and
Not with you.
okay, now I don't
I'm
even
in the
get to
kiddie
finish
pool.
my sentence. See,
When I
look,
come to you, I'm in the kiddie pool.
You say you're going to let me finish, and
Okay,
you
okay,
interrupt.
go ahead. You're right, Stanley. Go ahead.
John Galt is your level. Okay, stop coming up here thinking you can compete. That's all I have to say.
Again, I'm in the kiddie pool.
You are.
Yes,
On
I
John
am.
Galt's channel,
On this
you are
channel,
in the kiddie pool.
When I talk with Stanley Cross, it's me, the trainer, training a beginner.
If you want to think that.
I'm in the kiddie pool.
And so John Galt is the deep end?
No.
This, you have to use a diving board.
Your audience heard what I said. No.
Okay, well, you could not explain.
No.
You could not explain why I would off you for
I did
a white.
explain.
No,
I
you're
did explain.
interrupting. I start talking, and you have to interrupt because you know you're going to lose, right?
Yeah, sure, Stanley. Sure.
Okay, well, may I finish my sentence?
Go ahead, Stanley. Finish your sentence.
You bring up something. You pick fights you can't.
Actually, let me text Blacks right now. Tell him to watch.
Oh yeah. You better bring in your lifeline. Call him your lifeline.
I'm gonna tell him to watch.
Except you're not going to win $1 million.
He's gonna
Call
watch
your
me
lifeline.
destroy you like
Call
he's
your
watched me
lifeline.
destroy many others, sir.
You think
that's what's gonna happen?
Think you and Blacks can take me on? I have had my way with Blacks.
Why would I bring Blacks on to abuse children?
Well, thank God you're going to bring up an equal up here.
Why would I bring Blacks on to abuse children?
Quicker.
Come on, stop it.
I need a peer to talk to. You are not it.
Then you better go back to. I'm not going to say that because I don't.
Well,
I don't
no.
want to slight.
Hey,
I don't want to slight that person.
As long as it's not the N words, you can say all you want.
Nah, I don't want that person to think it's a slight towards them.
Okay,
So
well, you know what? I know you have to
that.
protect your status on other channels. Let's play some more of this
I
video.
protect my status everywhere.
Let's play the rest of this video because that silly comment you make about the white liberals that come up on my panel, we must.
I never made a comment about white liberals.
Okay, well, you know what? You don't remember
lying,
it. Apparently,
Stanley.
you just spout
You're
off.
lying. You're lying.
Okay, let me play this then.
You're a liar.
Let me play this then. I wouldn't kill you
You're a
for any
liar.
reason at all. Motherfucker, I'm playing the evidence. Do you
Go
mind?
ahead.
You'll kill yourself.
Cool. But you would kill me for the white liberals.
Why are you telling me what I would?
You're
this
making
is
the
problem,
point.
American man. This is your problem. You literally are telling me what I would do when I just told you I wouldn't. You are so fucking dyed in the wool certain about what I would do that you don't even give me the respect of telling you what I would do. Now, how fucking racist is that?
That's not
racist
at all.
You don't think an educated black man can tell you what he would do? You have to literally tell me
yes, you can,
what I
right?
would do?
You can, Stanley. You can tell me what you would do.
No,
but
I can not only tell you,
you just
have
said
to
you can
accept
tell
it.
me.
Dude, you cross a line into disrespect when you tell
I
me
didn't
what I would
disrespect
do.
you, Stanley. This
You
is about
literally,
the white liberal.
dude, maybe
That's
you
what this
just
is
don't know
about.
the definition of disrespect.
Stanley, if I step
If
on your
I
toe,
tell you I would not,
if you and I are in a
tell you
supermarket,
I would not do it, and then
and
come
I
back
said I
say
accept
you
it,
would
Stanley,
do
and
it, that's
and
disrespect.
I said I
That's
accept
literal disrespect.
I said
do you
I
think
accept
black
it,
people
Stanley.
can think on their own, or do they need Democrats to tell them how to
I
think?
said most of them need Democrats.
Okay, then you are disrespectful
I said-
of black people. At least I know where you stand now.
I said I accept you telling me you wouldn't do it, right?
Well, you can accept it, and then that's all you should it should stop there. When you
No, it should not, right?
Oh, no, motherfucker. So you're gonna tell me if I tell you what I think you accept it,
You see, you don't
have
want me to
more
finish
say
because you
about
know
what I'm
you're
gonna
about to
think?
end up tapping out. That's why. If
Dude,
you know
see,
that you're
you
going,
see, you are
let me
used to a
finish, Stanley.
John
Let me
Galt
finish.
appeasing you.
Let me
Dude,
finish, Stanley.
you
I don't.
never tell me
Why are
what
you bringing
I
up
think,
John
and
Galt
I correct you.
like that?
Because
You
you're
guys have
acting
to
just
stop
like
doing
John
it.
Galt mostly.
Stop
You are
it. You
literally
guys have to
doing a
stop
John
doing
Galt
it.
here.
I'm what?
You think you know black people so well that if a black person like me,
I'm not doing a John Galt. Believe
dude,
me,
you
I'm
are
more.
literally
First of all,
conservative.
First of all,
a bunch of y'all
I'm a
motherfuckers.
black
You
American.
conservative,
I am a black American.
dude.
John Galt is an
You
immigrant.
think
I
you
don't
know black
I don't
people
subscribe
so
to what
well.
he talks about.
Okay, I know you bristle at the thought of being like John Galt, but let me tell you,
No, I don't
as a
bristle at
third
the thought,
party,
Stanley.
you think you know what every black person
No,
thinks
I
and
don't.
will
I
do.
don't actually.
You,
I don't,
you
Stanley.
literally think you do. You talk about the
Stanley.
blacks all the time.
Now you're disrespecting me. I told you I don't, and you're telling me I do.
Then
You don't
let
know
me
the
tell
definition
prove
of disrespect.
your respect. If
You see
I
that?
say I'm not going to do it, you accept
You see how it
and
works?
let's move on to the goddamn next topic, son. If I say
I'm not
won't
going to get
do
upset
it,
about
and
you
you
calling
accept,
me son
hey,
because
you
you
want to
are
just
old enough to be my
overtalk.
father.
You need, dude.
Well, maybe I don't know.
If
Are you?
I tell you what I'm not going to do, and American Man says he accepts it, then we move on. There is no but.
Well, there is a but because look at how you.
Okay, well,
get
tell me
once we
what the
talk
but
about
is,
white
so I can
liberals.
shit on your butt too.
Look
And yeah, pause. I know what I know what Kelvin's going to say.
But look at how you get once white liberals come up. You see how defensive you get.
Still there, American Man?
Yes, still waiting for you
Okay,
to prove.
so no.
Still
Do I
waiting for
need
you to
to
prove
do I
when I
know?
said white
See,
liberals
you
come up on
want
your
to
panel.
flood the zone with what you told me was fake news. How do I get when white liberals come up? That's what you said, right?
Yes, when they come up in
Okay, no,
conversation,
motherfucker. My
Stanley.
question
Stanley,
is
when they come up on
okay, God damn it,
conversation,
American Man.
you
This
know
is
what
so
you know what I meant.
fucking
You're being
disingenuous.
disingenuous.
You
You
disappoint
fucking
me, sir.
you're being
You
disingenuous,
disappoint
Stanley, and
me,
you know
sir.
it.
You
You know it.
disappoint me.
You know
I
it.
look for
You know
a
it.
good far right
You know it,
debate, and
Stanley.
you
You
simply
know
cannot
you know what I
provide
meant. You're
one.
being disingenuous.
No, what my question, and I can
Since
keep
you
playing
called me
it.
son,
What,
since you called me
motherfucker,
son, let
I'm
me
gonna
say
put your
this.
ass in
Let
the
me say
back
this. Since you
because
called
you
me son, let me
cannot
say this.
this
Father, you're a
disingenuous
disappointment right
bullshit
now.
that you anti-black blacks
Since you
want to
called me
do.
son, father, you're a disingenuous
What the
disappointment.
question? You say I act some way when white liberals come up.
Yes, when the
And I'm
topic
like,
of white
okay,
liberals come up, you
motherfucker,
know
I
what I
will
meant.
put your ass
Everyone
in the
knows what
back.
I
I'm
meant.
gonna win this
You're trying to
argument
be
one way or another.
literal. You are trying to
Name
be
me a
literal on that
goddamn
when you know that's
white
not how that
liberal.
works.
Name me a white liberal that comes up on this panel.
Oh my
I don't know
God.
any. Name
Stanley,
one.
you're being
Name
disingenuous.
one.
You know you're being disingenuous
No,
because you're
name one,
losing.
bitch.
You're getting
Name
slaughtered.
one, dude. I'm upset at how
Father
disingenuous you
Stanley,
can be,
you're a
American Man.
disingenuous
There's literally
disappointment.
not a white liberal that has been on my panel.
Father
Like
Stanley,
literally,
you are a
I haven't talked to a
disingenuous
white liberal in
disappointment.
this
How
blackety black
dare you?
space for quite some time.
I thought you were better than
Okay,
that, Stanley.
American Man, you thought I was better, that I would go along with your bullshit?
No, I thought you were better than being a disingenuous disappointment.
Name me one white liberal. You keep talking about white liberals up on my
Again, I'm
panel.
talking about when I
Name
said come up.
one.
What I mean is when they
Name
come up in
one. I'm
conversation.
embarrassing you,
When they
American man,
come
and
up
you're
in
not even noticing. No one in the
conversation.
chat is coming to your defense,
I
American
don't
man.
need anyone in your chat to come to your
Name
defense. These are your
motherfucking
minions.
one white liberal
I don't
that
care about
comes
who's
up
in
on
your
my
chat
panel
saying
ever.
something.
I don't know that I've ever talked to a white liberal on my panel. On this channel or
Stanley,
John
I
Galt's
never
channel.
accused you of
Name me
talking to a liberal on your
one.
panel,
Name
Stanley.
me one. Don't make a black man sing.
No, you're gonna
Name
sing
me
because
one.
you know the nigga is
Name
still
me
inside of you.
one. Name me one white liberal. You can't.
Stanley,
I have caught
you're
you
being a
in your
disingenuous
own
fool, bro,
all
and you
right
know it.
bullshit trap,
You're being a
American man.
disingenuous fool.
You can't
And guess
imagine
what?
how much
And
I'm
guess what? If
enjoying
your
this.
chat's backing
This
you
is
up,
what
they're a bunch
happens
of
to the anti-black
disingenuous fools.
blacks when they deal with Stanley versus the world. They tend to be the world.
Stanley, if I
Name
was,
me one.
which I
Name
am going to
me
send this video
one.
out to people
Name
for
me
people
one
to
white
review.
liberal that comes up. Blue Jay isn't a fucking white liberal. She's a
I wasn't
goddamn
even.
racist.
I don't even know where Blue Jay came from. I wasn't even talking. I
Well,
never even
since
had a thought about Blue
Seven
Jay.
is trying to do your work for you. She's a good woman. She's a good woman.
Anyone
Doing.
here. I don't need anyone in your
Sin
chat to do
7 is a
anything for
good
me.
woman doing what a black man can't do.
If you think so, Stanley.
Oh no, I just said so. Not only did I think it, I said it.
Just because you said so, what
Dude,
does
I'm
that
gonna
mean?
clip it. Oh, I'm gonna
Just
clip
because
the
you said
shit
so,
out
what
of
does
this.
that mean?
Dude, I'm
Yes,
gonna
clip it up, bro, but make sure you clip it in context.
This
But you
to
won't
high
clip it in
heaven.
context. You know why you won't clip it in context? Because you're not man enough, Stanley.
What context?
Because you are Roland Martin.
See, you are
D.L.
literally
Hughley.
now
You
I'm
are
Roland
Steve Harvey.
Martin.
You are those guys.
Dude,
that's why.
Is this what it's like every time you get embarrassed?
Who embarrassed me?
Name me one white liberal.
Who embarrassed me, Stanley?
Name me one white liberal that
embarrassed
comes
me,
up on
Stanley?
my panel
Not
ever.
you. You're light work.
Ever.
Stanley, you're light work.
Ever.
You're light work, Stanley.
Now I'm teasing you because I know I won.
This is
I
child
know I
abuse,
won.
baby. This
And
is
by the
child
way,
abuse.
you know what? Let me just ignore you while you come up with the white liberal.
Yes, go ahead. This is
let me
child
tell
abuse.
You something. Sin
You
7.
stuck to one little word and decided,
Yes,
I'm
one
gonna
little
say
word.
this.
See, I
Because
know
you were losing.
This is where
lost.
black people
You lost.
lose.
Sorry,
This
you
is
lost.
where black people lose.
You lost.
You
lost,
try to
Stanley.
be all
You lost.
complicated with your rhetoric and your logic and
okay,
shit.
Stanley.
And I'm just better at it. I'm just better.
Stanley. Sure,
You
Stanley.
need to go
Obviously,
back.
this isn't going to go
Go
anywhere.
back to the ghetto.
This is not
logic pit with John Galt.
This is not
You
going to
are
go
not
anywhere,
in my
Stanley.
league, sir.
Stanley.
You are not.
Stanley.
Hey,
obviously, this is
where
not going to
is
go
Blacks?
anywhere.
Blacks is the only person I know
Sure, buddy.
who can
Sure.
hang. American
Sure,
man,
buddy.
you are not
Sure.
blacks.
I hear you. I'm not. I'm not.
You ain't
right?
black. You ain't
I'm
black.
not. I'm not blacks, right? Shout out to Blacks Who Defy. He's his own man. Him and I are
you
very
ain't
different.
black.
Right? Him and I are
Now,
very
are
different.
you blacks?
I just said no.
Are
Him and I
you
are very
black?
different.
Yes or no? Are you
Myself
black?
and Blacks Who
Are you
Defy are
black?
very different people.
Are you blacks, American man?
I don't know what that means. Explain to me what's that
You
supposed to
ain't
mean.
black.
What did you say?
Don't
I'm
come
not
up
black?
here and ask me about white liberals because you ain't blacks.
No.
I'm gonna clip that.
So that's what you do when you're finished. You start making stupid jokes when you get destroyed and try to act like you won.
John Galt used to get mad when I would.
God,
Dude,
here
John
we
Galt used
go.
to get pissed the
Here
fuck
we
off,
go.
and I would make jokes insulting his
Here we
intelligence.
go. Here we go. John Galt again. You and I have been having a conversation, and
Dude,
you seem to have
I am making jokes,
and you seem
That's
to
how
have some
seriously
issue
I'm
with
taking
John
this
Galt
right now.
that you want
I'm
to
literally
for
making
me to
jokes,
talk about.
American man. That's how seriously I'm
Yes,
taking
you
this.
have to make jokes because you're
Oh, I have to
that's who
make
you
jokes.
are.
Yes,
That's who
I
you
do.
people
I
are. You
do.
people
I
have to make
do.
jokes when you
Hey,
lose.
you know
You got
what? People
destroyed,
like you make
Stanley.
me want to start using the N-word.
You got destroyed,
I'm
Stanley.
Yeah,
You
I got
got
destroyed. You're
destroyed,
absolutely
and
right.
you
You
cannot
destroyed me,
handle it.
American man.
This
American
is the
man,
kiddie
I learned
pool.
my lesson.
This is the kiddie pool. This is it. You're the kiddie pool, Stanley.
And
It
motherfucker,
doesn't
you
go.
were drowning in the
What's the
kiddie
kiddie
pool.
pool? What's the kiddie pool? It
Stanley
doesn't go
had to
above 2
come.
feet, 3
Stanley
feet,
had
something
to
like
get
that.
in
You're in
that
the
kiddie
kiddie pool,
pool
bro.
and take you out of that
You're in the
2 inches
kiddie
of
pool,
water.
kid. Come on, kid. You're in the kiddie
You
pool.
drowned in a
Calm
kiddie
down,
pool.
sir. You wouldn't be able to drown me in 10 feet of water. I know you like to believe that you're doing something. You're not.
You're right. You didn't give me anything to do.
You ever wonder? You know what? I'm not even going to say that because I'm not.
You literally didn't give me
You talk all
anything
that
to
shit,
think
but there's a
about.
reason why you don't
Dude,
associate
there
with me
was
because you're not
nothing
that
to
smart.
do. I want to thank you, American man, for making it easy. I
Yes,
had
thank you.
nothing.
Thank you,
You
Stanley.
started talking
Thank
about
you,
that
Stanley.
bullshit.
Stanley, thank you,
Yes.
sir. Thank you. Thank you. Because I'm
Hey.
going to make sure that this gets reviewed
Oh,
around
is
the
it going to
internet.
be vindictive now?
Stanley Cross vindictive? No, it's just going to be reviewed, and we're going to let more than just
Reviewed
your chat
by whom?
have everyone across YouTube, sir.
Well,
Everyone.
hey, tell
I'm
them.
not. I don't.
Let me
Stanley,
hold
Stanley,
on. If
Stanley,
it's going to be reviewed, let
Stanley.
me
I don't
give them a
need to be
message.
Stanley.
If it's going to be
I don't need to
reviewed,
be vindictive
if
because
it's going to be reviewed,
contrary
I
to your
need to
belief,
say
Stanley.
something to the reviewers.
Stanley. Contrary
I
to your
need to say
belief,
something to the reviewers.
contrary to your belief, Stanley.
Mhm.
I still like you. I've
Well,
never had a
motherfucker, I
problem
didn't
with you.
do anything to make you hate me.
Again, right? So I don't need to be vindictive, right? That's for
Oh,
women.
I get you. Okay, I see your point.
Like I don't need to go out my way. Like you've
So
heard me
you
on
need it reviewed by
hold on, Stanley.
people.
Hold on, Stanley. You've heard me on plenty of channels, and people tried to bait me into talking about you, and I don't.
No, hey,
Like
let me give you your props though.
I don't.
Dude, I'm forever grateful. You have been a real friend.
Like so this like none of that. I'm not gonna go be vindictive like that. There's no point in that. Like I don't like I'm not gonna lose
You're
any
gonna let
sleep.
the others be vindictive. It's
Listen,
okay
you
if they do.
hold on. It seems
I'm
like
just
you
joking. I'm just joking.
No, I hear that, but it seems like you guys got something because most of the argument you keep bringing him up. Whenever I talk to him, he keep
Oh
bringing
no,
Dr. Bob
oh,
up. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
let me
Why
tell
y'all
you.
keep bringing all the others up? What's happening
Understood.
here?
Understood. Now can I respond?
Yes, Stanley Cross. Yes.
I think they are literally idiots.
And you're allowed to feel that way.
Oh no. Dude, I've been up on their panels. I have talked to them on my own show, and none of them are worthy.
I mean, according to you, no one's worthy.
You're pretty much right.
Right? And guess what? Guess what, Stanley? You want to know what you and I have in common?
No idea.
According to both of us, only blacks is worthy.
Well, you know what? Hey, we gotta agree on something. Hey, blacks is worthy.
And guess what? I feel the same way. That's why I said that. That's what we agree on. According to both of us, only blacks is worthy.
Well, that's why he doesn't hang out with the likes of us.
You see, now, let me just make this PSA real quick. You see YouTube? Stanley and I can disagree for miles and miles, and we still have a mutual respect and a mutual love after it's done. It doesn't need to be forever hateful.
Yeah, it seems obvious. And that's
Well,
the whole point about flattening everything to race and politics. American culture is 3D. and think in 3D.
Yeah, I mean, listen, trust me, I'm too far into 3D. That's why I can't even listen to most people on YouTube.
Well, you kind of have to be.
Believe me, when I hear most of these people talk on YouTube, I'm like, oh my God, what are these people babbling on about? Now, I'm sure you and I say that same thing, but for different reasons.
Probably.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is, Stanley.
I mean, there are shows, and to be honest, I have kind of. It's kind of sad. Um, I don't, because, well, I'm trying to put this in a way that won't be too offensive, because there's some YouTube hosts out there that I like, that I wish I could be more personable. I listen to them because I'm trying to, be more personable as a host. But no, it tends to be about the same things.
Yeah, I mean, there's very few. Like, there's some people personally that I like. But once it get to the panels and they start getting around other people, then I'm like, yeah, I can't. You know what I mean? But like personally, you can have a conversation with these people, right? Because
Right.
and this is what most people do, right? Behind closed doors, it's a different scenario than what it is on YouTube, because everyone has their persona that they're keeping up, their persona, right?
Let me ask you a question though. Please finish, and then I have a response to that.
Well, yeah, everyone has their persona that they got to keep up, right? And I understand that, because YouTube is what get people monetized, what keeps people around.
See,
It's what keeps a lot of these black males in good graces with the black woman. They got to pander. I mean, it's what they do, and it's fine, right? I just don't have to live like that.
Well, see, that's the whole point. You just made my point. You don't have to live like that. Neither do I.
Agreed.
I literally, and I do think about my audience, because I think, dude, I could literally get up here and fucking like do all day talking about Plato's, the cave. I could literally just enjoy it. I'm still trying to shape this show, this channel. And, there are a lot of people who, in good faith, give me good advice. People are starting to become comfortable with like sending me videos. And Tyrone, I hope you're still listening. I am going to show the Shaheed Bolson, because that motherfucker, I need to know how this motherfucker ticks. He's fucking a brilliant speechifier. He doesn't stutter. He fucking, I don't even know if he's reading off a script. And if he's coming up with this off the top of his head, then damn, I'll never be that good.
See, that's the difference between you and I, Stanley.
What's that?
I am that good.
Yeah, well, then I'm not going to be you. Actually, you don't stutter that much.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty good. You know why though? That comes with honesty. If you think about it,
motherfucker,
right?
you don't think I'm honest?
Listen, sir, I didn't accuse you of anything. I'm just saying my point. That comes with honesty and conviction, and when you believe what you're saying, there's no need for you to stutter. And so that's
well, I
between you and
can be. I do have my monologues, if I feel passionate. But dude, I have this horrible habit of literally. I have this filter. Maybe I should have been a politician. I have to think about what I say and
a Democrat politician, no doubt.
You know what? Probably. But Well, I'm gonna have to tell you, you haven't heard me talk about Brian Kemp. I like Brian Kemp. One of my
That's
best
the that
friends
Kemp
on
Kemp.
earth,
That's the governor of Georgia, right?
Georgia. Yep, I like him, and for specific reasons. My probably best Navy friend for sure. I've known him for fucking going on close to 35 years now. He's a 3-star admiral. You know, um, oh, we used to go at it when we were junior officers. We used to call it the bullshit palace. Honestly, let me tell you the kind of naval officer I was. Dude, I'm in the middle of the motherfucking Red Sea, and I had a subscription to the New Yorker. So, the way the mail worked, you weren't getting mail like even every week sometimes. So, you might get like 7 weeks worth of the New Yorker.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So you had a bunch of papers.
Dude, well, this is like the early 90s, so there was no internet, not on the ships anyway. So, you know what? He and I used to just fucking, sit in the bullshit palace. Because we were, at the end, we were both O3s. And there's a weird thing in the Navy, dude. We're junior officers, but we're like senior junior officers. I'm wearing the same rank insignia as the department heads because we're gonna be future department heads. I once told the department head, "You're wearing railroad tracks, and so am I." Oh well, and walked off. I was a bastard even then, probably a bigger bastard. But anyway, we literally used to just fucking, he tended to lean right, I tended to lean left. Best of friends for fucking 30 some years. And you know what? We just fucking sit there. It's the end of the day. We're waiting for our bosses to go home because in the Navy, you don't leave till your boss leaves the ship. It's just kind of how it works. It's a pecking order. So, we're waiting for our boss to leave and we're just sitting there going back and forth. And it wasn't particularly political, it was actually more cultural. But let me also tell you about this Republican. I wouldn't even think of not voting for him. He's decided he's never going to run for office or something like that. But I wouldn't even think about it. If he ran for office, he's got my vote. Just I don't give a fuck. I know he's a good person. I've been under fire. I know this motherfucker will do the right thing. So I'm not so Democrat that I'm going to ignore someone that I actually know, kind of in a weird way, grew up with. And by the way, I've called his parents. I know he knows my family. I know his family. We were that close.
Yeah, well,
Our
though,
families
Stanley,
even knew each other.
Stanley, that actually makes sense, right? Like that makes complete sense. So that's not surprising to me, right? Because you actually know him. So
absolutely.
Right. So the problem that I have is the ones that you don't know, that as soon as you're told racist, your brain no longer works.
Well, I need to correct
That's
you
the
on
problem
that.
I have.
Well, let me correct you on that. Contrary to popular opinion, I don't toss that racist word out.
No. I'm not saying you. I'm saying
then
when
be more
when
specific.
the people that you vote with writ large says racism.
Mm-hmm. No. I don't really listen
A lot
to
of you
all that
people's
stuff.
brains get broke, and then you can no longer think about
Well,
anything
let me ask
anymore.
you a
It's
question.
over.
Why do you think that I voted Kamala versus Trump? Was it because of race?
I
asked you a question, what you think, and I have
honestly,
a
Stanley.
response.
Okay, and I'm going to answer it. you're a pretty complex guy. After what? How long have we been talking now? Maybe 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're a pretty complex guy. I know you're not a one-dimensional guy. I think on some of the black versus white issues, you can be pretty one-dimensional. Not all, but some. No, I'm just being honest, Stanley.
Okay.
Like I think you can be pretty one-dimensional, but for the most part, I couldn't say why. I tend to believe that you voted for Kamala because there's still a part of you that you have survivor's guilt, and so you got to go with the quote
Survivors?
unquote black woman. But you and I both know that Trump wasn't a racist until he ran Republican.
I think Trump with that Central Park Five, I think I don't even need to respond to that. But
do you
oddly
think Joe
enough,
Biden with the crime bill is the same as Trump?
Now, it really, I do think Trump is a virulent racist. However, to be honest, the major thing was how Trump led this country during COVID. He's not a leader.
I mean, if you say so, man, I
Hey,
disagree with you.
motherfucker, I literally was
Joe
a
Biden
naval
wasn't a
officer.
leader either.
I was literally a naval officer. I have been in a national pool, competed. Like I said, dude, I was an 01 with is now a fucking 3-star admiral. I should have stayed in the Navy. Might not have been a 3-star admiral, but motherfucker, I was actually very competitive. No, do not interrupt. I gave you your time. Now I get mine. I know what I can do. I have been tested on a national stage. Dude, you guys and most of you, like a John Galt, small potatoes.
Here we go.
He's got his
Here
little
we
ghetto
go.
perch. Okay, I do not need to be interrupted, please. You had your time, now I have mine.
Why are you bringing up John Galt? Just address
Okay,
me.
dude, I do not know why I need to be interrupted. Does the host of the show get to say something?
Yes.
Thank you.
You get to speak when I tell you.
So,
Negro.
I think, dude, I literally think, I don't know any motherfucking one, any host of any of the channels that I hang out on. I know more, period. I've done more. I have no doubt. So when I say I know something, when I call you a racist, I'm not just whistling Dixie for the fun of it. I actually think you are. And Trump is not and was not a good leader. The main reason I did not vote for him is because he was a bumbler during the COVID crisis. The best way to measure how the quality of a leader is when they're in the middle of the crisis, and that motherfucker is nuts. He's erratic, and that's why I didn't vote for him. Basically, I wasn't so much pro Kamala as much as anti-Trump. I think he is a mediocre white male. He would never be where he is if he hadn't had daddy's money. So that's what I think. Don't think he is a racist, but it really wasn't a race thing. He's just an idiot.
Okay, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I said I got my say out. You can respond, and once you do, we can move on. But don't think it was a race bullshit thing. I literally told you it wasn't.
What was the first thing that I said to you, Stanley?
Motherfucker, I don't care what you said. I said
See,
what
that's
I
the
said.
problem. Okay,
You get there
You
is
said
no
what you said,
problem,
sister
sir.
girl.
There is no problem. I proved that I'm not a race voter.
Oh, okay, Stanley. All right, buddy. I mean, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, man.
You wouldn't be able to survive if you did.
Stanley, you and I have been down a rabbit hole way too often. And yet,
We
and
never
yet
say often. The better way to pronounce it, the higher class English is often. Don't pronounce the T.
Oh, okay, Stanley. Thank you. Now, you and I have been down that rabbit hole several times, right?
And you didn't compete, so why are we talking about it?
And the reason why you continue to do it is because I'm one of the few that
The
continues.
reason why I tend to do
Hold
it
on, let me
is I know
finish.
you
Let me
won't
finish.
be able
I'll
to
let
come
you
back
have your
up.
say. I'll let you have your say. The reason why you continue to do it is because I'm one of the few that continues to stimulate your whatever peanuts is still floating around in that idiot box of yours. And I say that with love, Stanley. I don't mean that maliciously. Hey, you know what I did to myself, Stanley? Let's switch gears real quick. I played a young man's game, and now I'm winning the stupid prize.
Look, well, the bottom line is I've got my son where he needs to be, and quite frankly,
And you did the right thing, Stanley.
oh no. There was no choice. I was raised to be successful. I was raised to make sure that my father's and grandson is successful. Dude, I was raised this way. Like, what was he gonna do?
You're not gonna get me to disagree with you, Stanley.
Luckily, he was smart, so I didn't have to work that hard. But I you gotta dot some I's and cross some T's. But he's where he needs to be.
You will
And
not
he
get
wanted
me to
go
disagree
there.
with you,
He
Stanley.
earned it.
If there's one thing you and I have always understood is that when it comes to the children, I don't play no games, and I wish them full success.
Well, no, parents make kids successful.
Agreed. 100%
And
agree.
you don't have to spank them, and you and I do agree on that, dude. You better set the highest expectations. Now, you got to know your child. Don't expect A's out of a C student.
Correct.
You got to work with that C. However, I knew what I had. And you
Right,
know
but-
what? And let me
but some
tell
of
you
that-
the thing. My son pissed me the fuck off. I told him to apply to at least one or two Ivy Leagues, and the motherfucker did not. It pissed me the fuck off. But you know what? He didn't want to do it. Motherfucker, who doesn't want a Princeton graduate?
Well, hold on. No. Hold on, no. Right now, this is gonna go back to the conversation, and this is probably even gonna be a sore spot for you, right? The conversation he said, and he's at what? Georgia University, is that correct?
No, it's University of Georgia, which is a
University of
perennial
Georgia.
number 50 in the top 50 colleges in America.
No, I'm not downing any of that, Stanley.
Oh,
That
no,
is
no,
not
no,
my
no.
goal.
I downplay it, but if University of Georgia can be considered elite at the 50th, the top 50 colleges, Georgia is perennial 50. I went to an elite school too by that
Okay.
criteria.
But let me get this out, right? So your son's, you said it, right? He should be, which I agree with you. He should be bringing home all A's, right? I don't disagree
Well,
with that.
until he told me,
Stanley,
well,
just
no,
let me finish.
I
Let me
need you to
finish.
stop right here
No,
because
hold
you
on,
did not
Stanley.
hear.
Just let me
You
finish.
did not
I'm not
hear.
talking bad about anyone,
I
Stanley.
didn't say you were talking bad. I'm saying if he told me the school, dude, this motherfucker had like a 4.3 grade point average.
Agreed, Stanley.
I
Here's
used
the
to
thing that
tell
I'm saying.
him to study. If he says it's hard, literally, I never heard him say that about a school before. If he
Okay,
says
so
it's
what?
hard, it's hard.
So, and I'm not disagreeing with that.
Then
Stanley.
what the
Like,
fuck
I'm not.
is your point, and stop belaboring it?
I'm not belaboring it. You have to shut up and let me finish. You think that I'm
Do
going to
I?
talk bad about your son, and I never have.
I don't think you're talking bad about him. I'm just correcting your assumptions.
No,
You're
I'm
good
not.
at
I'm not making any
assumptions.
assumption. If you be quiet
Okay,
long enough,
go
you
ahead
can
and
know
finish.
what's
Let me
being
mute.
said.
Let me mute.
So here's the thing, right? You say it now. Now, agreed. It's correct for you to want your son to apply to an Ivy League, but if he's saying that this college is hard,
He didn't
how would
say
he?
it. He just ignored me.
Oh my God! God damn! How would he fare in an Ivy League? Right? Not to say he couldn't do it. I'm not downplaying your son, Stanley. I don't rock like that. But these are things that have been discussed in the matters of affirmative actions, where
Motherfucker, let me correct. No.
See, hold on. I'm not
My
calling your
son
kid.
literally.
Oh my
My son.
God!
Okay, dude, I will eject your ass if
I
I
know,
can't.
because you think
This
that I'm
wasn't.
talking bad
So
about your
the
son,
way you're
even
making
though there
it
has never
sound.
been a
Okay,
time
hey, bitch.
where I have ever spoken bad about your son.
You don't.
There's
I
never
don't give
been
a
a
fuck
time.
what you think about my son, but I will speak. He wasn't afraid of the Ivy League. He just didn't want to go.
Okay. All right.
Okay, the
Again,
motherfucker, dude, his SAT scores.
Stanley,
his
I'm
paper-
not. I'm
Okay,
not
you need
doubting
to
any
shut
of that,
up because
Stanley.
I'm talking
I'm
now.
not doubting
Let me
any of
tell
that.
you
I know you're
about
pleading
Black
to your
Excellence.
audience because your audience is
Okay.
telling you, "Oh,
Oh,
Stanley, he's
motherfucker,
disrespecting your son."
my audience does not give a fuck. Dude, don't
Low
not
IQ fucking
dude,
audience.
I will put your ass in the back if I can't say what I want to say without an interruption.
Man, it's your show. You can say whatever the fuck you want to say,
Thank
Stanley.
God you realize that suddenly.
Do whatever the fuck you
Dude,
got to do
he
to quiet the man that
just
challenges
didn't
your
want
weak
to.
ass.
Dude,
You're
he
weak.
just didn't. I'm weak.
Weak.
How so?
No, keep talking. Keep babbling on.
Well, wait, hold it. I ask you a question, and all of a sudden you
You're
sell a
weak
wolf
because you
ticket.
can't handle a simple disagreement on simple things. You are
Why
weak.
would you be disagreeing
Stanley,
over my
you are
son?
weak.
Why?
No. I'm not even
Why
talking
are
about that.
we? Why
I'm
are
moving
we
away from that.
disagreeing?
I'm
Okay,
moving away from that, right? I'm moving away from
American
that. You're
man,
weak in
you are
general.
literally
I'm not even talking about
incapable.
your son.
What?
But
Well,
do you
no,
know what?
you were just a minute
But
ago.
do you know what shows
Yeah,
how
I
weak
thought.
you truly
Hey,
are, Stanley?
hey,
I've been the
I'm
guy
so
on
weak.
this
See,
YouTube every time
mhm.
saying, "Hey, Stanley, how's your son? How's this? How's that?" Never spoke a single bad word. Say to you every time, Stanley, I
No
don't
one
speak
said
bad
you
words
did.
about nobody's children. That's not right. And yet, as soon as you get a small opportunity, you try to act like I'm sitting here demonizing your son. You're weak
I
and you're a piece
literally
of
didn't
shit
do
for
that.
that. No, you're weak and
Yeah,
you're a piece
okay.
of shit for that.
All right. Well, you know what? You get it all out.
You're
When you're
weak and you're a
done,
piece of shit for that.
I am a weak piece of shit.
Yep. You're a weak piece of shit. Yeah, I said it. You're weak and you're a piece of shit for that, Stanley. Because you know what? Sometimes it has to end. And there has to be a point where you got to say to yourself, you know what? This guy ain't never done that. I don't need to put up this facade for my audience. It's not necessary. But instead, you put it up to just try to gain some points. And you're weak for that, Stanley. You're weak for that. And as I continue to tell you, right? Every time you and I talk, I say, Stanley, how's the kid? Every single time. Nothing bad because I don't believe in talking about family. I don't believe it. And yet, as soon as you get one little instant, one little hair, you try to act like, oh, see, everybody, look how you're talking about my son. No, I'm not. I'm not doing that. And you have no control. You don't know when to stop. You're weak for that, Stanley.
A real man would know, nah, he's not talking about my son.
So
He's
now
bringing
I'm
up
not a real.
something.
Are you implying I'm not a real man,
You heard what I said. I'm not biting my
motherfucker?
tongue.
And you
A
heard what
real
I
man
asked.
would know where to cut it off at, and you
But
don't
let me
know it.
tell you something.
You're
A
doing
real
it for the
man.
audience, Stanley. You're a weak
Yeah.
piece of shit for that.
Okay, let's talk about what a real man is.
No, why don't you address me calling you a weak piece of shit for that?
I'm trying to
Let's
do
address
that.
that.
What
Fuck all
what
that real
is it?
man bullshit. Because now I'm really kind of pissed
Okay.
off that you're trying to do
Yeah,
that to
well,
your
you know
fucking
what?
weak
I know
audience.
how to handle. Okay, well, you want to talk about weak piece of shit? I think you told me why, but if you want to elaborate, go ahead.
No, let's talk about it, Stanley. Why are you pretending for your audience, Stanley?
I don't pretend for my audience.
Then admit to them the truth. Say, hey guys, I know he's not talking shit about my son.
Oh, I don't think you're talking shit about my son. Why would you think that?
Based on what you said, Stanley. It's always based on what you say. It's always
Look.
based on what you say. I don't
Yeah.
go around just assuming. I'm listening to you. The one thing that
No,
you don't
you
realize,
go
Stanley,
around assuming all the time. You
the one thing that
assume
you
what
don't
the
realize, Stanley,
See,
the one
let
thing
me
that you don't
let me
realize, Stanley, let me
what's
tell you
that?
something. The one thing that you don't realize, and if you respect blacks, go ask him. I do a lot of motherfucking listening. I do a lot of listening.
Ooh, that's a surprise.
So
Now that
thank you.
now that part,
Thank you for
I
proving.
am surprised. You
Thank
think
you for
you listen?
proving you know that I do a lot of listening.
Oh motherfucker, I am truly surprised that you listen.
I do a lot of listening, Stanley.
You
And
you
guess
can
what?
listen. You can listen while interrupting.
And get Stanley. I could take you notice I challenge it. Listen, that was a good one. I'm not gonna lie. But you notice I challenge everything you say. Even when I interrupt you, I can go back and challenge you. I do a lot of listening,
You are
Stanley.
good at that. You are a true transceiver.
That just made me think of Mike Seaver from whatchamacallit.
No, motherfucker, you don't. Well, you're not. You're not. When I was a kid, the newfangled walkie-talkie was one that you could listen and talk on. A true transceiver, you can do both. It's an old 70s walkie-talkie joke.
Oh,
Transceivers,
okay. Well,
you have a receiver, you have a transceiver can do both. And I intersected with that far right trans joke. It's a dumb joke.
that part I caught. I didn't fully catch the transceiver thing, but now,
Dude, I'm old.
Now that you explain it, I understand, and I get it. I 100% get it.
Duplex was kind of like, probably a better way of, if you want to go into the electromagnetics. But yeah. So anyway, look, all I'm saying and what I was trying to transmit was that I told, hey, it wasn't that my son was afraid he couldn't get in. He just, dude.
I never said he was afraid, Stanley. See,
I
that's
know
the thing
you didn't, but
I
you
never
kind of
said that.
implied it. You kind of implied it.
Oh God.
Well, hey, then blame it on me. That's what I perceived. The thing is I would have never told him to apply to colleges. And you know what? I think the most I'm pissed off at him is he just said, "Fuck you. I want to go where I'm going to go."
Well,
It
isn't
was
that what
kind of
most
bold.
kids
It was
do,
kind of
Stanley?
bold.
But isn't that what most kids? I mean, isn't that kind of what most kids do? Like they're leaving the home, the nest.
Well, quite
Isn't that sort of the
frankly,
thing?
well, I don't know that he's left home because he was here all goddamn summer. And believe me.
Well, you know what I mean.
No, you know what? I was kind of proud of him because he talked about Cornell. Dude, he had shit. His mother and I, when he was a toddler, it was Naval Academy. In my choice would have been Naval Academy with Marine option. I could have gotten him into the Naval Academy because he was just qualified. And I know people with stars on their shoulders, for the extra recommendations. He just, I think it was, I don't want to go into the military because my daddy always talks about the Navy. So that's fine. But
well, also, Stanley, I don't think we live in that time anymore where.
Well, my point, and then I'll let you talk. My point is he did do what I told him to do. It's better to be somewhere and turn down shit you don't want to do than be scrambling at the end. He got to turn down shit. He literally said, nope, don't want to do it. This is where I want to go. And I'm proud of him for that. He was a strong, budding black man. I earned, and now I get to choose. That's what every motherfucking parent needs to be doing with their kids.
Agreed.
Put in the work at the front end and turn down what you don't want to do. But when you got like 5 choices, 10 choices, choose the best one. And black people can, motherfucker, if I did it and I'm not that bright, dude, stop the bullshit. Fucking do it. And this thing about what happened in 1964, it's irrelevant. We know how we got here. At least, depending on how you think we got here, we know where we are.
We're not that far apart, Stanley.
How do we fix where we are? And telling me how we got here according to your theory is not a solution.
When you say parenting, Stanley, I agree with you. You will never get a disagreement.
It's an American problem, not just a black American problem. It is a ubiquitous problem.
I will agree with that also, right? Because when you look at Charlie Killer, you can clearly see there's an American problem.
Well, okay. Well, that's a good example.
Right? You can.
Sin 7, was he cute? What? This is the second time you said Hood Conservative was on camera today. I think she's in love.
Stanley, do you? You guys don't get it, do you?
No, I don't. Tell us.
No, it's for you guys to figure out.
My buddy, you know what? I don't know that I did that great a job. This motherfucker came home this summer, and dude, he was worse than when he was 5. This motherfucker would not clean up after himself. I think he was just like, I'm an adult. I don't have to clean up. Motherfucker, I'm not your goddamn maid.
Well,
so the first year,
know what I think it might be? Come to think of it, Stanley, I tell you what I think it might be. You got to remember, right? He was growing up with his parents taking care of him, and then he had to go out on his own.
My son?
Yeah, yes, Stanley.
His mother died when he was 7. It's been me.
Okay, I'm sorry, Stanley. Do you need to be hyper offended by me saying that? I'm not trying to take anything away from you.
Whoa. You used the plural. It was parent. It was me.
Okay, Stanley. All right, brother. I'm not taking any slights at you.
Not that big a deal, but
I'm not taking any slights at you, Stanley.
Okay, I need you to understand your mistake. You assumed 2-parent home. It was a 1-parent home.
Stanley, I know the story, right? I was just giving.
But motherfucker, use your English better.
Oh my God!
I'm gonna be precise.
I can't talk to weak.
If you want to be black and excellent, it starts with how you use language, sir.
You know, I'm not even mad at you for doing that. I'm not even.
What black people don't have to use English well?
I want to use vernacular, Stanley, okay?
Motherfucker, I have to do DEI English on this channel? When you come up to the panel, DEI is in effect?
Hold on. What is it? What is it that you colors use? AAEOE? What is it?
I'm sorry, what? I'm looking at Sin, was he that good looking? God damn it.
It's
Now
not
I'm
even that.
curious. I
Here's
think
the thing.
Sin 7 is in love
Stanley.
with Hood Surfer.
Stanley, do you
Is he
understand
that
what
good
happened,
looking?
Stanley? The reason why it
No.
doesn't here's the thing, right? I don't know how Hood Services looks. I really don't care. I'm never
Well,
gonna go back
apparently
and look
Sin
for it.
7 does. I'm kind of jealous.
Hold on, Stanley. Here's what you gotta understand. Black women don't get the kind of masculinity
Is Sin 7 black?
yes.
You sure?
Yes. Black women don't get the kind of masculinity that Hood Conservative, that guys like Hood Conservative and myself
Oh, wait, hold
and
it.
all
Did
these
you
other
just
guys
say Hood
offer, right?
Conservative
And
is
so what
masculine?
happens is
Oh my lord.
hold
Now I
on, Stanley.
understand.
Stanley, you can go on your diatribe. You gotta let me finish. And so what happens is that because that's the masculinity that they truly want by nature. So now that she sees him, she's like, oh my God. And he might not be a monster. She's like, oh my God, I'm really in love. That's what happens. Like there's plenty of women that do it. Plenty of women that do it. So I understand what happens. It's a level of masculinity of, again, nature. It's nature. Right? They don't want this guy, this black male constantly talk about you be in front, darling, and you lead me. That's not a woman's nature.
Okay, well, help me catch up. So Hood Conservative is in some way masculine?
Stanley.
No,
Sir.
wait, hold it. It's an honest question. You've confused me.
Sir, listen, right? I rock with Hood Conservative, so I'm not gonna let you try
Yeah,
and play
you rock
stupid.
with him, but my question wasn't if you rock with him.
Yes, Hood Conservative is a traditional, as far as, because him and I have a lot of beliefs that are the same. He's a traditional masculine man. Right? Your version of masculine man is destiny.
No, actually it's not.
Well, to be continued. But
Okay,
yeah.
my version of masculinity is my father, who is a Renaissance man.
Okay. Okay, Sin
I
7.
oh no,
Hold on,
motherfucker!
Stanley.
I let
Hold
you
on. Let me just
I
respond to Sin
let you
7
define
because I made a
masculinity
comment about
without
her. Hold
interrupting.
on, Stanley. Let me just respond to her because I made a comment about her. Hold on. Okay, Sin 7. I respect you not identifying as black because you are biracial. Understood.
Well,
See?
she's a little
Simple.
bit more than biracial. She's like
Well,
what, 75%?
Oh my God.
Half white father, white mother. She's roughly 75%, and I don't give a fuck. So biracial, and she literally says, "I'm mixed but not
Oh, she said
biracial."
I'm mixed but
She
not
she
biracial.
understands. She understands fractions.
But she
Do
also
you?
understands that she can't
She
identify as
understands
black.
fractions, which means she understands math.
Read the next part.
Do
Read the
you?
next part, Stanley.
My dad is biracial and my mom is white. So she understands.
No.
Oh, the
Stop.
next message down?
Stop ducking. Stop ducking the part
Okay,
after not
motherfucker,
biracial.
you know what? Let me make you a fucking moderator so you can fucking select what you want. I have to do it in
I gotta type something in the chat.
okay. Sin,
Well, let me read it.
other than being a John Galt fan,
Oh my God.
Sin is okay.
Hey, listen, she said she doesn't identify as biracial. Well, she doesn't identify
Well,
as
she's
black. She
not
can't do that.
technically.
Yes, yes.
Mathematically, she's not.
I
Bi
understood
means
what she
two.
said.
Bi means half and half.
I understood what she said.
Octoroon might be close, and that's not even quite right. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. Now we're trying to get into the fine
Yeah,
weeds
it's
of
that math
things.
stuff that confuses the blacks.
No, actually, I like math. I love math.
Oh, wait, hold it.
I
You
use
don't
more
like it
math
when
than you
you
on a
don't
daily
like it when
basis,
you
Stanley.
don't like it. You don't like it when a black man talks about the blacks.
No, you can talk about the blacks. I'm cool with that. I'm just saying I use math more math than most of you on a regular basis.
Oh,
That's all I'm
motherfucker,
saying.
you use math more than anyone. You're a plumber.
Oh, well, at least you can admit it.
Motherfucker, why wouldn't I?
Well,
What,
because I know
am
you
I
colors.
ashamed that you know math?
What happened?
Am I ashamed that
No.
you use
Why
math
would
in
you?
your everyday
That
job?
doesn't have anything to do with you. Me knowing
Well,
math has nothing to do with you.
right.
So there's nothing for you to be ashamed of.
It's a joke, Sin. Quadroon doesn't quite. Who gives a fuck, Sin?
Listen,
The blurred picture I've seen, your race is pretty good looking.
here's the thing. She's biracial. I know she wants to make it difficult because she's a woman.
Oh my God.
But she's
Do we
biracial.
still have to talk about race now?
No, we don't. But ultimately, she's biracial. Like that's
Ultimately,
it.
she is Sin 7.
Well, ultimately, she is Sin 7 because that's her YouTube name. But when we start getting down to
Ultimately, she is who she is.
to beyond
Remember
that, she's
what was
biracial
it?
woman.
What was it? The burning bush.
there's nothing
Said,
wrong
I
with
am
that.
who am. She is who she is. She is who is. Ooh.
She be in a mirror singing Eminem. I am whatever I say I am. No,
Motherfucker. See, can you send? Is that recipe in the cookbook? In a surgical steel pan. I'm gonna have to use cast iron, ma'am. Or you know what? I brought.
Is that Indian curry?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that stuff is disgusting.
No, that stuff is the bomb.
I use West Indian
Especially how
curry.
you cook it. No. You and I will definitely disagree on this. Motherfucker, it's spinach and basically dal is split peas. It's
I know what
hugely
she's talking about.
it is
I know.
hugely nutritious. This is
I know.
something you would eat in Israel.
I know what
Maybe
dish she's
different
talking
spices.
about, but still, I don't do Indian curry. I only subscribe to
You're a
West
foodist.
Indian curry.
So you're a foodist?
I am, sir. I am. I gotta be honest.
Motherfucker, you're a
100%,
foodist.
sir. I'm an anti-foodite. All right. All right.
Motherfucker, what on earth? I bet you'd eat it if you had to survive.
Well, come on. I mean, that's all of us, right? We're all gonna start eating shit we ain't think about eating if we had to survive. I mean, come on. That's not fair.
I don't fight motherfucking fair, you a foodist.
Hey, you foodist.
No, see, motherfucker, you are fun. This is cool.
I've always been fun, Stanley. When you stop trying to fight with me, you would realize how great I am.
Yeah, you are that.
The only person, listen, right? Well, I'm not gonna say the only person, but like, there's few people. But listen, Stanley, right? And I've said this on other channels. I've been told by several of the women in my family that I'm just like my grandfather. My grandfather was a very serious man, very serious, all about the business. And so, you know, it goes down. And so I could have fun, but I'm all about the business.
Yeah, I mean, once you become an adult, but um, I think adults tend to do different things for fun. Like I remember my father's father. My I don't know what, he was kind of a big guy. He was like 6'2", to little short grandkids, he's kind of big. Farmer type. He used to farm, our farm. And you know what? He would sit there and I don't know what it was. He would fall asleep and my sister would plait his hair. And I know he was half awake. He would just fucking let her do it.
Of course.
And no, but you know what? I don't know. That's how my grandfather, let me tell you another story. So I don't know where my sister was, but my grandfather and I are heading out to the farm. And who knows why we're going there? I don't remember. Now he used to do Red Man, the tobacco pouch thing. So he's like, hey, you want some? So I looked at him. I remember, and I can't remember exactly, but I'm sure my first response was, no, thank you. So he insisted. So I'm like, but granddaddy, I don't know. So you know what, nerd that I was. So he gives me a little chaw, and that shit made me dizzy as a fuck. I remember it. And he thought it was funny. And I haven't even talked to my father about it. I'm sure my grandfather told, my father. But you know what? No, I did not enjoy it. It was like, what the dude, it made me that I couldn't have been, I must have been 6, 5, 6, at most 7. And oh shit. But you know what? When I was in college, I had a roommate who used to do Red Man. Fuck yeah, I used to do it. I was like, yeah, my grandfather used to do it. Of course, I was 19, big difference. But I did not smoke. Some of it had to do with the schools I went to, but no, I can literally say I never skipped class in high school because it was one of those schools.
Yeah.
So no smoking, no drinking. Dude, the first time I got drunk, I was 20.
What's that wrong with that?
Well, now I'm not saying it was wrong. It was unusual for even because the drinking age in Georgia at the time was 18. So, but you know what? My parents didn't really drink. Yeah, they did, social, but like normal day, no. So they have often wondered, well, where did you learn that shit? And I'm like, I don't know. My parents, dude, I came from let me tell you the other joke, and I'll stop talking about my parents because my father's still around. I miss my mother. They were a power couple. In that 70s, 80s, 90s version. But you know what? It's boring, people, quite frankly. So let's move on.
Stanley, I'll tell you, right? The only time I remember seeing my grandfather smile was when he was with his grandchildren.
Yeah.
And do you want to know the only time I mostly smile
Is when you think about it.
is when I'm with my children.
Yeah, kids tend to bring out the best.
Like outside of that, I'm 100% business. Right.
Well,
And that's
you
why,
know,
and
I was
hold on, let me finish. And that's the reason why, Stanley, the blacks don't like me, because they're all about games and always showing teeth and playing around. I don't have time for that, because I understand what's going on.
You mean at work?
Huh?
You mean at work? The blacks at work?
At work, on YouTube, all of that. That's why the blacks don't like how I move around, because I understand all of you blacks are just showing too much teeth and playing games, right? I don't move like that, because I know what's happening. And so I don't have that world of like, let me just show teeth and be all this friendly and all this stupidness and always. I understand we have competition going on. A lot of black people don't understand that. They think everyone's their friend. I don't have that mindset. And so, but shout out to my grandfather. Shout out to my father. Shout out to my uncle. Like, shout out to the men that let me know what it is. Believe it or not, Stanley, and I know you probably well, you know what? I'm not even going to say that. I actually think you would probably believe it when I say this. I come from a very productive family.
Why wouldn't I believe it? Black families who are productive actually exist generationally.
Well, yeah, of course. You're correct. They do exist generationally.
I came from one, you came from one, so we know they exist.
You know what? Looking around, it kind of hurts my heart, but that's a
Why?
story for another time.
Well, see, this is the a rather interesting thing. You see this Volkswagen up on the screen?
Mm-hmm.
My father drove it off the lot in 1973. I drove it to high school. My brother, who's 13 years younger, drove it to high school. I wrecked it once, and it was put back together. And my brother wrecked it once. And believe it or not, neither ones were our fault. Insurance paid for it. It lay in pieces on a garage floor for probably, if I said decades. But guess what? My father decided it shall be put back together. So probably my brother's son will wind up driving it to high school. But this is the current state of it, because my father was dead damn serious. You know what? Fuck it. Dude, I saw this Volkswagen probably 3 months ago. Now, what you don't see in this picture is this is the rough put together from a good angle. There's some spots that have to be painted. It's the fucking original front bumper.
Nice.
The original, oh motherfucker, my father said it shall be done. So when I say productive, my father's 81 years old, and he just said, you know what? Let's do it. It'll be probably my nephew who just started high school. It should be in time for him to drive it to high school. Dude, I drove this motherfucker to high school, and I love that car.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
But this is no. My point is, this is my black family: black mother, black father, black sister, black brother.
You know what my version of
this
that
Volkswagen is literally something my father bought new in 1970. Shit, I went to high school with the Valenti. It was Valenti, Volkswagen, or whatever. This is my family. This is what we do. So when you say productive, I know there are productive Black families who aren't about bullshit, but my mother, especially, I got my sense of humor and my acerbic wit. My father's pretty funny. My grandfather, his father, my grandfather, oh, he was hilarious. My father's mother, we all had senses of humor.
You
And
know what my version
sometimes
of that is, Stanley? It's the family house in the islands. And I whisper that.
Sugar
And
Bomb, no, Sugar Bomb, it's a 1973 Super Beetle. The first year they produced the Super Beetle, and I did not know this, but it has a curved windshield. The regular Beetles from 72 backwards had flat windshields. This one has a curved windshield. It was bought new. I don't even fuck. My father and I one summer rebuilt the fucking engine from scratch. He got some winch thing. We hauled it out. We motherfucking rebuilt. Now, I think I don't know if it's the original engine, probably not. But I can say this 1973 Super Beetle, my father and I spent a summer rebuilding the engine, and I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I was mostly handing him tools, but the motherfucker was rebuilt. And you know what? I drove it to high school. This is Black excellence to me. I
Agreed, Stanley. I
I
agree with
don't
you.
give a fuck what all y'all say. I don't even care what other Black people do. I care about my family. I care about this car. I care about our tradition. Y'all come get some.
I
Build
agree
your
with
own
you,
tradition.
Stanley.
I literally don't give a fuck what Black people do. I care in theory. I don't want to say, I mean, I do understand how the history works. And I'm not going to castigate you, American man, but you characterize me as some liberal. I don't give a fuck about the liberals. I really don't give a fuck. We rebuild if we must. You do it one family at a time. Those who care about remaining Black and the integrity of the race, just be excellent and do what you want to do. I don't buy into this flattening. And I think there's a lot of you being right about Blacks voting Democrat, but it's politics. It's not day to day. Okay. I don't think MAGA is sustenance for a lot of the legacy Black community. And if it's not, it's not. You vote for who you want, you make the mistakes you make. But this weird form of racializing crime and politicizing Black and white, no.
Yeah, but
I into it. And when you try and flatten how I think, I get offended because I'm way more complicated. This car,
I
the
believe that,
reason
Stanley,
it's
and I
not
said
the
as much
reason,
earlier.
hold
Correct.
on, the reason I care more about this car than fucking most of politics is because I literally drove this car. Dude, do you know I went to a private all boys Catholic military school and I drove this car to that school? Motherfucker,
No, I wouldn't know
I
that,
know.
Stanley.
Okay, no, you probably didn't know, so now you do.
You know
I don't
why I
give a
wouldn't know
fuck.
that,
I
Stanley?
don't know. I don't care. What I'm saying is John Galt has
Here we go
y'all
again.
motherfuckers.
Again.
I will put you in the back if you
You're
keep
talking to
over
me and
talking.
you're bringing up
I
John Galt.
know who I'm talking to. I'm not confused. I don't give a
Both you
fuck.
guys sound like scorned
See, you
lovers.
must interrupt. All I'm saying is the shit John Galt wants to talk, the shit you want to talk, the shit Be
What shit
Brave
do
wants
I
to
want to
talk.
talk, Stanley?
Okay, I will please finish this argument in a second. I drove this motherfucker to a private Catholic school. I don't give a fuck about y'all. You didn't grow up how I grew up. Most white people did not grow up how I grew up. Y'all keep nattering on about not about much. And you know what? This will drive again. And by the way, I did not call it Herbie. Ferdinand Porsche. his name was Ferdy. I literally called my fucking Volkswagen Ferdy after Ferdinand Porsche. So I didn't grow up. And you know what? It doesn't mean I'm better or worse or anything like that, but stop telling me what I think. You are flattening black people because some black people grew up like I did. And motherfucker, I lived in a neighborhood where fuck, there were kids driving new cars. But you know what? Everyone loved this Volkswagen. It was cool.
Okay.
So I'm just giving you an insight why I really don't give a fuck what John Galt talks about. Fuck
now-
the hood. I didn't grow up there.
Okay, and now, do you want to know why you and I get along, Stanley? Are you going to allow me to finish, or are you going to jump in?
Oh, I must know now.
Because my family legacy, Stanley, is a house in the, well, among several houses, is a house in the Virgin Islands. And my cousin and I, they literally sent us down there to go gut the house, and my uncle went back to rebuild it. It's the second or third remodel that's been done in our family on that family home.
Cool.
So when you talk about Stanley family legacy and all of that, you're not speaking French to me.
Well, I hope
And
I wasn't.
hold on, and maybe that should help you understand why I am
Why do I
as
need to
bullish
understand?
as I am. Maybe that should help you understand why I am as bullish as I am. Because I know that these things can be done. There's a lot of excuses being made.
Well, you and I, yeah, we're simpatico on that.
And that's truly what it is. I know these things can be done, and there's a lot of excuses being made. It's just that simple. And so, as I said to you, Stanley, I don't know what you thought, but I come from a family that's very different from what most people want to believe.
Well, to be honest, I think you come from a family you don't believe other black families come from. There are plenty of us.
No, I know there's plenty, right? See,
Well, then why do you not be more specific? When you say the blacks, how about just go some blacks or blacks in the hood? You
because we're reaching a point.
you and John Galt have a lot in common. You
my
just go,
God.
the blacks think this.
You just
blacks
trying
are like
tie me
that.
to him.
Well,
You know what though?
remind me of him.
I understand why you have to do it. Go ahead, John.
No,
Go
I
ahead,
don't have
Stanley.
to
Keep
do
going.
it. I have
No,
to
you
listen.
do. You do. You have to do it.
Do I need to rewind this show?
Sir,
You
you
say
have to do it.
You say the
Sir,
blacks
you
a
have to
lot.
do it.
Yeah,
You know why
I
you have to do
know.
it?
I know. I
Just like
have
you
to
had
do
to
it. I have
pretend.
to quote you
Just like you
correctly.
had to pretend that I wanted
I
to
have to
disrespect your
quote
son
you
when I
correctly or
never had.
face a lawsuit.
You have to do it.
Wait, I do commend you. You haven't used the N word yet. So
Well, I
you
did
do
once. It
have
might have slipped by
restraint.
you, but I did
You
once. It might
do
have slipped
have
by you,
restraint.
but just like you needed to pretend I was on some tirade to disrespect your son
Motherfucker, no one
when I never
pretends.
have and never
Hey,
will.
this is not a pretend channel. Be who you are.
No, I'm talking about you. You should take your own advice.
Oh, I'm pretending.
Yeah, when you went to pretend as if I was trying to disrespect your son, when I've never done that and I never will because I don't believe in that.
You know what? My son has no clue who you are.
You
You can
missed the point of
disrespect
all
him,
of it.
but
Now
you know what?
you
Wouldn't
see,
do it
now
to
you're
his
trying to do
face.
this weird thing, right?
Oh yes,
When you
it's
miss the point.
called rhetoric. I
You
can take
missed the
your
point.
words. See, let me teach you
It's not
something
about
about rhetoric.
whether or not
Oh,
your
do you want to
son
know
knows
about
me, right?
rhetoric? Do you want to
It's
know the
about don't
craft
try
of
and
twisting your
portray
words?
me for your audience. Don't try and portray me as someone who just willy-nilly will go about
Well, let me
disrespecting your
tell you
son
something.
for your audience. Don't do that. Be a little more
Do you actually
manly and
think
respectful.
I'm gonna have to give you a little secret of mine. I don't think about the audience when I twist your words.
Of
I
course you
literally
do.
don't. No, I think about you when I'm talking about you.
Oh, so when you
Literally,
twist my
I
words,
swear,
you're twisting
I
my words.
swear to heaven, I swear to God,
So you're
I
twisting my
don't,
words because you're like, I
I
know if I
do
twist
not
his
look at
words,
the
I'll get a reaction out of him. Oh, okay. Thank you,
dude.
Stanley. Thank
If
you.
you piss me off, the last people I'm thinking about is the audience because it suddenly becomes one on one, and I want to do scorched earth on you singularly. Who gives a fuck about the audience when you have pissed me off? The audience didn't piss me off. You did.
I accept that. I accept that. I'm not. I accept that, Stanley. I get it. But thank you for admitting that you knowingly and willingly twist my words. See how beautiful it is?
Oh, absolutely, dude. I do it for fun. Oh no. I'm certain, dude. I will take your trash logic and rhetoric, dude. It's like chewing gum. Oh, I do it for fun. Oh, the worse the English, the better I can twist it. Yeah, I admit that. Not the first time I've admitted it, by the way.
Oh, but here's
Oh,
the thing.
motherfucker, that's what used to piss Galt off. Oh, you're making
Here we go.
jokes.
Once
Motherfucker, of
again,
course I'm making jokes. I don't think you have a brain and your command of English is trash. Yes, I'm gonna twist it.
every 20 minutes,
Dude, I'm literally going to mock you. I admit that.
every 20 minutes, I got to hear about John Golf.
Hey, you remind me of him every 20 minutes.
I mean, it sounds good, Stanley, and I get it. I'm glad you caught
Oh,
yourself.
you don't just get it, you resemble it.
I'm glad you caught yourself to try to catch your audience, to
No,
catch yourself, catch your
it's like
audience. I'm
old
glad you caught
times.
it.
It's like old times talking to you sometimes. You get mad when I make jokes, just like John. Oh, motherfucker, you're just making jokes. No, dude, he used to get so pissed off. You're just making jokes. No, I don't take you seriously. That's why I'm making jokes. So it's like
Well,
old
hey,
time.
guess what? We found something else that we have in common. You know what that is?
No, please tell me.
I don't take you seriously either. And so therefore, there
Oh,
it
you know
goes.
what? That hurts my feelings so much. You shouldn't. It's a YouTube show.
There you go. I shouldn't. See, you and I agree, right? You don't take one another seriously.
Oh, sugar bum. Come on now. No, dude. Yeah, we get along. Surprise, surprise. I have always liked it. You've never been like an enemy. And you know what? Let me tell you something that you get so right. I don't hate anyone. Um, I was actually kind of grateful. um, because you kind of came to my defense in Bob's chat. Now, Bob and I get along fine, but his little minions, I just fuck with them mercilessly. Dude, they get so pissed off. And I've discovered my best talent is fucking with people from the chat. I will just out English them.
Why do you
But
think you and
yeah,
I get along, Stanley?
yeah,
Don't you realize there's not really much daylight between you and I, sir?
yeah. You gotta look. There are, and you know what? Most people like I will troll people. I will. There's some people like CT actually has just gotten to a point to where now you know what? I'll just go in your chat and troll the idiots. And you know, I
And
people
and
like
yes,
CT.
Stanley. Yeah. And yes, Stanley,
No,
I listen, you don't really hate anyone, Stanley. Like I've been around you
no,
long
why
enough
would
to
I?
know. Your thing, listen, you do a lot of trolling just like I do, right? But like, right, there's certain boundaries that things won't that you won't let it go. So I sort of like understand that. That's why I said like Stanley doesn't really hate anyone. Like there's not that big again, right? You're like me. You have to personally know someone to hate them. You're not just gonna
Right.
jump on the hate train
Well, the
just because
thing
everyone
is
else is doing it.
if you, dude, don't hang around. I'm at an age. Honestly, this is what retirement. Oh, excuse me. This is what retirement is all about. I literally don't have to hang around people I don't want to.
For real. I'm not even at
It's
retirement and I
like,
don't hang
dude,
around people I don't want to.
yeah. So that's kind of what. Sorry about that. It's kind of like the people who hang out in the audience, um, hang out or not. Maybe one of these days I'll have 100 people in the chat, but I'd much rather, you know, and I'm not like I don't know, people that tend to subscribe to channels and are regulars in the chat are just people who get the host, for better or for worse. So, um, okay.
Hey Stanley, were you there when Bob made a comment, right? Were you there? It was a while ago where Bob made a comment was like, I don't remember if it was on I think it actually was on CT where Bob made a comment. He was like, you weren't up there, but he said it to me. He was like, what's funny about you and Stanley? If one of you passes away, both of you guys will be the first one at each other's funeral crying the most.
Probably. Probably. I mean, that's not offensive.
No, it's not. That's why I'm laughing. Because I'm like, you know what? He's probably correct about that, right? Like, he's probably.
But Bob's a good guy. I don't agree with a lot of his politics, but in the end, see, this is something you kind of learn when you get older. You don't have to hang out with these motherfuckers all day. You're not married to them. Stay as long as y'all are getting along. And when the shit starts getting too edgy, hey, I gotta go home. And it's something you learn. being older is actually kind of good. You know what you will put up with, what you won't put up with, and that's kind of, I think the ultimate freedom is kind of like that. I'm bored. Bye. That is freedom. And who's going to tell you you can't go?
Hey, I actually hold on. Can I just address this comment from Sunrise Graper? What's wrong with
Yeah,
being a
please
snob
do,
on
because I was
YouTube?
gonna.
But wait, what's wrong with being? I mean, I'm not even retired, and I'm a snob on YouTube. I don't. I mean, I don't see again, Stanley. Not much daylight between you and I. I don't see the problem. I see no problem here. What's the problem? Is that the upbringing, Stanley? Is that what it is?
Hey, I'm sorry. I had to step to the head. But you know what? Look, let's not use the term or the word snob. Let's just say I'm discerning. Um, I get to choose. See, he thinks retirement is some egalitarian socialist bullshit. No, I'm discerning. I get to hang out with the people I want to hang out. In Sunrise Graper, which is what I usually call him, you'll understand when you get older. Hopefully sooner.
Jesus Christ,
This
three of them.
this boomer thing that these young folks insist, and I think Graper is married, so he's just trolling. He's a troll. Don't take him that seriously. He's
I
a
can't
good
believe I'm
troll.
still up, Stanley.
Well, motherfucker, why are you? Why are you? It's 3 o'clock. Get
Yeah, I
your
could be
ass.
sleeping.
Oh, that's right. You're doing overnights.
Yeah, I'm doing overnights.
Well,
This
are the
shit.
kids waking you up? I mean, put on some. What do they call those curtains?
Well, the kids getting ready to
Blackout
come home from
curtains.
school. No, I do have
Oh,
blackout curtains, but they getting ready to come home. But they're good children. They understand that I'm working at night, so they sort of let me be
mhm.
unless I have to, and then
God
I get
damn
up
it!
and do
Why
what I
the
got to
fuck
do.
are you up?
You know why? Because I don't have to work tonight.
Well, motherfucker, it's the weekend. God damn it! Stay your ass up. Let me tell you something, and I have to give it to you. This is probably the best time. Excuse me. Probably the best time, dude. Motherfucker, you better stay on. I'm having a good old time with you. So you should stop being a stranger.
I'm never a stranger. I'm always around, but like I said,
Right.
I'm working nights now, so I'm sleep during the days, and you don't
Right.
really go live
Understood.
that
Well,
much
I
during
tend
the
to go
nights.
live. I've gotten later over the time. I'm trying to figure out whether 7:45 or 6:45. You remember I used to do like 2 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
and it's just been steadily getting later. But what time do you get off in the morning?
As a plumber, there's no like set time.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's
Because I
like
mean, DiCapriono, I think he works overnight, and I mean, I can do 6:45. Because there are
but this is
you say
temporary.
that
It's
I pay
temporary,
attention
Stanley.
to the people. Mhm.
This is not like full time. This is just temporary.
Oh,
Just
no.
because.
I'm just saying that, to a certain extent, I do cater to my audience. If like DiCapriono is a day one, you know what? I'd much rather adjust my schedule. so he can hear at least a little bit of the show. I'm not adverse to that.
You do. Listen, man. You do what feels right for you. Everyone will catch.
Well, dude,
catch
I have
you.
an empty nest.
Yeah, like you sleep when you want, get up when you want. There's no more kid around to
Let
tell
me-
you what schedule you got to keep.
Let me tell you a story. And I made my father laugh. And a lot of people have heard this story. I was about 10 years old. And my father called, this is a while ago, a few months ago. And he's like, well, I never know when to call. And I'm like, hey, Daddy, you remember when I was about 10 years old? I asked you, well, hey, Daddy, when do deer sleep? And your response was like, when they need to sleep. There's no set time. So I kind of reminded him of that story. He chuckled. It's like, I didn't even remember that. So, you know what? The stories call. If I'm up, I'm up. If I'm not, I'm not. But if you
Pretty
call,
much.
I will always answer.
Pretty much. I get it, Stanley. Again, as I said, there's not much daylight between you and I. It seems like we have big differences, but really don't.
True. So, Mr. Tyrone.
What's up, Stan? What's up, American man?
We go back to this.
American man, what's up, American man?
What are you demanding that I say something to you?
Well, Tyrone.
I'm not demanding. I'm not
Well, you said what up.
demanding.
Okay, you
I'm
said
just
what
saying
up.
that's proper. That's proper etiquette.
If I choose to say something, I will, and if I choose not, I won't. It's quite simple.
So you already had it, and I thought that we had solved that, but I see now.
I thought we did, and then you talk shit afterwards, which showed me
What you mean talk shit afterwards? What did I say?
I'm not. Listen, we're gonna let it go. You can go back.
You saying I talk shit afterwards, but I'm trying to figure out because I came up here in a respectful way. I spoke to you and Stanley.
Oh God.
Well, wait, are y'all just gonna fight?
No.
It's not a fight.
I'm not.
There's no such thing as a fight on YouTube. What do you mean a fight?
Yeah, there is no fight.
Dude, I am literally trying to avoid this sort of stuff.
He's allowed to feel the way he feels. Outside of
I don't
that,
feel any kind of way. I just
doesn't
asked
mean
a
anything to
question.
me.
I just asked a question. I spoke to you. Hey,
Okay,
you just
and
made
said
it known.
And if
You
I
just made it
want
known
to
that if you
ignore
want to
you,
speak
if I
back or you
want
don't,
to
then I'm
ignore
fine with
you,
that.
I
I'm
will.
fine with that. I'm fine with that, bro.
If I want to ignore you, I will.
Well, you can ignore me, man. You're a grown man. But at the end of the day, it's respectful.
You're
It's
still
respectful
talking about it.
to
You're still
speak
talking
back.
about it.
You
You're
talking a
still
lot.
talking
I'm not
about
talking about anything. I'm done with it.
You're still talking about it.
Say, man, stop that, American man. Stop it, bro. It's all good. Let it go. Continue on with the discussion.
I've been let it go, brother. That's what you miss. I've been let it go.
That's what you miss.
All
I said was,
you sound like
what's
a
up,
woman.
American man? You said if I wanted to speak, I would, and if I don't want to speak, I won't. And I acknowledge that, and I'm good with it. So we can carry on in a civil way.
Oh my God, this is
We can
female.
carry on in a civil way. Period.
Okay, and if you say something that makes sense and I agree, I'll agree with you.
And if you say something that makes sense to me, I'll agree with you.
Oh, okay, good. So we established it. We're done. See?
We're done.
That's how men operate.
And I know this is going to be totally random. I had an industrial, I call it industrial vegetable lasagna last night. I ordered groceries.
So what vegetables did you use in your lasagna?
What makes it industrial? That's what I want to know.
It's a grocery store lasagna. I didn't make.
What veggies did you use in your lasagna, or was it fruit that you used in your lasagna?
No, you know what? Look, I used to let me just deal with the lasagna. I had a hankering for specifically vegetable lasagna. I thought about regular, meat lasagna. I'm like, I have not had um, vegetable lasagna in a while. Now, back in the day, a family size lasagna was literally like a 9 by 13
Yeah,
affair.
correct.
Oh, it's about half the goddamn size. Dude, that
Correct.
shit was and one of the reasons I bought it is it was 2 for 1. So I just bought one. Dude, you have to spend like fucking if it was regular price to feed a family of 4, you'd have to spend like probably $45 just for a family size lasagna. I ate the whole goddamn thing myself. It's 30 ounces, which, I probably
So
ate
would
too
it have
much.
been cheaper, Stanley, for you to buy
All
the ingredient?
the point I'm trying to make is back in the day,
We're not talking back in the day.
two
Who gives a
families,
fuck about
two
back in the day?
families,
Back in the day is gone.
touche. So
Agreed.
So we're talking about nowadays.
you poor
So do you think that
motherfuckers,
you could have
you
made it
poor
for
motherfuckers
cheaper?
are spending,
Do you
you
think that
poor
you could have made it for
motherfuckers.
cheaper? Say, motherfucker, do you think that you could have made it for cheaper buying
Yes,
the ingredients yourself?
easily.
Being a cook,
Dude,
being a cook that
well,
you are.
let me help you out there, son. I
You don't have to
literally
help me
had
out.
it.
I asked a
Okay,
question.
see, you want to overtalk just like the fools. I
Nobody's
actually
trying to
have it.
overtalk you, Stanley.
I have semolina in the freezer. I literally have a pasta machine. I literally can make the sheets. I had eggs. Yes, I could have made it from scratch. I was just too tired.
My question was, would it have been cheaper to make it
Yes,
from scratch than
yes, it would have been
to
cheaper.
buy
Even
a
if
whole lasagna
okay,
that you ate
motherfucker.
yourself that was supposed to feed 4 people? You was smoking weed or
Yes,
something?
nope. It would have been
So
cheaper.
you ate a whole 4 family lasagna by yourself.
You're not getting my point.
Now,
Back in
I'm
the
getting your
day,
point. I'm asking you a question.
no, I don't think you are, son.
Okay, son.
Literally, you're not. Yes,
Literally.
I had the ingredients. It would have
Did you
taken me
eat the
about.
whole
Hey,
did you
this
eat the whole
motherfucker's
lasagna you
doing.
bought? Did you eat
Dude,
the whole lasagna you
you
bought?
are boring right now.
Did your greedy ass eat the whole lasagna you bought?
It wasn't a family sized like
You
it was
said that
back
it
in my
could
day.
feed 4 people. Did you or did you not say
Yeah.
that? Did
Oh
you or did you
boy.
not say
You know
that?
what?
Well,
This
I
is
think
what I'm noticing. Ignorant
American
people who
man,
have
didn't
no
you say that?
motherfucking
Or did
clue
you
what
not
they're
say that,
talking
American man?
about or what
well,
I'm talking about.
I think
I
his point.
literally am saying that a family size lasagna in 2025 is half the size of a family size lasagna 10 years ago.
Yeah, that's the
So
point.
what I asked you was,
Yeah, this motherfucker is, and yes, I
could you
could
have
make it
made
cheaper
the
either
family
way.
size
Dude,
lasagna back in the day cheaper than you bought
yes,
the smaller
yes.
lasagna for nowadays?
Homemade is
That
always
was my question.
homemade is always cheaper.
Okay. So Stanley, since you always like to get on people, why didn't you take the time being Stanley and economical Stanley and make it homemade
It
the
was
big
on.
way that you're talking about back in the day it was, instead of bitching about paying $41 for something that was smaller, Stanley?
Oh, I didn't pay 41. I bought it on sale was why I bought it, son.
Okay, son.
It
But
was on sale, son. It was on sale,
what are you
son.
bitching about
It
then,
was
son?
interest
If
convergence.
you bought it on
I had
sale,
a
son,
dude. I had a hankering for vegetable lasagna. See, you're not gonna let me
you
finish.
just admitted. You
'Cause,
just admitted
dude,
you could have made a bigger one for cheaper than what you
yes,
paid, regardless
but
of
I
what you
did
paid.
not
So
because
at the end of the day, Stanley.
I
So at the
spent
end of the
time
day,
on YouTube.
instead of bitching about it, motherfucker, Why didn't you make it homemade?
Because I spent too much time on YouTube with dumb motherfuckers like
Get off of
you.
YouTube, motherfucker, and make the
You know,
meal that you like.
that is
Take those 3-4
that is
hours
true.
and be Stanley the chef and make the
You're
meal
right.
you want, and then come back and get on YouTube as you would tell the motherfucker.
Dude,
That's what you
I'm
would
not
tell the
coming back on
motherfucker.
YouTube.
What you would tell the motherfucker? Do better. Do better, Stanley.
Hey, you know what?
Use your time wisely, Stanley. If you want
That
a
is
big
true.
vegetarian lasagna, Stanley, get off of YouTube, go make your lasagna, and come back to YouTube. Don't come on here,
Oh, I'm not
bitch.
coming, bitch.
Don't come
I'm
on
not
here,
coming
bitching
back.
about what you
I
paid
will not
for
come
a
back.
fucking lasagna when you could have made it your fucking self, and you don't have to bitch about it. That's
You know
all I'm
what?
saying. And as you would tell people, who gives a fuck? Fuck you, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck
All right.
about
Well,
what you
you
talking
win
about,
this one.
motherfucker.
You win this one.
I win all of them between me and you.
Gotcha.
It's been like that for a while now. And you know that. So stop your bullshit. And
Alrighty.
I acknowledge and I thank you, Stanley, for acknowledging that I turned you on to some shit where you thought I just was a simple ghetto motherfucker. But no, I'm not a ghetto motherfucker. I
You
do
really
ghetto
think I
shit.
thought
I
that
do
much?
ghetto shit
I
and I've
really
done
didn't think
ghetto
that
shit.
far
But at the
about
same
who or
time,
what
Stanley,
you were.
I'm very intellectual, Stanley, and I listen
No
to
doubt.
shit, far-fetched shit that you would have no idea that I listen to. Period.
Well, shit. I would never think you'd listen to me,
I
non-ghetto as
listen to
I
you.
am.
I listen to you, Stanley. You're a good man, Stanley. You're a
Well, we
good
listen
man.
to
All
You
you
right.
have
for
the
Well, I
old
culture,
appreciate
ways.
it.
Stanley.
Hey, you have the old ways, and the Bible says in the Old Testament, remember the old ways. Return to the old ways if you want to be successful. There's nothing wrong with the way that you think, Stanley. I don't have a problem with the way that you think. I don't have a problem with the way you conduct yourself or the way that you raise your son because it took a lot for a single man. Because a lot of men don't get to do that. A lot of men don't
No,
understand being
now
a
I was
single
luckier
parent.
than
A
most.
single parent is what I'm saying, Stanley. You did a good
Right.
job. I'm giving you
Well, let
your
me
props.
tell you, but I kind of had advantages.
Because I didn't do that,
Had
Stanley. I didn't do that. I was a young motherfucker running wild. You understand what I'm saying? And where
well,
I'm at
no,
right now,
dude,
and where I'm at
I
right now, I'm
was
trying to tell you some real shit about
no,
how I
go ahead.
respect you and where I'm at and how you make me a better
But
person
I
and a better
also want
man.
to tell you, I
But
was
you don't want to
41
listen.
and
So I'm gonna
married
let you talk.
when my
You
son
got
was
it.
born.
You got it. I'm gonna drink me a shot.
I had advantages. I made enough money. It just, it wasn't. It was more emotional, and just a single parent thing. I didn't have to worry about money that much. Is my point. It was.
It
It
has
wasn't
nothing to
that
do
kind of
with money,
struggle.
Stanley. That's what we fail to realize. It has nothing to do with money. And you say it all the time, but
Well,
in the
sometimes
era, the
single
era that
mothers
we're
have that
in,
problem.
everything is attached to money. But what you say all the time is you say parenting and you say family. That's
Yeah, but I'm
the
not gonna
that's the
discount
whole
single
gist of
mothers.
everything, Stanley. That's the whole gist. If you get your house right, you can't worry about the outside. Get your house right. And when you start looking
But let
outside, if
me
your
give
house
my
is right,
wife a
if your
compliment.
house is
Let
right,
me
when
give
you start
my
looking
wife a
outside, what
compliment.
you start looking for is people who have the same mentality that you have, the same values, the same morals. Everybody not gonna get it. You got to work with who's gonna work with you and who's on the same level that you're on.
The
That's what
motherfucker,
I'm
I
talking
should
about.
not be on YouTube. I had a lot.
You
My
should be on
wife,
YouTube though. You should be because you're an elder
no,
right now. Fucking
dude,
elder right now.
literally, I'm telling you, I had
Last.
every
You're the
advantage.
last of the most. You're the last of the old ways. It's not that many people that
I
still
don't know about
practicing
that.
and doing
That
what you
is
believe in,
untrue.
Stanley. So there's a must for you on YouTube.
If you say so, but I also want, dude, it was tough. But dude, like my wife.
Stanley is not pro-trans.
I did not realize what my wife had done. It was too late. I did not have to teach my son how to read. The motherfucker in like, look,
So who
I
taught him
picked
how
the
to
right
read?
one.
Your wife taught him how to read?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, so that's listen, that's
Not
balance.
only did she
That's
teach him
balance.
how to
That's
read,
balance.
it was
You went to work,
ridiculous.
and she did
Yeah.
what a woman is supposed to do concerning your child. She did her job. Whether she worked or she
She
didn't
did
work.
her job at a PhD level.
Man, we're not talking about no pH level. We
No,
talking
I'm
about being a
sorry.
woman.
The
We're talking
motherfucker.
about being a woman and nurturing and raising a child the way that father would want that child raised. See, a father is only for discipline. See, that's what people don't understand. A father has different
Okay, let
discipline
me stop you right there.
than a
Let me.
mother does.
I don't believe. I don't believe in that.
Okay, stop me then and go ahead.
Bullshit y'all do.
Go ahead. You got it.
No, I just think a marriage is a lot more of a sliding scale.
So I wouldn't
That's
talk a
pretty much
sliding
it.
scale then.
No.
Why wasn't I? I
Well,
said that
you
a
were literally telling me.
is not in
You
the
were
home.
literally.
Listen. A traditional
She
marriage,
had. I could have been.
You had a
What if?
traditional marriage, Stanley, right? You had a traditional marriage.
Yeah. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, it was.
So
Now we didn't do. We didn't do a church wedding.
the rules and the dealings in a traditional marriage is different from what's going on nowadays.
Well, touche. I don't know what's going on now.
But I'm saying we're talking about traditional marriages.
It was assumed we were both Catholic, and no, we didn't get married. Look, we may have gotten away from the old ways, but that is Generation X's fault. Okay, old ways don't just evaporate into the air; they have to be taught.
So based upon what you just said, Stanley, so all the shit that you talk is irrelevant then.
I would hope so, but I'm not a teacher.
You would hope that it's irrelevant because it is irrelevant. The shit
No,
that
no,
you're
no,
talking
no.
about,
I'm saying I hope it's relevant. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a parent. I'm a parent
you
emeritus.
are. Whoa. You're not a teacher and you're not a parent. You are a parent. Don't you have a son?
No. I don't.
Do you
Dude,
not have a son?
I don't. Listen to what I'm saying.
I am listening, motherfucker.
I need you to listen slower. I
No,
don't
I need
do
you.
direct.
I need you to
God
talk
damn it,
slower
dude.
so
Let
you
me
can
make my
comprehend what
joke.
you're saying. So you can
I
comprehend what
am
you're
a
saying.
parent
You say, yo, dope.
emeritus.
Damn, you got John on the brain. You got dope now, Stanley?
Listen to what I'm saying, son.
You got dope, son?
I don't do day-to-day
You got dope.
parenting.
You
My
got dope
son
now,
does
son?
not live here.
Do you have dope now, son?
My son
Your
does not
son?
live here. My son does
Look,
not live here.
he may not live here with you right now.
Motherfucker, therefore, I don't do day-to-day parenting. I'm parent emeritus.
About your son. You always talk about your son, and now that you're stuck and you can't answer,
I'm not
you can't
stuck.
answer, or you don't want to answer my
Tyrone, you
question.
always do this. You're doing an American man.
No, you always fold. You always fold like
I'm not folding. I'm
laundry, bro.
waiting for
You're
you to
folding.
take
You're
a breath.
folding.
I'm waiting for you to either
I don't
take a
have to
breath
take a
or a
breath.
drink.
I understand
Take
what
a
I ask,
drink
and
or a
people in
breath
the
or a
audience,
puff.
people in the audience know what
A
I
breath,
ask, and
a
you
puff,
refuse
or
to
a
answer it.
drink.
You refuse to answer it, motherfucker. Period.
Motherfucker, I can answer it easily.
Motherfucker, I can answer it easy. It's Friday, fool. You ain't got no job. You ain't got nothing else to do but be on YouTube. So be goddamn honest and answer the motherfucking
Well,
question that I asked you.
I am
Period.
a parent emeritus. I don't do day-to-day parenting. I don't see my son every goddamn day. If he needs
Because,
me,
and if you did
okay,
see him
I
every day,
need you
Stanley,
to let
with him
me
being at Georgia Tech, with him being at Georgia Tech,
answer.
his hormones
Oh my
override
God.
what
I
the
don't give a
fuck
fuck
Stanley has
about
to
his
say.
hormones.
You should, because you
No,
were the
I
young
don't
guy,
have to.
and your
I do not
hormones
have to
overrode
care
your
about my
parents.
son's
Your
hormones,
hormones
you
overrode your
perv.
parents, just like his overrides
My
you.
parents did not care about my hormones.
And you don't care about your son's hormones?
I wish I could answer. No,
Do
I don't
you
have
not
to.
care about your son's
Dude,
hormones? Do
no.
you not care about your son's hormones, motherfucker?
No, I do not.
You don't. You don't.
Nope.
So you don't. You don't. It doesn't matter to you if he went to the Asian persuasions destination and they wound up doing a little something kinky and she came up pregnant. What would be your response, Stanley? Since you don't care, as you just said.
Are you gonna let me
Uh, uh,
answer?
uh, 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 Answer the question, Stanley. Answer the question, Stanley.
Well, good luck. Let me know where y'all wind up, and
I
I'll
want you
baby.
to answer the question, Stanley.
Okay, this mother, I'm trying to answer, and you won't let me.
You're not. You're not. You're not. You're
It
deflecting.
is not my problem, dumbass.
It won't be your problem if your son
No,
went
it
and did
will
the
not
Asian
be my
persuasion
problem.
and got her
No,
pregnant.
it literally won't be my
If he
problem.
got her pregnant, it wouldn't be your problem.
Dude,
It wouldn't
accept
be
the
your problem
answer.
if your son got that girl pregnant.
Nope.
Okay, cool. Y'all remember that. Everybody remember that. Chat. Everybody remember that on the stream. Stanley said if his son got the Asian persuasion pregnant, he wouldn't give a fuck. It wouldn't be his problem.
No, I didn't say I wouldn't give a fuck. I said it's not my problem.
You said it's not your problem. So that means you don't give
It
a
is
fuck.
not my problem. Dude, they're not
It's
coming to
not
live
your
here.
problem means you
Okay,
don't give a
see,
fuck.
you dumb son of a bitch. They're not coming to
It's not
live
your
here.
problem.
They
Stanley,
are not
listen.
coming to live here. See,
If I
this
said,
is how you raise your
if
children. My son,
if
you know
my
what?
son
My
gets in
son,
trouble, hey motherfucker,
this is
let me
that
talk.
John
Let me
Galt
talk,
bullshit
motherfucker. Let me talk,
mentality.
motherfucker. Let me talk, motherfucker.
No,
Let me talk.
motherfucker, I
Let me
might just
talk,
put your
motherfucker.
dumb
Let me
ass in
talk,
the back
motherfucker, because you
because
fucked up. You fucked up right now, Stanley. You
tell
are
me how I
fucked
fucked
up.
up. Tell me how
Go
I
ahead.
fucked up.
Go ahead. And I'm gonna finish destroying you when you finish. Go ahead. Talk,
Yeah,
Stanley.
keep
You
trying.
got it.
It's not my problem. Thanks for letting me know. He won't even go. Dude, they're both smart kids. Hey, if you get her pregnant, they might even finish college. He's not, he's not coming to live here.
So hypothetically speaking, Stanley.
I just told you the reality, bitch.
So hypothetically speaking, Stanley, and you don't know the reality because you don't know what the fuck they're doing. You don't even know if they're fucking
I
or
don't
having
give
sex.
a fuck, motherfucker. He's
Okay, so
19.
she came up pregnant, motherfucker.
Okay,
What
it
the
would
fuck would
literally
Stanley
be
do?
the stupidest
What would you
fucking
do,
thing for
Stanley?
me to
What would you
go.
do, Stanley?
Dude,
What
where
would you
the
do,
fuck
Stanley?
did you grow up?
What the fuck would you do, Stanley, if she came up pregnant?
Say congratulations.
Got it. Thanks.
They're not. I will not be. I don't have to be. They're not going to be here. I'll give them like a baby shower present. That's it.
So you saying that you would abandon your son then?
It's not abandoning. I raised him to be a man. He knows what to do. And if he needs me, call me and I'll help you out. See, this is what I meant by parent emeritus.
You
I
see what I'm
give
saying,
advice.
Stanley? You
Okay,
always talk about
motherfucker,
parenting.
dude,
You
you're
talk
about
about
to go in
parenting,
the
motherfucker.
see,
You
this
talk.
is what I cannot accept. I'm trying to tell you. I will give him advice. Parenting ended when he became 18 and he's at college. I don't care about his day to day. Of course, he knows don't get pregnant. If he does, it's his problem. He's an adult. I don't know where this ghetto bullshit. No, motherfucker. If he gets a girl pregnant, I assume she's an Emory student. I assume he fucking know how to use protection. It's their problem. I am not going to interfere in his personal life. He knows my phone number. Stop this ghetto bullshit. This is a John Galt production. Motherfucker, I don't care what he does. Just be responsible. I trust the way I raised him. Trust your parenting, bitch.
Brothers, trust your parents and bitch.
Yeah. What's wrong with that
Trust your
advice?
parents and bitch.
Yeah.
What about the Menendez brothers, bitch? They had everything. They had,
The Menendez brothers. See, this is what the anti-black blacks do. They're in jail, bitch. What do the Menendez brothers have to do with me? See, stupidity is what the John Galt folks do. Crown one,
I'm
what's
not
up?
a John Galt fault. I'm not a John Galt folks.
You
I'm
are
my own
literally
fucking man.
sounding like. Wait, did you
I'm my
just get
own
back?
fucking
Are
man.
you
I
bringing
asked
up
you a
a
question.
John Galt scenario?
Hey, okay. Was not the Menendez brothers a two-parent
I
home?
keep motherfucking telling you what I would do.
Was not the Menendez brothers a
I run
two-parent home?
this
Were they not a
weird
two-parent home?
fucking. I
Were
give
not
a
the
fuck.
Menendez brothers a two-parent home,
Not my
motherfucker?
problem, bitch. Not my problem.
See, you're deflecting.
Yeah,
You're
see,
deflecting
I'm
because
defending them.
your argument about parents and marriage is null and void now.
No, it's
But
not.
you don't want to answer to that because they grew up in a
I
home
can
with a
answer
mama and a
easily.
daddy that
I
was
can
rich,
answer
successful, had
easily.
everything, gave them everything they wanted, the whole nine.
So you're talking the
So
Menendez brothers?
why did those children kill their parents, motherfucker?
You're kidding me, right?
No, motherfucker, I'm not kidding you.
How would I know why?
So that's
Is
what I'm
my
saying about
last?
your son.
Am I
That's what I'm saying about
Stanley?
your son. And
Am
I'm not
I
talking down
Stan?
on him. He has an Asian persuasion. You don't know because you're not fucking your son and you can't fuck your
What
son.
the
So
fuck?
right now, she has more influence over your son than you do. Pussy overrides the shit that you think you have control of right now, Stanley. Your control is over with. Your control is over
Why
with.
would?
Her sucking his dick, her sucking his dick, fucking him overrides anything you gotta say right now. Pops, dad, father, or whatever the fuck he chooses to call you. You're fucked up
How
concerning him
so?
and this female. I'm
So,
telling you, motherfucker. And you know,
dude,
because the same thing happened with you, motherfucker. When
what
you were
happened
a
with me?
teenager,
What
your
happened with me, bitch?
mom and dad can tell you nothing about that female that you had sex with first. It was nothing they could tell
What?
you. It was nothing they could tell you. The first
Dude,
time you had sex and you started cutting up on your mama and daddy, which you did, you might not want to acknowledge it, but you did. We all do it as men, as teenage
okay, let
boys.
me
We all
correct
do it.
you right
So when you
now.
started cutting up on your mama and daddy, because you got your first shot of pussy, because you got your first shot of pussy, your mama and daddy had no longer had influence over you. The pussy had more influence over you than your mama and daddy. If you want to admit it or not, Stanley. So go ahead.
Yeah,
Say what you gotta say.
you literally don't know how I was brought up. That's it. Hopefully those are pork skins.
No, these are what I'm eating on this it's rippled fried dill pickle, and I'm drinking
Oh
on
Lord.
Bacardi rum straight out the bottle.
Okay, well, here's the deal. I trust the way I parented my son, and so far, he hasn't disappointed. If they get pregnant, I don't think they will. He knows what a condom is, and
Hey,
she, the motherfucker.
Stanley.
Why are you
Stanley,
interrupting?
if she
And
take that
dude,
condom
I'm
out,
gonna
if
put
she
your
take
ass
that
in the
condom off
back.
your son and put that
Okay, motherfucker, dude, you're just being too much. She's an Emory student. My son's a Georgia Tech student. They're both smart. If they fuck up, they fuck up. Hey, if two smart people fuck up, I assume they know what birth control is. I do not need to interfere in two smart people's lives. Enough, dumbass. I did not grow up like you.
raised in a two-parent home just as well as people who were raised in a one-parent, a single mom home, or a single father home. They all make the same mistakes because they are children. We've all have children
A
that have made
19-year-old
mistakes.
is not a
We've been
child,
children.
son.
We have been children.
Let me put you in the back. I literally was a naval officer. I know what 18-year-olds can do. My son is 19. Stop the goddamn cap, sir. Stop treating these 18-year-olds like they're children. And don't raise them. Don't raise them to be failures
That's
at
what you
18.
doing. You treating your 18-year-old like a child.
Motherfucker, I literally just told
You
you
treat your
what's
18-year-old
happening.
like a child, but you telling this, don't treat your 18-year-old or your teenager like a child, but you teach yours like a child. So
No,
so
I
why
don't.
can't parents
Okay, hey,
who have
dumbass,
children?
dumbass. I literally did not. Dude, I'm sorry. When have I told you I treat my 18-year-old like a child? Motherfucker, I don't see him for months at a time, dumbass. The fuck are you talking about?
You always try to make your point, but once you get fucking stuck and a motherfucker asks you something
No,
that's
I'm
really
not stuck.
logical, a motherfucker
Dude,
asks you
I
something that's
am
really
not
logical and you
stuck.
can't
I'm
answer it,
laughing.
you know what you start doing? You start berating a motherfucker. Stanley, you are a fucking narcissistic,
Okay.
ego-driven
Cry,
bitch
cry,
ass
cry.
Negro. I'm
When
not
have I
crying, motherfucker.
name
I don't
me?
have to cry.
I'm gonna
I don't
treat
have
you
to
like
cry.
American man.
I don't have to cry, motherfucker. An American man
Yeah,
is
you're
not crying
crying
and
right
does
now,
not
bitch.
cry. That's
You're
one thing
crying
I
right
respect
now.
about American man. American man gonna stand on what the fuck he say, and I'm gonna stand on what the fuck I say. You are a fucking backpedaler, motherfucker. You're not gonna stand on what the fuck you say when you get back
You're
into the corner,
pretending.
depending on who you're fucking talking to. Right
When
now, you back into a fucking
okay,
corner, motherfucker, and you don't want
I'm
to be
in a corner.
serious, and you don't want to be honest, motherfucker. So at the end of the day, Stanley, I got your motherfucking number, like always, motherfucker. You understand that? I run you,
No.
bitch. You don't run me. I run you. I'm a typical nigga in the streets every day, and I run you, motherfucker. You don't got shit on what I got going on right now, Stanley. I get you every time. I get you every motherfucking time.
How old is your child? How old's your oldest child?
My oldest child is 33 years old,
Oh,
my son.
motherfucker. Well, what did you do when he
So,
got a
so
girl
what are you
pregnant
talking
at
about right
16?
now? So what are
Oh,
you talking about right now?
I'm asking you questions. When, what age did
See,
your
you
see
stuttering
motherfucker
because you
now,
thought, look,
dude?
listen, listen. So
You
you know
are
why you
telling me
stuttering?
about
You know why you
you
stuttering?
are
Do you know
asking
why you
about
stuttering?
mistakes.
Because you
Tell
didn't know my
us,
age. You
tell
didn't know my
us
age.
about your
And
mistakes, Tyrone.
now you can kind of gauge my age
Motherfucker,
right now
I can
with me telling you I
literally,
have a 33-year-old son.
dude.
So now the conversation has to change. It has to be an adult
No, it
conversation
actually
right now.
doesn't.
You are not as smart and as intelligent as you think you are. You may say a lot of big words.
I
You may
don't
know
know
a lot
about
of
that.
big words, but that means nothing to somebody like me that's been in the world just as long as you have, Stanley. I play the game just as well as you do, Stanley. I can
Yeah, I
act
don't think so.
dumb. I can act dumb. I can act smart.
Let
But
me
guess what?
tell you why I think you're wrong. We lived in different worlds. It's not the same world. Still there. Oh well. Bottom line is nope, we didn't live in the same world. I trust my upbringing of my son. If they get pregnant, they get pregnant. But see, this is the weird John Gall, be brave, blacks must have kids because they met a girl. Um, it is the bottom feeding view.
I know
And
John Gall.
motherfucker, I will put your ass in the back so quick. I'm talking, you
I
may
don't give
listen.
a fuck about being
Dude,
put in the
okay,
back, motherfucker.
motherfucker,
I've been in the
dude,
back.
you literally don't understand. You don't come in. You had your chance to talk and your ass was sucking on something. I trust the way I brought up my son, and that's that. I have not met his girlfriend, but you know what? If it's serious, it's serious. They're two college students. If they get pregnant, they get pregnant, but I doubt they will. Motherfucker, smart people know what a condom is or, that sort of stuff. Stanley doesn't need to worry about it. And you know what? What if they do get pregnant? Good for them. I'll get them a baby shower present. They're not living here. They'll figure it out. I do not live in the same world you lived in, Tyrone. I didn't live in the same world as a John Galt. Y'all need to motherfucking understand that not all black people are alike. If you're that ignorant, it's your problem, not mine. Period. Now, what you need to do is calm your dumb ass down, please.
Only power you think you got. Put me in the back,
Yep.
bitch.
It's
Put me in the
it's the only power I have, sir, and I will exercise it liberally.
bitch. Put me in the back, nigga. Put me in the back, nigga. Shit, put me in the
Why the
back.
fuck? And let me
Put me
ask
in
you
the
a
back,
question.
nigga.
I do have to ask you a question. Why?
No, you don't got no question
Okay,
to ask me,
motherfucker,
bitch.
I will literally. So, Palomino, Ricky Z, if they got pregnant, they get pregnant. Stanley doesn't need to worry because Stanley doesn't give a shit. It won't help if they do get pregnant, period. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Why would I? They're smart kids. See, y'all are used to living in some motherfucking world where people don't have means and kids aren't smart. Y'all are literally living. Y'all have watched too much motherfucking Boys in the Hood or whatever the fuck it was. Get your head out of the ghetto, white people. I don't live in that world. I live in a world where teenagers know not to get pregnant, and if they do, it'll be okay. How about
You
that?
sound stupid, Stanley. You say you
I
live in a
do.
world where teenagers know not to get pregnant, but if they do,
They
it's okay.
don't. So, motherfucker, we live. See,
contradiction.
I'm gonna have to put your ass in the back. There are condoms that anyone can motherfucking buy. There, we live in a world with sex ed. If you get pregnant, it was lust. I do know that. God damn it, you want to rip off that condom and feel. But motherfucker, that's a decision. You know that that's a risk. Don't give me that. God damn it, Tyrone. Why do you treat me like your life is inevitable? Life is not inevitable. You do have some choice.
Children that are raised in America, white, black, whatever ethnicity they are. Preachers and preacher kids are the worst in America as children. After that, they are worse than the children that are in the ghetto,
Let
in
me
the
show
hood,
you something here.
in the
This is
hood.
what
Those
okay,
children,
motherfucker, you're talking too much. This is literally the kind of hate I get. Stanley's son will end up broke with 4 baby mamas. Motherfucker, I ended up retired with 1 son. The fuck? Eh, if he does, it's not my problem. Dumb fuck. What do you think of this?
they had
What do you
way
think of
more worse.
motherfucker?
They
You
had way
shall be
more worse.
silent, or
They
I
had way more
Tyrone.
worse than
Honestly,
the niggas in the
Tyrone.
hood.
Honestly,
Your
you're being a little
you elite people, and your
Tyrone.
child should.
I have 1 child, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna kick you from the studio if you can't control yourself. Stop it. Control yourself.
Worse than hood children.
Okay,
Because
you
they have
don't
the
understand. Control yourself yet. I'm trying to give you every chance. I need you to read what's up on this motherfucking screen, and then you can talk.
so your children and they
Okay, motherfucker, I have 1 child.
worse, but you guys
It's
look
not
back and try to.
it's not children, it's 1 child. Motherfucker, what the fuck are you talking about? I think you're drunk beyond your wits, and I'm getting bored, Tyrone. This is the first warning. I will kick your ass if you can't get it under control.
Drop me, motherfucker. Drop me. Make yourself feel good and drop me, motherfucker. Talking about my
Okay.
first
Well,
warning.
you
Who the
said
fuck?
drop
You
you.
talk to your son like
Yes.
that?
Whoa,
I'm
whoa,
not your
whoa.
fucking
Is
son.
that
I'm
an
not your
order?
fucking son,
Do you
man.
want to?
I'm a
Do you
man
want
like
to?
you, motherfucker.
Motherfucker, you're a man without the ability to kick your ass from this panel, heal, or just leave on your own. I don't want to be disrespectful. If you're too drunk to have a conversation, self-deport. Last chance.
You to drop me, bitch ass nigga.
No,
Drop
you're
me.
gonna drop
I'm
yourself.
calling your
And
bluff. Like you said,
listen to
son,
this
do
dumb
some.
fuck. Listen to this dumb fuck. Whose reality is it, Graper? Not my reality, except that your reality, your ghetto bullshit reality, is not mine.
Like you told John, it took him a year to get rid of you.
You're breaking up a whole
Grow
lot.
some, bitch ass nigga. Drop me. You still talking, nigga, and I'm still on here. Drop me. You got the ability to do it, motherfucker. It ain't gonna hurt me, motherfucker.
I need
Drop
you
me.
to. I need you
Drop
to
me. I
self.
go in the chat. I go in the chat and troll, motherfucker. Drop me, motherfucker.
I need you to self-deport, sir. Someone come up here and motherfucker, just like save this drunk bitch, dude. Like I said, I trust my upbringing. My son has a smart girlfriend. I'm parent emeritus, and I didn't really explain that. He's an adult. I parented up to adulthood at 18. He came home. I'm still in his life, but motherfucker, I'm not going to treat him like he's some 5-year-old. He is literally at an elite engineering school. It would be insulting not to respect him as at least a young adult. If he needs me, he has my number, motherfucker. I pay his phone bill. He knows how to contact me, and he does if he needs me. I give him the respect of the intelligence he has exhibited. Literally, I've never had to bail him out of jail or some of this stuff. He doesn't, they're the little childhood you don't clean up after yourself. Dude, the kid has literally never given me a reason. If he gets this girl pregnant, it's their problem. He knows this, and she knows it. He's met her family. They'll be okay. And I don't worry about shit I don't have to. That is literally a John Galt, Tyrone, whatever the fuck they do. I leave it to them to worry about their kids. I know mine. So anyway, let's listen to this. Tyrone will figure out how to unmute at some point.
You start talking to them about their supposed field of study, and they can wing it for a while. They can, improv for a while, but eventually it comes out that they just have no idea what they're talking about. They're a dropout. Eventually they're going to start stuttering and talking nonsense because you put them on the spot, and you can't tell a Westerner, to put up or shut up because they can't shut up. So you can't tell them that. They'll latch out. They'll break. They'll explode when you call them on their bluff. You can set your watch to that. That's like clockwork. Oh, they can't take that kind of pressure. They can't take the pressure of having to actually live up to the values that they preach about. They can't do it. And they'll come after you. They'll come after you if you put them on the spot. I mean, imagine yourself. This is what it's like. Imagine yourself. Whatever you hate. Everybody hates something.
Ain't no pressure, bitch ass nigga. There's no
anything
pressure,
that you can't stand. Just think about anything you can't stand. It's a smell, or it's a type of music, or like if you hate your job, for example. You hate your job, you hate the people on your job. Think about how miserable it is. How hard it is to keep that hate all bottled up. All day long, you have to play the role. You have to be polite. You have to be cooperative with your coworkers. But the whole time, you can't actually stand them. They're driving you up the wall. And then on top of that, you're also in a job that you're not even qualified for, right? You say you lied on your CV, you lied on your resume, just so you could get the job. So now, not only do you have to go along with the coworkers that you can't stand, you also have to pretend like you know what you're doing. You have to pretend like you're doing your job, even though you don't know how to do that job. It's like you got hired for quantum computing or something. Meanwhile, you've only ever worked as a line cook. You have no idea what you're doing. That's a lot of pressure. You put yourself under a lot of pressure. Eventually, you're going to break. Well, that's the British. That's the British right now. You never believed in tolerance. Wallahi. The truth is, you never believed in tolerance. You never believed in multiculturalism. You never respected the people that you colonized. In fact, you never even saw the people that you colonized as full human beings. You always saw them as inferior. You always saw them as deserving of subjugation, deserving of exploitation. And now you have to pretend otherwise. And you're breaking, you're buckling under the pressure because you can't do it, because you are the way you are. So yes, this big celebration. It's a coming out party, basically. England is coming out of the closet, reasserting their core Western British identity as bigots. Because the way people have always been is the way that those people will always be. And the only thing that has ever proven to change that about any people is Islam. Christianity didn't change you. The so-called Enlightenment didn't change you. Secularism didn't change you. Science, technology, and what have you. Humanism. None of this changed you. None of this has ever changed you. None of it has ever pushed you to become better human beings. You've always been just as you are. You're exactly the same as you were 10,000 years ago, with only slightly better hygiene. Now, I'm telling you, there were people who showed up to protest against that festival of hateful British values. There were people who showed up to protest. I'm telling you, you're in denial. Everyone in the Global South knows that Tommy Robinson is an apt representative of the UK, an apt representative of England. He's no different morally or in terms of character than a Winston Churchill or a Margaret Thatcher or an Oliver Cromwell. They're all thugs. They've never been anything but thugs. Ask the Irish. Ask the people who've known them the longest. Oh, they're vicious people. They're vicious, paranoid, insecure people. You know, in Ireland, they literally made a law in Ireland that it wasn't allowed for men to walk in the streets with their hands in their pockets because the British were afraid that they might pull out a weapon. That's how scared they are, because they know that they never do right by anyone. They know that they never do right by the people that they put themselves in power over. They abuse and misuse everyone. So that puts you in a constant state of fear. You can't be hateful and confident at the same time. No, if you're hateful and you're vicious, then you're also always going to be scared and insecure, because you know that you might get caught out. You know, you might be caught slipping, and your victims might take some retributive justice on you. So of course, your only course of action is always going to be aggression. It's always going to be aggression. Offense is the best defense. Isn't that what they say? They came up with that. So yes, in my opinion, this march or this rally or whatever you want to call it, this festival of British values is absolutely and quintessentially British. Now, if you think that Tommy Robinson is misrepresenting British culture, again, you're in denial. You're either in denial or you're not familiar with British history. No, he represents both the past and the future of the United Kingdom. And by the past, I mean the pre-colonial past, because you're not going to be able to do like you did in that past anymore. You're not going to be able to do colonization like you did back in those days. Your opportunities and your capacity for colonization are over. So the UK is going to return to what it always was throughout history prior to colonization. It's going to be poor, sickly, violent, and miserable, engaged in constant tension and conflict with the rest of Europe, with their neighbors and with the rest of Europe. That's your past and that's your future. You only got rich through stealing and through pillage of the global South. And technically, if you understand economically what that means, that makes you actually a dependency, technically. And now the ones upon whom you have been historically dependent through exploitation and subjugation, now they're rising. And now they actually have decision-making authority. Or anyway, they're increasingly securing that authority. So whereas before you could be an obnoxious and a belligerent dependency, well, now you're going to have to be an obsequious dependency. And I know that makes you mad, but it is what it is. This is the way the world turns. You can't steal someone else's light and claim to have a bright future. No, you can't. Doesn't work. No, I agree with Tommy Robinson. We're on the same page on this issue, because he absolutely represents the UK, and his supporters are absolutely the true Britons, hooligans and criminals. And of course, it's not just him. It's not just the UK, obviously. The entirety of the collective West is the same. Europe, America, like I said, Australia, Canada, and on and on. They're just taking their costume off. The veneer is coming down. You know, it's like those veneers that you put on your teeth. You know, you remove the veneers, and the person that you thought had this perfect, beautiful smile, well, it's actually rotted. It's actually decaying. They actually have like gravel for teeth underneath the veneers. Well, that's the West. The veneers are coming off. And I'll tell you why. It's coming off because the image isn't important anymore. Because the West isn't as important anymore. So now they can relax. Now the West can relax. They can unwind. They can let their stomach out, you know? They can be themselves. I'm sure it's been exhausting. Look, you know, that's why I say that, that's why I have said that I don't personally hold out any realistic hope of the West. You know, a lot of Muslims over there in the West, in America and so on, they imagine that there can maybe be some sort of mass conversion to Islam. I don't think so. They might be denied this grace. They might be denied this rescue. I don't see something like that happening. Because again, if you just look at their history, it's not very encouraging. You know, when the Muslims, when the Ottomans, when they were in conflict with the Habsburgs, with Austria, you know, the white nationalists today, they like to point to that time as a great victory of the West, a great victory of the West, of Christendom against the Muslims, because Austria saved Europe, right, from the expansion of Islam. Side note, what country did Hitler come from? But I mean, look, what were you fighting against? Seriously, how was it better for you to fight against the Ottomans? Honestly, If you had any sense at all, you would have welcomed them. You would have welcomed the Muslims. Austria would have been better off then, and it would be better off now had you done that. I mean, what were you defending? Be objective. What were you defending? Nobody would have prevented you from remaining Christian. You could have stayed Christian. So you weren't defending Christianity. No one was going to stop you from going to church, but the church would not have ruled you anymore. And it wasn't long before you realized yourselves how detrimental it was to have the church ruling you. You overthrew the church your own selves. So what were you defending? Feudalism? Defending your right to be a serf? To be a slave to your feudal lords? We didn't have feudalism in Islam. Fighting against us was a crime. It was a crime that you committed against your own selves. Your brave, white, noble ancestors, right? Who stood as the bulwark of Christendom. How they held back the Turks, how they defended Vienna. And like I say, you celebrate it. You paint your pictures about it. You sing your songs about it. And of course, you murder Muslims in a masjid in Christchurch with the date of the Battle of Vienna on your gun. That's right. You saved Europe from the Muslim tide. Just like Robinson says he's doing right now. That's what Tommy Robinson thinks he's doing now. But I have to ask, what were you defending in Austria and what are you defending now? Seriously, what's so precious? Again, your right to be a serf. That's it. That's what you fought for? You drew a line in the sand and said, no further, Muslims. You shall not take my right to be owned by a local lord. No, you shall not tear up my deed of bondage. You're backwards. I mean, the Ottomans come and they offer you a system where any man, Muslim, Christian, Jew, can own land. You didn't have that. You can take your case to a judge, a real judge, a law book, not some drunken baron whose whim gets enforced as the law. No, you could go to court and get justice, no matter who you were, no matter what your level was in society, no matter what your religion was. They offered you a system where the law is actually written down.
I'm
and it
sorry.
applies to everyone.
Why are you
poor and the
interrupting in the
powerful.
middle of a video? You need me
We
to
came up
stop
with the
it?
rule of law. That's a concept that you got from us.
Oh, that's what you said. Yeah, it's paused. What's up?
Don't you believe anyone can own a piece of property anywhere in America, whether they be black or Muslim or Jew or white? Can't they go?
Well, let me ask you a question. Just anyone can?
I think so.
Well, then I think you literally are as stupid as John Galt and dude, not anyone can just walk up and claim a piece of property. There needs to be qualifications, correct?
Right. And legal.
So what
papers,
you really mean, okay, what you really mean is anyone who achieves the ability to afford it and all that stuff. No, not just anyone can. It can't be just anyone. It has to be someone who qualifies. So stop the bullshit. No, motherfucker, don't come up to my panel and ask me stupid questions. Ask me good questions.
How the fuck is the question stupid?
I literally, Steve, dude. You get so belligerent. You get so belligerent when I ask you to stop asking stupid questions. Not just anyone. You asked me if anyone can, and the answer is no. I try to guide. Okay, you go in the back too. I tried to guide you to a better question, and you two belligerent fucks want to get mad at me? Don't ask me stupid ass questions. Of course, not anyone can walk up and get a piece of land. This ain't 1609, bitches. Ask me better questions, and these two belligerent fucks, ask me better questions, like actual good questions. You'll get the commensurate answers. y'all are asking stupid questions, and I just don't have that kind of patience. And shit, I've had a couple beers. I'm even more persnickety. Stop asking me stupid shit.
Your bitch ass power tripping right now, putting motherfuckers in the back. But I don't give a fuck.
Absolutely,
You're not bothering me
absolutely. I'm
doing that, motherfucker. You're
Want to
not
know
bothering.
why I'm power tripping? Because I have so much goddamn power, I don't have to listen to stupid fucking questions. Ask me a good question, you will get a thoughtful answer. Think about what you say. Motherfucker, I don't owe you elementary school. Fucking do better, Tyrone.
You're powerless, man. You're powerless. You
Oh,
think you have power, but you're powerless. That's the only thing you do. Put
I have power to not listen to stupid questions. That's the only power I have, sir. I'm not a superhero. So I guess it's time to go back to this video. I'm sorry, what?
Great panel, Stanley.
Man, fuck
Yeah,
Stanley
well.
12, man. Stanley's a bitch.
Tyrone's pretty cool, man.
Stanley's a fucking bitch, man. He can't have his way. He want to put you in the back like a bitch.
Yes.
Yeah, you're a bitch.
Yes.
You're a
You
bitch
want
if
to
you
know?
do that. That's not being a man, bitch. You being a bitch.
Tyrone, may I ask you a question, Tyrone?
You're practicing racism, bitch. When we say racism,
Can I ask you
racism
a
don't matter.
question,
You're
Tyrone?
practicing
Can I
racism
just get the
and
question
prejudice,
out?
bitch. Because you put somebody in the back because you have the authority with a button. That's how racism works,
And look
motherfucker.
at this.
That's how
Look at this
racism works,
racist
bitch ass
motherfucker.
nigga. If you don't understand how it works, that's how it works.
Okay. You know what? I think I wield power responsibly. I get these motherfuckers into the back before they piss me the fuck off. And Graper, how about you hit the link? It's pinned at the top. It's called the Dare link. If you type another chat that pisses me off, your ass is gone for the night, or you can hit the link. Stop criticizing. Let's see let's test out the quality of your testosterone level and stop being a bitch. Yes, Graper, you're a bitch. Mike, hey.
Dictator oligarchy channel.
Motherfucker, who cares?
You're a dictator and an
I
oligarch,
have to have.
motherfucker. That's what the fuck you practice on your channel. Because somebody don't agree with you or somebody else want to have a
Okay,
voice.
two
It's
dumb
not
fucks
freedom of speech over
talking
here,
at the
bitch
same
ass
time.
nigga. Much
That's
as you like to
bound to
talk
be
about freedom of
productive.
speech, there's not freedom of
Okay,
speech over here,
motherfuckers,
bitch.
y'all fight it out.
Motherfucker, there's
I'm
not
gonna
freedom of speech
mute.
over here
Y'all
because
fight
you
it
won't put
out.
somebody
Let
in
me
the
know
back
when you
because
can
you're a
figure out who's
coward.
gonna
You're a
ask
coward.
a
That's a
question.
coward move.
I'll
Press
see
your
you
button and
later.
put me in the back again,
I'm
bitch.
muting,
Do
bitches.
your coward
Y'all
move.
fight it
Do your
out.
coward move again. Practice your coward move again. Put me in the back. Put me in the back, bitch. That's what I want you to do. Prove me right. Put me in the back, motherfucker. Press that button, bitch. Press it, motherfucker. That's what I want you to fucking do. You fucking coward ass bitch. You're a coward. And that's the only power you have. You can't take a real conversation. You can't handle the truth, Stanley. Then that's why you do what you do, motherfucker. But I come over and fuck with you because you cool, motherfucker. But you got your ways. You're a narcissistic motherfucker, whether you want to admit it or not, motherfucker. But at the end of the day, I'm all good, man. You put me in the back don't mean a goddamn thing to me. I go in the chat and troll your motherfucking ass. How about that, bitch? How about that, motherfucker? How about that, motherfucker? More bounce to the ounce, bitch. Drink some, fool. 12 man. This bitch ass motherfucking nigga 12 man. Don't be like him.
Well, Stanley's my friend.
Stanley's a
Yeah.
bitch ass. Stanley's a bitch. He's my friend, but he's a bitch ass
No, I
motherfucking
don't
friend.
think he's a bitch ass
He's a
nigga.
bitch ass motherfucking friend. I like Stanley, but he's a bitch ass sissy motherfucker sometimes.
He's just a retired old man.
Oh yeah, he's a retired old sissy in his feelings. That's what the fuck he is. He need to hang out with RuPaul a little more and get out the house. That's what the fuck he need to do. He need to go and dress up and come out the closet. That's what the fuck he need to do. Put your high heels on and your wig, motherfucker. Your makeup and your lashes. Set yourself free, motherfucker. Me and you ain't got that long left on this motherfucker, so you might as well be who you want to be, motherfucker. Buy you a nice little goddamn mini skirt and some motherfucking heels. Do your thing.
You got it all out now, Tyrone?
Got plenty more.
How old are you, Tyrone?
I'm old enough. I'm old enough to fuck bitches that's 20, and I'm old enough to fuck bitches that's 80. That's how old I
So
am.
you're a young buck.
A young buck. I used to be a young buck. I'm just a buck now. I'm just a
40
buck.
years
I'm just a
old.
buck now. 12 man, they want to know that you drop. They want to know that you drop the N. You can say nigga 12 man. Tell them you say nigga all the time 12 man. Run it down one time for them. Shit.
I never say it with a hard ER.
It don't matter if you say it with it doesn't matter if you say it with an ER or A or whatever.
niggas
Nigga,
with
nigga, nigga, nigga,
attitude.
nigga, 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 nigga. Nigga is a nigga is a nigga. It doesn't matter if it has an ER or no ER. So go ahead and say what you been saying, 12 man. Hit it one time, 12 man. Go on, say it one time. One time, 12 man.
Regular.
One time, 12 man. Say it one time.
I don't say that word on the
Just say it
regular.
one time, 12 man. One time. One time.
No.
One time, 12 man. And I'm gonna take
Stanley
a shot.
don't like it
I'm gonna take a
on the
shot. I'm gonna take a
channel.
shot after you say it, 12 man. Do you say nigger, nigga, or my nig? Which one do you say, 12 man?
I say, what's up, my brother?
No, what's up, my nigga? Oh, what's up, my nigger? Come on, 12 man. Fuck
That sounds
Stanley.
like your problem, bro.
So you say, oh, what's up, brother? So you never got mad and said, man, I
You
hate
know
that
what?
motherfucking nigga.
This is
I hate those
I'm
niggas. And
sorry.
you weigh in a lot.
I went into don't let this fool lead you wrong. 12 man, salute. Don't listen to the temptation of this little devil. I'll deal with him presently. Tyrone, you know better, child.
1, 2, 3, and your family. But come on up here, Mike. 1, 2, 3, so me and you can have a conversation with Stanley and this fake ass 12th man. I thought 12th man was real. 12th man, you know what you just did then, 12th man? You just showed your soft side, trying to protect Stanley.
Well, I just got done getting stoned. So. Excuse me.
You alright, 12 man? Are you okay? Eddie, are you okay?
Let me tell you what you will not do. Tyrone, you know I don't like that N-word. Okay, Tyrone,
Are you
your
okay, 12
ass
man?
will wind up. You know what? Don't use the N-word on my panel, period. Tyrone, you know better. Stop leading folks astray you little devil.
Pressing your buttons like you did, John. I'm gonna see if it take you a year
Motherfucker,
to put me
you know
off.
what? I am.
I'm gonna see if it take you a year to put me off the pedal.
Okay,
Grow some
see,
balls.
motherfucker, you are not me, and I am not John. Stop drawing these weird parallels.
You're my nigga, my negro.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? You know what? I've had enough. Anyone wants to hear Tyrone say the N word? Let's start at $5 to bring him back. Let me put up my motherfucker. I didn't even think of it until you
Yes,
just
Stanley,
got
put up
too
the
saucy.
cash app.
Too saucy, sir. You are like that girlfriend who wants to push her boyfriend to a state. Hey, there's the Cash App. Scan it. There's if you have to type it, Tyrone, it'll be $5. And if you keep the shit up, it'll be $10. You ain't coming back until I get a Cash App. I don't like doing this, but you know what? I need some beer tomorrow. And, oh, I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, hell on wheels, dummy. What the fuck?
No, motherfucker. I hate raising money for beer and all this shit, but dude, he just played right into the trap. Motherfucker, I need beer. $5 towards the United Beer Fund. That's what I'm looking for contributors to. And by the way, that reminds me, Black Knight has sponsored today's show. Is Ratchet as it is. Black Knight was nice enough to contribute to the show. So he is the sponsor.
Cheers,
Tyrone.
Black Knight.
I'm sorry, what?
Cheers, Black Knight. I was just saying.
Oh,
like,
and bottom line, Tyrone, you're done. You can go out to the chat, and if they fuck $5, and if no one's contributing that $5, motherfucker, you're not coming back. So anyway, but thank you. Oh, he left because he knows nobody's going to pay $5 for that.
And you said no. I don't want that. I prefer that to have the boot of my feudal master on my neck. I said you're backwards.
Oh wait, let me help this motherfucker.
You were defending your right to be.
Can you let me show you this fool. This is really surprising. This motherfucker, I got a pass and nothing you can do about it, Stanley. A pass. Can you be specific about the pass you have there, Graper? Let us know specifically. You have a pass. You keep telling me about it. What is the pass? Be specific. I'll let you hang your own dumbass. I'm tired of stupidity, quite frankly.
Ignorant. You are defending your right to be illiterate and to be uneducated. You know, in the Muslim world, they built.
I have no idea.
They built
No words
that
to
look
spell
like
like that. Be
They were
very
translating Greek
precise there,
texts
Graper.
that your own church had forgotten about or had suppressed, while your priests were telling you that the earth is flat. The Muslims are studying geography, studying astronomy, studying medicine, studying engineering.
God damn it, dirty
and you
dude.
wanted no part of it. Who does that?
That is
You'd rather
way
be burning
too
witches,
generous.
right? You were over there dying from the common cold. You were living in your own filth. You were scared of science. You were scared of knowledge.
I'll be right back.
The medics of the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire is performing surgeries. They're performing surgeries that you wouldn't even believe, while your village healer is bleeding you with leeches. No, you fought to protect that ignorance. You chose the leech over the physician, and that's exactly what you're doing right now. You were defending your right to persecute each other. That's the biggest joke of it all. You know, you fought against the Muslim infidels so that you could preserve your freedom to hunt your own as infidels. The Ottoman Empire, the Muslim, he sets up the millet system. He tells the Jew, here, run your own courts, practice your own faith. He tells the Orthodox Christian, you can keep your patriarch, lead your people. He gives them autonomy. That's what it was in the Muslim world. He gives them dignity. Do you know that there's more churches today per capita in the Muslim world than mosques per capita? I mean, per the number of Christians and per the number of Muslims. So if you're a Christian in the Muslim world, you have more choices in terms of which churches you can go to than even Muslims in the Muslim world have a choice of mosques to go to. Because we have real tolerance. We believe in real tolerance. But there's even more churches. In fact, there's more churches per Christian in the Muslim world than there even are in the West. Because as I say, we are genuinely tolerant people. If you came into the Islamic system, you wouldn't have been allowed to burn Jews in the town square, which is what you did. You wouldn't have been allowed to launch the Inquisition against the Protestants, which is what you did. You wouldn't have had your 30 years wars where Christians massacred other Christians by the millions over doctrinal disputes. No, these are doctrinal disputes that a sultan would have settled in his court in an afternoon. You fought for the right to be bigots to your own neighbors. Yes, you did, because that's how you are. That's how you are, that's how you've always been, and that's how you are today. You were defending your right to live under rigid classism. Again, in the Ottoman Empire, in the Muslim Empire.
Let me interrupt this right quick to deal with Graper. Dude, you literally don't have the balls. Motherfucker, tell me what pass you have in this little wordplay, this little second grade level wordplay. Motherfucker, your parents aren't as fucking smart as I am, and then you take your family at it with you, dude. No balls. Most white people, most white racists have balls. I'm coming after you now, motherfucker. Tell me what privilege you have. The pass. What is the pass called? You bitch. No, I'm not wrecked, but my job is to wreck you, you little pansy. You are a fucking Nancy boy. When a black man comes and asks you a direct question, you pale, just like the little white lily you were raised to be. No, not mad, disappointed. I thought you fucking had balls, boy.
You could take a boy from a Balkan village and he could become the Grand Vizier, the most powerful man in the empire next to the Sultan himself. His mind was his passport. His merit was his nobility. You learned meritocracy from us. But what was your system? If you were born a peasant, you died a peasant. If your grandfather shoveled manure for, Baron von Evil Mustache, well, so will your grandson. Because there was no ladder in your society. There was only a hole.
Baron von Evil Mustache.
And what did you do? You fought to stay in that hole. I mean,
this
does that sound familiar?
Has a good sense of humor.
Tell me that you're doing anything different right now. Tell me that you are doing anything differently right now. So I ask you again, looking at the history, looking at your history, looking at the facts, what on earth were you defending? What were you protecting? You weren't defending any sort of civilization. You were defending a feudal slaughterhouse. You weren't defending faith, because you could have continued to be Christian under the Muslims. You were defending the right of one Christian to murder another Christian for praying wrong. You weren't defending your right to have a future. You were defending your own eternal poverty. You were defending drunkenness, promiscuity, filthiness, disease, ignorance, persecution, oppression, and violence. That's what you were defending because that's your culture. Well, yes, congratulations. You successfully fought against your own salvation and won. And look at you now. Because you're backward, you call it a victory. But look at the history of Austria after that, the oppression, the wars, the pogroms, the ignorance. I call that a catastrophic mistake, but you call it a victory. You had a chance to step into a world of law, a world of learning, a world of order, a world of tolerance, but you chose the dungeon instead of the library. And you're doing the same right now. All of your so-called heroes, all of your so-called Western icons, your leaders, like I say, Cromwell, from Cromwell to Jefferson to whoever else, to Tommy Robinson, Not a single one of those people fought for your freedom. No, they did not. And that's the truth. But this is how you are. We didn't sack cities. You did. We didn't burn books. You did. We didn't racially discriminate. You did. We didn't lock people into lifelong caste system style economic deprivation and subjugation. You did. You did and you do. And that's what you've always defended. And it's what you're defending right now. It's what Tommy Robinson is defending right now. Because that's how you are. I need you to understand this. Because, I see a lot of Westerners now at this particular moment talking about how bad things are getting over there in the West. Fascism, political violence. Now with the shooting of Charlie Kirk, the mass shootings that you have. They just shot up a
Yes, sir.
camp the other day. They act like things are getting bad. No. The lipstick is just getting smeared off of that pig. That's all. That's all.
Apparently, I need to stop this. Yes, sir.
Well, back in the day in Utah, they would already had a gallows for Mr. Robinson, and he would have been executed like
who gives a fuck about any of this? What does it have to do with this video?
Well,
what does no
video.
You tell me. Connect the dots, sir.
He just mentioned Tyler Robinson.
Motherfucker. He just mentioned. Connect the dots. Use your English. Use your words.
He just mentioned Tyler Robinson. Is that the
No, he did not mention Tyler Robinson, did he?
I think he did.
Tommy Robinson? Let's back this up. Let's just back this up.
Charlie Kirk.
Okay.
Let's
just back this. Let's back this up a bit. Apparently your hearing is drunk too. Here we go.
What Tommy Robinson is defending right now.
Okay. Did he say Tyler or Tommy? Do you need me to back it up again? Okay, motherfucker, I need you to listen. Sober up your hearing. Listen carefully.
You did. You did and you do. And that's what you've always defended. And it's what you're defending right now. It's what Tommy Robinson is defending right now.
Was it Tommy? Because I know who Tommy Robinson is. Do you?
Do you know Tyler
Okay, motherfucker, answer my goddamn question and stop pissing me off. Do you know who Tommy Robinson is, motherfucker? Yes or no?
Not really.
Okay, then shut the fuck up. He's not Tyler Robinson. Different motherfucker. I will kick your ass off. Stop coming up to my panel and spouting off about this. Is literally what annoys me. Y'all come up here and spout off this bullshit about stuff you don't know. I ask you a direct question and you want to talk about Tyler Robinson? Different motherfucker. You don't know shit, but you try and interject your ignorance into shit you don't understand. The man is talking Tommy Robinson. If you want to fucking know who he is, Google. It's not Tyler. He's not talking about Charlie Kirk, you bitch. And stop it, man. Motherfucker, why are you even talking? Listen more than you talk, and you won't be made a fool of. This is annoying. And bring your fucking stupid friends up here too, so they can get some. Why do you think he's talking about Tyler Robinson? There is a Tommy Robinson who is a motherfucker. What? You know what? It was a rhetorical question. Tommy Robinson is not American. He's in Britain, bitch. Stop. interjecting
Oh, he's a
dumb
British
shit.
kid.
Okay, motherfucker, I will literally just kick you out. Take your medicine. Don't interrupt with shit you don't know.
Because that's how you are. I need you to understand this, because, you know, I see a lot of Westerners now at this particular moment talking about how bad things are getting over there in the West, you know, fascism, so forth, political violence. Now with the shooting of Charlie Kirk, the mass shootings that you have. They just shot up a homeless encampment the other day. They act like things are getting bad. No, the lipstick is just getting smeared off of that pig. That's all. That's all that's happening. You put lipstick on a pig and you crowned it Miss Universe. And now you act surprised when it acts like a pig instead of a beauty queen. No, you've been lying to yourselves. You've been fooling yourselves. You've been kidding yourselves. And it's just getting harder to do. That's all. It's just getting harder and harder to do, to believe your own lies. Your so-called civilization has never been any different than it is right now. You just pretended harder. And now you're not pretending as hard as you used to. And like I say, you're not pretending as hard as you used to because it doesn't matter as much as it used to. And it doesn't matter as much as it used to because you don't matter as much as you used to globally. Globally, I'm saying. You know, it's like that worker who hates his job and who hates his colleagues. Once he gets his 2 weeks notice, well, he starts acting a little differently around the office, a little more free. He stops pretending. That's you. That's your so-called civilization right now. That's America and that's the UK. Now, like I've said many, many times, I'm not saying this to be insulting, but you have to know the truth. You can do with it whatever you like, but you can't make an informed decision about your life and about what you stand for and about what you defend and about what you align yourself with and about how you define your identity unless you know the truth, unless you know reality, and unless you know your history. I know I've said it before, but look at all the outrage about Epstein, for example. Well, you can't be outraged about Epstein and not outraged about your whole history if you're honest people. I mean, what do you think that your military does everywhere they go? Don't you know about the case that right now is being made by South Korean women over what your boys in uniform did to them for decades in South Korea? It's brutal. And you do it everywhere. You did it everywhere. And I know you'll get defensive and say like, oh, what are you saying? Muslims are perfect. Muslims never committed any wrongdoing. They did wrong too, you know. You know how absurd that sounds? It's like saying I wash my hands and you don't wash your hands, okay? I wash my hands, you don't wash your hands, and I tell you to wash your hands, and your response to that is you're not perfect. Do you think that I think that washing your hands makes you perfect? No, but it's better. It's better than not washing your hands. No one's perfect. Of course, Muslims have done wrong, obviously.
Yes,
we've made mistakes. We've had our share of excesses that we're ashamed of. But those types of wrongs, those types of mistakes, those types of excesses, those are your whole culture. This is literally the one thing that you are legitimately the best at and that you surpass and exceed the rest of the world in. This type of behavior. You know, it's like I saw a sister online and she was talking about how she wanted to move to a Muslim country. She's over there in America. And Americans are telling her, do you actually think that if you go over there to a Muslim country, there's no sin over there? No, people do sin and people do wrong everywhere. And she said, yes, of course, I know that. Obviously, I know that. There are sins and sinful people in the Muslim world, but they are not approved of in the Muslim world. Do you understand? In the West, they're not only approved of, they're promoted, they're elevated, they're praised, they're celebrated. Are you telling me that you can't see the difference?
They're voted into office.
Maybe you genuinely can't see the difference because that's how you are, as I say. Maybe you really can't see the difference, for example, between someone in the Muslim world, a Muslim in the Muslim world, who gives in to temptation and commits zina, fornication, commits zina, secretly, behind closed doors, feels guilty about it and ashamed about it and repents to Allah about it. You can't see the difference between that and, for example, your own children singing along with an explicit song on the radio about having sex with random strangers or about being a prostitute. You don't see the difference? No, you can't see the difference because in your theory of moral relativity, a grain of sand weighs the same as a mountain. I've talked before about the glaring hypocrisy. For example, again, about the outrage in the UK over so-called immigrant or Muslim grooming gangs, when the fact is that 70 to 80% of these types of cases are committed by white Britons. That doesn't make you angry. I mean, the truth is that if you arrested half of the people at Tommy Robinson's rally, the sex offenses in the UK would instantly drop. Let's be real. I mean, out of that whole crowd, statistically speaking, at least 200 of those proud Britons are rapists. And you talk about political violence, you can't be serious. You're alarmed by political violence, you can't be serious. Do you actually think that political violence isn't exactly what your country, what your so-called civilization has always practiced? Or is the only consistent thing that you ever did practice? You always killed people over their beliefs. You always killed people over their politics. You always killed people over their faiths. You always killed people over their views. That's how you became a global power in the first place. And yes, obviously, you also always practiced it domestically as well. Imagine, I watched this guy on online, so-called body language expert. His name is Chase Hughes. And he did a video where he was saying that political violence is a dangerous new phenomenon in America. It's very dangerous. And he said that if you have to use violence instead of open debate in order to push your ideology, well, then that means that your ideology is empty. Well, he didn't do anything but say that Western ideology itself has never been anything but empty, because violence is exactly how you always pushed Western ideology. You always pushed it through violence. Not to mention the irony that this is coming from a military intelligence professional who excels in specifically psychological coercion and interrogation, meaning psychological violence. Yes, it's all part of that same military that I was just talking about, that same military that has operated as the world's biggest sex trafficking syndicate of all time. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. The West isn't falling down. Only the mask that they've been wearing is falling down. It's falling down and it's coming off. But most of us in the world have known for a very, very long time what your so-called civilization is really all about. So if you are someone in the West, if you're a Westerner, and you yourself actually do believe in what you have been told are Western values, then you need to understand that those values have never been Western. In fact, those are the values that they fought against. They fought against those values for centuries. But they did understand that those values, the values themselves, the values of the Muslim world, they've understood that those values are good, and they understood that those values have appeal, and that they make people stable, and they make people happy, and they make people fulfilled. So they adopted them as a language, as a rhetoric. They used those values as a pitch, as a line to feed you, because those values, as I say, are good values, and you'll eat it up. While the whole time it was a lie coming from them, it's a lie. And they never had any intention whatsoever of upholding those values.
Hey, Tyrone, are you still in the chat? You need to come up here. This is Bravo. Unfortunately, he's not.
Stanley?
Oh yeah, I've been hearing you rail at the truth for quite some time.
That's not
apparently you have comments.
Well,
Yeah,
listen,
listen to this stupid motherfucker here. Yeah, Kelvin, this guy's just anti-white. He doesn't see the benefits of being white. Graper, you're unstudied. But you know what? You're still young, I think. Your son is half white. He needs to be exposed to whites like me. It's part of his culture. Dude, you are absolutely stupid. I guarantee you there are a couple whites at his engineering school, dumbass. This is what white people do. They make stupid statements like, "Oh, your son is half white." Motherfucker, he's literally at a world-class engineering school. He's being exposed to the right types of all kinds of people. Graper, you're in my chat, not an engineer or at an engineering school. Level set yourself, bitch. You don't have the privilege you think you do. And 12th man, you seem to have a lot to say about this critique of Western culture. What specifically was your problem? Is it like Sunrise Graper? They just didn't give the white man. They did, motherfucker. I'm talking. Don't interrupt. They didn't give the white man the spirituality, the credit. Ooh, we built the world. Is that the argument right now? Ooh, they didn't
I
tell
don't
us.
know, but
They did not tell us our women are blonde-eyed and blue-haired. Dude, y'all are so fucking sad.
well, I remember when you and John Galt was going at it one night, and you were saying that it was worth it for all the slavery so that blacks can have what they do today.
No, I would
You
never
know
say
what I
anything
mean?
like that. You are misremembering. Nope, didn't do that.
Pretty sure
What
you
what
did,
what
Stanley.
exactly? So marrying a white woman would be worth all the slavery? What kind of fucking no? That, I certainly didn't say that. You dumb fuck. You need to. Your memory needs to get much better. I wouldn't even, dude. That
I
doesn't even
remember
make
you
sense.
saying something along
Motherfucker,
those
you are
lines.
drunk 24 hours a day. I simply don't trust your
No,
memory.
I'm not.
Motherfucker, yeah, are. Every time you come up on this panel, you are three sheets. I don't trust your goddamn memory, mainly because no, nothing is worth slavery. Asshole.
You remember you saying that it's worth that everything blacks have today over slavery compared to where they
Dude, I
like
don't
their
remember it, and I
ancestors
certainly
came
didn't
from.
slur it. I literally just told you your memory is for shit because you're drunk 24 hours a day. Dude, you need to understand your memory is not something I put stock in. Sober
Well,
up.
let's ask the
Okay,
question
dude,
again,
you want
Stanley.
to fucking fight a battle you're simply not prepared to win.
Let's ask
Dude,
the
you are
question again,
literally
Stanley.
drunk. Every time you come up on this panel, you're slurring. Don't ask me to trust your memory.
Well, let's ask the question again.
I don't think you're prepared to
Can
ask
we do
the
that?
first question. No. What's up, John?
What up, Stanley? What's going on, 12?
I am putting up with,
What's up, yo?
the drunk brigade.
Yeah, I saw
It's
that.
like this motherfucker. I have Sunrise Graper saying he has some sort of pass. And then I have some drunk fool telling me that I said marrying my wife was worth the slavery. What the fuck?
No, not your wife, Stanley, but
Well, then what
the
the fuck?
overall picture. The overall
Nothing
picture.
is no. I know America. There was no overall picture that was worth white people enslaving black people and making a whole economic system in the United States based on slave labor. There's nothing in the world that could justify that.
Well, I agree, but would you rather be a black American or a Tether? Or like one of these
That is the
African
stupidest.
people
That is
just come
literally
in
the
here?
stupidest question you could possibly ask in your state. You are literally, is it better to be a sober, educated white man asking good questions or a bottom feeding, drunk ass motherfucker who's slurring asking stupid questions?
Well, you drink too, Stanley, so you shouldn't.
Yeah, I'm not like you.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
All right, buddy.
No, at this point, I'm not your buddy. I just told you a chaotic truth. So, John, what's up?
No, I was just watching the video. Who suggested that?
Tyrone did. Tyrone Sly.
Is Tyrone Muslim?
What'd you think?
I
believe he is. Now, he has some problems in that history. I'm not saying he is all right, but I am going to say that the one thing he points out is this weird thing that the John Galt fucking these people, if you know even like European history, you would not be so sure of white supremacy. They couldn't even get it together. They didn't motherfucking get it together until they went and conquered. White people got it together there ancestrally when they could enslave people, because they couldn't enslave each other. They couldn't enslave each other, so they fucking had to go find a whole nother place to do what they couldn't do in England.
Well, that part, like Western Europe, they were just like herders until the Romans conquered them, and then
No, you're getting that history wrong.
Well,
there was a history after Rome.
No, I'm saying before Rome.
Who cares?
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they weren't.
I'm talking
like
European history, not
Yeah.
necessarily Roman history.
And
Okay,
the Vikings,
I'm literally talking medieval period forward. I'm not talking about classical Rome.
Like the
I'm
Age of
talking
Enlightenment.
medieval times, post-Christ, BCE.
Yeah.
That's pretty much when Europe started.
Yeah, no, but
There were
that's
kingdoms.
they did what the
Okay, so I don't care about the Romans is my point.
We can go forward, but they did what the
No, we don't have to go forward. We literally Christianity, which is part of the problem, we're talking BCE.
Yeah.
Or in the old days it was AD.
Yeah. Anno Domini. Yeah. Well, they, and
So
I heard a
my
comedian the other
point
day tell a joke, Stanley, and he was just like, people try to say it's not a Christian world. What fucking year is it?
Okay, I'm lost.
What year is it right now?
You do realize that there are other systems of time
I know,
that
but
the
we know
world does
why.
not operate on.
We know why.
In the Western world, it is 2025, but that's assuming every place in the world does time like we do. Dude, this literal dependency, white, look, it is what it is.
Christians are Middle Eastern. Muslims are Middle Eastern.
What I need you
Parsis
to
are Middle
understand
Eastern.
is
They're not
I'm
white
not
or black.
necessarily I am not necessarily anti-white. I'm anti-mediocre white. Like the be brave who comes and tells me the white man invented reality. That's the white I'm totally against, because the smart whites don't think like that.
No, whites and blacks had nothing to do with the creation of civilization. It was the Arabs. It was the Middle Easterns. Well, past the Arabs,
Stanley,
it was the Persians.
No, let's listen to what John has to say, and welcome
Aryans.
Tamika.
You know what I mean? Like it didn't even have anything to do with
created
Okay. Let me hold up, sir. Hey, Tamika.
Hello.
Hey, Tamika.
Hi, 12 man.
So, John, please continue. I didn't mean. I just wanted to welcome. What?
I don't know. What were you saying? 12?
Well, 12th man. Well, let me warn the audience and the panel. 12th man is gonna get more belligerent, as is his standard operating procedure. I can hear it in his voice, and eventually I will depend on him to self-deport before I do it. Do not piss me off.
I love you
This is
too,
this is
Fuck
my
off.
goddamn Friday afternoon. Do not ruin my good time, sir.
I will not, sir.
Thank God. So what were you saying, John?
I was just saying that the Muslims, the Age of Enlightenment, is the same thing that happened to Europe after they conquested. Like they take all of the knowledge that all these different areas had, and they take it credit for it for themselves. The Chinese did it, the Japanese did it. Like this is how it's fucked up, but this is why war always moves society forward. If you look after World War II, we got jet engines, we got all different types of new. They don't want to admit it, but a lot of our science research was coming off of what the horrible shit that the fucking Nazis did. Like we took their research and just and sometimes we went further, sometimes we didn't. Like we were still experimenting with gas all over the world on people. And not letting anybody know what we were doing. The Tuskegee experiments. Everybody talks about the Tuskegee experiments. That was a drop in the bucket. We were doing that all over. We dropped a chemical weapon in California and didn't tell anybody, and just were waiting to see what everybody was going to start going to the hospital complaining about. Like they did this in the 60s. The FBI released a certain type of gas.
Okay, what's your point? We did it, and
No,
your point is it was good that we
This
did
guy tried to say.
Yeah, I need
Islam did
to rein you in a little bit.
No, this is where I'm
So
coming
the Tuskegee experiment was positive?
No, it was a drop in the bucket.
Okay, then what is your point?
Okay, listen. When the Muslims ruled the world, right? When the Ottoman Empire ruled most of the Mediterranean, right? They did the same thing everybody else fucking did before.
So what?
And it's gonna happen after.
Are you saying
Are
you saying that white people in the 20th century were no better than the Ottoman Empire in the 19th, 18th century? What is your point?
I think this is a problem when we don't check and balance our leaders. We have the ability to do.
Who is we?
The people, the Americans.
Okay, so we're not talking about the Ottoman Empire.
No, because
okay, just checking because you did a comparison.
I'm trying to get through to something, but you're pulling me towards one point of what I'm saying.
I'm trying to figure out what your point is.
I kind of went off a little bit on a jag, and I should have digressed back. But now, like, you want to keep me in America. I was talking about why he thinks the Ottoman Empire was better than the only reason why the Ottoman Empire had an age of enlightenment or Islam had an age of enlightenment is because they conquered everybody.
Oh, I get it. You think I totally agree with his point? I'd be asking him the same question. What the fuck is the Ottoman Empire?
But show me one example of when somebody took power and it got better. Anywhere in the world.
Let me do a disclaimer here. Just because I show a video does not mean I agree with it.
No, I know, but we have problems.
No. It's to not only to you, but I mean to the folks in the chat, the panel. I show some interesting stuff. By no means do I agree with everything.
I doubt you're gonna be a Muslim. I doubt you're gonna. It's not like
dude.
That.
I thought about after the Navy becoming an Islamist. I'm sorry, not an Islamist. Like there's a term for people who study Islam.
Mohammedist.
No, there's a different term. I have a thing for Iran. I've always wanted to go there.
Listen, Stan, people don't know about Iran and the history of Iran. Like that is.
Oh, dude, it is so beautiful.
Like they don't understand when they're attacking, when they start bombing those pillars that they had out there, like all throughout the Middle East. When they do that, like they're destroying history, like
correct
part of human.
Well, I mean, they literally don't have respect for it. It's haram, basically.
That's what I mean. Like, and this is where all of this shit comes from, like from both sides. Like they take credit for it, but it's like this is passed down through generations.
Islam can suck my dick. How about
I
that?
got
Yeah,
Muslims.
I told you he was going to become belligerent just for no reason. So when it becomes a problem,
Islam can fuck off.
when it becomes a huge problem.
But Islam had an era of enlightenment, and that pushed civilization forward. All of humanity prospered from that. Even though they were fucked up and they conquered and they did whatever. It's just like, we have to take it with the yin and yang. They were fucked up. We can't be like that. We have to be more perfect. And that's like in America. We have to get back on track. I mean, or even just get on track to where what we said we should really try for instead of just using it as a catchphrase. Stand on our beliefs. You know what I mean? Like, if this is what we really want, then we should really try to go for it. But otherwise,
Look,
it's just going to be a market of ideas, and that can work, but it really markets usually the biggest wins.
Well,
They're trying to
I kind of wonder. I think I'm ready to move off the topic because
Yeah.
what we've got as of this week is not a great leap forward for Western culture. So what you got? What's going on with you, Tamika?
Nothing. I just came to say hi, really.
Oh, well, that's nice. Come on,
Hi,
shake
Tamika.
shake up these fools. Don't be shy. Are you waiting to beat up on Mike?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Mike.
get in line.
No, actually, Mike's
go first.
actually been fairly polite.
I know.
He's been in the
Calm
chat
down
a
a little
couple
bit.
times. No, there will be a weekend.
Oh, yeah, this is okay. So today is Friday, so he'll probably come on tomorrow, huh?
If I'm on tomorrow, you know what? Do I really feel like dealing with a Mike? That might not be
He's
a
so
good thing.
cute. He would say, and Mike
Is he
23.
really? You've
Mike
seen him,
23.
so he was right.
What? He was right. What? I don't know what he looks like. I'm just saying how he refers to himself in third person. It's
He's like
really
he's like
cute.
Hispanic.
Oh.
Light-skinned kid. Yeah.
No, I think Mike is his own race.
He looked like he could be a little bit mixed, but he's mostly Hispanic.
Oh,
I
I
think
thought he
said
said
he
he
would
was
mix
black
black,
and white.
but you gotta be real light skinned and black.
I want to put this up on the screen. This is what we're up against. So this is the next John Galt show. Let me take this down and salute to Black Knight for sponsoring today's show. Mike, I see has taken the challenge.
There he is.
But let me comment on this. This is called Built Nothing, Own Nothing. What were the old blacks doing in the 1970 70 through 90s? This is the next John Galt show. This mother, can blacks do anything right? What in the fuck? They raised your dumb ass, you fuck. What is going on with this fucking self-defeating bitch?
I don't know. I was watching Ponder.
Let me tell you something. Palomino, Ricky Z, white people like you are just pure stupidity, and the high-class white people want to enslave you, and you're going to let them. Look at Donald Trump. If you live on a farm, you might make it, you might not. You dumb fuck. Your farmer, your husbandry person might not be able to afford your oats this winter. Sorry, I'm gonna beat up on Palomino. he can self-deport, but I'm just gonna trash him. He's pissed me off. And Graper, you are in that pasture too. Sunrise Graper. He knows who he is. Sorry for interruption. Mike, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Stanley? How everybody doing? Just getting off work, man.
Really? Well, good for you. How's the family?
Oh, everybody good, man. Just taking it one day at a time. That's all you can do. And real quick, let me respond to, for the 30th time, let me respond to this idiot John. Dude, dude, I am not a wetback, dude. Come on, man.
I thought you were Hispanic.
What the
Yeah, I thought
fuck?
you said you were
Wait,
Hispanic
hold it.
mix. And if you're from Texas, you'd be Tejan, right? You wouldn't even be Mexican. So calm down, dude.
Hispanic don't make.
Not even against you.
Hey guys, so Hispanic don't make you a wetback. You can be American Hispanic, right?
Yeah, I mean,
And
I'm
you're
Puerto
not a
Rican.
wetback.
They refer to us as Spicks. You know, like everybody's got their own nickname.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Irish and Hispanic, so I'd be technically.
Yeah, but I want to tell you, John, just quit mentioning my name, dude.
You don't want me to talk about you anymore, Mike? I won't.
Whoa. He
And,
didn't mention your name. I did.
Salute to
Hold on,
TMNT.
motherfucker. Oh, whoa. John
He
did
did
not
mention
mention your name.
Yeah, he did. Stanley.
No, I did.
After
He
I
mentioned,
mentioned it, bitch.
No, he don't
Yeah,
want
he
me to
mentioned
mention
something
his
about
name.
my mentioned
You
my
say
name.
one thing about me, and I'm coming for your fucking throat. Then. All right.
Yeah.
Can
we'll
we
see.
all just get along? You know what? God damn it. The only one I want to talk to is D'Amica. She's pleasant, and the
I got
rest of
ground
y'all
game, Mike.
trolls.
Not just.
I don't think she want to
not,
talk to
not
you.
just stand up game. I got ground game too.
I don't think
She wants to talk to
Stanley.
you.
Hi, Mike.
Look, what's going on? You better talk quick before I make it home to my wife.
Really?
I just wanted to say hi to you. That's all.
He's married.
It's all good. She know that. Y'all really think I'm trying to get with her, don't you? That's crazy.
I hear her tone too.
You know what?
I'm
We
just
know
letting
YNs
her
like you,
know.
motherfucker.
Character is key online.
We know that YN attitude.
That's crazy. That's crazy work.
Well, what I'm looking forward to is Tamika knows YNs too.
Matter of fact, let me get.
I want to see her crush you.
Get some receipts going.
Well, as soon as I make it home, take me a shower, get a goddamn beer in me. Shit.
Oh, see, he's already talking about showers. Resist that shit. We don't need to know what you're going to do when you get home.
Well, motherfucker.
That is TMI, bitch.
Well, motherfucker, you the only one. You the only
motherfucker, you gonna tell us what kind of body wash you use?
Stanley,
I bet
look
it's
where your
Irish Spring.
Stanley, you need to calm the fuck down.
I bet you take that bar of Irish Spring and you rub it all over yourself just like the 70s.
I don't use no fucking bar soap, dude.
And then you go, it's Irish.
but it's not safe for me to.
Motherfucker, do you at least use a washcloth or washcloth?
Well, I don't know how long you're gonna be on tonight.
Motherfucker, you just use that naked bar of soap. How does it get between your toes, bitch? You put that whole Irish
until I
Spring
make it
bar.
to the house. If you still on
Motherfucker,
later, I'll
nobody
join your
cares.
panel. If you're still on later, I'll join
You
your
tell me
panel.
you don't put that bar
I gotta
between your
focus on
butt
driving
cheeks.
right now.
Hopefully
focus
you
on
have your
driving.
own personal bar of Irish Spring. When you rub
I got-
it between your cheeks, motherfucker, you should not let
I
anyone
go
else
to
use
the
that bar of Irish
pedicure
Spring.
for that when I want women to
Stanley,
rub
hey,
my
I'm gonna drop
toes.
down. I gotta drive to the house. If you're still on later, I'll join the panel.
Motherfucker, I won't be after your fucking
it
shower.
It is what it is.
You better take a Navy shower. It only takes like 5 minutes if you're a man.
I have women take care of my toes. I know that
No
much.
idea why you No idea why we need to know, 12th man.
I have better health care than you, for certain.
Do you?
Yeah.
Dude, you want to stay out of my radar. Don't do it.
I get women take care of my feet. Do women take care of your feet, Stanley? I don't
If
think
you
so.
paid to go to the salon, they probably would too.
You know what? You know what? It's probably a female dog or some animal. Just fucking chewing on, gnawing on a toe. That's not taking care of your feet.
I have nurses take over
You know,
my
some
feet.
weird like female mink gnawing on your toe. That's not quite the female you want to be. They do eat meat, bitch. And your toe, when you pass out on your front porch, they're gonna gnaw your toes. You did not know that?
Sounds she cracking up bones.
You never had a manicure before, Stanley. That's the problem.
That's funny.
You know what? And you suggesting it is a problem too. Did they paint your toenails? Is that why you're recommending it? What color did they paint your toenails?
They don't paint your toenails, you
Motherfucker, I don't believe you.
You want me to show you my toes? I get.
Jesus. You know what?
My,
you are in a state where you have to do linear logic to prove something. Dude, I'm not gonna be that linear tonight. It was a joke. Don't show me your body parts, please.
No, that would be porn bombing. Can be having that.
Oh my lord.
Don't want any porn bombing, do we?
You know what? I hope this just passes away. I don't know what to say.
I don't know.
Anyone got us? Ooh, look at her. Look.
Where'd they go, Stanley?
Where'd who go?
Well, everyone that was just here.
I think they're still. Y'all still here?
I'm here.
Okay. Well, you know what? Let me find something to watch or pass the time. Oh. Interesting. All right. Well, let's find something to do.
He's going on at 11. Yeah, I was over there yesterday.
Who's got that weird? Who's flicking their dick? Well, let's see. Lou has a show.
Let me see if I can flesh that out. I don't know if that makes sense, but like the things that you would need to do to survive in a third world country aren't going to be the same as surviving like here in America. Say you want to get an apartment or you want to get a house or you want to get a job. If let's say you don't have the skills, you know what I'm saying? That the skill sets needed to survive. Go ahead.
Before you go there, then I have a question.
Okay.
Are bombs surviving?
Absolutely. Some of them are damn near indestructible.
or are they just
In what
completely?
sense of?
Yeah, you know
And that's
what?
Go
and
ahead.
this is what I mean. So far as like, then we have to go into
Conservatives
defining
a
what survival
motherfucking
is, and when
moron.
I think when
And
people
I look
begin to
forward
say survive
to
in the U.S.,
just
they're talking
lunching
about
Uh-huh.
creature comforts,
on the stupidity.
not
Mm,
They
not
got their headphones leaking into the
life and
audio.
death survival.
I'm
right.
sorry, what?
Somebody's got their headphones leaking into the audio on the video.
Yeah.
Honestly, in a lot of ways, poverty in America isn't even real at this point. Like, there are definitely people who are poor, but it is what I was saying. Like, the image of poverty is radically different from what we all kind of were told growing up. Like, the world was just mean and
Mm-hmm.
cruel to certain people for no good reason. And that's why they're poor. But as it turns out, more than likely, you're poor because you're a very awful person and you ruined every opportunity you
See,
ever had along the
this
way.
conservative person is
And that creates
literally
a completely
bought
different
in
framework of like
to white
what
supremacy.
poverty is. So as opposed to like, let's say you live in a
This
country
motherfucker
that's
is
been
just
bombed
a
out and
horrible
never
person.
developed before, like you're poor for a completely different set of reasons. It has nothing to do with personal motivation or morality at that point.
So yeah, I just think that there's tiers to it all, and in certain ways, I think when people come from different countries that were in, I would say, more of a survival mode, when they get to America, that's why some of them tend to do so well, is because they take advantage of all of the opportunities you know that they see that they didn't have before. Their concept of survival is different from someone that grew up for the most part in America.
Hey, I'm sorry. I'm gonna troll these motherfuckers.
Yeah, I can see that, man. Because I
I'm
know
just gonna
I've
troll
had
that
conversations with homeless people, and there's like a
Too
certain
bad,
sense.
buddy,
They feel a
because
certain sense of freedom
I'm sorry,
in
what?
actually being homeless, and the shit didn't make no
Let
sense to
me
me.
let me tell you what I'm
But
doing.
the way that they explained it is that
I think Hood Conservative is a horrible human being. I don't hate him. I just think he's stupid. And I'm just gonna troll him. I told him you are lisping, you are being stupid one S at a time. Because he lisps. I don't fuck with it. Oh boy, this is gonna be cool. Well, and this motherfucker thinks that
what's up, Stanley? What happened? Well,
I have no
anyway,
idea. Can you hear me?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. I can hear you slurring.
Is it too loud or too
No, it's
low?
fine. I said cultural Marxism is the stupid conservative blacks catnip.
No, it actually.
Oh, I'm gonna have a good old time. I really wish I could put this up larger on the screen. Dude, I have to admit, I have learned that I can fuck with people from their chat. I can piss motherfuckers off from the chat. It's all in how you use your English. Apparently.
Yeah.
So, John, you still there?
Yeah,
Let's
what's
see.
up?
I don't know how a baby daddy like hood thing.
Is baby daddy a hood thing? I
This
don't know about
motherfucker,
that,
this
Stanley.
motherfucker can't find a woman who can satisfy him. He got hurt once.
That life would not it just would never suit me. Even though he's not wrong, he's benefiting and all that. There's principle to it that I just can't abide by.
What you think, SKC?
Yeah, I think principally when you look at how certain people approach life, it's pretty obvious that a lot of the founding principles of what they should aspire to really wasn't given to them, or they abandoned them at some point, and that's why they behave the way that they behave or see things the way that they see them. Of course, you have people that due to the faults of their predecessors have been pushed into a world that they really haven't had an opportunity to view things outside of their kind of existence. I think that was more so before the internet age, but it's less so now that a person has access to the world's information.
These motherfuckers literally try to do high level
a virtual
ideas
library at your
and
fingertips,
they can
the only
barely
one that's
talk.
preventing you from delving into those things and learning them is self.
See, now I've had a few beers and I just feel like
Yeah.
being evil.
They going crazy in the chat. That's hilarious, man.
Oh, I'm not
Yeah,
even looking, man.
I just like peeked at it, man. But
Lou knows
now, I think it is funny that another thing that I think is interesting is that people have issues with certain aspects of civilization.
Oh Jesus, which civilization?
Out those things. Let's take like
oh God, these
let's take like
fools.
bureaucracy, right? In a certain sense, there's a level of bureaucracy that's needed for a civilization to work.
No, not necessarily.
But
dude, have you ever
if you question anybody and ask them how they feel about the bureaucracy, most people have an issue with it and they would prefer to not deal with it. And I just think that what do you think of that interesting paradox?
It's inescapable.
Right.
I just learned this today. The Rosetta Stone is essentially the reason why we can translate ancient I think it's Greek or not Greek, Egyptian. We can like read hieroglyphics and all that. And the Rosetta Stone was basically a tablet that had the same document and triplicate. So you know how you go down to the DMV and you can get your driver's license application in English, Spanish, and
This
Mandarin.
motherfucker
The
is
Rosetta
so
Stone was
stupid.
effectively that, right? Do you know what that shit was about? I just learned this like the other day. It was fucking tax policy. Carved in stone, mind you. It was tax policy, carved in stone.
Yeah, different trade from different different countries and or groups of people at the time, nations, and so you needed to be able to decipher one from the other. That even went into monetary policy as to what trades equaled what and so forth.
God damn.
Interesting.
This is why he's so stupid.
Like if you get into the Sumerian, the clay tablets at the beginning of written civilization, and we have like I don't know how many, but we have a lot of freaking tablets apparently that's been collected over the years, and the overwhelming vast majority of it is like this nigga owes me a goat. I bought 4 cows from the market. It's just basic, simple economic transactions, bro.
Man, now you got me peering at the chat free zone. It's like serving Stanley on your behind, man.
Yo,
I'm telling you, man.
this YouTube thing does weird things to your brain, bro. I swear, it's like I don't even think about people, but to realize that they think about me so much, like it's a fascinating thing. Like this is how people become like celebrity stalkers and wind up outside their house covered in jello, waiting for the nigga to show up. Like people are fucking strange, bro.
Celebrity services, man. If you ain't got haters, you ain't popping, bro.
But beyond all of that, I think it's an interesting point of history. When you brought up the Rosetta Stone, it shows that there was someone taking account of 3 different nations and their.
This is like the stupidest shit. Like the Rosetta
and
Stone.
That in itself, it's like you stated, it's just basically trade talk between between the 3 nation states. Those things are just facts. There's no interpretation to them. It is what it is. This was traded for this to these people for this and so forth. And yet, I have a question then for you two. Why then would you have people that say that history is written by the victor? When you can look and find something like a Rosetta Stone that is showing
I said
interactions
like the
between
effing Rosetta
3
Stone
different nations
is a
of
solution.
pure fact.
Is hilarious. Is this nigga coat?
I think when they say history is written by the winners, they're more talking about, at least in the context of what most people say today, is they're talking about the narrative
What
of
does
history, not
Rosetta
necessarily
Stone have to do
the actual
with
history.
2025?
Well,
Really?
first things first, winners can
Like
write.
fucking
That's a part of
hieroglyphics.
being a winner. You're not even gonna write your history as a winner if you can't write. So it just goes into it. The winners can write. That's step one.
It must be the History Channel.
Right. But one of the issues that I've always found with that statement, and to me, I think it's just it throws off people's idea of what history is. There were several different people that lived at the same time. They each had ways of writing. All the people who were in the game,
History Channel after
say,
party?
they had their writing systems. They interacted with people of several different types of people, and they took records of these things. So history as a whole, as a collective, is not just history from one group of people, and that's it. It's a collection of histories from all over the world. Like a lot of times we have to transcribe or translate what the language of the history that we're studying.
Oh my Lord. So stupid.
But again, if you didn't have a system of writing, you weren't in the game anyway.
Let me drop Lou's channel because y'all can go over there. It's probably more exciting, to be honest.
So is the idea that in order to really get a true grasp of history, you have to understand, like let's say as an American, right?
No.
If you want to understand history, you would have to understand it not only from the perspective of those within America, but from those outside of America as well. To get a full picture of what the history actually is.
Well, I mean, probably, yeah. As much data as you can manage. I mean, the picture is only colored by the data you can collect. So if you're not collecting enough data, you're not getting enough of a picture.
Oh my God, these motherfuckers are stupid.
To give you a point in case on that and throw a little bit of gasoline into the fire, Hood Servitor. Take the slavery conversation. A lot of people have this viewpoint of slavery solely from American slavery. That's it. If you were to ask them details about other slaveries that have taken place throughout history,
See, I knew that was coming. This is so
just a little
planned.
bit before
Everybody had
American
slavery.
or
America
going
was just,
into
doing what everybody
even to
else
the ancient
did.
world.
Yeah, it's
They have
that old
no or
fucking
little
Thomas
concept
Sowell shit.
of any of those things, and it begins to even delve into mythologies of, well, the slavery that was before the American slavery, they were kind to people, and even the barbarians, they allowed people to do things that the Americans. It's like it gets real crazy. You know, you're talking about people who put heads on spikes, but when it came to the system of slavery, they were all benevolent at some point. So that's a point in case of what I'm talking about so far as people getting only one viewpoint, and even in that viewpoint, it's very limited what they have actually looked into.
I mean, by and large, American slavery throughout the history of the world, if you were an American slave, you kind of hit the slave jackpot. Like, this is all jokes aside. Like, you would rather be caught up in American genteel Southern slavery. Because I was joking about this at one point. Like, you realize the Africans that had all the slaves that they were trading with the Europeans or even the Arabs, they didn't really have industry that they could apply their slaves to. The slaves itself was the industry, right? To trade slaves. So, and then they have their like religious little customs. And so a lot of those slaves, like when a dignitary shows up, oh, big man come to town, we're going to sacrifice 50 niggas. And so what wound up happening
This
is
is
like the white man came
literal.
and was like, so you guys just eat your
Oh
slaves?
my
Like,
goodness.
you don't make them work. You don't make them carry your shit. You just eat them. That's fucked up. And so even that, like there was just a lack of vision, even with something as simple as that.
Yeah, sometimes I would hear things, hood, like people would say, "Oh man, these people they took these people's language and their identity of who they were and and so forth." You go back to Africa and you look at the Arabic African slave trade, and then you throw in just one point of it, just one point: castration. That means those people can't pass down their bloodline. So I don't know. To a certain extent, when people think about slavery, I've even heard a lot of the more of the academic minded, where they'll try to duck their head in the sand by stating that you can't compare. And, but at the same time, with stating that you shouldn't or you can't compare slavery throughout the world and throughout history, then they will backdoor that by stating that American slavery was the worst slavery that the world has ever seen. Well, by what standard? By what metric? You stated that you don't want to compare, and no one wants to have that talk and go into the details of making the comparisons.
This is what I was talking about earlier with, these professors, these educated professors, they are almost certainly in the left wing sphere in one way or another. And they have, by banning words, they'll eventually ban complete conversation. So that's like an example of that right there. Like, we can't even compare and contrast different types of slavery, because then it takes the victim status off of our precious Negroes. And we can't have that. There's so much money riding on Negro victimology that we could never upset the apple cart. Like, think about this for a minute. Like, one of our first actions as a country was to go fight slavery in like North Africa, the shores of Tripoli, as the song says. And I think the Arabs at that time, anyway, they had a really particular brutal system going where they weren't farming, they weren't really in the industry, they were just straight up raiders, right? They were coastal raiders. And so your slavery would be, you got strapped to the oars at the bottom of the boat, and you rowed until you die. Like, if you ever see 300, it's sort of like that. That was like an army of slaves, sort of speaking. And it's like that. Listen, you go forward and then you die, and you keep going forward until you die. That was your slavery, basically.
Man, I just want to say I want to send the link to Stanley so fucking bad right now.
Nah, it's not necessary. And one of the reasons why, and I think it works very well into the Charlie Kirk thing that happened that I've seen over the last week or so. I think more than anything else, that event gives a bright light for many people to look at to see that there are many people that do not want to accept basic facts and will basically just duck their head in the sand when combated with those facts. So it kind of makes conversations laborious for no reason, because when you have to prove that a spoon is a spoon, that a fork is a fork, and we have to spend 30-40 minutes on something like that, it becomes ridiculous.
You know, this is why historically, pretty much anywhere around the world, things like beheadings, lynchings, even the stockade, you know, that little wooden thing where you put your head and your arms through and you sit there in the town square and they throw tomatoes at you all day until they let you out. It was intentionally public, because the human brain, your psyche, there are times where it requires spectacle. There's something like emotionally and even some stuff like physiologically jarring about watching a head get blown off. And so at that one moment, at that pure moment, we are all on the same fucking page. It's crystal clear at a moment like that. And that's why that kind of thing is done.
Yeah, it's it's weird, man, that you almost have to formulate logical traps for certain people, and in those long form conversations over the most basic things, like Freeman just put in the chat, and I was gonna go there anyway, but when you deal with people that when you can ask a very basic question like, who were responsible for freeing the slaves? And you could be talking to people that will say that they live in a country of white supremacy, that the Constitution was written for white people, that the laws were controlled by white people, and yet they will not answer that question honestly. Then they will contradict their own worldview because, well, it causes a mental explosion to happen in their heads. Even to this day, I've tested it a billion times with various people, who freed the slaves, and you find out a lot about people of how they answer certain questions.
I think I had a similar kind of mental explosion when I discovered the cargo cult, because it was only like 2-3 years ago when I actually learned about this shit. And I sat on it for a while before I told anybody else about it. And then I sat on it even longer before I even talked about it on air. Because, like, bro, this kind of kills a lot of you niggas, like, racial coping, you know? It really does give, I mean, it cuts right at the heart of a lot of that grandstanding, because, like, most of them niggas look like niggas from Chicago, bro. Like, those niggas black. Blackity black.
It's amazing. I was saying this yesterday, and I said in your chat, like, it's amazing that has such a visceral reaction, because that to me that was just something that I grew to understand.
I'm so busy
being young,
trolling.
you know what I mean? Like
DiCaprio,
growing up the way that I did, I was educated on that
Renato,
at a pretty young age, man. Like, I learned about that kind of stuff in elementary school. Not to the point of expansion to where I understood like a cargo cult, but I understood that there were isolated countries. There were places in the world that are isolated
Reminds me of
from the
something.
rest of the world. And
Oh.
isolation almost inevitably causes you to be stagnant because you're not connected with the rest of the world. So I just thought that was interesting that you had like a visceral reaction to it.
Well, I didn't go to ninja school when I was 5, so I didn't have the same training that you did, right?
God damn, conservative is truly stupid.
I don't know. That it is an important thought to think about.
Why do these motherfuckers give
Isolating
him
yourself and
such a
not being
pass?
involved in trade networks, these different civilizations.
Oh boy.
People typically
You know what?
state
I'm
that
actually getting bored.
various environments affect how people form their cultures and how they go about life. So when you interact with
You know
other
what?
people
What the
who
fuck else
came
is
from a
going on?
different environment
Hook
and
is a
had to formulate
motherfucking
different ideas and have
moron,
a different
Christian,
culture,
and
you have
you
an
are on
exchange
his
of
level.
ideas that just
Of
happens,
course, you would think he's
naturally.
smart, but for those of us
So
who know better,
it's taking that for
conservative is
to
literally a
2025.
John Galt.
I find it odd how you have people that have a
John
desire
Galt who
to
couldn't
remain in
control
a
his baby
silo
mamas.
and not interact with other groups of people, believing that protects them in certain ways. And it's like, no, it actually doesn't. It stagnates you.
Well, I was going to ask you that question. Does ignorance make people does ignorance make people easier to govern or impossible to govern like
Really?
long term?
That's such a bad question.
I'll let Hood have that one.
I think there's a threshold where you have to hit. There's probably something like an IQ sweet spot. Smart enough to carry lumber, but not too smart that you'll try to organize and tear down the system.
Mm-hmm.
In a lot of ways, I feel like the global powers that be, they're looking for that ultimate sweet spot and combination of human attributes. That's probably what the whole tabula rasa philosophy is about: finding the right combination of human attributes to make the perfect indefinite drone.
Yeah, Gabe says ignorance helps in the governance of a people.
Yeah, I
Let's see.
agree 100% with Gabe on that one. In fact,
Impossible
that's what
to govern long term. Go ahead.
This is literally
I was just agreeing with
three
Gabe on that
fools
one. That's
talking
why
about
I
nothing
found it
much.
hilarious when I was speaking to I forgot the name of the dude, but online here, and he was all pro that the government should be responsible for the education of children rather than the parents. I was like, that doesn't make any sense, especially when you take into consideration what Gabe was stating that that's almost like a controlling factor. Do you believe that tribal people are happier and healthier than people in modern society?
Nah, that's more noble savage bullshit. That was a whole theory that came up at a particular point in time. Before that, we all knew that they were miserable and they needed to be civilized by the salvation of Christ. That was literally how we talked about that shit.
I'm not exactly well, let me think about that. Because when you have I do think that there was a trade-off when you talk about African countries that didn't have the same sense of time.
Why the fuck are we talking
what's the
about
word?
Africa in 2025?
Let's say the
These
European, let's say.
motherfuckers are mobiles.
Like when you have time and you have goals and you have all that stuff, it and you have to aspire to something. there are trade-offs on that you don't have in like an African civilization. There's a lot of things you don't have to worry about.
Meaning what is that? What are the things you don't have to worry about?
You tend to live in the moment more. You're not worried about setting up your kids to be successful for the next 100 years or whatever. You're not having generational wealth conversations. You're not setting up a scenario where you barely seeing your family because you're working and working and working and working to set up this future that you're going to hand down to your kids.
Say what I said. These motherfuckers are talking about Africa in 2025. We don't motherfucking live in Africa. Why is this relevant? This is racist 101. And motherfucker, dude, these people have got to be smarter than this. This is very disappointing. What the fuck does Africa have to do with 2025 America? It is literally because they're stupid. That's literally what I think. And I'm disappointed in SKC. He can do better than this. But you know what? He's there. And motherfucker talking about Rousseau. Yeah, well,
it just seems like maybe we don't know enough about what their life consists of
stupid
before we assume that it's just like less stressful or somehow comparable. I think we need a little bit more data to actually make that point. Because and the reason why I say that is because that is literally how the whole noble savage theory took hold.
Motherfucker is
one or two people made a claim and everybody else ran with it. And so then we just started to believe this shit. But like,
that has nothing
what is it like to live in a civilization where eating raw fish or stubbing your toe could lead to death by the morning because no antibiotics and whatnot? Like, there's other trade-offs that maybe we aren't thinking about.
Literally,
absolutely. That's why I was saying it is the trade-offs and choices, because long term I would rather deal with what we're dealing with now. Long term, where you can live to we can live till we're 90, 100 years old. Whereas in those other places the life expectancy is drastically cut short. So it's very different.
If you think deeper and live longer, you will stress more as a simple byproduct. So I think that's just an inescapable reality. You think deeper for much longer, therefore, gray hairs and heart attacks.
The one other thing I have to throw in there, like when people say all about the tribal people and happiness and all, not being able to enjoy a good
do
book.
this shit anymore.
Other stupid
people are doing. You know what? Actually,
they have policies in place that destroy capitalism.
John, anything?
Well,
I would say,
and amongst one another.
Give me.
You know my take on that, and that's kind of just what happens with capitalism.
Oh, but my dogs are barking. So
No, more stupid people talking about shit they don't know.
Which one is this Orthodox guy?
Yeah, they're talking about capitalism, and dude, fucking you. We can talk about something totally different. I was hoping, because the last time I was over there, it was Hood Conservative wasn't there, and I'm gonna be really honest. Hood Conservative is not bright. I do not know why these motherfuckers give him credit. I think it's because he is, pure red pill or something. Oh shit! Look at them. They have stolen an idea from my show. These people. No, no. It's something I showed this panel, and Orthodox could have probably have figured it out for himself. So I don't know.
How they showed the
I'm
dynamic
drunk
of that.
bitter, and I need something to just
about capitalism, and what will always be the people who are in charge of capitalism says that if you get to that level,
I'm
it's
gonna
because
be
you
honest.
personally.
I do not like seeing stupid black people, and I know people like a Hood Conservative or John Galt, or these motherfuckers have just like gone past the event horizon into white supremacy. It's like they don't like black people. I cannot figure out why. And I don't expect you to understand why. I think they've had bad experiences in their lives, and it just went too far. As if they are the only people. And I'm gonna be honest. I always talk about my parents and stuff like that, dude. I think I suffered first world problems when I hear, dude. I thought some shit was bad, but no, it just wasn't that bad. And I don't know, other than, hey, they're there, it'll be okay. I honestly don't know. I'll be honest, John. I don't give a fuck. It's like, I have things to say, but I still, hear people like John Galt, and one of the worst things, well, Stanley can't accept the truth. What is the fucking truth? That black people actually have brains, and most black people don't live in your neighborhood or the hood at all. I just hate stupid black people. I hate stupid people in general, but black people are the least. I think legacy black Americans know America way better than a lot of the white demographic. We know things. And I think Native Americans do too, because we were at the business end of those pistols. So hearing someone like a Hood Conservative literally said he just found out about what the Rosetta Stone was. I motherfucking learned that in 8th grade or something.
Yeah, then we learned that in like grade social studies.
I'm like, what? So all of a sudden you are some super genius and want to talk about something you just learned about? God damn. Your kids probably know it. If you'd asked your kids, they probably could have told you. So I don't know. I'm just whining, I'm sure, but damn, man, it makes me sad to see stupid motherfuckers. And when you tell them they're stupid, they get offended, and of course they should. That's a joke. God damn, dude.
Yeah, CT was tore up last night on Bob's channel.
Really?
Yeah, he was freaking the fuck out.
Wait, tore up as in drunk?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I have to see that.
Yeah, he was on there.
I've literally never seen him drunk.
Yeah, he was screaming. It was hilarious. Because usually it's the other way around. Somebody's
last
drunk
night's show. Well, no, gotta see it, bitch. I'm not calling you bitch. I'm just general. I have literally. Is it funny? Was it funny?
At points, yeah, because you don't see him like that,
Well, I'm
He
more
wasn't all over the
curious.
place.
nice, but he was drunk.
I'm kind of more curious to know how they treated him. Did they treat him with respect?
Oh yeah,
Or did
yeah.
they?
Bob had him the whole time, and then there was Art. And
Oh,
well,
okay,
there was the time
because
they were
good for
arguing.
them.
Yeah, they were arguing out the
Glad
problem that
Bob
they had
was
with
there.
each other.
I do not have a high level of respect for RLM is okay. And Bob, of course,
They were
he
all up
is good. I have never been on that panel, and I frankly don't know why I would go. I don't think, god damn, it's literally, Bob is it. Other than Bob, the rest of them are just fucking stupid. Like, and just literally nothing to talk about that would interest me. So Bob, huh?
Yeah, it's like a dating show. Turns out most of the time, like when I look in to see what they're talking about,
Really?
it's usually about
Bob?
relationships. They talk about relationships.
Well, like every
Every
other Drip show does it. Sharon Bracey's show, Nidus's show. That's what I don't want to do. You know that because I don't think they get relationships right. You can't define a relationship. Honestly, you don't know what a relationship is. You will have a fairly good idea, but motherfucker, when I got married, it was kind of the same, but things changed. Not drastically, the bare bones, but let me just give you an example. We were fucking like weasels before we got married. And then, some of it while we were married, and then my son was born, and it was that having a child changes things immensely. As it should. I'm not complaining, but half the time leading, following, motherfucker, sometimes you're just making do. Who's more tired? I'm more tired. I will follow you. These motherfuckers do not understand married relationships, this follow or, leader bullshit. Those are motherfuckers who literally haven't been married. And I think Gospel of fucking Coach Ferg, that motherfucker's a moron.
I don't know who that is.
You don't need to know him. Every time he and Hood Conservative, every time I go up there, I just fuck with him just because I just fuck with him to fuck with him because I don't have any respect. There are some people I just don't have respect for. Do you recall what the it was literally last night show?
Yeah.
This is 15 hours ago.
Yep. Yeah.
All
it
right.
was towards. I would probably be towards the end, towards 10 or 11.
Well, I hope to see it so I can mock CT.
Telling him to do this. That's one thing.
Who is this?
I blame the promoter and him. It was a mistake.
Does this look familiar?
No, keep going further down. There's a Willie.
This is towards the end. Do you think they took it down?
Maybe they took it off. Yeah. Let's go towards the end. Did he ever pop up? Because the guy Willie was there. That's him and Willie were arguing over some lady and donations.
1980. And you go, well, bitch, every movie I like came out in
Was
2009.
Blue Jay up there?
It ain't even 2009 yet, bitch.
Nah.
Okay. Well,
I ain't got it.
this is literally towards the end.
Yeah, they probably just or I don't know what time did it start. Go to the beginning. I don't know what time. 23 hours ago, that would have been what 7 o'clock. So go to the middle.
Okay.
I probably go to the middle. I probably just caught it from I went to sleep like around 11:30.
Oh, well, thank you. At least give me that.
Oh, there he is.
For a city per 100,000. Now I don't know if Cleveland, Mississippi has 100,000, but I think it's like it's I don't know if it's 100,000 people, but
Let me tell you something. Someone has told Blue Jay that she is a beautiful woman. Look at her. This bitch is a moron. Literally. And she's another one. I just like trashing her every time she's in a chat. I don't know. I just like messing with stupid people, I guess.
that's a lot of people, bro. That's
Now,
a lot of people. Deleted.
apparently she thinks she's Marilyn Monroe today.
She looks a little
She's literally a racist. And I'm not just saying it. I've seen some things she writes in chats and stuff. She's a fucking racist. She's just not smart enough to understand that if you write racist shit, you're a racist.
Go ahead, man. The point.
Well, CT, do you know what the self-deletion rate is? Because it's usually higher than the homicide rate by far.
I'm just saying, Willie. I'm just
Oh
saying,
my
Willie.
God. She's the
Why
white
are
expert.
we so concerned
Always.
about if he was hungry or not? What about the fact that 28 people, they were black, they were deleted by other blacks? Why not focus on the blacks who were deleted? Bro, why focus on, let's assume white supremacists, KKK hung that boy, which I don't believe it. Why not? But what about the other 28 people that were hung? And I'm being honest like that. Like today, bro, I'm just being like completely honest.
I got
what
you.
about that?
You ready?
Okay.
It's personal for me. I have a child at a campus. A lot of black parents sent their kids off just a month ago to go live on their own for the first time. These are going to be some of our best and brightest. Yes, it's going to get all of my attention right off the bat when a young man like him is hurt. When people are in the streets doing what they do, it's sad. I want it to stop. But I have to prioritize my focus if I want to get something accomplished, correct? So I would definitely prioritize this kid over common ghetto murders. I know it sounds bad. I know it sounds like I'm
Can I
cooning,
ask you
right?
something? What
If
about
you're
the
trying to
man?
be,
Hold on. But I'm
Hold on.
saying my concern is that I have a child in college.
Okay, what about the other guy?
That makes
no,
sense.
let me just say one thing. You guys aren't making any sense. If
That
you're
makes
trying to
sense.
be smart, like you said, and be smart and the
I
best
didn't
and the
say I was
brightest,
trying to be
you would say, you would recognize that 2/3 of all people's lives ending is taken on their own self, like, by themselves. Like only like a third are homicides. Like 2/3 are self deletions. Also, like a third of self deletions are from hanging themselves. So obviously, there's going to be, if CT said 28, that means like 60. That means like 20 people in that state took themselves by way of ropes that year. You don't think that, like, you're not being smart by
You said how many?
making this hyperbole out
how
of
many?
nothing. Well, I'm just going off of like a national average. So if there's 28 homicides, that would mean there's probably more like 60 self-deletions because there's like
You said
2/3.
you said half of self-transitioning is done
I
by
said self-deletions are like 2/3 of all deaths in terms of people taking a life. About a third are homicides. I don't know, it's not me. And then about 2/3 actually like self-deletion. Even with firearms. Firearms deaths outweigh by self-deletion. Yeah, so if he said 28, then we can say on average then 2/3 more would be 60-ish, right? 56. So then you take 20% or 30% of self-deletions, are people use, depending on the area, 20 to 30, say minimum 20%. Out of 60, then you got like 12 people that had taken their own life using a rope in that state. So you have to look at the whole picture. And just that would be logical. That would be smart.
Go ahead, Lord G-Tron. I gotta ask Chaotic a personal question. Chaotic, you mind, please? I'm gonna be a good boy. I'm gonna be all right, man. Unblock me, man. Unblock me, dog. I've been trying to send you emails. I can't get in touch with you.
I don't have you blocked.
I've been trying to send you emails for like the past like 3 months. I ain't been able to get nothing to you.
Really? Hold on for a second.
At the podcast, not the intern email, the Chaotic Truth podcast, the one I sent all those pictures and letters and stuff to you. I ain't been able to send nothing to you like 3 months. It keep coming back to me saying unable to send, unable to connect.
I will never block you, bro.
Hey, Blue Jay, your numbers were completely wrong. Your numbers were completely wrong.
Okay, well, I was giving an estimate, but I know that they outweigh the homicides, self-deletions, even with firearms.
Hey, this is what I was about to say, guys. This is what I was about to say. Go ahead. Chaotic, maybe you could back me up on this.
Bro, hey, wait a minute, hold on a second. Hey, you're not blocked on my end.
Okay, can I say this real quick, Chaotic? Then I'll jump off and send something to you.
Sounds like you got a bootleg Nigerian import mic. Like, fix your mic.
Who, me? It might be me.
No, CT. Good.
Oh, he might not even have it turned on right now. But let me just say this real quick, Chaotic. I just wanted to say, like, maybe you could agree with me as the Negro Whisperer, and the king of the FBAs. If we start looking at ourselves as something, if we stop looking at ourselves as something other than just being American, maybe we'll start thriving. It's the fact that we're Americans, but we look at ourselves as something other than or less than American. Last year during White History Month, during July, when I was celebrating White History Month, I went on a tangent. I think Master Kim and Chandu was up there, and what was the other white guy's name? It was an older white guy, the white guy who gave me the Chaotic Truth song, the one who made that song. I forgot his name. It was him, it was some dude, and it was somebody else. But I was explaining how it's White History Month, and I was like, huh? Anyway, I was mentioning the fact that we as a people, we're American, we're a race. It's the continents that make the people. And after 5, 6, 7, 10 generations, you become a people. Of course, your ancestral continent of origin is going to play factors in how you look 5, 6, 7, 10 generations down the line. But white people and black people, me and Blue Jay, if she's been here, if her people been here since the founding of this country, like mine have, we're more closely related to each other than I am to any Africans or Asians, and than she is to any Europeans. That's a fact. That is a fact. Genetics, drinking the same water, drinking the same water.
Well, the 5 generations you show physical traits of those
That is
ancestors,
literally
but in
the
6 generations you only have
stupidest
3.5%
genetic
of their
argument.
DNA because it halves
This
each time.
is
So you
why
have
I don't
50% of your
listen to
parents,
these
25% of your
goddamn
grandparents,
morons.
12.5% of your great
Giatron.
grandparents.
Let me
Then
mute
you get
this
down to
bullshit.
negligent.
Blue Jay.
That's not true.
Giatron is a goddamn moron. Blue Jay is a close follower. I'm going to guess based on IQ, they are closely related. But other than that,
I like the point he was trying to do,
they are low IQ twins. What were you going to say?
with the whole, like I like the whole, like, the race shouldn't matter. We're from the same continent. We've been here generations. There is epigenetics involved where your environment does shape you.
Epigenetics has nothing to do with the argument they just presented.
Well, that's what he was saying. He was like, because we
He's
all live
wrong.
in the same place.
Epigenetics has nothing. Do you know what epigenetics is?
Yeah, it's the study that the environment shapes you around.
No.
You. Yeah.
It is literally how the environment is passed down through genetics.
No, it's
literally stress, all kinds of things. It is literally how, well, let's just break it down. It's how stress, it's a way of saying, hey, look, Black people have had more stress throughout the generations. That might explain why, some of the bad behavior. I'm not sure I agree with it, but Blue Jay has no epigenetics does not explain a Blue Jay.
No, I don't think that's used right. I'm talking about like the environment that you live in and how it shapes you physically, like genetically, like how your
your point. Why bring it up in this conversation they have?
That's I think that's what he was saying, but he might be trying to conflate with your.
He is a moron. He was not saying. He literally just said he and Blue Jay are closer than she is to Europe, her European ancestry, his to African ancestry. Let me put it to you this way. Blue Jay is closer to her European ancestry. If she's European, I thought she was more Hispanic, but it doesn't matter. He is more closely related to her, but she is more related to Europe. Unless, but then the thing is who knows what either of their ancestries are? It's a dumb argument without some sort of proof. It's more feeling than fact. I'll put it that way.
More of like the diet shit like that. Like living.
He has no clue what he's talking about, and I never give him credit. He's literally a vegetable. And so is Blue Jay's a vegetable too. So I'm never going to give them credit for actually knowing something. So there's a little bit of bias.
I didn't even see this part. I missed the beginning of it, I guess.
Well, good for me. You're seeing something you haven't seen, and
it's a world premiere.
Who is a thing?
I studied this. Like I actually used to kind of think I was smart. I almost was smart one time. I almost was smart.
Well, you haven't achieved it yet.
I almost was smart. And when I was kind of smartish, genetics and engineering was my thing.
Genetics and engineering.
That was my my lane, my field, my expertise, so to speak. What I know is this.
No one is shitting on this. This is bad. Genetics and engineering. Connect the dots, dumb fuck.
The water. No, I dropped out of college.
We share like 33% of DNA with our siblings, our full-blooded siblings. We only have about 33%.
And listen to
hold up, Blue Jay, you're railroading me. You're derailing me. My point is, listen, genetically speaking, the continents are what make the people. Like Asians are genetically related to each other. Africans are genetically related to each other. Europeans are genetically related to each other.
Tell us
North Americans, South Americans, we've been here after generations, after 3, 4, 5, 6 generations. I think it's the 6th generation mark where it's official. We are more Black people who've been here since chattel slavery. White people who've been here since the founding 1700s.
Someone tell me why art always looks rather sleepy. I will never be able to understand this.
More closely related to each other than they are to Africans and Europeans. Genetically, just off the air, the land.
He is wrong.
Up in the middle of saying something. I'm in the middle of saying the most important part. I'm gonna land. Please, I swear I will. And I'll be able to answer any question you have. We're more closely related to white people than we are to Africans, and white people are more closely related to us than they are to Europeans, simply because of the air, the land, the climate, the land, the food, the water, the history itself, the infrastructure, and all of those things, the trauma, like how they talk about trauma and trauma bonding and trauma DNA and all that. We've experienced the same thing.
Brother,
We
none of those
become
things
one
have
people.
anything to do with genetics.
Well, that's a fact.
Yes, they do. They all have everything to do with genetics.
No.
The continents are what make the people.
Breathing air doesn't change your genetics.
You're not
Drinking
breathing
Real
just
quick.
Hold up.
Shout
You're
out
not
to
just
TT,
breathing
man.
the air.
Thank you for joining us.
You're not just breathing the air. It's what air you're breathing. You're breathing North American air. You're not just breathing African air. It's the elevation, the altitude.
Genetics is determined by chromosomes that create the DNA that is passed down through
But there's
generations.
other factors that go into that.
Somebody's mic is wilding out.
That's
I don't think it's me.
I think that's you. It might be you, Art.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't exaggerated, but
Go ahead,
see,
T.
now you're on that. Willie, look out at half each time.
Hey,
Hey,
y'all let
G-Tron,
TT go ahead. Go ahead,
G-Tron,
TT.
email me, bro. Like, I try emailing me again. I have no idea. I would never block you, bro. So I don't know what's going on. So just try emailing me real quick. Let's see what happens. Go ahead, guys.
Hey,
Hold on, real quick. The panel is full right now.
Me, I don't think
I would never. Yeah.
Y'all got rid of G-Tron? Okay.
Hey, no, he said he was leaving.
You can always check your mitochondrial DNA, which is
Hey, hold
mtDNA.
up, y'all.
It's your maternal line. That
Hey,
goes
hold
to
up,
you.
y'all. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Hey, one shot. You just got here, man. What's up, man? I never seen you here, man. What's good with you?
Goes in a shooter thing.
I didn't hear you.
Put it in a shooter, and then you
Hey, Nate, why you always coming in here looking like Nefertiti?
What? Bear, just say
I thought it
hello.
was
Hi.
Nefertiti.
I just
No,
not
Nefertiti.
Can you relax, White Bear? White Bear,
Right?
can you relax, White Bear?
Hey, one shot. You can hear me? Go ahead, man. Go ahead. What's up, hey, what's up, all them? What's up? What y'all doing? What y'all got going on?
I just came from Izzy Band's page panel. It was really good. I shouted out the Gospel of Bob. It was cool. That's it. I'm here with y'all.
Y'all got anything to add to the conversation what we were talking about just now?
I think Mary's on.
Nobody.
I think
I had to crash
what Lord
on John
Giatron was trying to say is we have more in common with Americans than any other country or continent, I guess. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Hey, Bob, thank you so much, man. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much, man. You know, I'm sorry. Can people email me real quick? Like, I'm trying to like G-Tron's not the only person who said that before. Can people who have my email address email me? Because other people have said that, and I don't block people. Well, I did block King Shenard. I ain't gonna lie. He's a douchebag, but I didn't block. I would never block Lord G-Tron. I mean,
Did you block? Did you block?
I would never block G-Tron.
Did you block Be Brave?
I just sent you an email. I just sent you an email.
Yeah, me too.
Did you block Be Brave? I was chopping it up with him today.
I just say, yo.
Had to
I
crash.
would never
on
block Be Brave. Be Brave is no, it's my dude, man.
Yeah, I had to crash on him.
So Skywalker, I got your email, right? I got your. So you say yo, right? You say yo.
Yeah.
Oh jeez.
I don't want to derail everything. I'm sorry, guys. My fault, guys.
You good?
No, I just sent you one too. You may have blocked me too.
I didn't.
Can you mark it on your own time, sir?
I just sent you an email.
I got here for the tea. Thank you so much. She said test. Okay.
I mean, what are we
Bob, I got the catch up. Bob. Thank you so much.
We don't derail.
No, because G-Tron, because I see, I've only blocked one or two people. I've never blocked G-Tron. I would never block G-Tron, man. It's fucking weird. I never.
You should block JP. Do that.
Stop, bro. What? No, dude. JP's more. Stop, bro. He's more popular than you.
I'm about to go apply for welfare right now.
I got here for the tea. I got. Who was more? Who was more? I don't want to say that name because
if I qualify.
Okay, so I don't know what's going on. Hey, G-Tron, man, I didn't block.
Did you get my email? I sent you one. I think you blocked me though.
I
would never block. I
spam mail.
don't block. Like,
hey, all right.
I don't block people.
You don't block, Jar?
Who blocked you? It says user. It says sent to spam. Okay, yeah. You send me spam.
I thought Skywalker blocked me.
Hey guys, I gotta fix my.
Look, see, this is what I gotta do. Now he gotta fix his mic. He's gonna calm down. He's gonna leave.
Calm down. He's about to leave and all types of shit. He's gone. He ain't trying to answer nothing.
Just unblock me and come
That's
back.
all there is to it.
Unblock me and come back, man. It's all good.
You don't have your good tether blazer on, like it's a dress down CT. Okay.
All right, I'll try to fix it. I don't know what's going on. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What's up, Bob?
Must be the
Hey, I will say this. I'm glad you didn't wear that King of FBA shirt over here.
Must be the t-shirt.
He has a shirt too. I thought it was just a hat.
No, I mean hat.
Oh.
I'm glad you got enough respect for me not to wear that over here. Go ahead.
What's up, Bob?
No. Chaotic's here, and that's always a pleasure. What's going on, man? I did want to ask him one quick question. I really don't.
Hey, RLM, your mic is like RLM. Your mic.
That's RLM.
That's RLM. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit
He's
was
good.
Go ahead, Bob.
That's how he mic was.
Yep. Y'all saw Chaotics yesterday with JP and Jenny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
I already jumped on them.
No. Let's talk about it. Me and you, Bob.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Bob.
No. We need this. Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead.
We need it. We need it.
No. Me, no, Bob.
JP wiped the floor.
Art. Go ahead, Bob. No, I'm sorry, Art. I didn't mean to, this is your show. I didn't mean to.
Yeah, relax.
I apologize. All right. Go ahead, Bob. Go ahead, Bob.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know why you're asking me to go ahead. I've never seen anything so disgusting. You took a perfectly nice, sweet angel, a sweet angel, even though she'll throw people into hell.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
And JP, and tried to do matchmaker with. Do you know what kind of the universe would unravel? Time and space would
just let me know when I can talk.
Oh man, don't talk, man. Look, and then you get off the camera. I'm just saying, why would you do that? You got to stop that, man. You got to stop that. You can't have those two. You just can't do that.
The bad girl.
That's right.
And right.
Hey,
do you mind now? Do you mind if I respond to you, Bob?
Please.
Just me and you, right? Can everybody go on mute respectfully? So my channel.
No, it's
Bob,
not your channel, bitch.
Too, man. I mean, what it's
hear me out.
gospel of chaos.
Just hear me out.
Really?
Yeah, I caught that too.
Hear me out.
I don't care. I don't play. Go ahead. Whatever. Kay.
I know a lot of people may say CT set this up.
You did.
A lot of people don't give a fuck.
I didn't. For some reason, I don't know what it is, but everything just oh Jesus Christ. Everything falls into play on the channel. I love Jenny, Bob. I love Jenny. And I'm being serious. I love Jenny. Like, she's a sweetheart, she's a beautiful girl. When I look at Jenny,
pass me my violin.
Hey, Willie, please, Willie, please, bro, please, bro, please, shut the fuck up. Like, respectfully, bro. I love Jenny, bro. Jenny reminds me every time I look at her of how much of a piece of shit I am. She's a beautiful girl. Now, Jenny could be, and I said this to Jenny, she could be a wild party animal on the weekends. Did I not say that, Bob? I said she could be a wild party animal. Brother,
Well, hold
I had
on
no
one
idea
second.
I don't know.
that Jenny.
Help me out here. Didn't her husband die recently?
Yeah, he starts screaming that in a little
Okay,
bit.
what kind of? I'm sorry, what?
He starts screaming that in a little bit. Yeah.
What kind of fucking monsters, dude? That I'm gonna blame Jenny on this. Why the fuck did she go up there? And you know, maybe she has a high tolerance. I'm gonna say this, and I don't give a fuck. Y'all have CT has no respect for women. I don't think Bob does. I don't think any of these motherfuckers up there. I think the women that go up there are gluttons for punishment, and they just think attention from a dumb fuck is attention. They're all numbskulls. And I hope this gets passed on to CT and Bob. And no, they treat women like shit, and the women who go up there want to be treated like shit, frankly.
Man on the panel when I got
apparently there's some women who have been trained that hey, if a man treats you like shit, it means he likes you.
I had no idea.
Why are you laughing?
Because that reminded me of Cosby. Never mind. I had no idea that Jenny will remain on the panel when JP was on there. Because no, I swear to God, Bob, Jenny is a young girl. She's 24, 25. I knew Jenny when she was 22, right? 23. People said I said that. I mean, I didn't like. I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't like when, and I rock a big dog physique. He said, "Why?"
How old is CT? Isn't he in his 40s?
I think he's like 39, 40, somewhere right around in there.
I know some of these. This is really why I don't. You know, I'll go into Bob's chat every now and again. This is really why I don't go up on their panels. They're fucking, this is disgusting. I'm sorry. These people are driving me back to Catholicism with their fucking idiocy. And just like, why are they even talking about Jenny? And again, she was up there, so it's all on her. But this is literally not a good look for these fools.
How would you have her up here with JP knowing what happened with her husband? And you knew her husband. Now, hear me out for a minute. Now, that was my friend. He came on the panel before, you know, and he unfortunately passed away. But what happened, hear me out. What happened was
what had happened.
She happened to be on a panel during a conversation that segued into let's find JP a wife, right? She came up for the earlier conversation. Did she not? Blackberry, you were there. Not so. Everybody's thinking, okay, I'm setting this up. I'm not. She remained on the panel, right? For G-Tron to follow the super chat says, because CT showed up, where is Bob and Gimpy? Thank you so much, G-Tron. Guys, give G-Tron a big thumbs up, $sign emoji, guys, and a thumbs up. And give him a California flag, too, with the bear. All right. So, Bob, and I'm going to land a plane because everybody's like, let the plane, CT. I would never in a million years with Jenny set her up. It just so happened that this barbarian, this uncivilized, unhinged heathen, which I called him that nigger to his face, and if I was in real life with JP, hey man, I rock with JP, and I would call that nigger to his face, hey man, you're unhinged. He happened to be on a panel. I didn't like him talking to her, but see, the problem is you guys.
Why did you stop it?
It's all of y'all on the panel. It's all of y'all on the panel because
hold on. The problem is us.
Not Skywalker, not Nay, not RLM, not Blackberry, and not here for the tea. But it's you. You guys are the problem. Because
hold on. I'm here.
I'm here.
You are good.
No.
You are good.
Let me finish, please.
Hold on.
Okay. See.
Hold on. I'm here. You didn't name them. You had a list of names. I wasn't on it. I'm here.
Let him rock out, as he says. Let him rock out. Let him
Everyone
rock out.
knows I was.
As he said, let him rock out. Nay, you hearing this?
I get cut off.
Nay, is she hearing this?
I hear it, and I second with chaotic.
Okay, so wow, that's Bob. I
Hold on.
want y'all to listen to this masterful deflection. Nigga, stop. And I'm saying that disrespectfully. Nigga, stop. Because no, and Bob, you know I love you, man. Like we hung out, Bob, but Paul. Bob.
So let me change the question.
Hey, man,
why didn't you protect her?
Hold up, y'all. Hold up.
Hey, drop Willie. Hey, G-Tron, I got your cash app, man. Says, thanks. I got the cash app, bro. Thanks so much. Drop Willie real quick, because this nigga talking over me.
I got you. I dropped him.
Thank you. Bob, you know I love Jenny. I love that girl.
Yeah.
When her husband died, I was there for her.
Yes.
Said, how could you have her up there with how could you have her up there with JP? I did not stop, bro. I didn't plan any of that shit. But the problem with you guys is that and I said this yesterday. I said no, stop. Stop. I said this yesterday. I said, had that been some smarty arty nigger from I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say nigger. Had that been some smarty arty N-word from Morehouse, you Bob, not you. Had it been some smarty arty
Dave.
No, Dave. What I'm saying is that, and I told JP to his face, I said, the problem is that they don't, and me too. I don't like it.
Hey,
and
Bob,
they
I'm
don't
about to
like
black out on
you talking to her. Because Jenny is a young girl. She could move on with her life. She could get a new husband, and there's nothing wrong with that. She's like, man, get the fuck out. She's a wit. Hey, Art, stop, bro. Like seriously, bro, stop. Respectfully. No, it's your show. Okay.
I'll calm down.
No. Keep.
Women move on. She's a widow, bro. She's a young woman. Oh, you set that up, CT. Well, I'm sorry. Don't women move on? Don't men move on eventually? She's gonna move on eventually. No, stop, bro. She's gonna move on. Like all I'm saying, I had no idea that it would go into that. I didn't like being set up like that. I feel like I was set up. All right,
you're the victim.
I just feel like I was being set up, bro.
You're the victim.
No, I'm not the victim. No, I'm not the victim at all. But what happened? But what I'm saying is that what I'm saying, Bob, is that I'm gonna land the plane. There was nothing wrong with JP talking. Because had it been somebody else, nobody would have mind. Go ahead. I
don't know why. What was the problem?
I agree. I agree.
Go ahead.
I don't see the problem.
She stayed there, didn't she?
I'll put you in the back.
Now why you no? Come on, bro. Come on. Let's bring Skywalker back. Come on.
Hey, look, man. Look. I'll get to him. I'll handle these guys. I got
Uncle Bob. Could I be your anger translator? Could I be your uncle?
No.
Uncle Bob, could I be your anger translator?
Lord, look,
hey, G-Tron, did you email me, bro?
Yes, sir. I sent you like 2 or 3 pictures.
Okay, can you guys play Lollipop later?
Can someone answer me? Why is this worth watching?
This is where it gets good.
Well, no, I it's not the first time I've watched Bob's show. It's even more dreary when he's not there.
This is why I agree with you about the too many people on a panel.
Well,
it's just
I'm just not. I it's my own quirk.
I agree with
it. You can't have a good combo. And well, dude, I'm not saying it's not a good show. It's just not my cup of tea. It's just really, just I don't know. I'm getting old. There must be some golden oldies channel. There must be an old people who read books channel.
I just want to get to the fact.
Uncle Bob, I want to be your anger translator and flip out on KCT.
If I may. if I just may.
Yes, sir.
Whether or not you orchestrated it, okay.
What? Oh, whether or not I orchestrated what, Bob? You know, if anybody, and I'm sorry, Bob, I don't mean to cut you off. I would. Content is one thing. Being a shock jock is one thing.
You think CT is drunk?
I would never in a million years, especially with Jenny, orchestrate any guy. I don't need Jenny for content, and I would never use Jenny for content, bro.
Okay.
Come on, bro.
All right, I will accept that. What I cannot accept though is the fact that you let it continue.
See, I missed most of it. I didn't see it all. I saw
every ounce.
Oh, you're going to see all of it.
To say it stops here.
But what was going on? Like, okay, Bob. So me and you were talking, right? So me and you were talking.
No, chaotic.
I will say this.
I'm going to be Bob's anger translator.
That
no, you're full of.
She is actually not ugly. She's, she could fucking untrinket herself. She's basically a good-looking woman.
Yeah, she's a good-looking woman.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, they're all good-looking.
Nah, Nasus is the prettiest on there.
Naturally.
Oh, I mean all of them. RLM is a nice woman, so I'm not gonna trash her. I'm not gonna trash any of them. If I had my choice, I think Nasus is worth a second look. Except she's always up there, so I know attitude-wise, I will never go up there. It is so funny. I don't like going up on these panels. I went up on T's panel with Mo Love. But no, I will probably never go up on Bob's panel. And I like Bob. I'll tune into the channel to troll a bit. I just don't jibe with these people. They're all like, just, I don't know what it is about them.
Ish.
No. No,
you want him to argue that way? You can get around.
Let's hear what Come on. Let's bring him back. Come on.
You're a hell of a guest, man.
No, it's not that. It's just come on, because I didn't like that chatty. I mean, I'm not saying I didn't like it.
Chatty Catty,
but it was chatty patty. I had 4SK. Oh, I'm texting Bob, and he did. I'm like, what? Man. You think that? Go ahead, G-Tron, please.
Your deflection is absolutely diabolical.
It's not a deflection, bro. It's not deflection.
You are not the victim.
That's what I'm saying, Uncle Bob. That's why I asked you before you even got at him to let me be your anger translator, like Key and Peele did with Obama. Let me be your anger translator, because chaotic.
Really I'm just shocked. Go ahead.
Right, but I'll be the one who says you're shocked. Articulate the anger. My ability to create.
This is what I meant Gospel of Bob for. This is what I like Gospel of Bob. Go ahead, Lord.
Chaotic, don't run. Get your butt back up here, CT. Don't run.
I'm here, bro. I'm still here. Go ahead.
This is wrong.
Chaotic, what you did by allowing JP, by allowing J Prince to interact with Jenny, you created 30 hours of content for us to dissect and be at each other's throats over how barbaric and Scandinavian JP is in comparison to Jenny, combined with Jenny's recent tragedy. I'll say this, chaotic. You're the best at putting these medleys of combustible, flammable objects together, and you're also the best at throwing an ignition at these objects and getting out of the way so you don't get destroyed by them. You're great. But
Geotron is a goddamn
because
moron.
I know you wouldn't do that to Jenny. I know it as well. But
honestly,
the fact that it was Jay Prince,
I think
Jesus fucking Christ.
But you know the crazy thing is that the crazy. But here in JP's defense.
Oh my God.
JP's defense.
I agree with that statement.
I know it's your channel 5. You know what we talking about.
In JP's defense, wow. Listen. He's a heathen. He's a Sorry, you gotta. He's a heathen, bro. But Mr. Bob, I remember Bob. I was there when you, Bob. Bob. I was there when you said you became a Catholic, man. Do you remember that? Do you remember Bob? Do you remember when you said that you were done like being a Catholic? Remember when you said you became a Catholic?
Yeah, where is this
It's
going?
a stupid argument.
What is me being? What does that have to do with anything? It's not funny, Black Bear. It's hilarious.
Okay. What is your institution?
Hold up. Hey, Skywalker, Bob, Art, Chaotic, time out.
Motherfucking Lord.
My brother just jumped on the panel. Man, that man got beef right quick. I just got to get this off my chest. Hey, sir, cover your hair up. You know I'm jealous. You know I'm bald-headed. You know I'm bald.
Fuck.
Cover your hair.
The fuck.
Hey, I'll be bald one day, dog. It's all good. It's all good.
Bob.
We got hold on.
Fuck.
We're not doing this right now.
Can we?
Hold on.
Can we throw chicken wings later? We're discussing
We're trying to hash something out. Yeah.
Oh, we can't be niggas right now. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, not right.
Let's
Because
stop.
I want to talk. I got something to say.
Let's stop with the watermelon. All right. Great drink.
I don't like watermelon, but okay.
Let me get this out the way. Chaotic, I don't think you did nothing wrong.
This is literally a debacle.
They grown.
Right, so
she stayed up there, and I don't think there's no disrespect to Jenny because she seems like a good person. You know what I mean? But she stayed up there.
This is the worst shit I ever heard in my life. This is the worst shit.
Hold up.
Black Bear, are you hearing this?
He could
have. This is the worst shit I ever
easily said, CT, I will be back.
Motherfucker,
Bob, you're wrong.
you better hope I don't do this as a show title.
Jenny's ground.
That's
She
fucking
stayed.
funny.
She laughed at all his jokes. She laughed at his
I think
jokes.
that is a show title.
She didn't say that she
Thank you,
was
sir.
uncomfortable.
I can't.
Hey, what do you want, CT? God damn, you
You
had
guys
the floor all
might
day.
God damn it. This is funny.
This can't go on. I can't.
Good job, Groper. Goiper.
Who do you work for, nigga?
So Bob.
It's okay, but still.
So Bob.
Go ahead.
When you look at a JP,
sorry, that was,
and I've said it to his face, and I will say it to his face in real life. It'd be hard civilizing that motherfucker. Pause.
Yeah.
He's not. I told him. I said, "You're unhinged." Who would? And you, Mr. Catholic, Mr. Oh, I just became a Catholic. What I saw yesterday with Jenny and the beauty of Jenny.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. We gotta. Marvel Fox, you can come right back. Hold on, I gotta bring Wall Street. I'll bring you right back.
I'm about to leave. I can't take this. I'm striking this channel.
No, Bob. You striking your own channel? Come on, Bob. Come on. Hey, Bob. Listen, Bob.
This bullshit.
Bob.
I'll bring you back, Wall Street.
How many years did it take you to become
speak,
Bob?
but I'll wait.
I know about Catholicism.
Yeah, wait. You gotta wait.
Bob, how many years did it take you to become a Catholic?
It was eight months. 8 months of going through school.
Okay, so you just can't. It's not the Baptist church where you could just
no.
It's right.
You have to take classes. Yeah, every weekly.
Yeah, okay, so
what does that got to do with you setting up Jenny with JP?
I didn't like the chatty patty shit, and it's no beef. And I love you, Bob.
No, he's being honest right now. Okay.
No.
Right, now you being honest.
Don't give him that.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
It wasn't no chatty Cathy like we were like.
I didn't. No, hear me out, please.
Because I know
you sound like a woman.
I know what he's saying. I hear the same shit too. No, let him talk. Let him out. Let it out. Nah, man, I know what he's trying to say.
Go ahead, CT.
We get misinterpreted all the time. So I get what you're saying. Who did it come from? Call out names, man.
Rock out, Chaos. Rock out. Let me finish. Because I gotta go here.
I didn't like Forest Kid and you.
Oh, forehead kid, the big head kid.
And Chatty Patties trying to imply that I'm setting up Jenny. I would never in a million motherfucking years set up anybody, let alone Jenny, whom I love. Dude, I am telling you, I love Jenny because Jenny when I think of that girl, I think about how of a piece of shit that I am, and the fact.
Jesus Christ! Before you run, I did
Bob,
pay for time to
I
speak.
know you paid for.
Hold on, Wall Street. Come on, we got you. You're gonna be the next to talk.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me respond to this moron galloping down the wrong lane as usual. Dude, oh, hold on. Palomino, I don't give a fuck. Stanley, you're an idiot. Jenny didn't know it was find JP a wife day. She just went up and told. No, I watched. Hey, dumb fuck. I watched at least some of it. No, I'm not an idiot. So let me you need to go back to the barn and let some bitch brush your hide. I don't give a fuck either way. I don't know, Jenny. Kind of bullshit.
Okay.
You got to do better, son.
Because I want to be serious here. I want to be serious here.
You want to be serious?
I know. Can I be serious?
You gotta let the man back up.
Can I be serious?
I didn't do that.
I love Jenny, and we all love Jenny. She, man, I am telling you, bro. And you know all them. I don't know about the women, but you know, as men, Bob, when you look at Jenny, you're like, God damn, I'm a piece of shit. Because that's a beautiful soul. The fact that you, Bob, the fact that you, and the fact that you were gossiping, act like a chatty patty, and I'm saying that respectfully, with Forex Kid, saying, "Oh, he has her up here, setting her up." I would never in a million years do that. And I'll tell you this, Bob. If anybody Jenny should be talking to, should be JP, because he is the worst of us. That's the beauty of what Jenny's doing.
Somebody tell me why this is somehow amusing. This is a bunch of dumb people talking about nothing.
No, stop.
Right. Honestly, I even have to include the new Catholic Bob. Bunch of dumb people not talk. This is literally a Seinfeld show. It's nothing about anything in particular.
No, I never told you to stop, Bob. You know I never told Bob. It's me and you. I know you, Bob. And you just Bob.
I'm listening.
Yeah, drop Willie. Drop Willie.
Who knows?
Hey, drop Willie.
I paid. If you're gonna
drop, nigga.
I know she's a widow. Why the fuck are they even talking
I gotta
about
finish, bro. Can I finish?
$5,
bro?
Yeah, he paid.
$5. Okay. Me and Bob go back years ago, and
yeah, right.
This is literally a horse flesh. Why are these women up there fucking not saying anything and chastising these goddamn morons? This is bullshit. Why aren't these women fucking defending this woman?
This is not like, hey man, I'll be back.
Literally the stupidest show on the internet.
No.
No wonder it's popular.
I want to see people's faces, please. 84. I want to see people see what I'm seeing here.
Can I talk, please? Can I talk? Okay.
Somebody counters your 5.
Bob.
Sorry.
Me and you go back years. Love you, man.
Damn, this is like a love fest. Hold on. Let's do this, Skywalker. Go ahead.
You need to give the nigga the fucking top spot.
Hold on. Let me move you over.
Hey, yo, Bob, come on, man. Bob, come on. You thought that I was setting, not you, but there were people who thought I was setting up Jenny.
You know,
but in fact, look at the deeper message. The beauty of Christ.
Oh.
Sorry, I am coughing. You know what? I know what I would say about Raging Tomato. I've seen her show. This is maybe over a year ago. I've seen what's his name, the motorsports guy.
Great.
White mediocrity is what I would say. Like literally, whites who are mediocre and think they can do debate. Not worth my time.
Sarah Tomato's pretty good though. She's a host. She's
I don't
not
give
really
a fuck. She is. She's. I said what I said.
I'm telling you, if you start watching, you'd like it. You'd like it over there.
I have watched her before.
She had Angry Man up there yesterday.
Angry Man's a goddamn psychotic dumbass.
It's just fun, you know. It's just like to
I don't have fun that way. I have a different sense of fun. There's a woman from Canada, and she might be in America now. Not a Raging Tomato, but kind of that ilk. And this was an early morning. She came up and was stupid enough because I was talking shit about American history. And Raging Tomato kind of reminds me of this. So she's like, well, you know what? If you know so much about history, let's take the citizenship test. I motherfucking nailed it because I know basic history.
Yeah.
Raging Tomato is not that bright. And I will watch it if it ever comes up, but I'm not gonna seek it. She literally is. Look, I like Orthodox guy, but that's a bunch of white mediocrity. I don't care. I'm gonna be blunt, and I've told I've said it on this panel. It's a bunch of white mediocrity. They're not that bright.
Yeah, she's way
Raging Tomatoes, the same thing.
She's way better.
They're not that. I don't give a fuck. She's not that bright. They debate the same things over and over again. I just don't consider them that bright. And look, if I'm going to have to deal with stupid people, I guess I should deal with my own people, if that makes sense. Hey, I'm drunk and I am snooty tonight. Raging Tomato, nope, not that bright.
She's a good moderator.
Well, good for her.
That's what
I'm not a good moderator.
No, like in a debate, that's what she does. Like she's a good.
I don't like debates. I think debates are a waste of time. And you probably know why. You know what? I had who was it? Someone came up today and got pissed off. Oh, I know who it was. It was oh, right. We've got this weird bullshit notion. And it was way back in the woke wars that there needs to be civil debate, and even if you don't agree with someone, it's polite to let people have their say. No, if I think your argument is stupid, I'm going to cut it short. I don't want to hear stupidity. Do better.
That's part of the debate.
That's why I don't debate.
No, that's part of the
waste
debate.
It's a waste.
Argue back and forth.
It is no, not if you're stupid. Not if it's a horrible argument.
Stanley, this is online debating. It's not like, it's
John,
civil, but
John,
it's not like that.
I literally don't debate because most people aren't.
Stan, you get an opener.
Most I know what a debate, dude. I know what a debate
but like
is.
online, that's all it is. Like you get an opener and a closer, and the message.
Listen to what I'm saying, John. Most people online have no clue. They have not done the homework. They don't make good arguments. They talk in sound bites.
No.
They talk in sound bites, and they literally don't know their own arguments. I deconstruct quote debates all the time.
Yeah, some
it's why John Galt couldn't survive. motherfucker, don't bring me that stupid shit. Bring me the stats and I'll destroy those too, because most people are not only illiterate, they're innumerate. They literally want to quote statistics, but don't understand the statistics. Be Brave is another perfect example. Look at the statistics. Well, statistics you have to give stats a narrative. So I understand what you're saying, and Raging Tomatoes a good looking woman, but that would be the only reason I'd watch.
See, that's what I thought too. But then, like, she's a nice person. She's interesting. She don't take no shit. Like, she's pretty good like that. Especially as a moderator, she's pretty even keeled. Like, she doesn't get involved. Yeah, like I'm telling you, like one day you're
fuck you, dirty. You only think you're mediocre. I don't think you are.
Yeah, she has all.
Look, if you say so, if you say give her a shot, I will do it. EAE, puts her links for these stupid ass debates. I will watch, but I don't do debates. Why would I?
It's entertainment. I think you'd like some of them.
I don't find debates that entertaining.
Because you probably think like they're not bringing up the right points. Like, there's great debates.
No, I just don't like watching white people debate stupid shit. Dude,
everybody.
Listen to what I'm saying. And I know it's going to sound all elitist and shit. I literally, probably the only person, and I've never really watched Andrew Wilson. I think that's his name.
Crucible, yeah.
Honestly, the only person who's good at actually having a conversation is Imperius.
No,
I know that sounds. That motherfucker knows his shit.
Yeah, he's probably the best debater on the right.
And you know what? On the right, on the internet.
He said it last night in Paris. He was like, I got kicked off the Wilson show because I'm too radical.
Well, because Imperius is just too fucking over the top. I literally, I think the best debater is probably what's his name? The leftist.
Who, Destiny?
Yeah, he's way better.
You're out of your mind.
Sorry.
Yeah, Rob Noor wrecks Destiny every time.
Who?
Rob Noor. He's a conservative, but he's probably the top 3 debaters online. Rob Noor. Everybody's gonna start hearing them soon. He's from Pennsylvania.
You know what? I will admit I'm probably not in their league. I don't find, debates.
And like you'd probably be the first debate Black channel. And you just be the moderator.
No, I'm not doing that shit. I don't find it interesting.
Telling you, watch.
Look, let's go out in the open. Don't debate. Be fucking right in your argument. Okay, I don't care. No, if I think your argument is stupid, I don't want to listen to it. That's literally what I think like. Why would I be polite?
Last week when you and Tyrone were talking about the book club,
mm-hmm.
and I was thinking, like, what people don't have is like, okay, like you were talking about with the PDF, like we could find one that's online, find one that's for, and then one that's kind of against the topic, and then everybody have a conversation a month about it.
I don't find for and against.
Or not against, just like two sides of the same topic, get two perspectives.
You think this is some sort of relativism thing, and you would never believe this. Go and read The Closing of the American Mind. I'm not a huge relativism person. Sometimes it depends on what we're talking about, but there's not always two sides. There is a right and a wrong.
Yeah, no, you can't do it every time, but there are certain things you can can do that.
And nothing that I've ever heard on YouTube is worth that kind of, you could be right, I could be wrong. The left and right in America depends on the topic. There are some, like SKC is probably the only one that I would even bother to go back and forth with. Literally no one else. At least in, the people that tend to, come to the channel and all that stuff. SKC is literally the only one that I wouldn't just shit on. And I shit on him because I don't think he knows enough. And call me just old and cranky. I'm just being cantankerous. I have had a couple beers, but honestly, I'm not doing structured debates because I don't want to be polite to people I think are stupid. I don't want to give them a chance. I want to tell them I'm stupid and I'm done talking to you.
You could do that. There are debates.
Back in the old days, we had no mercy.
Yeah. Debates are, that's what I'm saying. Debates online are not like, they're civil, but they go south and they get entertaining like that. People start arguing.
Well, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
So anyway, let's listen to these two fools.
Yeah, because it's getting this longer than I thought it was. I couldn't remember. Last night I must have been watching something else in between this too.
You probably fell asleep.
Yeah.
Oh my! How much to drop CT, man?
No, Art, please stop, bro. Art, I'm sorry. Because now that I'm here, okay, so where's CT and he never comes here. Now that I'm here, it's like, how much to drop him now? Now you want to drop me, Art. But I'm trying to have a heart-to-heart with Bob, about something that I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Like you and Forest Kid, chatty patties. That's bro. You think that I was setting up Jenny? Man, get the fuck. Hey, yo, bro, listen. Bro, hold on.
Wait. You try to set up Jenny with JP, and then you're calling me
I'm trying to tell you something, bro, but I can't finish it because everybody's laughing and giggling. Bro.
You call me a homo when you
the fact that I call you what?
Go ahead, brother.
I called you a what?
You're calling me. You're saying that me and Forex are like, yeah, boy. Let me tell you something, boy. Yeah,
I didn't call you homo. I said no because Bob.
CT.
Why am I defending myself?
CT. Can I do my job?
How am I getting wrapped up in this shit?
Bob, CT, can I do my job?
You're masterful.
I'm gonna see Bob Skywalker.
Can me and Bob get
hold on 2 more minutes because somebody paid for Wall Street, Willie, and it's more than $5.
Okay,
Skywalker, I'm gonna send you something. Don't worry about it. It's not a lot. I'm gonna get you some nachos. Nah, don't leave. Don't leave.
No, I'm trying to finish.
I want you to understand how important.
Cash app right now.
He's gonna run for me. That's why I wanted to get it over.
Nah, hey, man,
hold on.
No, he's gonna run for me.
All right, let's get him out.
Oh no, I'm gonna get him out of here. Don't worry about it. I just want you to know how important this conversation is. Skywalker, let them have a 2-on-2. 10 minutes. I didn't bring Just give him 10 minutes, man. Get it out of here.
I don't need 10 minutes. I don't need 10 minutes.
Chaotic really wants to talk to you. He has something on his mind. He really feels passionate about this.
Chaotic talk right now.
He keeps saying the same thing. Bob, you and I go back. Bob, I love Jenny. Bob, he's gonna say the same thing for about 20 minutes. He's gonna come around and say that I was the one that was wrong for talking and gossiping.
One-on-one.
How much more?
I said 2-on-2.
Hey.
Because honestly, this is boring as fuck.
I think it's like 10 minutes. It's like 10 more minutes and then Chaotic leaves.
Oh, okay.
Like ready to snap out.
Yeah, I'm coming up on 12 hours, which I did not intend on doing.
How did you do that shit?
It's not that, bro. It's not that. It's that
Just let these two men talk.
Jenny represents the best of us.
I know that, nigga.
But I would never set her up.
Okay, Okay, you
You're
did.
like 1.25
I did
speed.
it. No,
But you let it happen.
Bob, you know what happened last night?
Fucking atrocity.
You know what happened last night, sir? Hey, Skywalker, do you mind if me and Bob it's me, you, and Bob, please? And Nate and Earlum, just the women too. This, please, this me just asking. You know, I know the women. I don't.
Are they background or something?
No, it's just that I don't want to drop the women. Bob, hear me out.
Go ahead and drop me. I can't be on my own page. Drop me. Go ahead.
All right. Bob,
Get
hear me out.
rid of me. Get rid of me.
Lord, you drunk the $5 super chat. Hey, yo, fellas, can I get back on the panel so I can get some much needed therapy from my family? You guys, thank you so much. You drunk? Please come back. Guys, give G-Tron a big thumbs up. That's an emoji.
Let me deal with our brony. You retard. You said Jenny was at fault for going on the panel. As well, you said CT should have stopped JP. You were wrong. Also, if debate is pointless, how pointless is your ad hom style of debate? Nothing you said here. It's so disjointed, pony boy. That I brought it up and read it is all the attention you're going to get, sir.
Bob. JP.
Giatron is a maniac.
He's a great guy, but he's uncivilized. He's an animal. I didn't like people saying that I
Nasus, I wonder what she looks
You made
like.
that clear. I believe it.
Okay.
Full body picture. She is actually kind of stunning.
That's what Forex Kid was saying.
Different hairstyle, of course.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say it. I'm just saying this. I got to run here, and there are people that want to come up, and I'm taking up space.
Go ahead.
The simple truth is this: Jenny and I want to put you in the back. All right, you're laughing too much. No, Skywalker was laughing too much. I paying that motherfucker. He won't take my side. Look, man. You know, you run the show how you want. You're a great content creator. Obviously, we all thank you for kind of bringing us all together. Yada 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 yada.
I'm not joining Bob's
but
Discord.
I'm telling you, brother.
Tell me, are they
that
good
a
looking?
That shit gotta be crazy.
I will not
just
join
lost
that
her
Discord.
may need some time. And if you're going to resurrect her back into the dating scene, you don't let the first contestant.
I'm on too many Discords as it works. Now,
sir, do you think that I planned that?
And I like Jay. Okay, you keep going
I'm
back
60.
to no, you didn't plan, nigga, but
Not
you let
bad
it
is
happen.
good enough. She's got a
Somebody in the chat didn't he say
okay, Mr.
probably
Smarty
made
already.
up
Oh,
and all
I
that.
had her
But
kid
she's
there
not
too.
ugly.
Yeah, he's hitting on her.
Morehouse.
In my opinion,
I'm a smarty already
she's
there.
the best
I bet
looking
if
woman up
JP
there,
had a
including
degree
T
from
and
Morehouse,
RLM.
like you, Mr. Smarty already. Or you know, better yet. I bet if he went to Brown, let's do Ivy League. I bet if he went to Brown, I bet if he plays a little smarty already fraternity, I bet nobody would have batted an eye if he was talking to her.
The hair can always be done differently.
You guys have a problem with JP.
think
I'm just saying.
Lauren Hill, maybe.
No, I don't have a problem with JP. I think he's the most transparent, genuine person there is. But I also know that Jenny is, I guess, also transparent and genuine in a way. But they're polar opposites, man. You can't combine the North and the South Pole. If you do that, we ain't got no.
Sorry, for you, Kelvin. You know, you like your full
and you
English
let it happen,
breakfast.
though, man. And then you have the then you have the gall, the gumption.
I think she's good looking. The best
to marry,
of the
to
three up
blame
there.
me somehow.
No, you guys were blaming me. You guys were blaming me. That's what it was. Go ahead.
I don't think you would stoop so low as to bring them together.
But I bet she has tattoos. How much you want to bet?
Okay.
I bet she has tattoos somewhere, and I just cannot do that.
She has that lower back tat, you think? She has something on the leg?
Oh, I have no clue. I've never even talked to her.
What if it's classy? You know, something classy on the leg.
No, no tattoo is classy. Hey, I don't have a problem with that resting bitch face. She's bored. Tramp stamp. There's certain women I don't have a problem with tramp stamps, but I don't need to marry a tramp.
Yeah, I like.
Yeah, okay, Black Knight, who is the sponsor of the show today, by the way. Thank you for your sponsorship. Black Knight has supported the host and the show. No, I know you like tattoos, Black Knight. It's just not my shtick. Depending on the woman, like if she had like one tattoo that I don't know, I just don't find them classy.
I don't.
I just, but you know, it's not a showstopper, but it could be depending on where it is. Unless it's a dude's name. Motherfucker, not even my name needs to be. Dude, if you have nice skin, why the fuck would you mar it? She seems to have pretty nice skin. Why the fuck would you fuck with your skin? Just my opinion.
It's a fucked up trend.
But you certainly didn't. You certainly didn't stop it when you could, man. And some of the things. I mean, JP and Jenny, man.
Yeah, look at this dumb son of a bitch. This is why I really don't like horses.
At least give me that. All right.
Now look at this racist son of a bitch. Nasus is stunning. She's a free sample version of Lauryn Hill.
She does look like Lauryn Hill, but I like Lauryn Hill too.
I don't think she looks like Lauryn Hill at all.
A little bit she does.
Not in the face she does it. Maybe skin tone.
Yeah. They have different.
But you know what? I don't ever doubt that Palomino is a fucking racist. Free version.
That's why he brought her up. That's why he brought her up, Lauryn Hill. You know, you like Lauryn Hill too.
Palomino is a racist swayback mayor.
Pretty absurd.
Don't make too much of a fuck out of me. I know what I saw, and you know what you did, man.
See, that's
funny as hell,
shit.
bro. That shit was funny as hell, bro. I was laughing so hard, man.
So you said that's shit you did. I didn't do shit, dude. I didn't do shit. You think I set that up? I didn't set shit up.
Okay, I know you didn't set it up, but you didn't stop it. I think it's so wrong, but it was great.
I didn't stop it because I really believe that people do move on in life, which is true.
Oh my Lord.
And I believe that a lot of people, and particularly women, they love JP.
Okay, so Jenny's moving on, is going to JP. That's a hell of a move on.
I'm not saying that, bro. Come on. I'm not saying
the
that.
fuck is Bob's problem?
What are you talking about?
Ooh,
hey,
Ross
says, look at the ladies on the panel. They are beautiful. Yeah, they are.
No, I like Ross.
Thanks so much. Thank you so much.
I got to run here, guys.
No, why would I? I only
I
see her on Bob's channel, and I guess she goes up.
Appreciate it, man. We have a great time over here. You're always
welcome. It's rare that I go
like,
up.
share, subscribe, like, share, subscribe, like, share, prescribe, like, share, imbibe. It's the Gospel Bob. We're just having fun. CT is up, trying to explain somehow or another how he is not in any way.
Bob, you know, when history writes about us,
history's gonna write about this.
Palpatine.
I don't know who Palpatine is. I don't watch Star Wars. That was like when I was 7 years old.
They're gonna write me as Luke Skywalker.
Oh Jesus,
Bob, you're a bad person. You're a bad. And Dale, who had.
Oh, now you're bringing. Oh,
see, these far right motherfuckers always want to talk about comic books. What's his name? The
Star Wars.
Tim Pool talks about Marvel comics. These motherfuckers, they want to talk about comic books because they actually can't. They don't read actual books. It's disgusting that a fucking arts major like Chaotic Truth, supposedly he did African American history. You have to read books. It's not a science class. What the fuck? This motherfucker cannot find a book other than a comic book.
And you know what's so crazy
This is
about
why I
Dale?
don't like
Now
dealing
he's
with
acting
this
like a woman. You're
fool.
bringing up shit from the past.
I'm just saying, bro. Dale pointed you out years ago. He said he's a bad guy. You're a bad guy, bro.
I tried to save Dale. You guys had him doing kung fu in the background and playing a trumpet. He had food all over his face, and you guys were laughing. And I was like, Dale, you got to go. These people are pit vipers.
Okay. Right. Go ahead.
No, you got Noelle pulling up her shirt like that.
So you're blaming me for Noelle showing her tits?
You know you can't have certain people when you.
Are you telling me? See, this is what makes you a bad person, Bob. Are you telling me that Noelle showed her tits because I told a mentally challenged white girl to show her tits? Come on, Bob. Are you kidding me, Bob? Go ahead. I'm listening. Go
Can
ahead,
I get my time I paid for?
No,
I don't
Willie,
even
hold
need
on,
the whole five.
no, Willie, no.
I don't even need the
no,
whole five.
Willie,
Hey, go,
Can
Willie.
I get my
Me and
time
Bob
I
are beefing.
paid for? Or can
No,
you just
you
refund
will.
me
You
my
will.
money?
But this is
My
this is
apologies.
important.
I was
Me and
paid
Bob
for
go back.
If I can't.
All right.
Hey, listen, man. Hey, hold on. I got a CT. Hold on. Give me a minute. You
If I
gotta get
refund you
your
$5,
If
man,
you
this
want
is
to get
gonna
more
be crazy.
time, pay to come up here. Damn that. You'll get your 5
No,
minutes.
come on, man. We gonna give you that.
You get your
Bob is about to drop off. Bob is about to drop off.
Are you?
Let them
Bob,
talk,
see,
please. If it wasn't for these two, this channel wouldn't exist.
Are you telling
Just
me
let these two men talk, please?
respectfully
That's all I'm saying.
that Noelle is showing her tits, and I'm the cause of that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say.
It's like this. You have a little baby that can barely walk, and you say, "Yeah, go out in the street."
Oh,
see, you're a
Bob. That was.
Now, did you drive the car to hit the baby? No, but you damn sure know what was going to happen.
That was actually good.
She did it twice. You had Angel up there, man. You had people telling Angel to put his cell phone in a microwave, and he did it.
I never told Angel to.
You
to
never
do that.
you never took the car to hit the kid, but you told the kid, "Hey, yeah, have fun." I'm bad.
I never did that, bro. I never did that. Bob, thank you so much, man. And like I said, Bob, I rock with you, man. But
CT, don't go nowhere.
Let me just say something right quick.
Wall
Mother
Street
passed
wants
away.
5 minutes, at least 5 minutes with you. Pause.
Hey, Bill. Mother passed away in April. It was cleaning out her apartment. It was tough, but I had the chaotic
Your mother
truth
passed
on.
away in April? I didn't know that.
Yeah. But I had
Yeah.
chaotic truth on in the background, and let me tell you something, man. That shit was fucking. It staved off a lot of pain, man. So, to me, this is a mental health channel. All that stuff. You've definitely helped my mental health. So I'm totally in debt to you. Even though right now you are the biggest piece of full of shit motherfucker I know, man. I mean, it's just and I don't know how you do it, but you do it. I love y'all. I gotta run. There's a spot open.
So, bro.
All right, Bob.
Yep.
I got some still
All
here.
right. Hold on. Wall Street wants 5 minutes.
All right, are we done with this?
5 minutes. We're running out the clock anyway. Let's just watch this 5 minutes.
Oh, motherfucker. We had 20 people. That's the daily high.
So I'm saying, keep running it. Everybody knows what's about to come.
No, I'm still here, guys. I'll be back.
Wall Street wants his 5
Go ahead,
minutes.
Wall Street. You got your 5 minutes now.
Just let him go. Thank you, sir, for being patient.
I wasn't patient. There wasn't much I could do to stop you guys from ball gargling.
I said thank you for being
But
patient.
the reality is, it's not funny. Nothing about what transpired was funny. You know, what's crazy is we just had a similar incident this week, right? It is
Who the
what it
fuck is
They
lisping
protected
like
that.
this?
He told
Wall
Adrian
Street
Broner, yo,
Willie.
you know what? We asked you to stop
Jesus
multiple
fucking
times,
Christ.
right? Pack it up.
And
Here,
this
take a couple
dumb
dollars and
fuck
get out of here.
combing his
CT
beard
didn't
on
do that
camera.
because he doesn't care
Jesus
about that woman.
Christ.
He cares more.
These
I thought I was gonna
motherfuckers
give my
are
5
just
minutes
You
that
got 5
I
minutes.
had to
you
wait
don't
for
fucking
I'm gonna
y'all
go
to
on
ball
mute. I'm gonna go
gargle
on mute. I'm
to
gonna go on
even
mute,
get,
man.
right?
Come
Y'all had
Man,
to
get
sit here
5
and
minutes,
ball
man.
gargle him for a good 15 before I could get the 5 I paid for. So I'll keep it brief, right? You're a scumbag, bro. You don't really care about that woman. If you did, you would have never allowed those jokes to even disgrace her. Like, she was over there talking about her religion at one point and trying to be positive. and you brought your animal. He's your animal. At the end of the day, when these videos are reviewed, JP is always going to be tied to you. That's your animal. That's your real legacy. And it's really not funny.
Hey man, yo.
Hey,
I'll land here. Hey, do me a favor, bro.
Please drop CT for a second.
Hey, yo, man, do me a favor. Hey, drop everybody real quick. Hey, for like a couple of minutes. Hey, drop everybody. Hey, yo, do me a favor real quick. Hey, do me a favor real quick. Hey, yo, drop everybody real quick. I mean, hey, bring Wall Street Willie back up and just mute him real quick. I'm gonna say something real quick, nigga. Hey, yo, nigga.
You cowards.
Hey, mute this nigga real quick. Yo.
Y'all just take his
matter of fact, drop him real quick. Hey, nigga. Let me whoop your ass real quick, nigga. When Jenny's fucking husband died, nigga, you ungrateful motherfucker, nigga. Hey, man. I've been drinking. I ain't gonna lie to you.
What in the fuck?
Do you, man?
I can tell.
Do you, man?
You son of a bitch.
$12,000.
Hey, Washington Willie, listen, nigga, I ain't a tough guy, nigga, but I am stupid. Hey, nigga, everybody is a witness to what the fuck I did for Jenny, nigga. I raised $20,000 for her, nigga. I supported Jenny, nigga. You out of your motherfucking mind talking to me like that about what the fuck.
So is CT the new Al Sharpton? What the fuck is he doing?
Yeah, he told you he was drinking. Right now, he kept
motherfucker. No. He's not drinking. He's stone cold sober doing this. Pretend to be a black preacher.
You could see it every time he turned the camera off. He was taking a sip.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he's all right. He's in his fields. He's
okay. I don't give a fuck. I don't give these people quarter. They're morons.
That's crazy. Like he burnt.
You will keep taking up for CT, and I'm just going. He's acting a fool.
I don't really.
And not very funny when he acts a fool. All he's doing is being the fucking, far right version of Al Sharpton.
My relationship is with Jenny, nigga. You don't know what the fuck you talking about, nigga. You out of your motherfucking mind talking to me, and I've been drinking, nigga. And I ain't really a tough guy like that.
I don't give a fuck how much he
but
raised.
I am stupid, and when I get drunk, nigga, I go in on a nigga like you.
Well, I get drunk.
You out of your motherfucking mind talking to me.
Really? You won't go in when you're not drunk? How weak is fucking that? Dude, this is silly. This is no nigga on no nigga violence. Motherfucker, you only do this when you get drunk? Dude, do better. See, I know who's taught him. I'm waiting for the head bob and him to get up and do that little dance. You know you want to do it. You know where you learned it from.
Jenny, nigga, you need to stop it because everybody saw what I did for Jenny.
Now talk about the blacks.
Died, stop it, dude. You out of your fucking mind talking to me about Jenny. Stop it, nigga.
Jenny.
I didn't set Jenny up at all, nigga, to talk to no motherfucking
what the
JP.
Fuck is this? This is like
the problem is that y'all don't like the fact it is JP talking to her.
Really?
Because if it was somebody else, hey man, well, you gotta move
is
on.
talking
That's
to
what
her?
y'all don't like. And women move on all the time. Even Jenny said it, nigga.
And Art looks like he's about to cry.
Because,
keep going.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Let me say this real quick. The fact of the matter is, nigga, is that you out of your fucking place talking to me like that, and I'm being fucking serious with you, dude. And I'm
CT looks real passionate,
bro. You haven't done a goddamn thing for Jenny. I have, nigga. I've done shit for Jenny. Her mother, her father, everybody knows me. They don't know you at all. So you watch your fucking mouth when you talk about me with Jenny, nigga. You can talk about anything else, nigga.
Well,
but
her
I'm
husband died
Jenny.
apparently.
Jenny is 26 years old. Nigga, she ain't about to just be single alone for the rest of her goddamn life. Nigga, she got about like 100
Okay,
fucking years left.
let me correct your ass.
You are out of your
Jenny will not be looking for a new husband when she is ready on your goddamn channel, Chaotic. Not a motherfucker up here is worthy of her. Least of all, they're not tall enough. I hear she's like 6 feet, 6'1". So nah. This is literally not even entertaining. I don't know why I don't find it entertaining. I just
lying,
don't.
nigga. You better watch your fucking mouth, nigga. I ain't talking tough, nigga. I ain't saying, nigga, if I saw you, nigga, I ain't saying that. Jesus what I am Christ. Telling you, nigga, is that I've done.
Why do you? He feels so comfortable saying.
You were there.
And look at these dumb
you raise
fucks.
$20,000 for her? No, nigga.
These dumb fucks are nodding with this stupidity. Dude, this is why I have no respect for art, no respect for Skywalker, and you know what? They are literally. My favorite comment. I told Art in his own chat that his beard was smarter than him. And I'm proud of that comment. I'll find one for Skywalker too, because he's a goddamn moron.
You ain't do shit for her. How about that, nigga? Bring that nigga back. I'm cuss that nigga out right now. Go bring that nigga back. Bring this.
Hey, hold on. Shout out to
Hey yo,
hold on.
hey,
Somebody, hold on. Hey, Nana, y'all a dude sent in the cash app.
It is literally
Wall Street Willie to talk.
Go ahead,
Wall Street dumbass on dumbass
Go ahead,
conversation.
He's about to get worse right now.
I'm sorry. Can we take nigga over here? I'm sorry. Can we take nigga over here? Can we say nigga?
Yeah,
y'all let him come up on your show. Y'all let him come up on your show.
Hey nigga, did you raise $20,000?
Why do they have to use
hey
that
nigga,
word?
hey nigga, did you raise $20,000 for Jenny, nigga? Hey nigga, did you raise? Hey, Mister,
this is literally like CT pretending to be black.
Oh no, it's gonna get worse in a second. Stay and watch. He's about to start going hard art.
It's like me saying that word a lot, except I actually know how to say it because I grew up in the South, and CT is just so sad. He literally sounds like a white boy saying it.
So having your own
liar.
Hey nigga,
you're supposed to say it from the diaphragm. He's saying it from the back of his throat. Motherfucker, I don't know where he learned it, but he's not passionate when he says it. You're not convincing if you don't say it from your diaphragm, son.
You raise human being.
You raise $20,000 for Jenny, nigga. Hey, nigga. Hey, Mr. 60.
Actually, who he sounds like now, he sounds like Tough Guy.
A little bit right now. Yeah, he does.
The cadence. Yeah, that's Tough Guy.
Raise $20,000 for her, nigga. You ain't made shit for it, nigga. You talking shit, nigga. Everybody saw me.
Nobody believes you.
Every fucking body saw me raise some money for Jenny, nigga. You ain't do a goddamn thing. You talking, nigga.
What does that mean?
You talking. So that you talking, nigga. Hey, nigga, you talking.
So that means you're not still a
talking, nigga. You just talking shit. Hey, Kev, hey man, shut up, nigga. Hey,
now
nigga,
you're gonna run.
Hey, this nigga Willie sound like he got anger from. Yeah, he does. Thank you so much, Kev. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. This nigga talking.
You're a coward.
Hey, nigga, hey, I might be a coward, nigga, but I've done more for Jenny than you did, nigga. I've done more for Jenny, nigga, than you did, nigga. Now what?
You know what?
I've done more for Jenny than you. Now what? Hey, nigga, send her $20,000 right now, Mr. I'm Rich. Send her $20,000 right now, nigga.
Right?
I drive
benefit my argument about you being a piece of shit that doesn't care about anybody more than yourself.
Hey, nigga.
All
hey,
you
nigga.
care about is content. Hey, nigga. If you did raise the money for $20,000
like I did, nigga,
I think you only did that for the content. You don't do anything.
You just talking, man. Hey, bro, you talking. Everybody saw what the fuck. Hey, you talking. Everybody saw what I did, nigga. Hey, just match me.
I don't even believe you're mad.
Hey, man, just match me, nigga. Hey, man, just match me, nigga.
You is fake.
Just
even like you claiming to be a black American.
Just match me, nigga. Just match me.
Nothing about you is real.
Just shut the fuck up and match me, nigga. Hey,
you're
nigga,
crashing because I'm holding a mirror.
I am crashing, nigga. I'm crashing on you, nigga.
I'm holding a mirror.
Match me, nigga. Match me, nigga. Match me, nigga.
Match me, what?
Match me, nigga.